Hello guys, subscribe Rabbit Cultivation channel and like this video for more crazier parts. Chapter 1. Why is it just a magician profession? Su Chi stood in front of the awakening stone, feeling a little depressed. The teachers, directors, and even the principal around him couldn't help but have a flash of disappointment in their eyes. The magician is the top profession among extraordinary professions. The only disadvantage is that it is relatively weak in the early stage. It is a younger brother within a younger brother. But when he grows up later, he becomes Master Fa. Other extraordinary professions can only be pressed to the ground and rubbed in front of a magician. If an ordinary student awakens a magician, the principals and leaders should smile happily, thinking it is an unexpected surprise. But it was Su Chi who awakened the magician profession. A student who has high hopes from the whole school, when he was admitted to the talent test, he directly f'd the son of genius who was testing the crystal. It is 1 to 20 points for ordinary people, and it is difficult to awaken to extraordinary professions. Potential seeds range from 21 to 60 points, with a high probability of awakening extraordinary professions. Genius is between 61 and 80 points, and there is a certain probability of awakening rare professions. The talents that each college competes for are 81 to 100 points. There is a high probability of awakening rare professions and a certain probability of awakening hidden professions. But Su Chi directly exploded the detection crystal. According to the records of Daxia, in such a situation, it is said that the hidden profession will be awakened. At that time, the college spent a lot of money to successfully admit Su Chi, but in the end, he awakened a magician in an extraordinary profession? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. A look of disappointment flashed in the eyes of everyone present, even Su Chi himself. A magician is a magician. It's not that it's completely unplayable. At most, it's a little difficult in the early stage, but once you grow up, it can rival those rare professions with weak points. Su Chi murmured to himself that as a time traveler, he still had some mental endurance. After all, he was not an awakened waste profession. He chose to accept reality. Silently walked down the awakening stage. Following him on the stage was a beauty, the well-deserved school belle of the school, So Ki girlfriend, and a 100-point proud girl. Zhang Yue. She has fair and delicate skin and exquisite facial features. She is wearing a simple and neat sportswear, with her hands in her pockets and a lazy and casual expression. Her black hair is casually draped over her shoulders, and paired with her long, round white legs under her shorts, she attracts many people's attention. The two almost passed each other, they just glanced at each other without any verbal communication. As soon as Su Chi stepped off the platform, an exclamation rang in her ears. Dragon Master! The most powerful hidden profession! The whole audience cheered, even the principal and teachers who were originally disappointed because of Su Chi couldn't help but stand up at this moment. Dragon Master! Being able to communicate with dragons, having a natural affinity with dragons, and helping dragons evolve, as long as you can successfully tame a real dragon, it will be the strongest hidden profession. Even if you can't tame a real dragon, you can only tame some sub-dragons, it is still a more powerful profession among the hidden professions. Su Chi looked back at Zhang Yue, who was shining brightly on the high platform and attracting everyone's attention. He left the playground alone and came to the empty teaching building. From a distance, Su Chi could also hear the cheers coming from his ears. It's actually another hidden profession. Dragon Blood Warrior. The people the college has high hopes for haven't awakened to their hidden professions, and now two of them are here? God bless our school. Su Chi shook his head, not wanting to listen to those voices. He came to his seat and set his eyes on the world outside the window. That's the world outside campus. There was a lot of traffic and it was very noisy. But it has the freedom that students crave. I hope I can pass the trial tower and not die inside. Su Chi muttered to himself. In this world, everyone who awakens to the extraordinary profession will be teleported into the trial tower an hour later. Only those who survive inside can truly become extraordinary beings who are superior to mortals. The rest are just food for the monsters in the trial tower. Very unfortunate. The profession with the highest mortality rate in the trial tower. It's the magician. As a squishy mage, not only is he prone to death, has little mana, and has a slow mana recovery speed, but he also only has one skill called Fireball in the early stage. Casting 5 fireballs will completely lose combat effectiveness. It takes at least 5 hours of meditation to fully recover. The magicians who can survive the trial tower are either lucky, meet kind-hearted people, or have a lot of outrageous equipment. Otherwise it can only be turned into feces to protect the flowers. After calming down for a while, Suchi opened his property panel. Name, Suchi. Age 18. Level, 0. Life 100. Mana, 100. Magic attack power, 10. Physical attack power, 1. Agility, 1. Defense 1. Skill 1, Fireball, Mana 20, 0/100. An extremely standard mage panel. Among them, 1 point of speed, 1 point of defense, and 1 point of physical attack are all the speed, defense, and physical strength of ordinary people. What follows the skill is proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the greater the power of the skill, the faster the casting speed, and even the ability to advance the skill. There is only one way to improve proficiency. Just practice cooking more. But for low-level mages, 5 fireballs will take 50 seconds to recover mana for 5 hours. Of course 50 seconds is the casting speed. After all, reality is not a game. How can there be a skill cooldown time? Suchi shook his head helplessly, and just as he was about to turn off the panel, a line of small golden characters at the bottom attracted his attention. Golden entry, source of all laws. Effect, casting does not require mana consumption. Special, get a golden entry every 5 levels. What? The golden finger of the time traveler? Magicians don't use blue when casting spells? Suki had seemed to explode. Mana has always been a headache for magicians, even in the later stages. After all, the more powerful a spell is, the more energy it consumes. Some powerful forbidden spells only require 1 mana at a time. If you don't pay attention, you will have all the fun. The magician's mana has been exhausted. It was clear that he could kill the opponent, but in the end he was killed because he had no mana, so the magician must always calculate his remaining mana. Equipment that can increase the upper limit of mana, as well as elixirs that can restore mana, are very popular among magicians. Not only can it greatly improve the mage's endurance, but it can also be used several times more during daily skill proficiency training. Imagine a powerful magician learning forbidden spells, practicing 1 mana at a time, and then spending most of the day replenishing his mana. How long does it take to reach full proficiency? In reality, there is no spring water to restore your mana. Taking pills also has side effects. Generally speaking, no one would take pills except during a war. Am I taking off? Suchi couldn't help but get excited. He even imagined that in the future, when his proficiency is sufficient, he would be able to cast a forbidden spell every second without stopping at all. Squeak! The harsh sound of the door suddenly came from behind. Suchi withdrew her thoughts from her imagination and looked back at the door. Those iconic, shining white legs were the first to come into view. The visitor is none other than Zhang Yue, the daughter of a genius who has awakened her hidden profession and is about to reach the pinnacle of her career. Suchi met the beautiful girl's eyes, and an inexplicable sentence flashed in his mind. The first sword that comes ashore is to kill the person you want first. Chapter 2. Are you here to break up? Suchi spoke straightforwardly without any hesitation. Zhang Yue was stunned for a moment, then rolled her eyes and said, "Have you read too many novels about you being the first to strike ashore and killing the person you want first?" Suchi couldn't help but froze, and immediately swallowed the words 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, that came into his mouth. Zhang Yue said to herself, how can a woman kill the person she loves? That sentence should be called the first sword on the beach, first kill the ATM. Su Qi. The girl walked up to him, patted his shoulder and said, don't be discouraged. I'll give you these things. Be careful when you enter the tower. If you die in the trial tower, I will really have to change my heart. Zhang Yue came suddenly and left quickly. After she handed the spatial storage ring to Su Qi, she turned around and left the classroom without any hesitation. Su Qi quickly grabbed Zhang Yue's hand. Where did you get this? In a space storage ring, even 1 cubic meter of the trashiest space is worth 100,000 Huxia coins. Often there is still a price but no market. It is definitely not something that low-end extraordinary people can afford. Every student who awakens rare and hidden professions will be given equipment by the school. This is what I ask for from them. Zhang Yue smiled and broke away from Su Qi's hand. Get ready. The academy found some dragon beasts for me, and I'm going to get ready. Zhang Yue opened her hands and hugged Su Qi for a while, then turned and walked towards the door from where she came from with a satisfied smile. I'll be fine. Su Qi said. I believe you. Zhang Yue looked back and smiled. Su Qi stared blankly. When he came back to his senses, the girl's figure had long disappeared, and a sigh flashed in his eyes. Tianjiao's treatment is really good. If you ask for a space storage ring, the academy will give it to you directly. It will also directly send the dragon beasts that Zhang Yue urgently needs, several at a time. Su Qi dripped blood to establish a link with the storage ring, and then put his spiritual power into it. After that, he was stunned. Because the space inside is too big and there are too many things. Rope, staff, hat, boots. In addition to the 4 mainstream pieces of equipment for magicians, there are also healing pills, mana pills, agility pills, and violence pills. And a lot of magic crystals. The effects of equipment and various elixirs are not difficult to understand. As for the magic crystal, it is a crystal that contains a lot of magic power. If a magician absorbs the magic power, the recovery speed is much faster than meditation. And there are no side effects of pills. The disadvantage is that you can't fight like a drug during recovery. The price is also very impressive. 1 cubic centimeter of magic crystal. A small piece the size of a fingernail. 10 Huxia coins. The magic crystal in the space ring is less than 1 cubic meter. 100 cm 100 cm 100 cm *10. Worth 10 million Huxia coins. I went from poor to rich in an instant. Su Qi quickly rushed towards the classroom door, wanting to ask clearly, because this was definitely not a resource the school was willing to give him. But where is Zhang Yue's figure in the corridor? Hey! Isn't this Mr. Su? Congratulations to Master Su for breaking the law of more than 100 hidden professions. The history books will definitely leave a mark on you. You were dumped by the school beauty Zhang and you want to chase her back. Su Qi looked for the voice, and saw several young people walking towards them with smiles. Some of them were sarcastic, some were sarcastic, and their faces were full of joking expressions, as if they were looking at clowns. They had heard with their own ears that Zhang Yue's family asked her to get rid of Su Qi and gave her a breakup fee. The leader smiled and said, Su Qi, you need to be self-aware. If you have been dumped, don't pester others. Su Qi frowned, but he didn't want to explain. Because the person in front of me was named Zhang Shaoxing, and he was one of the many suitors of the school beauty. He had often pestered Zhang Yue. Even after being rejected many times. Even Zhang Yue said he was disgusting. Still has no effect at all. When Zhang Shaoxing saw Su Qi leaving, he looked like a winner and mocked, Su Qi, stop daydreaming. Yue has a great background. Her family didn't stop you from dating before, and they also took a fancy to your potential. As for now, who has the dragon blood warrior profession, am the potential stock in the Zhang family's eyes, and will join the Tian's mansion together with Ye Wei. And you? Zhang Shaoxing paused, his eyes pitiful and joking. He's just a poor guy who will probably die in the trial tower. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Shaoxing laughed and left. The younger brothers also laughed and followed. To be able to trample underfoot the son of genius who once attracted much attention. It's really refreshing. Su Qi also smiled, and he wanted to thank Zhang Shaoxing. Let yourself know that Zhang Yewei is a little rich woman. Su Qi also understood that the resources in the storage ring she had just given to him were definitely not given to him by Zhang Yewei from home. Most likely it was the breakup fee given to Su Qi by her family. But Zhang Yewei doesn't want to break up. So she came on her own. He also lied to his family that they had broken up peacefully. Tian's mansion? See you at Tian's mansion then. Su Qi walked towards the deserted corner of the academy, preparing to practice the fireball technique. Take the time to improve your proficiency, to ensure that you can survive in the trial tower. As for the trial tower, those who awakened extraordinary professions in each city in that season will be transported to different areas. People outside can see the rankings of each area. Only the top 10 from each municipality. Only then are you qualified to enter Tian's mansion. In other words, there are only 10 places in Dakan City. It's up to the students from each school to fight for it. Those who have not awakened rare professions have no chance at all, while those who have awakened hidden professions are guaranteed to survive as long as they survive. On a huge divine eagle, Zhang Yewei stared at the teaching building where Su Qi was from a distance. The woman in fine clothes on the side had no expression on her face. How could she not know about her daughter's little actions? But those are not important. Not to mention that Su Qi would most likely die in the trial tower. Just saying that Zhang Yewei saw the young heroes in Tian's mansion, and she would naturally gradually forget about Su Qi, who had no merit except being handsome. As long as Zhang Yewei is willing to leave Su Qi, forcing her too hard will affect the relationship between mother and daughter. Then as time passed, whether it's Zhang Yewei or Su Qi, they will all understand that each other is not from the same world. Time passed by minute. The school organized hundreds of people who had awakened extraordinary professions to hold a meeting on the playground and talk about the precautions in the trial tower. Su Qi didn't attend directly. He continued to improve his proficiency in the fireball technique. In 50 minutes, after releasing about 350 fireball spells, my proficiency level was only increased by 35 points, making the casting speed 3 seconds faster. Su Qi couldn't help but lament the difficulty of improving proficiency. 350 fireball spells. Equivalent to 70 tubes of mana for other level 0 magicians. It takes 350 hours to recover, which is equivalent to half a month. No wonder the magician in the news cast a forbidden spell and had to be guarded by his teammates for a long time. It turned out that his proficiency was too low. Su Qi counted the time and then put on the mage suit given by Zhang Yewei. It has to be said that extraordinary equipment is extraordinary equipment. It not only has good texture and can improve attributes, but can also change its appearance at will. Su Qi thought, and the magician's equipment immediately turned into ordinary clothes, as if they had not been changed. He also opened his attribute panel. Name, Su Qi. Age 18. Level, 0. Life 100. Mana 100 * 200% equals 200. Magic attack power 10 * 150% equals 15. Physical attack power, 1. Agility, 1 * 120% equals 1.2. Defense 1 * 150% equals 1.5. Skill 1, Fireball, Mana 20, 35/100. It's obvious. After the multiplier sign is the value that the equipment can improve. General equipment can be improved by 10%, which can be said to be strong. The equipment Zhang Yewei gave him can only be described as the best. 100% increase in mana. It's a profession that consumes mana. Everyone wants it. But it's a pity that the blue amount has no effect on Su Qi. It would be great if it were all magic attack power. Without giving Su Qi a chance to feel sorry, the scene around him began to become illusory, as if the space was displaced, and the world became unreal. It's time to enter the Trial Tower. Chapter 3. The Trial Tower is a product that descended on Blue Star along with extraordinary power. It has its own vast space inside, and is home to countless monsters. There is no safe zone once you enter it. There is a possibility of being attacked by monsters at any time and anywhere. There were even some unlucky people who ended up in a monster den right after being teleported here. All those who were forcibly teleported in were located on the first floor of the Trial Tower, which was filled with a large number of monsters from level 0 to 3. Want to enter the top 10 in Dakang City? At least we have to make it to the second level of the Trial Tower. Su Qi was teleported in, and what came into view was a sea of green. Fresh air mixed with the fragrance of fragrant grass rushed into his nostrils. If an ordinary person comes in, they will hide immediately, not wasting any energy, and first ensure they survive for a day. Killing monsters to level up is not important. Su Qi is exactly the same as an ordinary person. He planned to find a place to improve his proficiency first. Su Qi walked slowly through the forest, then turned left and right, came to a cliff that would not be attacked, and quietly released the fireball technique. I want to continue to improve my proficiency. After 7 full seconds, a fist-sized fireball condensed in front of Su Qi, emitting a bright red light. Su Qi did not launch it, but directly controlled it to dissipate, and then began to cast the fireball spell again. A fireball suddenly appeared out of nowhere and then immediately went out. Su Qi's skill proficiency is improving rapidly. But Su Qi was practicing his skills, and those who had powerful professions began to gain points and level up. After all, warriors, assassins and mages are completely different. They consume their own physical strength and recover much faster than mages. Not to mention that they don't need casting time, are fast, have a thick health bar, and can just do it with a knife. I guess only the priest is left, and he is hiding in a corner like the mage, hoping to meet his teammates. Unlike a mage, when a priest meets other people, the other party is basically willing to bring them along, but a magician is just a burden. 24 hours a day are all used for meditation and recovery, plus the initial full mana, which is only 34 fireballs. And you cannot move during meditation. Only by taking drugs continuously can you have some sustained combat capability. The other side. Rare class summoner, start summoning combatants. His initial skill is summoning, which can open a portal and then summon low-level combatants. Summoners cast spells more slowly than wizards. Summoning consumes 30 mana points, which is higher than that of a magician. But the summoned combatants have no duration. The same thing. Reality is not a game. Just send it back when the time is right. Who will provide the mana to open the portal and send it back? You're already here, and you still want to run away? One after another, low-level summons appeared beside the summoner, and then he ordered one to protect itself, and the other two to help him fight monsters and level up. The summoner himself began to take drugs and meditate with the magic stone to recover. The rare profession necromancer on the other side is similar. After summoning 3 skeleton soldiers, the mana is exhausted and the summoner's method is used again, which is to restore mana while killing monsters. Zhang Shaoxing's awakened hidden profession, the Dragon Blood Warrior, is even simpler and more brutal, directly using the initial skills to activate the dragon blood in his body. Dragon scales grew out of the skin, covering the hands and most of the body, transforming into a half-dragon posture. Physical attack, agility, and defense are all greatly improved. Coupled with the fact that the Dragon Blood Warrior is a hidden profession with already very high basic stats, as well as the equipment given to him by the Academy, Zhang Shaoxing has completely transformed into a killing machine. Ordinary level 0 monsters can't survive more than one move in his hands. Level 1 and 2 monsters are just like chickens and ducks in front of level 0 Zhang Shaoxing. They have no power to resist and can only be slaughtered by him. Zhang Shaoxing was like a man in a deserted place. Wherever he passed, there was blood and gore. As for the duration of activating dragon blood, Zhang Shaoxing can continue even before he collapses from exhaustion. So now he is like a killing god. Points are rising rapidly. The ranking directly rushed into the top 3. At the same time, Zhang Shaoxing's experience was also increasing rapidly. Kill the magic rabbit, experience plus 10, points plus 1. Kill the dart hedgehog, experience plus 10, points plus 1. Kill the man-eating frog, experience plus 10, points plus 1. Not long after, Zhang Shaoxing's level was raised to level 1. As for upgrading to restore full health and mana, that is a scenario that only exists in the game. Realistic upgrades will only increase the upper limit. At most, the increased attribute mana amount can be added. For example, the Necromancer has 10 mana points left after summoning 3 skeleton soldiers. After upgrading, the total mana amount reaches 200, and the available mana will only be 110 points. Zhang Shaoxing killed everyone in the trial tower. In the Deking City area, there are other hidden professions that are killing people randomly, but people with ordinary professions can only hide and hide. Among them, those who belong to the magician and priest professions are the worst off. Don't meet monsters, don't meet monsters. A male magician hid in a cave and kept praying. Maybe the more you are afraid of something, the easier it will come. A big black bear slowly walked in from outside the cave entrance. One person and one bear face each other. The scene was very embarrassing. The air seemed to be frozen. In college, many students who have not awakened to the extraordinary profession look enviously at the ever-changing list on the stone tablet in front of them. As ordinary people, generally safe. But he also lost the opportunity to become a master. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but cheer as they watched Zhang Shaoxing's ranking soaring all the way to the top, almost reaching the top. The school spent a lot of money to invite Su Qi to study. It's a huge loss, but he can't even get into the top 100. No way. I don't know if he is dead now, or if the 5 fireballs have been used up and he is hiding to recover his mana. The talent test for admission is bullshit. Brother Zhang is just lucky. The real chosen one, no more, no less, can awaken the hidden profession at exactly 81 points. Time passed by minute. 2 of the top 3 have hidden professions. The remaining person is a rare professional necromancer. After taking drugs and using magic crystals to help restore mana, he has already formed an army of skeleton soldiers. There are about a dozen of them. Each one has the power close to a level 0 warrior. All monsters encountered were beaten to death. Other side. After more than 40 minutes of hard work, Su Qi released the fireball technique a full 650 times, finally reaching the full proficiency level. The release speed has reached almost 0 seconds. Sure enough, everything is difficult at the beginning. My last 100 fireballs were not even used for 2.5 minutes. Su Qi smiled and chose to exit. Fireballs appeared around him one after another. Then they blasted towards the surroundings continuously. While walking slowly, Su Qi quickly bombarded with fireballs, directly launching a wave of carpet bombing, regardless of whether there were monsters nearby. Anyway, just one word. Boom. Such a luxurious consumption of mana, let alone level 0, even a mage of level 40 or 50 can only be stunned when he comes here. How many fireballs did Su Qi blast out in just 10 seconds? 1,000, 2,000, 3,000? Anyway, countless fireballs were flying around, and it was impossible for most people to count them. Even Su Qi himself didn't know how many were fired. The flames spread through the forest. The monsters looked at Su Qi and started running away from a distance, not daring to look back, but if they entered his field of vision. There were hundreds of fireballs, one after another, just like meteors chasing the moon, continuously blasting towards it. It was burned to charcoal in just the blink of an eye. Level successfully upgraded to level 1. Get 10 free attribute points. Health volume and mana volume increased by 100 points. Physical attack power and magic attack increased by 1 point. Su Qi added all the magic attack power without hesitation. Spell attack 10 *1 50% equals 15. With the addition of 10 points of free attributes, it has skyrocketed from the original 15 points to 31.5 points, and the power of the fireball spell has doubled. Now with the increase in spell attack, the temperature of the fireball generated by Su Qi fireball technique has directly increased by 1 level. In the distance, Zhang Shaoxing was killing people randomly. Su Qi is killing. A completely stress-free one-sided massacre. Chapter 4. Look. Su Qi has entered the top 100. It's only the first 100, what's all the fuss about? My brother Zhang is already in first place. My points are as high as 74. My level is at least level 3. I might be able to reach the second level soon. 100 points is only 10 points, which is a little more than my brother Jiang's fraction. The principal's expression was calm, it's barely enough. It's much worse than Zhang Shaoxing. It took more than an hour to kill 10 level 0 monsters. There are only 10 places in Tian's mansion in their city. The top 100 is actually very strong, but Zhang Shaoxing is like the sun in the sky. In front of him, not to mention the stars around him, even the bright moon will become dim. Su Qi has reached the 90th place, and his points are increasing rapidly. A magician can't use a few spells, right? Even if it's a fireball spell and a monster, he shouldn't be able to get a few points. You don't know this, right? Jiang's family gave Su Qi a breakup fee. It probably contains equipment to increase mana, as well as pills to restore mana. Look, am I right? His points have stopped increasing. In the trial tower, Su Qi looked at the flames burning all over the mountains and plains, but without gaining experience, he understood that the monsters in this area had been slaughtered and he should move to another place. Su Qi walked in the fire, but the flames could not hurt him at all. He was like a god in charge of fire, and all the fires surrounded him and worshipped him. The fireball technique has been released 100,000 times in total, and the secret of the fireball technique has been successfully understood, and the fireball technique has been upgraded to a large fireball technique. Big fireball technique. By continuously consuming blue energy to accumulate energy, the power of the fireball and the volume of the fireball can be increased. Su Qi seemed to have something in his mind. He raised the staff in his hand, and a fireball appeared above his head out of thin air. At first the fireball was only the size of a fist. There is no difference between the size and power of ordinary people's fireball spells. But in a blink of an eye, the fireball had reached the size of the head, and then in another blink of an eye, the diameter of the fireball was almost the same as that of a bucket. And as Su Qi continued to input mana, the fireball became larger and larger as time went by. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Su Qi had no intention of stopping, because no man could refuse the ever-increasing spell. It's just that the fireball above Su Qi's head is getting more and more exaggerated. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters in diameter. The air around the fireball is distorting, and now the diameter is getting larger and larger, and the mana required for each meter raised is increasing exponentially. But Su Qi has no shortage of mana. But he could feel that there was an upper limit to the amount of mana his body could output, and he could output at most 1 tube of mana in an instant. Nearly 4 hours, the diameter is close to 1000 meters, and my hands are tired. Let's test the power first. Su Qi smiled and waved the staff in his hand, and the huge fireball drew a perfect arc and flew towards the mountain in the distance. Along the way, the plants on the ground quickly dried up, burned, and turned into ashes in an instant, and then disappeared, leaving only a piece of scorched earth. It's like it never existed. Boom! The huge fireball collided with the mountain peak, and the energy that destroyed the world swept across 10,000 meters, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The extremely tall mountain peaks turned directly into countless gravel and dust, and splashed out. But under the scorching fire, those fragments were like ice meeting the sun. It turned into billowing magma in mid-air. A terrifying heat wave swept around. Su Qi quickly found a place to hide. He just thought it would be very powerful, but he never thought it would be so powerful. Like a world-destroying blow, the whole world seemed to be shaking. No one could imagine that this was just a level 1 mage trying out new skills. This power should be comparable to a forbidden curse, right? Su Qi was also frightened and almost finished playing with himself. It can only be said that fortunately he chose a mountain peak thousands of meters away. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Kill the tusk pig, experience plus 30, points plus 3. Kill the red-blooded monkey, experience plus 20, points plus 2. Kill Qi Lian Meng, experience plus 40, points plus 4. Densely packed information about increasing experience and points appeared in front of Su Qi's eyes. He went from level 1 to level 2 in an instant, and then to level 3 immediately. Level successfully upgraded to level 4. Get 30 free attribute points. HP and mana increased by 300 points. Physical attack power and magic attack increased by 3 points. Su Qi thought for a moment, and instead of adding points to spell attack power, he added all the points to agility and defense. Normal spells lack spell attack power, which will cause the power of their own spells to be greatly reduced. Although Su Qi will do the same, he casts spells quickly. As long as the defense can be broken. A fireball does a little damage. Suzy releases hundreds or thousands of fireballs in 1 second. That's hundreds or thousands of points of damage. However, if your agility and defense are too low, you will be immediately defeated if you are attacked by an assassin, so you must develop it in a balanced way. Following Su Qi thought. Agility, 1 * 120% equals 1.2. Defense 1 * 150% equals 1.5. Su Qi increased his agility by 20 points and his defense by a full 10 points. Agility has skyrocketed to 25.2, and defense has skyrocketed to 16.5. Agility increased by a full 20 times. Defense also increased tenfold. Su Qi's speed on the road immediately improved qualitatively. You must know that the agility of a level 0 assassin is only 5 points, the full agility of a level 1 assassin is only 15, and the agility of a level 2 assassin is still a little behind Su Qi. If a level 2 assassin comes to kill Su Qi at this time, he will find a magician who is faster than him. However, ordinary assassins have no chance to get close to him, as long as Su Qi notices a little movement. He will be greeted by firepower. However, Su Qi was working harder and getting familiar with the current speed of his body, but his actions just now shocked countless people. Da King City enters the entrance to the second floor of the trial tower. The majestic and real-life tiger phantom lies quietly on the ground. Its body was huge and strong, and its whole body was actually burning with blazing flames, like a layer of blazing armor, distorting the air around it. From a distance, the phantom of the burning tiger looks like a monster coming out of the abyss of hell. It is not a real monster, but a gatekeeper guarding the entrance to the second floor of the trial tower. Even if it is killed, it will appear again. No experience is gained from killing it. But you can get a lot of points. A full 50. Zhang Shaoxing was sitting not far away. At this moment, he had exited the dragon blood state. After taking a qi and blood pill to recover, he quietly adjusted his body's condition. He wanted to restore his strength to its peak, then kill the level 5 red flame tiger in front of him and go to the second level for leveling. The trial tower is extremely dangerous for people who have just awakened extraordinary professions, but for geniuses like Zhang Shaoxing, it is an excellent place for leveling. After all, when you go out to level up in the wild, you don't just have low-level monsters, you have to pay someone to take them with you. Entering the dungeon is even more dangerous, because the strong people in the low-level dungeon cannot enter at all. While Zhang Shaoxing was recovering, a young man in white clothes, covered in blood and holding a tang sword in each hand, slowly came here. The two looked at each other. They all sensed danger from each other. Hidden profession? An idea occurred to both of them at the same time. At the same time, heading to the passage on the second floor, another figure of a red flame tiger quickly gathered, its eyes fixed on the blood-stained young man who had just arrived. It seemed that as long as he dared to continue to get closer, the red flame tiger will pounce on him and bite him to death. Neither of them were surprised by this. The blood-stained boy did not come closer. Like Zhang Shaoxing, he sat down quietly and began to recover his strength, preparing to fight to the second level. However, they were not given much time to recover. The two of them seemed to have something in their hearts. They turned back to look at the distant sky at the same time, with strong shock in their eyes. Because they all seemed to be hallucinating. I actually saw the Sunday. It fell to the ground. Chapter 5. The area inside the trial tower is very large. Some high-level experts once speculated that the area of the first floor was larger than the entire Blue Star, and that every awakened person in the world actually entered the same tower. But we couldn't meet them because they were too far apart. At this moment, Zhang Shaoxing and the blood-stained boy were looking into the distance, as if they were a huge fireball falling into the mortal world. Both of them fell into a sluggish state, their brains shutting down as they watched. They saw the sun set. I saw the sky falling apart. I saw a mushroom cloud rising suddenly. This is... Zhang Shaoxing was stunned. Forbidden curse. The blood-stained young man who was originally calm almost had his eyes popping out at this moment. It is impossible for the sun to set. Within the understanding of Zhang Shaoxing and the blood-stained boy, there is only one mushroom bomb left with such terrifying destructive power. It is rumored that only high-level wizards can cast a forbidden spell. Of course, mage is a very general professional term, which includes ordinary professional magicians, rare professional necromancers, hidden professional elf mages, etc. But where is this place? The first floor of the trial tower. Only level 0 extraordinary professions can enter. No one can force their way in. How can a strong person who can release the forbidden curse appear? Zhang Shaoxing and the blood-stained boy couldn't understand it at all. They felt their heads were buzzing and their mouths were getting bigger unknowingly. They couldn't figure out what happened, but they both had the same idea in their hearts. It was not suitable to stay here for a long time and they had to leave quickly. Zhang Shaoxing activated the dragon blood state again and rushed forward to fight the red flame tiger, leapfrogging level 3 to level 5. The same goes for the young man who was covered in blood. He rushed forward with 2 tang knives that were covered in thick blood and almost curled. In school, Brother Zhang Shaoxing, who had ridiculed Su Qi before, looked at the ranking of the boss and held his head high and said, "Did you see, this is our boss, the number 1 person in Dakang City. Su Qi is just a loser in front of our boss, and magician is a rubbish profession. Look at his points, he hasn't touched them for most of the day. The ranking will soon drop out of 100. Zhang, the school beauty, likes Su Qi but not our boss. She is blind." Zhang Shaoxing's younger brothers watched Su Qi ranking drop, gloating and laughing, and at the same time turned on the pulling and stepping mode. The principal and other leaders also turned a blind eye and looked at everything in front of them indifferently. However, they were very sorry that after Zhang Yue was picked up by her mother, she did not enter the trial tower in Dakang City, and was not counted as a member of their academy. Otherwise, they will have to take 2 positions among the top 3. It's also Su Qi's fault. If he hadn't made friends with Yue, Yue's mother wouldn't have come to pick her up. What a disaster! Not only was it a waste of our resources, it actually cost us one of the top 3 positions. Listening to the ridicule of Zhang Shaoxing's younger brothers, some teachers and leaders couldn't help but think about it and began to complain. Among the top 10 in Dakan City this quarter, the more their colleges occupy, the more resources they will receive in the next season. It even has the right to prioritize students, forming a virtuous cycle, and you no longer have to pay a price if you want good students. It's all other colleges that pay the price for them. But now it's almost gone. Only one spot will be allocated to the top 10. Obviously not. However, without giving everyone present a chance to laugh, Soki ranking rose from 97 to first in an instant. The points reached 139. Far ahead of second place Zhang Shaoxing with 74 points. Increase more than 110 points in an instant? How is that possible? The school leaders present were all confused, and the entire college fell into a dead silence, as if a pause had been pressed. Only Zhang Shaoxing was left the most loyal, and the younger brother Yin Yang Suqi, who said he would definitely leave his name in the history books. Li Xingyu turned his back to the ranking list with a puzzled look on his face. Why aren't you talking? Why are you staring at the rankings? I know brother Zhang is very cool, but you don't need to worship him so much. If you want to make friends with brother Zhang, just wait until Suqi comes out and spit on him. Li Xingyu was talking hard there, completely unaware of the other companions, who had also fallen silent. He was the only one who was still smiling, looking forward to Zhang Shaoxing coming out and giving him rich rewards after seeing his careful preparations for the ceremony. But there was no chance for Li Xingyu to continue. A figure seemed to have transcended time and space, and it went up with a Leo flying kick, which directly kicked him out and rolled twice on the ground. Although he was not injured, he looked extremely embarrassed. My brother has the qualifications of an emperor. Who dares to kick me? Li Xingyu got up and looked around angrily, but found no one. The principal stood up from his seat and shouted angrily, "Students should live in harmony. What are your intentions in inciting other students to isolate Suqi?" Li Xingyu was confused and didn't understand what happened. They had been talking for a long time, but they didn't see the principal speak. Why did they suddenly come to talk to him? Li Xingyu looked around at a loss, trying to find someone who was also Zhang Shaoxing's younger brother to help him say a few words. But no one met his eyes. Finally, out of the corner of his eye, Li Xingyu finally saw that the number 1 person on the list in Dakan City had been replaced from the previous Zhang Shaoxing. It turned into a big word Suqi. And the points are almost twice as many as Zhang Shaoxing's. Li Xingyu? What's going on? He just didn't look at the list for 10 seconds. Did it change so quickly? Level 0 monsters are worth 1 point, Level 1 monsters are 2 points, and Level 3 monsters are 3 points. Even the Level 5 monster Red Flame Tiger guarding the passage is only worth 50 points. Could Suqi still be able to kill 2.5 at once? Principal, there is definitely something wrong with the list. No one in history has been able to gain more than 100 points at once. Li Xingyu said repeatedly. The principal said coldly, "There is a problem? There has never been a problem with the list in the trial tower. How could there be a problem now? This is all the sweat and hard work of classmate Suqi. I will never allow you to slander him." Joke. Their college ranked first and second. Don't say there is no problem. Even if there is a problem, there must be no problem. Inside the trial tower, Suqi felt the increase in experience and couldn't help but get excited. A fireball directly caused the level to jump 3 times in a row. Come to level 4. You can get a new golden entry if you are 1 level behind. It's so cool, I have to fire another fireball. Suqi had no intention of continuing nearby. The movement just now was really too big, and all the living monsters around had been scared away long ago, just like Suchi had done before, with such a big movement. As a result, he fired 100,000 fireballs, consuming 2 million mana points, and the fireball technique evolved into the big fireball technique. Only a few monsters were killed in the end. Barely upgraded to level 1. But a sudden attack just now caught the monsters off guard, and they jumped 3 times in a row. At this moment, with the blessing of a speed far exceeding that before, Suchi quickly left this land of right and wrong and rushed towards the distance. If Suchi hadn't accelerated before and hurried on at the speed of an ordinary person, he would have only climbed 2 hills after leaving the trial tower a day later. Chapter 6. We must find a way to get a flying spell. Suchi murmured to himself as he hurried on, while condensing the fireball spell. But it's a pity that fireball technique has no proficiency and relies entirely on the mana output to condense it. So key current level has improved. Although the mana output has increased a lot, it still cannot condense the fireball to a strong level in a short period of time. Suchi rushed towards the distance. After running for an unknown distance, and after confirming that there were many monsters around, he threw the condensed big fireball technique out without hesitation. Boom! There was another explosion that seemed to destroy the world, and the terrifying sound spread to the surroundings along with the rising mushroom cloud. The mountains collapsed. Suchi was worried that he would be injured by the aftermath, so the power this time was not as powerful as the last time, but the people nearby were stunned with shock. So key experience and points are increasing rapidly. Level successfully upgraded to level 5. Get 10 free attribute points. Health volume and mana volume increased by 100 points. Physical attack power and magic attack increased by 1 point. Please select your skills. Water healing, consumes 50 mana to generate healing water, which can quickly heal wounds. Skyfire meteor, consumes 100 mana to condense a large number of red flame fireballs to attack one place, with extremely high burst damage. Earth wall technique, spend 100 mana, designate an area, and build an earth wall to block the opponent's progress. Freezing technique, consumes 200 mana, releases a burst of strong cold air, and freezes the person hit. The freezing time is determined by the opponent's strength. Wood entanglement, consumes 100 mana, grows vines under the opponent's feet, and entangles him. The imprisonment time is determined by the opponent's strength. Every 5 levels, each profession will have 5 skills for people to choose from. If you want others, you can only go to the dungeon to find the skill book. Suchi looked at the descriptions of the 5 skills in front of him and fell into deep thought. After thinking about it, Suchi first eliminated the Skyfire meteor with the highest attack power, because his nearly 0-second fireball technique can completely simulate the corresponding effect. Secondly, eliminate the useless earth wall technique. Then exclude the auxiliary water healing. In the end, I could only choose between freeze technique and wood entanglement, both of which were control spells. Freezing technique consumes a lot of mana, but it is not a problem for Suchi, and it can achieve large-scale group control. The disadvantage is that it is easy to avoid. Wood winding is a precise single-point control, but it can still be avoided through speed, but it is more difficult. However, there is no way to deal with enemies flying in the air. Even if vines grow out of thin air and wrap around the enemy, the opponent can still fly. It's no different from trapping a flying person with a rope. After all, there is no ground to take root and support, and the effect of confinement is completely lost. If it grows from the ground, the other party will run away long ago. Suchi didn't hesitate anymore and directly took the ice sealing technique. Skill 2, Freeze, Mana 200, 0/100. Then Suchi opened the panel with great expectation, wanting to see what golden entries he had obtained. Golden entry, Body of Demon God. Effect, consume mana to strengthen the body. Spend mana to strengthen your body? What kind of consumption method? Does it cost mana to use spells, or can you strengthen your body by consuming mana? Suchi knows a truth. Practice the truth. He threw out hundreds of fireballs without hesitation, blasting a big crater not far away. At the same time, he closed his eyes and felt it carefully for a while, and found that his body was really getting stronger. Become stronger very rarely. But Suchi didn't care at all, because the mana he consumed every day was astronomical. If accumulated over time, and after learning the forbidden spell in the future, Suchi's physical strength is estimated to be far superior to that of a warrior. It's really not a loss to choose the freezing technique that consumes the most mana. Suchi did not hesitate and directly found another place to retreat. Casting freezing technique once consumes mana, which is equivalent to 10 fireball techniques. Now fireball technique is improved far more than freezing technique. As your proficiency increases, how can fireball technique be compared to freeze technique? Sooner or later, I have to brush up my proficiency in ice binding, so if I don't brush it up now, when will I? As for fireball, it just consumes the most mana per attack, but in terms of mana consumption per second, it is not as much as fireball. The entrance to the second floor. Zhang Shaoxing and the blood-stained young man both killed the red flame tiger with great difficulty at about the same time, and both had marks of burns on their bodies. Because of their poor condition, they fought for a very long time and were seriously injured in the end. They also recognized each other's professions. The blood-stained boy is a hidden profession, a berserker. The more he fights, the stronger he becomes. The more he kills on the battlefield, the stronger he becomes. Anyway, the more he fights, the crazier he gets. The crazier, the stronger. At the moment, both of them were in a bad condition, and they were both on guard against each other to prevent the other from breaking the rules and launching a sneak attack. After all, this is known to heaven, earth, you and me. No one else can know. Do you want to go up first, or should I? The blood-stained young man asked. Zhang Shaoxing said without hesitation, you go up first, I need to rest for a while. What a joke! If you go up now, you will easily be blocked by the monsters on the second floor, and then the opponent will come up and backstab you. Where should you go from here? The blood-stained boy said, I also want to rest for a while. The two of them just sat there quietly, but there was no chance for them to rest. They looked at each other subconsciously and looked in the same direction. There was another fireball as bright as the sun, and it did not explode directly, but moved quickly in their direction. And it is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Shaoxing and the blood-stained boy felt their scalps tingle. But fortunately, it didn't get any closer, and the fireball, which looked like the sun, suddenly fell to the ground. Boom! At that moment, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Zhang Shaoxing and the blood-stained boy could clearly feel that the ground beneath their feet was shaking slightly. However, this explosion was not as strong as the last one, but it was much closer, only a dozen kilometers away, so the impact it brought to the two people was much stronger than the last time. Grass! Here they come! The two didn't know what caused the two explosions, and they had no curiosity to find out. There was only one thought left in my mind. Run! Never come into contact with the cause of the explosion. Otherwise, you will surely die. I'm leaving first. I don't want to play anymore. You take your time to rest. Zhang Shaoxing ran and headed straight for the entrance. Brother, wait for me. Both of us are in very bad condition. We must work together to survive on the second floor. The blood-stained young man also ran after him, not daring to stop at all, not even daring to look at the huge pit created by the explosion. Not far away, a man surrounded by 30 or so skeleton soldiers looked at the explosion not far away with a livid face. Now he felt that he could definitely compete with the genius of the hidden profession for the first place, but at this moment he saw the sun suddenly approaching the entrance to the second floor. The man didn't dare to move. I didn't dare to approach the entrance to the second floor at all. Boss, are we still going? The freckled pastor girl at the side swallowed her saliva, her legs shaking uncontrollably. The man was silent for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "We must go. I'll send a skeleton soldier to explore the way first." He had just finished speaking. A huge explosion that seemed to destroy the world swept in all directions. Even though they were thousands of meters away, the necromancer and the woman, along with the 30 or so skeleton soldiers around them, were all rushed away. "Boss? Are you still sending the skeleton soldiers?" "Ahem. Go? Go to hell." Chapter 7. Su Qi quietly improved his proficiency in the ice sealing technique, completely unaware that the fireball technique he just fired not only frightened Zhang Shaoxing into forming an alliance with the blood-stained boy. It directly shattered the necromancer's dream of becoming king. Waves of biting cold air blew through the mountains and forests, and everything they passed was covered in ice, covering an area of several kilometers in radius. After experiencing the bombing of the sun and enduring the baptism of hundreds of ice-sealing techniques, it seemed to have turned into a restricted area of life. In previous seasons, it was the entrance to the second floor that everyone in the top 30 must come to. Some people entered smoothly, while others shed blood and were burned to ashes by the red flame tiger. At this moment, no one dares to set foot here. And after this time, a legend will be left on the first floor of the trial tower. When the second sun appears on the ground, do not try to go to the second floor. Time passed by minute. So key points from the outside world experienced another surge. After reaching 213, they remained completely unchanged. On the contrary, the second place Zhang Shaoxing and the third place blood-stained boy Luo Sheiyu improved their points from time to time. The fourth necromancer wanted to catch up, but after experiencing the impact of the sun explosion, nearly half of his skeleton soldiers died. In addition, the necromancer did not dare to set foot on the second level to brush higher level monsters and get double points, and the gap became wider and wider. Su Qi must be sluggish now, right? There are still 8 full hours, I want to see how he can secure the first place. A magician is a magician. He consumes too much mana. He caused 2 major incidents through unknown methods before. Now he is probably hiding somewhere to recover. 213 points, at least level 5. In previous seasons, the top 10 all had similar scores. Most of this season has passed. How come there aren't even 150 points? Some people looked at So key points, which had not been touched for 2 consecutive hours, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He believed that So Qi's sharp increase in points in the 2 waves was either due to good luck or a problem with the rankings. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are geniuses who will hand over the red flame tiger that was beaten half to death to Su Qi to kill. But this possibility can only be said to be slim. After all, one person can only make 1 red flame tiger appear. 200 points are equivalent to 4 red flame tigers. It is equivalent to 4 geniuses giving up their points. Everyone present is still more inclined to think that there is a bug in the ranking list. After all, there has never been a magician in the top 10 in history. Even being in the top 50 is extremely rare. And without exception, they all bribed the geniuses to lead them to higher points. Zhang Shaoxing's younger brothers present were all looking forward to him overtaking Su Qi and trampling him under his feet. School leaders looked at the rankings with confusion. In the trial tower in previous seasons, there should have been a dozen or 20 people entering the second level by now, at least 150 points. As a result, except Su Qi now, no one has reached 150 points. Is there really a bug in the rankings? No one knows how to repair this thing. The principal was expressionless. No matter whether there was a bug or not, it would be a good thing as long as the people from their college could take the top 3 spots. Everything after that was boring. The points of Zhang Shaoxing and Luo Sheiyu have barely moved and will only increase once in an hour or 2. Because they were all seriously injured, it was very slow to kill more powerful monsters, and they had to recover for a long time after each battle. Necromancers are growing slowly and steadily. Su Qi, on the other hand, seemed to have recovered after resting for more than 4 hours, and his points skyrocketed every hour and a half. 300. It has surpassed the highest level in the history of the trial tower. But Su Qi points are still steadily increasing. 400. 500. The principal was sweating profusely now. Zhang Shaoxing, who ranked second, scored 175 points, and Su Qi, who ranked first, scored 532 points, a difference of more than 3 times. With such an outrageous score, if converted into levels, even if you enter the second level from the first monster, you can get double points. Su Qi has now reached level 6. Normally, there are 8 levels at least. Not to mention the history of Dakan City, even in the history of the world, there has never been such an outrageous trial score. 100% there is a problem with the rankings. Or Su Qi found a loophole to gain points in the trial tower. I don't know if the Tian's mansion will be dismissed because the data is abnormal and the results are invalid. Unlike the nervous principal, Zhang Shaoxing's younger brothers all kept their mouths shut, and were speechless as they watched Su Qi points grow explosively every once in a while. Inside the trial tower, Su Qi calculated that the time was almost up and he was in no mood to continue using fireball to kill monsters, so he just sat quietly enjoying the mountain breeze and waiting to leave. It's not bad to reach level 8 in one day. After I go out and join Tian's mansion, I will go to the dungeon to level up slowly. It's a pity that the difficulty of improving the proficiency of ice sealing technique is far greater than that of fireball technique. Otherwise, if I save some time, I should be able to reach level 9. Su Qi couldn't help but sigh again. Soon, all those who were still alive in the trial tower were teleported back to where they left. Nearly 1/3 of the team on the playground was missing, and the leader Zhang Shaoxing was also covered in wounds. Some people were in pain and some were afraid. Su Qi didn't care at all and was in no mood to pay attention to them or deal with the school leaders. Having been hungry for 24 hours, he now just wanted to have a good meal and then wait quietly for the admission notice from Tian's mansion. Shaoxing, with your strength and if you run the business well, you shouldn't have suffered such serious injuries, right? The principal was puzzled. Zhang Shaoxing told everything that happened in the trial tower without hesitation. The sun on earth. The other surviving students also spoke up one after another. Most of them saw the sun on the ground. The principal was so shocked that he didn't know what to say and had no idea what was going on. How could a forbidden spell appear on the first floor of the trial tower? Do you still want to play as a novice? As for combining this matter with Su Qi skyrocketing points, this is such a joke. How can a low-level magician who hasn't even reached level 10 release a forbidden spell? Is he crazy, or is the world crazy? In desperation, the principal could only report the matter. Tian's Prefecture, Qingyang Province. I saw the dignified middle-aged man sitting at the desk. Under his broad forehead, a pair of deep and sharp eyes swept over the documents and materials. Boom boom boom. A crisp knock on the door broke the silence in the office. Come in. The middle-aged man had a blank expression on his face. He was still handling the official business at hand, checking various documents, frowning from time to time. Squeak. There was a harsh sound of door opening. A beautiful girl with a high ponytail and wearing a simple loose sportswear, but her good looks could not be concealed, pushed the door open and walked in. What's the matter? The middle-aged man asked without raising his head. The pretty girl said, Dad, it's me. The middle-aged man raised his head, a doting smile appeared on his face, and he said, It turns out to be Princess Qingyu. You suddenly came to see me today. Did you get into trouble? How much money do you want me to pay? Fang Qingyu rolled her eyes. In your eyes, am I a troublemaker? A money loser? The middle-aged man smiled and said, 1 month ago, you knocked out a front tooth of a classmate who was pursuing you. 3 months ago, you threw the senior who confessed his love to you over your shoulder. Half a year ago. Stop. Fang Qingyu quickly made a pause gesture. The middle-aged man smiled but said nothing. Fang Qingyu, who was a very talented person, raised his head and said, "None of this is my fault. My fierce reputation is known to the whole school. If they dare to come, it means they are prepared to be beaten." The middle-aged man didn't speak. Fang Qingyu said, "I came here to look at the information of my future classmates and find out if there are any strong rivals among them." The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head, "With your talent and training resources, how could there be a strong enemy?" Fang Qingyu said, "Isn't Zhang Yue one of them? She was recognized by the True Dragon at level 0 and was accepted as a personal disciple by the Chief Master of Tian's mansion. If I were to fight her now, I would probably just be pinned to the ground by her real dragon," and asked if she would give in. The middle-aged man shook his head, "That was just a special case. Besides, you may not be her opponent in the future." Fang Qingyu also covered his ears and shook his head, "I don't want to listen, UBD, I just want to see how they are doing in the trial tower, it's not a big deal anyway." The middle-aged man was helpless. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor outside the office. Boom boom boom. "Is the palace master here? I have something important to report." Chapter 8. A middle-aged man, the head of the Qingyang provincial branch of Tian's mansion, could not help but frown slightly when he heard the commotion outside. Enter. Wearing a suit and looking extremely capable and neat, the female secretary opened the door and walked in, but she seemed a little anxious at the moment. "Master, something bad is going on. Something is going wrong." The master of the palace suppressed his smile, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, "Big deal? What big deal makes you panic? Is it a monster siege? Or is it that the dungeon that has not yet been cleared merges into reality? Or is there a new advanced dungeon?" Dungeons. Since the advent of extraordinary power, various dungeons will appear in various areas of Blue Star, but each dungeon has a maximum level limit. Each copy also has a difficulty to choose from, including normal, advanced, hard, nightmare, hell, and abyss. It is very similar to the game, and monsters will be refreshed, but each copy will be integrated with reality after a period of time. If no one passes the abyss level difficulty during this period, monsters of the abyss level difficulty will randomly descend to every corner of the country. It has had an unimaginable impact on nearby cities. If someone passes the abyss level difficulty during this period, there will be an open space integrated into the Blue Star, increasing the country's area and resources. Every time a high-level copy appears, it is a crisis and an opportunity for the top experts, but if they cannot pass the abyss difficulty within a period of time, when the monsters randomly come to reality, it has a huge impact on the entire country. However, the master of the palace was calm about this. Even if a 5-person team cannot kill an abyss-level boss when playing a dungeon, when it comes to reality, can they still be beaten to death? It's just that the place where it lands will be very unlucky. The female secretary shook her head quickly, maybe because she was running too fast, and said to each other a little hastily, "No, there is something wrong with the trial tower, and someone's points data is abnormal." Trial tower? What can go wrong with that thing? Is there an abnormality in points? What kind of abnormality is it? The palace master said very calmly. How many years has the trial tower been in existence? It was there at the beginning of the advent of the extraordinary. There has never been a problem in history. As for the abnormal points, it is even more nonsense. If the points are abnormally low, no one will care. If the points are abnormally high, it is obviously a good thing. How is this abnormal? It's obvious that he is a genius. People from Dakan City reported that on the first floor of the trial tower, a sun was suspected to have fallen to the ground, erupting with power comparable to a forbidden curse. Besides, the female secretary wanted to continue, but was quickly interrupted by the master. "What did you just say? It seems that a sun fell to the ground on the first floor of the trial tower. It erupted with power comparable to a forbidden curse." The palace master was stunned. The trial tower is the best way for them to screen the geniuses. There is almost no way to cheat. If there is a problem with it, the way of screening the geniuses all over the world will have to change. And come to reality. There are too many ways to cheat, which greatly hinders Tian's mansion from finding the real geniuses and wastes resources on ordinary people. A lot of unfair things will happen. What's even more terrible is that everyone must enter the trial tower after awakening, even if they have hidden professions. Originally, he could kill indiscriminately, but if he was too unlucky and encountered the sun falling, he would be 100% dead. What's even worse is that no one knows how to cultivate or can cultivate. As for whether there is something wrong with the trial tower and it is man-made, that is simply a big joke. Even the first person in the world couldn't break into the trial tower. Is there any other forbidden curse mage who can break into it? Fang Qingyu couldn't help but open her mouth, as if she had seen a ghost, but she couldn't help but feel lucky that she hadn't seen it. Otherwise, it will only end up with no bones left. Are there any clues? Does this anomaly appear on a large scale? The palace master asked quickly. The female secretary said, "I asked people to inquire and found that only the trial tower corresponding to the Deking City area had this abnormality. Students in other places did not see the scene of the big sun falling." The palace master breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if there is a problem in one area. At worst, students from Dakan City can go to other urban areas to enter the trial tower. If the entire trial tower were to experience a big sun fall, the number of extraordinary professions that could survive from the trial tower in the future would probably decrease sharply. Even cutting it in half is not impossible. It will have a great impact on the young generation of the entire country. What's the matter with the other abnormal points? Ordinary professions got high scores, the palace master asked casually. The female secretary said with a strange expression, "Absolutely." "Warrior? Assassin? Or archer?" the palace master asked again. It is not like the three ordinary professions have never achieved high scores in history, beating many people in rare professions. Not surprising. The female secretary shook her head, "It's a magician." "Ah." The master of the palace was surprised for a moment and then regained his composure. A magician with high scores can be regarded as a talent. If he enters the top 10 in the city, he will be given an admission notice. The female secretary was silent for a while and said, "The magician won first place, and his points were 3 times that of the second place, which is almost double the world record." The office fell into dead silence. When the female secretary made her first exit just now, both the palace owner and Fang Qingyu felt that the people in that urban area were really bad, and there was not even anyone who could beat the magician. When the second segment enters the ear, the palace master and Fang Qingyu didn't take it seriously either. It feels like the students in that area are really terrible, and the palace owners are thinking of cutting down the expenses in that area and letting their leaders reflect on it. How could you teach a bunch of rubbish? However, when the third paragraph came out from the mouth of the female secretary, the palace master and Fang Qingyu were both stunned. They understand every word in the 3 paragraphs and can understand each paragraph, but why do they feel that every word is so strange when they are connected together? A magician broke the world record for points gained after entering the trial tower for the first time? And it's still twice the world record? How long has it been since the world record was changed? I recall that back then, a certain dragon master had some bad luck and met a level 3 true dragon. After making a contract with it, he was led to a massacre. But even so, the dragon master only had 277 points. Nearly twice as much as him, at least 500 points to start with. Should you be so fake? No matter who it was, after hearing the news for the first time, besides being shocked, they all felt it was fake, very fake. It's completely unnatural. If he just breaks the world record by a few points or more than 10 points, they will be shocked and feel that this person has the qualifications to be a great emperor. But it doubled at once. It is completely beyond everyone's understanding. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I hid the professional mechanic and made full preparations before entering the trial tower, but I only scored 263 points. Zhang Yue entered the arena with a level 3 real dragon, which is equal to the world record. How can an ordinary professional magician score more than 500 points? He has eaten up all my recovery mana and elixirs, and there is no way he can score more than 500 points. Want to get high scores in the trial tower? It not only requires extremely fast monster spawning speed, but also requires fast movement speed. Otherwise, it will take you several hours to clear the monsters in a place and climb a mountain. Get a FG high score. And the monster is not a fool. He knows how to run away when he finds that he can't be beaten. It happens that the magician's speed is extremely slow and his physical strength is about the same as that of ordinary people, so it is impossible to pursue him. The mana consumption is extremely high, the total mana amount is small, and the speed is extremely slow. Otherwise, the magician would not be called the most rubbish profession in the early stage. But there is a magician who got more than 500 points. It's simply impossible. Chapter 9. Show me the information about that city. The palace lord also felt it was very outrageous. He simply didn't believe that a magician could get a shocking score of more than 500 points. Even if you kill a level 0 monster with one fireball, there are more than 500 of them, which will consume more than 20,000 mana points. Even if you eat pills as food and eat yourself to death, it is impossible for you to have so much mana. Not to mention various other situations. It is impossible to have one fireball and one monster. The secretary also reached out and handed over the information that had been prepared long ago, saying, the trial tower corresponding to the Deking city where he is located is the area where the sun fell. I think it's not just the trial tower that has problems, it's the rankings as well. The mansion master took the information and opened it. Fang Qingyu came to the side of the mansion master and started to look. The first thing that caught her eye was the photo of the Deking city ranking list. The first place, Su Qi, with 532 points, looked particularly dazzling. After that, the second place Zhang Shaoxing's 175 points and the third place Luo Sheiyu's 171 points seemed mediocre. Even in previous years in Deking City, they could not even make it into the top 10, but this year they made it into the top 3, and they are all geniuses in hidden professions. The palace lord couldn't help but frown. With the strength of the hidden professions Dragon Blood Warrior and Berserker, if you kill a lot in the trial tower, you can at least get more than 200 points without going to the second floor. Why are these two such bad guys? Fang Qingyu said, Dad, look, this is the evidence that there is something wrong with the trial tower and the rankings. The two hidden professions only have such a small number of points. It's not normal at all. The palace lord remained silent. The female secretary asked, Master, do we still need to send him an admission letter? Is Tian's mansion recruiting magicians? Of course I will. However, they do not recruit low-level magicians. If they do recruit, they have to start from high level. Even mid-level magicians cannot reach the threshold. The mansion master tapped his fingers on the desk. Fang Qingyu said, it's obvious from his grades that there are serious problems, why send him an admission letter? Take me to test him. If he can hold out in my hands for 10 minutes, he'll be qualified. It won't be too late to send him back then. As he spoke, Fang Qingyu pulled the female secretary, wanting to test So Qi's strength and let him know what a genius is. The mansion master said, Qingyu, you must not be rude. Fang Qingyu did not answer, but reluctantly let go of the female secretary's hand. Fang Qingyu was very upset to let a mere magician ride on his head, and he had to expose his disguise. The palace master said, according to the rules, he will be given the prize if he is in the top 10, but we will add a new dungeon exploration tomorrow. After you join Tian's mansion, you will have no time to rest. Today, I will rush to deliver the admission letter and train ticket to you. You must come by car immediately. You must report to the playground at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Understood. The secretary left. Fang Qingyu also suppressed his impatient heart. If I can't try it today, I can try again tomorrow. Dakang City. After Su Qi had eaten and drunk his fill in the city, he returned to his school dormitory. Not long after, the admission letter and train ticket from Tian's mansion arrived. He also set out directly on the road to Tian's mansion. The Tian's mansion is very large. After Su Qi's identity was confirmed, he was also taken to a dormitory. In addition to the special treatment for being the first in the region, Su Qi occupied a room by himself, with 3 bedrooms, a living room and a bathroom. Su Qi had been traveling for a long time and was very tired. After dinner, he fell asleep directly. Time flies. The sun and the moon rotate like a blink of an eye. At dawn the next day, the geniuses from various urban areas in Qingyang province rushed to the playground of Tian's mansion one after another. Tian's mansion is the #1 academic institution in the Huaxia kingdom. Even if it is only a branch office now, the people who can come here are all young talents selected from 1,000. But as luck would have it, not long after he left the dormitory, he met Zhang Shaoxing and his younger brother. Of course, the younger brothers are not students of Tian's mansion, they just follow Zhang Shaoxing and act as servants. To put it bluntly, the geniuses of big families need to work hard to level up and improve their skill proficiency, and they can't control so many things. Daily chores such as washing clothes, going to the canteen to get food, cleaning the house, etc. all require help from others. Tian's mansion still gave quotas to the top 3 students in each city and 3 people who would help them practice. Hey, after Mr. Su won the first place, are you willing to spend money to hire a nanny to take care of your daily life? Li Xingyu said with a familiar yin and yang expression. First place? His first place is because he was lucky and happened to get stuck in the trial tower bug. Didn't you see that Tian's mansion has issued a notice that there is a problem with the trial tower in Dakang City? Will you go to the next city to hold the awakening ceremony and enter the trial tower in the future? Ha 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 ha, this is an official denial. It's a pity that Mr. Su's quota has not been deprived. Su Qi had no interest in paying attention to them, didn't even bother to look at the 4 people in front of him, turned around and left. Zhang Shaoxing stepped in front of him. Young Master Su, please prove your strength. You are the world record holder of the trial tower and the proud son of the Iron Ruler. The Iron Law Zhang Shaoxing talks about is naturally the Iron Law that if one has a talent of over 100, one must awaken to a hidden profession. Your outfit is really good. School bell Jiang's break-up fee is pretty comfortable, right? When Zhang Shaoxing saw that Su Qi was completely ignoring him, he thought he had touched on his sore spot and had a cheerful smile on his face. Trampling on the former genius. The person who once robbed Zhang Yue. It's really cool. Get lost. Su Qi's answer was simple and clear. Zhang Shaoxing was stunned, and a surge of anger rose from the bottom of his heart. The 3 younger brothers beside him also understood in an instant and surrounded Su Qi. Su Qi's face was expressionless. Zhang Shaoxing looked around at the melon eaters who were casting curious glances, and glared at Su Qi fiercely. Don't let me meet you where no one is. He lowered his voice so low that most people couldn't hear it. Su Qi smiled, I really want to meet you. Fighting between extraordinary people has always been expressly prohibited, and it is even more strict in Tian's mansion. Even if they fight each other, they may be expelled from Tian's mansion. If they kill their opponents in broad daylight, there is only one solution. Life for a life. All grievances can only be resolved in a place where there is no one around. Zhang Shaoxing left with his younger brothers. The beautiful girl with representing talent walked out from the crowd, making Zhang Shaoxing unable to help but hold his breath. He suddenly realized that he didn't like Zhang Yue very much, and Zhang Shaoxing suddenly realized that he just liked beautiful women. Could it be that I also have a fancy dress today? Zhang Shaoxing froze on the spot, watching the beautiful girl walking straight towards her, watching the beautiful girl pass him by. He saw the beautiful girl coming to Su Qi and settling her steps. Zhang Shaoxing. Suzy, you deserve to die. Are you Su Qi? Fang Qingyu said calmly. Chapter 10. Are you Suzy? Fang Qingyu stared at the handsome young man in front of her, decisively put down her original blunt words, and chose to test him in a tactful way. People around him were jealous. They all stared at Fang Qingyu so much that they all regarded him as their target and were determined to catch him. As a result, the goddess is now chatting with others. I remember, isn't she a violent maniac? Don't all the men who dare to pursue her end up in the hospital? Am I hallucinating today? She actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with a man. Let me slap you to make sure you are not dreaming. I was thrown over my shoulder when I was pursuing her. How could she chat with other boys? People who knew Fang Qingyu were crying and complaining, and the people around him were stunned for a moment. Such a beautiful girl actually likes to beat people up? But if you can catch him, what's the point of getting beaten? Su Qi said, what do you want from me? Fang Qingyu smiled politely and said, let me introduce myself, my name is Fang Qingyu. I heard yesterday that your trial tower points broke the world record. I want to know how you did it. When a woman lowers her head and can't see her feet, she is already extremely beautiful in the world. Fang Qingyu can't even see her toes when she lowers her head. She is one of the most beautiful women in the world. At this moment, the girl's smile was captivating. Everyone around him couldn't help but be stunned, unable to extricate himself from it, and stood there blankly. But after they came back to their senses, they looked at Su Qi a little strangely, because they all heard that Su Qi trial tower points exceeded the world record by twice. At first they were stunned, not believing that there was such a terrifying person in the world who could actually double the world record. But then Tian's mansion came forward to crack down on the fraud and bluntly stated that there was a problem with the trial tower. Everyone felt that it was a false alarm. But Su Qi's name is still famous in Tian's mansion. It's just that not many people know him. Now when they heard Fang Qingyu mention it, everyone immediately thought of it. Su Qi was stunned for a moment, and he said truthfully, it's very simple. Just find a place with a large concentration of monsters and release a large-scale destructive spell. But if you remember to shoot, you have to change the place. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Fang Qingyu couldn't help but smile. Simple? Looking for a place with a lot of monsters? Release a spell of widespread destruction? When low-level magicians go to places with dense monsters, aren't they just sending them away? As for the spell of large-scale destruction, what are you talking about? Which low-level profession has a wide range of spells? And the larger the spell range, the more mana it consumes, and the less powerful it is against a single person. After all, if the opponent has the same mana and hits a 1-meter range, but you directly cover a 100-meter radius, how can the damage be the same? When people around him saw Fang Qingyu smiling, they couldn't help but laugh too, as did Zhang Shaoxing, who was watching from a distance. They have never seen people lie without blushing or heartbeat. But this was the first time I saw someone who lied so powerfully and spoke so calmly, as if he was telling the truth. Fang Qingyu chuckled and said, you are so awesome, can you take me with you to a low-level dungeon exploration event that will be held later? I have never passed the abyss level copy. When everyone listened to Fang Qingyu's first words, they couldn't help but feel envious. Such a beauty was actually acting coquettishly towards him and begging him? Everyone felt that Fang Qingyu was so innocent and believed Su Qi lies casually. They thought he was so awesome and didn't even read the announcement from Tian's mansion. He actually asked him to take him into the dungeon. But when they heard the second sentence, everyone's expressions became less calm, even those who were hiding their profession. Low-level dungeons can generally only be entered by those below level 20. There are even dungeons specifically for newcomers to explore, with the limit level being below level 10. Even if 5 level 9 hidden professions form a team and all are upgraded to level 10 in the dungeon, you may not be able to pass the Abyss level dungeon, which is the highest difficulty level below level 10. Every time you enter a dungeon of Abyss difficulty, it is equivalent to your name being turned over by the Lord of Hell, and he picks up the pen, ready to cross it out for you at any time. Now Fang Qingyu actually asked a magician to take her into the Abyss. Su Qi won't be dazzled by beauty and take Shang Qingyu to kill people in the Abyss difficulty, right? After all, people would refuse without hesitation under normal circumstances, but under the instigation of brothers and the flattery of beauties, men are most likely to get carried away. Do something unwise. Su Qi shook his head expressionlessly and said, "Sorry, classmate Fang Qingyu, I have a girlfriend and have no intention of bringing a girl with me." Fang Qingyu? She was confused for a moment. A bit unresponsive. Fang Qingyu just wanted to test So Qi's true strength and make him retreat, but he was resolved in such a clever way? And he said she was a girl who begged someone to take care of her because of her beauty? Good, good. She remembered this grudge. You must expose your disguise today. Zhang Shaoxing hurriedly stepped forward. Su Qi, stop pretending and admit that you are not good at it and it's just good luck. Is it that difficult? Zhang, the school beauty, dumped you the day before yesterday. If you let the Zhang family know that you are using her as a shield and trying to smear her innocence, the Zhang family will not let you go. Su Qi smiled and didn't bother to explain. Zhang Shaoxing was like a puppy, looking at Fang Qingyu with a smile on his face and said, "Classmate Qingyu, in Shijiang Shaoxing, there is a hidden professional dragon blood warrior, second in the city. I wonder if I would be lucky enough to take you through the dungeon together? Of course I can't pass the Abyss level difficulty, but it's still easy to take you through hell." Fang Qingyu frowned, as if she smelled a familiar feeling. When those suitors faced her, they all looked like Zhang Shaoxing in front of her. Like a dog that only wants to please people. It seems her evil reputation hasn't spread far enough. There are actually people who dare to pursue her. Dare to disturb her from becoming stronger. Fang Qingyu sighed secretly and cast her cold eyes on Zhang Shaoxing. Zhang Shaoxing stood upright with an expression that he thought he was handsome. He looked at Fang Qingyu's exquisite face. But no matter how hard Zhang Shaoxing tried his best to restrain himself and look like a gentleman, his eyes could not help but glance down. Fang Qingyu snorted coldly and said, "Second place in Deking City? 175 points in the trial tower, second to last in all hidden professions, eighth to last among freshmen in Tian's mansion." Because of Su Qi, only 2 of the Deking City students entered the second level this time, and both of them were seriously injured. As a result, the 2nd to 10th places in Deking City took the 8th to 1st place among freshmen, which were the lowest scores ever admitted to Tian's mansion. Zhang Shaoxing was mercilessly untied and stood there in embarrassment for a while. The people around him, except Deking City, also laughed without concealment. Zhang Shaoxing glared at Su Qi bitterly. He felt that Fang Qingyu deliberately embarrassed him because of him. "You little brat with a score of 175, you should practice more." Su Qi chuckled and walked towards the playground prescribed by Tian's mansion. Chapter 11. Just practice cooking more? What an ironic statement. Especially the person who satirized him was still his mortal enemy, and he was still a small magician. Zhang Shaoxing was almost furious and almost couldn't help but attack Su Qi in Tian's mansion, but fortunately he suppressed his emotions in the end. "Su Qi, just wait for me. Whichever difficulty you enter later, I will enter that difficulty." Zhang Shaoxing gritted his teeth. The same dungeon has different difficulties in different spaces. It is said that only the Abyss difficulty is the real dungeon, and the other difficulties are just projections of the real dungeon. Therefore, except for the abyss difficulty, no matter how many people pass through other difficulties, the monsters in the dungeon will still appear. If a team enters the instance, everyone will be teleported to the same place, but if there is no team, people will be teleported randomly. Zhang Shaoxing is now ready to try his luck and see if he can be lucky enough to meet Su Qi in the dungeon. Of course, except for the abyss difficulty. Only a maximum of 5 people can enter. Once the number of people reaches the limit, the entrance will be automatically blocked. Su Qi went to the playground to gather after breakfast. In the entire Qingyang province, more than 100 geniuses selected in a quarter have all gathered here. Su Qi stood in the crowd, surrounded by many female classmates, who couldn't help but cast curious and shy glances. The person who led them was a middle-aged woman with some silver threads in her hair. She was wearing brown clothes and looked meticulous. It's already 9 o'clock, but those who haven't arrived yet can go through the withdrawal procedures on their own. The middle-aged woman had an expressionless face. The crowd that was originally talking about each other fell silent immediately. Tian's mansion has never been short of geniuses, and if they can't even report on time, there is no need to stay. The middle-aged woman said, "Dear classmates, I, Sun Jing'ai, a level 73 rare profession, weapons master, will be your teacher to guide you in battle from now on. I won't talk nonsense today. Your task for the next week is to raise your level by 5 levels. Everyone, please record your current levels. We will make an initial ranking and see who has improved the most in a week. Tian's mansion will improve the ranking according to the level and give certain resources to the top 30. After Sun Jing'ai finished speaking, she raised her hand and took out a stone ranking list from the space ring. Touch it to leave your name and rank. Under Sun Jing'ai's arrangement, the students came forward one by one to contact the ranking list. However, after entering the information, the ranking list did not directly display the level ranking. Because it will only show the level you have improved after entering the information, and does not show your current level, naturally there is no way to talk about ranking. After the last one was entered, Sun Jing'ai put away the ranking list and motioned for everyone to follow her. Everyone followed quietly. Then they were taken to a secret room, and what they saw was a broken space and a vortex-like passage in it. This is an exploration dungeon arranged by Tian's mansion for you. Only those below level 10 are allowed to enter. Everyone can get a life-saving jade talisman from me before entering. You can choose the difficulty and teammates by yourself. Many people were surprised. Tian's mansion arranged a dungeon exploration for them, which was told along with the admission notice, but they never expected to receive the life-saving jade amulet. Life-saving jade talisman. The products in the dungeon can be crushed and transported away from the dungeon at any time. It can be said to be the second life when entering the dungeon. After all, there is no life-saving jade charm that wants to come out. There is only one way left. Kill the bosses of this difficulty and pass the level. In addition, the explosion rate of life-preserving jade talismans is not high, so the price of life-preserving jade talismans is extremely high, 500,000 Huxia coins each. Only kids from rich families can afford it. But there is only one student in Tian's mansion. Dear students, the life-saving jade talisman is not omnipotent. In the dungeon, everything is mainly about life-saving. Sun Jing'ai walked aside directly. You form your own team first. As he finished speaking, many people had already asked each other about each other's occupations, levels, and points in the trial tower. People who knew Fang Qingyu's true strength also fawned over him one after another. Sister, take me with you, okay? A Lolita who was less than 1.5 meters tall took Fang Qingyu's hand and acted like a child. But who can perform the awakening ceremony but is not over 18 years old? The little Lolita in front of me is just short in stature and looks a bit childish. She is a legitimate Lolita. The coquettish behavior at this moment is extremely cute. Pay attention to the cute and fierce heart. Fang Qingye was unmoved. Su Qi didn't ask anything. Because his message is already known. The number one magician in the province, with a ridiculously high 500 points, was dismissed by Tian's mansion. There is a problem with the trial tower in Dakan City. Zhang Shaoxing sarcastically said, "Young Master Su, didn't you just reject King Yu's invitation to form a team and plan to go to the abyss alone? Why don't you go now? Aren't you cowardly?" Everyone present was stunned for a moment, and all their eyes fell on Su Qi, showing an attitude of watching a good show. The abyss difficulty is a difficulty where even the life-preserving jade talisman cannot guarantee survival. The mortality rate after entering is extremely high. Su Qi joked and said with a smile, "I just heard you say that you will follow me in whatever difficulty I enter?" "Right." Zhang Shaoxing was stunned. At this moment, he just felt that he was riding a tiger and it was difficult to get off. However, he did not believe that Su Qi dared to choose the abyss difficulty with extremely high mortality rate. "As long as you dare to enter the abyss, I will dare to enter." Zhang Shaoxing held his head high and was as proud as a peacock. Su Qi shook his head slightly and said, "It's just too boring to go in. I heard that your family is quite rich. How about we bet on 1 cubic meter of magic crystal?" Su Qi directly took out all the magic crystals Zhang Yue gave him and piled them at his feet. A strong and extremely strong magic power immediately spread to the surroundings. Everyone present could even see that the experience bar on his attribute panel was slowly rising. Everyone around was stunned. 1 cubic meter of magic crystal? Worth 10 million Huoxia coins. Zhang Shaoxing was stunned. He didn't expect that Su Qi would actually make a bet with him, and the bet was a big one. 10 million Huoxia coins. Even if Zhang Shaoxing's family is rich, taking out so much working capital at once will hurt his vitality. But when he came back to his senses, Zhang Shaoxing immediately felt that Su Qi was trying to scare him off, betting that he would not dare to follow because of too much psychological pressure. Zhang Shaoxing laughed as if he had seen through everything. "Do you think you can scare me away? Innocent, I just accepted the breakup fee given to you by the school beauty Zhang." Zhang Shaoxing took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Dad, make money. I want 10 million Huoxia coins. There is a big project here. I am competing with a magician to see who can last longer in the Abyss Dungeon. 100% guaranteed to win." Chapter 12. Sun Jing'ai looked at everything in front of her in silence. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. We are all adults and have to pay the price for our choices. Anyway, the palace master suddenly issued a plan to explore a new copy. He also prepared safety measures for all newcomers. If they wanted to choose high difficulty dungeons to commit suicide, he would let them do it. Not long after, with Zhang Shaoxing's various assurances, his father directly transferred the money, a full 10 million Huoxia yuan. "Teacher, please be the referee." Zhang Shaoxing found Sun Jing'ai. Sun Jing'ai frowned and said, "Okay, but I still have to remind you that you must get out as soon as you encounter danger. If you hesitate for a second for money, you may give up victory, because only the living can enjoy the taste of victory." Su Qi and Zhang Shaoxing did not form a team. After taking the life-saving jade talisman from Sun Jing'ai, they walked towards the entrance of the copy together. "Brother Zhang, how about we form a team? This way we can end up in the same place, there's no luck involved, and it's fairer." Su Qi suddenly said. Zhang Shaoxing said contemptuously, "It took you so long to realize your mistake? But it's too late now. Now either we go into the Abyss Dungeon together, or we admit defeat and lose half of it. You lost the magic crystal breakup fee that Zhang Xiahua left for you, but at least you saved your life, didn't you?" Zhang Shaoxing was actually very cowardly at this moment. After all, that was an Abyss Dungeon, and he was only level 6. If he wasn't careful, he might die on the spot, without even a chance to use the life-saving jade talisman. But we lost the battle. I am a coward inside, but I cannot show that I am a coward. Zhang Shaoxing imagined that the other party must be more cowardly than him. Su Qi secretly sighed. He was still a little disappointed that he didn't have the chance to kill Zhang Shaoxing as soon as he landed. Without any further hesitation, he went straight to the entrance of the copy. A line of information appeared in front of Su Qi along with the attribute panel. The fall of the fire spirit. Booze, the angry remnant soul of the fire spirit. Restriction, only those below 10 can enter. Please select difficulty. Normal, advanced, difficult, nightmare, hell, abyss. Su Qi opened the abyss difficulty without hesitation, and the originally blue space crack instantly turned into dark purple. It seems like there is still a flame burning. Su Qi walked in without any hesitation and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. The people around were stunned. They all wanted to watch the show and see Su Qi embarrass himself. So he actually went straight in? So decisive and efficient, as if he was not afraid of death. Even Fang Qingyu's brain froze for a moment, and she didn't even think about how Su Qi dared to do that. Is face more important than life? Various thoughts flashed through Fang Qingyu's mind, and finally the most unlikely possibility emerged in her mind. Could it be that he got over 500 points not because of a problem with the trial tower, but entirely because of his own ability? Fang Qingyu thought about it for a moment and felt ridiculous. There is no profession in the world that can get 300 points, let alone the outrageous 500 points. No one can believe it is true. As Su Qi entered the dungeon, everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Shaoxing. Now with the opening of the Abyss dungeon, the difficulty can no longer be adjusted at will. We can only wait for everyone inside to die or come out. Of course, if you are anxious, you can choose to accompany Su Qi to explore the Abyss dungeon. The limit is 5. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Shaoxing gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe Su Qi can come out alive. I won't go in today. If Su Qi can come back alive, he will win. What the hell? Everyone around was stunned. Can you still play like this? They all understood Zhang Shaoxing's thoughts in an instant. As long as Su Qi died in the Abyss copy, even if Zhang Shaoxing did not stay in the copy for a second, he would be the winner. Because only by living can you enjoy victory. What's the point of losing face now? How is life important? Why take the risk to enter the Abyss dungeon for the sake of face? As for Su Qi, if he came out immediately, he would win directly now, but he didn't know that Zhang Shaoxing didn't go in at all. I guess I will choose to stay there until life or death. But Zhang Shaoxing's younger brother on the side cheered, the boss is so powerful, he can play with Su Qi in the palm of his hand. Su Qi is really young and wise. The boss just said a few words and let him enter the Abyss dungeon to die. When Zhang Shaoxing heard this, he laughed without caring about the looks around him. Why are you looking at me? Why are you laughing? Fang Qingyu's face was very cold. Zhang Shaoxing was extremely proud and held his head high, smiling triumphantly and said, I laugh at Su Qi's lack of ambition, I laugh at his lack of intelligence, and I call it crushing intelligence. He made a bet with me just to save face, and ended up taking risks in the Abyss dungeon. He is a complete idiot. Everyone is only level 5 or 6. What is the difference between entering a level 10 Abyss difficulty dungeon alone and dying? Fang Qingyu was so angry that she had never seen such a despicable person, who could actually describe his villainous behavior as just and aboveboard. Ever since she was little, what she has disliked the most is villains. Especially those who do villainous things and show off everywhere. Fang Qingyu didn't hesitate at all, and directly activated the hidden profession, the Mechanic's Skill 1. Mechanical Recasting, it consumes 50 mana to transform metal into anything you recognize. As the skill was activated, Fang Qingyu also took out the extraordinary metal materials stored in the space ring. In an instant, the metal turned into liquid and enveloped Fang Qingyu, then formed a set of extremely sci-fi steel mecha, tightly covering the girl's body. The mecha is 3 meters tall, is entirely silver white, and is embellished with various other colors, giving it a dramatic aesthetic. Everyone looked a little confused and didn't understand why Fang Qingyu wasted his mana in vain. However, there were also men whose eyes lit up when they looked at the mecha, even brighter than when they looked at Fang Qingyu himself. Every time everyone was given time to react, a burst of flames suddenly shot out from behind the mecha. Fang Qingyu turned into a stream of light and punched Zhang Shaoxing suddenly. Just do whatever you want. Anyone who dares to make her sick will be beaten. Fang Qingyu has always been like this. Zhang Shaoxing's behavior just now disgusted her, and his words after that made her want to vomit. Mechanical Iron Fist. Along with the sonic boom, it hit Zhang Shaoxing's face. Boom! In a hurry, Zhang Shaoxing could only raise his arms and activate the dragon blood in his body to resist. But just as the dragon scales grew from his arms, the mechanical iron fists hit his hands, sending Zhang Shaoxing flying away. The wall was dented by half a meter, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. He staggered and tried to get up, but sat down again. One blow severely damaged the hidden professional dragon blood warrior. Fang Qingyu's combat power can only be described as terrifying. But she still had no intention of stopping, but just as the girl was about to punch, another flesh and blood palm had already blocked the mecha's mechanical iron fist. So that it can't play even a single cent. Classmate Fang Qingyu, Tian's mansion prohibits students from killing each other. If you dare to do it, your father will not be able to protect you. Sun Jing'ai looked at him calmly, as if he was warning or persuading. Fang Qingyu was silent for a moment and then retracted her hand and said, "Give me the life-saving jade charm. I want to go in and tell Su Qi about Zhang Shaoxing's trick on him. Equality of information is fair." Sun Jing'ai was silent for a moment, and then took out a life-saving jade talisman and said, "Be careful, come out quickly if you don't meet him." Fang Qingyu nodded lightly. The legal loli just now also said quickly, "Take me with you, let's form a team, my wet nurse can provide you with battery life." Sun Jing'ai also gave her a life-saving jade charm. Fang Qingyu glanced at the little loli and led her directly into the abyss copy in an instant. One more person will help, especially the nanny, which can greatly improve Fang Qingyu's survivability. And the nanny who can enter Tian's mansion cannot be a priest in the ordinary profession. Chapter 13. Copy. The Death of the Fire Spirit. Abyss Difficulty. After entering here, it seems as if we have truly stepped into the abyss, with the purple sun hanging high in the sky. Deep purple flames seemed to be burning in the sky, and the whole world seemed to be wrapped in deep purple flames, giving people a terrifying sense of oppression. Lava Monster, LV10. Special, high resistance to fire attributes. Skills, Magma Cannon, Flame Fist, Hellfire. Fang Qingyu and her little loli were hiding in the corner, their expressions so solemn that they couldn't help but sigh in secret. The abyss difficulty is indeed the abyss difficulty. Any monster is the upper limit of the dungeon level. Although Fang Qingyu at level 6 can defeat it, she doesn't dare to go head to head with it. Worry about attracting more monsters. "What is your occupation?" Fang Qingyu asked. The little loli introduced herself, "Sister, my name is Dongfang Xiao Xiao. You can just call me Xiao Xiao. I am a spell master by profession. Aren't you a wet nurse?" Fang Qingyu felt that she had been cheated. Dongfang Xiao Xiao playfully stuck out her pink tongue and said, "In terms of appearance, I think you are the nanny, sister." Fang Qingyu was a little angry and was considering whether to beat Dongfang Xiao Xiao. As if aware of the danger, Leli Loli quickly said, "Sister, I was joking just now. In fact, I can draw healing charms, so isn't it a wet nurse?" Dongfang Xiao Xiao said, taking out 10 pieces of yellow paper with cinnabar as ink from the space ring and handing them to Fang Qingyu. These 3 are healing talismans, 3 are mana talismans, 3 are wind talismans, and the last one is the thunder talisman. Sister, you have to save the use of the thunder talisman. I will consume a tube of mana once I draw it. Little Loli warned. Fang Qingyu nodded. Okay, you can go out now. Dongfang Xiao was stunned for a moment, rolling with tears, looking at Fang Qingyu pitifully. Sister, are you going to burn the bridge across the river? Fang Qingyu said, in the abyss copy, I can't guarantee your safety, and I can't even guarantee the safety of my own life. After this incident is over, how about I take you to level up on other difficulties? Dongfang Xiao curled her lips. I can guarantee my own safety. Do you see what's inside my clothes? Defense talismans. Each one can withstand an attack from a level 10 monster. Fang Qingyu's eyes lit up, she lifted Dongfang Xiaoxio's body up, and began to shake it from side to side, and pieces of defense talismans fell from her clothes. There are as many as 10. I bought all these defensive talismans, and I will give you 3 times the price when I go out. Fang Qingyu saw that she couldn't shake them out, so she put the little loli on the ground and picked up the defensive talismans. The Talisman Master's talisman paper is very useful, but if you buy it online, it will become useless once you enter the dungeon. Because in the dungeon, you can only bring extraordinary items generated by your own profession. You didn't draw the talisman paper, it's just a piece of waste paper after you bring it in. However, as Dongfang Xiao is a spell master, the talisman paper she brought in and drawn by herself has no problems and will not become invalid due to the transfer of ownership rights. At least not until a new copy is entered. Dongfang Xiao? I wouldn't take you to rob like this during a robbery. She just wants to practice and level up. Is it that difficult? Dongfang Xiao, who had lost 50% of the talisman, was about to cry without tears. She could only stare at Fang Qingyu fiercely and cutely, and finally crushed the life-saving jade talisman helplessly. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the copy. Fang Qingyu also walked out of the mecha, imitating Dongfang Xiao, and put the defensive talisman into her clothes so that it could be triggered at any time. Spell Master is indeed a hidden profession. It combines assistance, survival, battery life, and output. It's so useful. Fang Qingyu couldn't help but secretly sigh. Inside Tian's mansion, the students were shocked when Dongfang Xiao came out not long after they entered. Is the Abyss difficulty dungeon so terrifying? The strength that Fang Qingyu showed just now is obvious to all, but even she couldn't save her wet nurse after only entering for about a minute. Dongfang Xiao had no choice but to crush the life-saving jade talisman, which completely refreshed everyone's understanding of the Abyss difficulty dungeon. After treatment by other wet nurses, she has almost recovered. Zhang Shaoxing sneered, I thought Fang Qingyu was so awesome, but it turned out that even the wet nurse couldn't save her. Dongfang Xiao ignored everyone and sat on the ground, silent, like a little girl who had just lost her love and was deeply hurt. Zhang Shaoxing looked at Sun Jingyi and said, Teacher, I think Su Qi is too dead to die anymore. It's time to give me the bet. Sun Jingyi frowned. In fact, she was also dissatisfied with Zhang Shaoxing. For such a villain, even if he grows up in the future, he will probably be mercenary. It's a waste of Daxia's resources. If it weren't for the rules and the identity of the teacher, Sun Jingyi Gang wouldn't have stopped him if he didn't want Zhang Shaoxing to replace Fang Qingyu. The result has not been determined yet. Everything has to wait until the copy is restored to its original state and everyone inside is confirmed to be dead or out. Sun Jingyi said calmly. Zhang Shaoxing lightly hummed and didn't care. He believed that if Fang Qingyu hadn't entered, the copy would have been restored to its original state. Among the copies, Su Qi was strolling around like a leisurely stroll, surrounded by dozens of lava monsters and flaming lizards. They are all at least level 10 monsters. There are also many level 11 and 12 monsters among them. Every time a character reaches level 10, he will reach a watershed. If he is level 1 to 9, he can only learn and release level 1 skills. Level 10 to 19. You can learn and release second level skills. Not to mention the 8th level ordinary profession, even the 10th level hidden profession would be sweating when faced with such a situation alone. Su Qi waved the staff in his hand, and waves of cold mist spread around, covering 100 meters in an instant. Freezing technique. Released dozens of times in an instant. However, in a copy with such a strong fire element, the power of freezing technique is greatly reduced, and the freezing time is also greatly reduced. Even because the opponent is full of fire element monsters, the power and time of freezing technique will still be greatly reduced. If a normal magician releases the freezing technique, there is a high probability that he will not be able to freeze for even half a second, and of course the same is true for Su Qi. But what if I release dozens or hundreds of times in an instant? What about releasing ice sealing technique hundreds or thousands of times in 1 second? A large amount of cold air enveloped an area of hundreds of meters in radius, and many lava monsters fired magma cannons and headed straight for Su Qi. The blazing fire twisted the air. A large number of flame lizards spit out blazing flames. Fire is supposed to overcome ice. But when magma cannon fire breath came into contact with the ice mist, bursts of white mist erupted, and all the flames dissipated invisible. The biting cold air enveloped many lava monsters and flame lizards. Their movements became stiff, and layers of ice crystals emerged on their bodies. Strong fire-attributed energy erupts from their bodies, and if they want to break through the ice sealing technique of ordinary magicians will be directly broken at this moment. But now, as the cold fog washes away, the ice crystals on many monsters are getting thicker and thicker, turning from the original thin ice crystals into hard ice cubes. The surrounding ground was also covered with a layer of solid ice. In the end, all monsters within a radius of several hundred meters were frozen and turned into lifelike ice sculptures. No matter how the fire energy in their bodies impacts, it cannot shake the ice on their bodies. Even the fire energy that sustains their lives in many monsters becomes weaker and weaker as it is completely frozen. Kill the lava monster, experience plus 100. Kill the flame lizard, experience plus 100. As a large number of monsters were frozen to death and turned into ice sculptures to stand here forever, Su Qi level was directly raised to level 9. Level successfully upgraded to level 9. Get 10 free attribute points. Health volume and mana volume increased by 100 points. Physical attack power and magic attack increased by 1 point. As expected of an abyss dungeon, leveling up is fast. Su Qi received a familiar reminder and directly added all attribute points to spell attacks. Magic attack power, 69 * 150% equals 103.5. With the addition of 10 points of free attributes, Su Qi's spell attack power skyrocketed to 118.5. He needed balanced development before. But with the golden entry demon body, it can only be said that it is not necessary at all. Anyway, as long as the spell is released, the defense, speed, and physical attack will slowly increase. Su Qi is about to leave and continue leveling. But at this moment, he felt the ice beneath his feet melting rapidly, as if he was standing on the crater of a volcano that was about to erupt. Second level skill, Hellfire. Su Qi burst out with the speed of an assassin and ran hundreds of meters away in 1 second. A pillar of blazing fire immediately spewed out from where he had just stood. At the same time, there was a huge thing over 5 meters high, emerging from the hole after the fire pillar erupted, staring at Su Qi with red eyes. Elite Monster. Lava Fire Demon, Leave 15. Chapter 14. The body of the lava fire demon protruded from the magma. The ice within a radius of tens of meters was rapidly melting, and the surrounding ground also began to melt rapidly and turned into magma. Roar. The angry roar was deafening, ripples appeared in the air within a 3-meter radius, and the surrounding lava monsters and flame lizards that had just been frozen all thawed. However, they have completely lost their voice. At the same time, there are countless lava monsters gathering here in the surrounding magma, and even the flame lizards on the shore are responding to his call. What do you call this dog? Su Qi waved his hand, and the biting cold air spread continuously to the surroundings. However, compared with the last time, Su Qi never stopped casting spells at all, casting ice spell hundreds of times in 1 second and thousands of times in 10 seconds. Millions of mana were consumed in an instant. No matter how strong and resistant the lava fire demon is, he can only watch the magma under his feet being frozen. He watched as thicker and thicker layers of ice appeared on his body, and watched as the power in his body grew stronger and stronger, until he was finally completely frozen into an ice sculpture. Successfully kill the elite monster lava fire demon, experience plus 600. Successfully kill the lava monster, experience plus 100. Su Qi was massacring as always, no different from the novice copy and the trial tower. But Fang Qingyu on the other side encountered difficulties. She had seen a flame lizard alone before, and originally planned to kill it with a sneak attack and gain a lot of experience. However, as expected, Fang Qingyu nailed the flame lizard's head to the ground with a sneak attack. But she didn't expect that there was a nest of flame lizards nearby, and the news of the killing immediately attracted more than a dozen flame lizards to attack. Fortunately, Fang Qingyu's mecha can fly. There is no big problem for now. But Fang Qingyu was in mid-air, and her target was too obvious. After a while, densely packed monsters were attracted to her. Everything was piled up under Fang Qingyu. In that direction she flew, the monsters would follow her. Such a big movement also directly attracted monsters from further away, leaving Fang Qingyu with no place to start. Fortunately, the mecha relies on magic crystals to drive it. As long as there are no monsters that can fly, there is nothing they can do against me. But just as Cao has arrived, Fang Qingyu was hesitating whether to take out the magic crystal turret first and let the monsters below enjoy the baptism of artillery fire. Birds whose bodies were all red and burning with purple flames suddenly flew down from the purple sun high in the sky. Purple flame bird, leave 10. Has extremely high flame resistance. Skills: Air Flame Blade, Flame Impact, Purple Flame Vortex. Fang Qingyu's face condensed slightly, and without any hesitation, she turned around and started running away in the mecha. Fang Qingyu is being hunted. After killing the lava fire demon, Su Qi also slaughtered all the surrounding mobs that dared to come to help, and his level increased again. Level successfully increased to level 10. Get 20 free attribute points. Health volume and mana volume increased by 200 points. Physical attack and spell attack increased by 2 points. So key spell attack power directly increased to 151.5. Please select your second level skill. Firestorm, consumes 700 mana to create a flame vortex, which will drag the enemy into it and make it difficult to escape, and continue to cause damage. Sword of Zhengjin, it consumes 500 mana to create an illusory sword with metallic elements and launch it. It has extremely high penetrating ability. Ice Explosion, no consumption, you can control the ice explosion created by your mana. The power of the explosion depends on the mana you consume when making the ice. Sandstorm, consumes 700 mana to create a small sandstorm with extremely strong traction and vision obstructing capabilities. Seed Bomb, it consumes 500 mana to create a dust-sized seed bomb. When the opponent inhales it into the body through breathing, it will absorb the mana in his body to grow, and explode with your control. The more mana absorbed, the more powerful the explosion will be. Fear. Suzy fell into thought. Ice Explosion. Seed Bomb. The other three Su Qi took a look and chose to give up without hesitation, but the last two made him a little embarrassed. Ice Explosion combined with Ice Sealing can deal a large amount of burst damage in a short period of time without worrying about the opponent breaking through the ice seal. Seed Bomb is the old 6 skill among the old 6. Once inhaled, it can be said to be a sure kill skill. Anyway, no one should be able to resist it in the early stage. However, it is unlikely to have a big effect in the later stage. Mage-type professions can easily detect abnormalities. Even if a skill worth 500 mana enters a warrior's body later, it won't cause much damage. Let's take a look at the golden entry first. Suchi felt that he should choose a skill that best matched the golden entry. With the properties panel opened. Golden entry, World Destroyer. Effect: when releasing a skill, you can increase the coverage of the skill by consuming additional mana. Suchi was shocked. The destroyer is truly terrifying. It is equivalent to giving him all the skills with unlimited growth attributes, as long as you can afford the consumption of mana. For others, the usefulness is only average. Although it can increase the range of skill coverage, it cannot afford the consumption of mana. But for Suchi, who has another golden entry, the source of all laws, it is tantamount to a heaven-defying enhancement. Then choose the damn seed bomb. What is the use of this thing to increase coverage? Suchi chose Ice Explosion without hesitation. This is a skill that requires no consumption and no proficiency. It can be used as long as you hold it, and it can be detonated in seconds. The icy cold mist emerged next to Suchi again, covering an area of several thousand meters in an instant. Before many monsters could react, ice began to form on their bodies. It's a pity that even with the blessing of World Destroyer, freezing technique cannot consume mana infinitely like fireball technique, with a maximum of 1 tube at a time. The increase in total mana is still useful to me. Suchi had actually been very depressed before. The total mana added every time he upgraded was completely useless to him. But it's different now. The upper limit of each of Suchi's powerful skills is his total mana, which is also the upper limit of the mana he can output at one time. The previous freezing technique only cost 200 mana points, and the more mana it consumed, the stronger the power it could unleash. In the later stage, the low-level skills in the early stage are basically useless and can only be used as tentative attacks. Now that he has the golden entry World Destroyer, Suchi has a freezing technique, which consumes the total mana 1200 * 200% equals 2400, 2400 points. The range that can be covered is more than 10 times that of before. Burst. Suchi gave a low drink. Ice Explosion technique was suddenly activated, and the mana contained in the ice within several kilometers was completely stimulated, and everything exploded in an instant. Boom! The whole world seemed to be shaking slightly. Violent energy fluctuations directly killed all monsters within a few kilometers. As the cold air completely dissipated, the devastated land came into view again. Except for the 5-meter radius of Suchi, the rest of the area was directly sunken by 2 or 3 meters, as if several layers of skin had been scraped off. Such a big movement immediately attracted Fang Qingyu, who was running for his life in the sky. She couldn't help but cast her eyes to see what was going on there. Chapter 15. What is that? Fang Qingyu was startled by the explosion just now. At this moment, I cast my gaze and found that apart from the ruins, there were no other clues at all. Such a huge coverage area is already close to the Forbidden Curse level, but there are no major problems in the surrounding peaks. Fang Qingyu was puzzled. However, she was not given a chance to think too much. A large number of purple flame birds were already chasing her behind her, and Fang Qingyu did not dare to go to the place where the explosion had just occurred. Worry about the big terror over there. Half an hour later. In Tian's mansion. The people waiting outside were also stunned. They originally thought that Dongfang Xiaoxiao was sent out so quickly, and Fang Qingyu would come out soon. But she never expected that she hadn't come out yet and was still holding on in the Abyss difficulty dungeon. Isn't Goddess Fang Qingyu going to clear the Abyss difficulty directly? Single pass to the Abyss difficulty? Stop joking, do you know how many level 10 monsters there are? According to the information I have read before, in the Abyss difficulty dungeon, the lowest level of the monsters inside is higher than the highest level that can be entered. Not to mention there are a large number of elite monsters above level 15, and even level 19 boosters in the core area. Is the Abyss copy so scary? What else needs to be said? Do you know how the Abyss dungeons were cleared in the past? It all depends on the number of times and human lives. After the monsters in the Abyss dungeon are killed, they will not be resurrected. If you kill one, you will lose one. Each Abyss dungeon needs to be challenged countless times. First kill all the mobs and elite monsters, and finally send the most suitable 5-person team into the siege booths. Is it so difficult? Goddess Fang Qingyu is indeed my goddess. She is such a god. She can persist in the Abyss dungeon alone for so long. Zhang Shaoxing also smiled. Student Fang Qingyu is indeed very powerful, enough to be called the number 1 freshman, but that fool who was fooled by me has already turned into fertilizer, right? Zhang Shaoxing was unwilling and angry to be knocked down by Fang Qingyu with one move. However, wasn't it normal for her to elevate her status and be knocked down by Fang Qingyu with one move? After all, Fang Qingyu is the number 1 freshman. Naturally, no one is his opponent. Many people around him agreed with Zhang Shaoxing's point of view. Although his behavior was petty, he did trick Su Qi into dying, and he had no responsibility whatsoever. However, before they could continue chatting, Fang Qingyu was suddenly teleported out of the passage with lingering fear. Classmate Fang Qingyu, congratulations! You must have gained a lot for being able to stay in the Abyss difficulty dungeon for so long, right? This is the first time I entered the dungeon, and it was still on the Abyss difficulty. I was able to escape without any damage. I am worthy of being the first among the freshmen. I am truly a role model for our generation. Many classmates quickly came forward to compliment him. Fang Qingyu's expression was very strange, her teeth bit her red lips, her face turned red and white for a while. A lot of gains? The first freshman, a role model for our generation? Fang Qingyu felt that the person in front of her was mocking her. In the Abyss difficulty dungeon, she only killed a few monsters before being hunted down to the point where she had no way to go to the sky and no way to the earth. Where did the harvest come from? As for the first freshman, he is a role model for our generation. It's even more nonsense. Fang Qingyu is the first freshman, who is Su Qi. Recalling the scene that just happened, Fang Qingyu was still frightened, but fortunately, she ran out in the end and did not die inside. Wait a minute. Why hasn't the dungeon channel changed back yet? Hasn't classmate Fang Qingyu already come out? Isn't Su Qi dead? As soon as these words came out, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. The people who were originally surrounding Fang Qingyu to compliment her seemed to have been suspended in time for a moment. The whole room was eerily quiet, but after coming back to their senses, they quickly turned their attention to the copy passage behind Fang Qingyu. Previously, because Fang Qingyu's mecha was too huge and almost completely blocked the dungeon passage, and because everyone thought Su Qi was dead, no one went to see the changes in the dungeon passage. At this moment, when you can really see clearly, the color of the dungeon passage is still deep purple, as if there is a flame burning, and it looks like it is leading to an endless abyss. Everyone was stunned in place. Zhang Shaoxing's brain shut down on the spot, and he stood dumbly on the spot, as if he had turned into a wooden man, with only 5 words constantly echoing in his mind. Susie is not dead. Susie is not dead. Susie is not dead yet. Even Sun Jing'ai couldn't sit still at this moment. She teleported and came to the dungeon passage, staring blankly at the unchanged passage. Susie is really not dead. Fang Qingyu was forced to come out. However, Susie is still inside intact. He is stronger than Fang Qingyu. Could it be that the score of more than 500 points in the trial tower was not due to a bug, but was really achieved by Su Qi relying on his own strength? Su Qi name. No one in the entire Tian's mansion knew about it, but no one thought that he could really score more than 500 points by relying on his own strength. They all felt that they just happened to encounter the trial tower bug and it was all down to luck. But the situation at this moment seemed to tell Sun Jing'ai, "Where's the luck? It's all about strength." At this moment, Sun Jing'ai's shock was no weaker than Zhang Shaoxing's, and even a little stronger than him. After all, others don't know Fang Qingyu's identity, the resources she enjoys, and her true strength. How could Sun Jing'ai not know this? It can be said that Fang Qingyu was trained to form a team with other geniuses to attack the final boss of the Abyss difficulty and prevent the dungeon from coming. A key figure in conquering the Abyss dungeon in the future. The result is that all single players enter the dungeon. Suzy went in first for nearly a minute. Fang Qingyu came out. Suzy was still holding on inside. This is simply outrageous. Why would you open the door to outrageous people? Outrageous. Zhang Shaoxing recovered from the shock and said in a strange tone, "What's the point of holding on for a long time? Perhaps I dug a kennel after I went in, and then hid in it without moving, without being discovered by the monster, so I persisted until now." He really has the ability to clear the Abyss dungeon alone. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Although they understood that Zhang Shaoxing was jealous, they couldn't help but feel that what he said was somewhat reasonable. Maybe they would immediately dig a dog hole and hide in it. If they were lucky enough not to be discovered by monsters, they could really stay in the Abyss dungeon for a long time. As for the single pass Abyss difficulty copy, both Sun Jing'ai and the other students took this as a fart. In the entire history of Blue Star, there has never been a single pass through the Abyss difficulty dungeon. If Su Qi can do it, they eat it on the spot. After listening to Zhang Shaoxing's words, Fang Qingyu wanted to go up and slap him twice because it was too irritating. Is this kind of person allowed to celebrate the new year without being beaten? But when Zhang Shaoxing's last words came out, Fang Qingyu's expression gradually became weird. Because Su Qi seems to be really going to clear the Abyss dungeon alone. Classmate Fang Qingyu, can you tell me what you saw in the Abyss copy? I will record the map and monsters in this book. Tian's mansion will also provide reasonable and compliant rewards and resource allocations based on the value of the information you provide. Sun Jing'ai asked. The dungeon in front of me is a low-level dungeon that has just appeared, and few people have been sent to enter the Abyss difficulty, so I know nothing about it now. As for the rewards that follow, they are all normal procedures, and they are all told to the students behind them. Fang Qingyu was silent, she was hesitating whether to tell everything she just saw. Because just say it. Su Qi will definitely become a genius surpassing Zhang Yue. It will definitely be snatched away by the Tian's mansion. Just like Zhang Yue was snatched away, there is no room for negotiation. Moreover, there are many people in front of us, and if the news about Su Qi is leaked to the enemy, the consequences will be disastrous. Anyway, whether it is a small country or a beautiful country, they will kill Su Qi at all costs. Chapter 16. Half an hour ago. In copy. Fang Qingyu did not dare to go to the abnormal area. She was still running away frantically, and wanted to see if she could meet Su Qi. Tell Zhang Shaoxing truthfully what happened to him. Su Qi also walked directly towards the center of the dungeon after experiencing the power of freeze technique plus ice explosion technique plus source of all laws plus world destroyer. Su Qi didn't stop along the way, and kept releasing ice sealing technique and ice explosion technique, wiping out all the monsters along the way. Whether it is an ordinary level 10 monster or an elite level 15 or above monster, when it comes close to Su Qi within a radius of 5 kilometers, it will be frozen instantly. Then explode. Then it freezes again. Exploded again. This cycle repeats until the end of life. Once within range, there is no possibility of escape. The experience gained from plowing is too low. Those monsters really can run faster than rabbits. It seems that the only way is to use the method in the trial tower and change places. Su Qi walked away at a speed faster than the assassin. Fang Qingyu in the distant sky was still running away, not daring to look back, but she was still attracted by the big noise Su Qi made. But when she saw the horizon in the distance, frozen for thousands of meters, then exploded in an instant, frozen again, and exploded again, Fang Qingyu felt bad all over. What are the things in this copy? Freeze technique, ice explosion technique. Fang Qingyu has heard and seen them all, in order to be prepared for the skills of various professions. But with such an outrageous ice range and explosion range, Fang Qingyu could not imagine the connection between the two. Such a large-scale attack can only be accomplished by forbidden spells. However, the destructive power is far inferior to that of forbidden spells. It only takes away a layer of ground. But for Fang Qingyu now, there is only a dead end left, and there is no possibility of struggle. Is this the abyss difficulty? No matter how many hidden professions are below level 10, you will definitely die if you enter that area. Can any team really pass the level before the dungeon arrives? First there were swarms of level 10 monsters, then purple flame birds flying in the sky, and now there was an explosion like plowing in the distance. Fang Qingyu couldn't help but ask her soul, but she got the answer in an instant. Not possible. No team below level 10 can pass the abyss dungeon in front of us, not even all the extraordinary professions below level 10 in the world can come together. Once you enter that area, you will only die. No matter how many people came, they all turned into ice sculptures, then exploded with a bang and disappeared from the world forever. Only a strong person far above level 10 can handle it. We can only wait for the copy to come to the world. Fang Qingyu thought silently, and she recorded the location at the same time to determine the location of the boss. As for why the angry remnant soul of the fire elf was within the range covered by the ice attribute, Fang Qingyu didn't know. But there is one thing Fang Qingyu is sure of. The movement in that area must have been caused by the dungeon boost. If it was just an elite monster, it could only be described as a dungeon that no one could pass. After all, no one can beat the elite monsters. Not to mention the final boosts. As for the people who entered the copy? Joke. Now there are only Fang Qingyu and Su Qi in the dungeon. Could it be that Su Qi caused such a big movement? Of course, it is not ruled out that during this period, other people from Tian's mansion may come in and try to break into the abyss. But who below level 10 can do it? Not even a hidden profession below level 10, even a hidden profession of level 50, cannot possibly cause such a wide range of fluctuations for such a long time and multiple times. It can only be said to be a special mechanism of booze. Or maybe it's the special environment of the abyss copy. Just when Fang Qingyu was about to look for Su Qi elsewhere and explore the terrain of the abyss dungeon, she suddenly discovered that the area was moving. Will the bosses in this area move? Fang Qingyu felt that the highest SSS rating in the low-level dungeon was not enough to describe its difficulty. In normal dungeons, bosses are generally limited to a certain area, so they may clear out elite monsters and mobs first again and again. Finally, I will try booze again. Solve the booze. But if the area where the bosses are located is constantly changing, then when cleaning up elite monsters and mobs, you may enter a boss battle anytime and anywhere. The risk factor will increase significantly. Without giving Fang Qingyu much time to think, a large area of purple flame birds behind her were already chasing her, and she ran away in a panic. But not long after running, Fang Qingyu felt that the abnormality in the distance disappeared. It seems that boss can't keep releasing the skill just now, and there is still a possibility of passing. Fang Qingyu analyzed while running quickly. However, she was not given time to think too much. Tens of thousands of meters away from the previous explosion range, another explosion exactly like the one before occurred. Fang Qingyu? Didn't you say that you have consumed too much and need to rest? Why did it change to another place after just a short while? Fortunately, there were only a few outbreaks this time, and the area returned to calm, leaving only ruins with a few layers of skin scraped off. It's not like it exploded all the time before, it doesn't stop at all. But what made Fang Qingyu secretly shocked was that Boo's moved so fast, slightly faster than her flying speed. If you fight monsters on the ground, you might suddenly die, and you still don't know how you died. Isn't Su Qi already dead? Fang Qingyu couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Although she was not happy with Su Qi's pretense. She obviously relied on bugs to obtain high scores, but she said that she relied on her own strength. But Fang Qingyu didn't want him to die either. I don't even want Zhang Shaoxing to win. Just when Fang Qingyu was hesitating whether to give up searching for Su Qi, she suddenly noticed another explosion coming from a distance. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Fang Qingyu always felt that the other party was coming in her direction, rather than just being a little closer to her. As if to confirm Fang Qingyu's conjecture, the next explosion was tens of thousands of meters closer to her. At this moment, even though Fang Qingyu was hiding in the mecha, a chill rushed from the solace of her feet to the sky, making her tremble all over and make her hair stand on end. Without any hesitation, Fang Qingyu burst out at full speed. Seeing this, Su Qi speeded up his running speed without hesitation, hoping to catch up with the mecha in the sky and clean up all the monsters that were chasing Fang Qingyu. Just imagining that he could gain so much experience, Su Qi couldn't help but be excited, and even ran a little faster. As for the monsters on the road, of course you can't let it go. They are all experiences. It can also consume mana to increase the strength of demon body, making Su Qi's physical body stronger. Which naturally includes speed, defense, and physical attack power. So a strange scene appeared in the Abyss dungeon. Fang Qingyu was running, and many monsters were chasing and running away. Su Qi chased them until they were unable to fly. "Brother, wait for me, run to me, I will protect you." Su Qi chased Fang Qingyu while cleaning up the monsters around him. The mecha girl was already in disarray at this moment. She controlled the mecha to run away frantically, but Su Qi's shout could be faintly heard in her ears. Fang Qingyu automatically ignored it and threw it all away. Now she only has one thought left. "Don't come over here." Fang Qingyu even holds the life-saving jade talisman in her hand, ready to leave the Abyss copy at any time. Chapter 17. Fang Qingyu ran away frantically, and she couldn't understand why she was being targeted by Boos for no apparent reason when she was so far away. But she was not in the mood to think so much. Fang Qingyu ran away frantically. She took many monsters with her and circled the dungeon, trying to determine whether Su Qi was dead or not. But every large-scale explosion behind her was closer than the last one. She didn't even know if it was Fang Qingyu's own illusion. She always feels that the speed of her boost has become faster. And it grows slowly over time. The damage is high, the skill range is wide, and the movement speed is fast, all of which have reached the level of mid-level dungeon boosts. Why can the dungeon only restrict entry to those below level 10? Play with me. Fang Qingyu couldn't help but curse. But suddenly, it seemed as if a certain condition had been met, or as if Su Qi had reached the target in terms of the number of monsters he killed, or as if he had entered some range. The purple sun in the sky bursts into unprecedented light. The world fell into dead silence. Even with the mecha filtering, Fang Qingyu was still blinded by the dazzling purple light. Both the monsters on the ground and the purple flame birds in the sky are now in a state of stillness. What is going on? Fang Qingyu looked at the completely motionless monsters around her, puzzled, always feeling that something big was about to happen. But the sudden explosion behind him made Fang Qingyu's scalp numb, and she was about to continue running away. However, without giving Fang Qingyu any more chance, Xiang's light quickly converged and then fell into the center of the entire copy. Boom! The magma in the entire dungeon began to boil, and countless fire pillars spewed out from the ground, just like the end of the world. The sky becomes dark after losing the sun, but the magma all over the ground can give the world light. Fang Qingyu subconsciously looked towards the direction of Xiang's fall. Unexpectedly, there was already an illusory and petite figure there. The figure is petite but slightly chubby, with the translucent gauze covering her whole body, iconic pointed ears, and a delicate staff in her slender hand. At this moment, her wine-red eyes swept across the world, filled with anger, and her long hair behind her was burning like a flame. The angry remnant soul of the fire spirit, leave 19. Skills: Meteor Fire Rain, Fire Waterfall, Earth Flame Surge, Flame Tornado, Purple Sun burning the sky. Fang Qingyu looked at the illusory figure that had just appeared, and her whole body felt bad. The illusory girl in front of her is the real boss, so what is chasing her behind her? Does this ghost copy have 2 boosts? Fang Qingyu was thinking, but the illusory elf girl raised her staff high and roared, and the whole world seemed to be responding to her call. The underground magma broke through the ground, and dense flaming meteorites kept falling, directly covering the entire dungeon. Meteor and fire shower. However, although the range of the elf girl's skills is wide, the power is very ordinary, and she has no intelligence, only anger. She had no target to attack, as if she wanted to destroy the world together, but Fang Qingyu was the first to bear the brunt of such a dense and large-scale attack. Low-level forbidden spell. Fang Qingyu determined the level of the spell at a glance. However, it seems that there is not enough mana to support it. The elf girl's forbidden spell is just superficial. She can cast it entirely by relying on her own connection with the copy space. Most of the fire elements here have been mobilized. Fortunately, the elf girl did not have a clear target to attack. Fang Qingyu saw the right opportunity, dodged left and right, and easily avoided the first wave of meteors and fire. But it's not that easy to escape on the ground. Because it will explode when it hits the ground. Countless monsters also came to their senses at this moment and hurriedly hid in underground cracks and magma to avoid meteors and fire showers. After all, they only have high fire resistance. It's not a fire escape. Little trick. Su Qi also waved the staff in his hand. It was completely different from before. There was no ice and fog covering the sky and the earth, there were just huge fireballs, rushing into the sky one after another like a meteor shower. The first level spell Fireball. Very rubbish skills. It only costs 20 points of mana. Now with the help of the Golden Entry World Destroyer, each one consumes 2800 mana, making its size 140 times larger. Boom! 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 There were explosions one after another, and all the meteors and fire showers falling from Soki's head were intercepted, and none of them hit the ground. Now that the ice fog was no longer covering her, Fang Qingyu could finally see clearly what had been chasing her just now. That's actually a person? Is he, Suzy? Fang Qingyu was stunned, and she suddenly flashed in her mind what Su Qi said to her after she asked him how he got the high score. Very simple. Find a place with a lot of monsters. Just release a large area destructive spell. Fang Qingyu felt that Su Qi was joking. Especially when Su Qi told her that she had to move to another place after a shot, Fang Qingyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Take a look at the results now. What Su Qi said was actually all true. As a low-level mage, he not only possesses large area killing skills, but can also release them multiple times, and he also has a movement speed that is faster than her flying. Is it so outrageous? Is this really a magician? Fang Qingyu was stunned, her throat seemed to be blocked by something, and she was completely speechless. Soki's performance was completely beyond her understanding. She couldn't understand why an ordinary professional magician could be so terrifyingly powerful. At the same time, Fang Qingyu also wanted to understand. Su Qi just chased her, not because of her, but because Fang Qingyu attracted too many monsters, and he wanted to fight monsters and level up. It was really fierce. Fang Qingyu watched as Su Qi waved his hand, and dozens or hundreds of huge fireballs rose into the sky, colliding with the dense rain of meteors and fire. Balls of fire erupted. In the end, they all disappeared together. At this moment, the remnant soul of the elf girl also noticed Suchi. Her angry wine-red eyes looked over, and purple flames surrounded her. Firefall, heaven falls. The fire element in the entire world resonated with the elf girl, and the sky seemed to be torn open, and an illusory waterfall of flames poured down. It seems to burn down the heaven and earth. Its coverage area is not large, but it gives people a sense of oppression that is inevitable and inevitable. Another forbidden curse. Fang Qingyu was numb, she felt like she was being locked in. The remnant soul of the elf girl wanted to kill Fang Qingyu in the sky, just like crushing an ant to death. Fang Qingyu's scalp was numb. The firefall and sky she faced now, although it was just the ultimate castration version of the forbidden curse, was still not something she could withstand now. The mecha girl didn't hesitate and flew directly towards the figure on the ground. Suchi, save me. She can actually teleport away at this moment. But Fang Qingyu wanted to see Suqi's true strength, and wanted to get a glimpse of how high the real newcomer's strength is. Suchi said nothing, only a large amount of cold air surrounded him, and finally gathered at the top of his staff, turning into a crystal clear ice crystal. Freezing technique advanced skill. Frost ice crystal. Compress the cold air to the extreme. When anything comes into contact with it, all the cold air gathered before will explode and freeze it directly. Suchi pointed his staff high in the sky, and a steady stream of cold air was still emerging around his body, converging into the crystal clear ice crystals with the blink of an eye. Call out. Like a dart piercing the air, ice crystals shot out. Fang Qingyu's pupils suddenly shrank, as if she smelled the breath of death. He's going to kill me. Fang Qingyu was immersed in the biting cold inside her body, and the mecha on her body could not stop it in the slightest. She felt that her limbs had lost consciousness, and her whole body stood blankly in mid-air. He didn't even have the strength to crush the life-saving jade charm. In an instant, the crystal clear ice crystals almost flew past the head of Fang Qingyu's mecha, leaving little ice cubes on the mecha. Then the ice crystals collided with the fire waterfall. There was no terrifying collision as expected, only the ice crystals suddenly shattered, and endless cold air spewed out, wrapping the fire waterfall. Freeze. Burst. Boom. Huge energy spread in all directions. Fang Qingyu was protected by a mecha and a defensive talisman, so she was naturally safe. However, she was still hit by the shock wave like a cannonball and hit the ground. Bump. Fang Qingyu fell in front of Suchi and was smashed to pieces, but it was not serious, and the mecha was a little damaged. Do you still have the strength to crush the life-saving jade talisman? If you don't have it, you will probably die here. Suchi said calmly. With the mecha wrapped around his body, Suchi did not recognize Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu quickly climbed up and looked up at the sky. I saw the remnant soul of the elf girl floating in the air, and endless purple flames burned around her, and then enveloped her. Transformed into the purple sun hanging high in the sky again. Forbidden curse. Purple sun burns the sky. Chapter 18. Is it a forbidden curse to step on a horse again? Fang Qingyu was so dumbfounded that she couldn't help but curse. Although the level of the boss in front of him is not very high, only level 19, he should have been at the peak of his power during his lifetime. Now, although he does not have the powerful mana he had during his lifetime, he still has the blessing of the fire element of the entire world. Even if the full power of the forbidden curse cannot be unleashed, it is definitely not something that a level 10 hidden profession can achieve. Normally, facing a copy of such abyss difficulty, it cannot be said that it cannot be broken. It can only be said that it is extremely difficult. First, you must follow the normal plot and kill all the mobs and elite monsters, and then spend a lot of energy and time to weaken the fire element between heaven and earth. This naturally reduces the power of booze. But where can I get these now? Are you sure you can block it? Fang Qingyu asked. Suchi was stunned for a moment, and recognized the person in the mecha from the voice. He said indifferently, as long as you don't hold us back here. Fang Qingyu? Okay. No one has disliked her since she was a child, but because of her beauty, talent, and family background, she was actually disliked by a man. Scholars can endure it. In fact, it's not intolerable. Fang Qingyu took a deep breath and tried to calm down, but the purple sun in the sky was getting bigger and bigger in her field of vision, falling towards the ground at extremely high speed. A strong sense of fear arose in Fang Qingyu's heart. It's obvious. The power of the forbidden spell Purple Sun Burning Sky in front of me is definitely not comparable to the previous two skills, even if the energy activated is exactly the same. But the power that explodes is still very different. At this moment, Xiang fell from the sky, and before it hit the ground, the terrifying heat wave already made Fang Qingyu gasp for breath, and dense beads of sweat overflowed on his forehead. The girl didn't hesitate anymore. Just the warmth Xiang released outwards made her feel like she couldn't hold on any longer. The falling Xiang frightened her even more. Seeing Fang Qingyu's figure turning into light and shadow and disappearing beside him, crystal-clear ice crystals began to appear continuously around Suqi. It is the frost ice crystal from before. After just dispelling the elf girl's fire waterfall, Suqi couldn't be idle and immediately started to accumulate the ultimate move. Dozens of ice crystals burst out together, and the purple sun in the sky that hit the earth at extremely high speed was frozen in an instant. An iceberg several thousand meters high appeared out of thin air. Along with the surrounding tens of thousands of meters, the temperature that had soared by dozens of degrees also began to drop rapidly, and there was even a cool breeze flowing between the sky and the earth. You can rest in peace. Suqi spoke as if talking to himself. As his voice fell, a violent explosion resounded throughout the world, and Xiang was torn apart in the horrific explosion. Also destroyed along with it was the remnant soul of the elf girl in Xiang. Under the absolute power gap, she had no room for resistance. Only a staff fell from the sky. It suffered no damage from the horrific explosion and was then embedded in the rocks on the ground. Kill the remnant soul of the booze fire elf, experience plus 2000, extra booze plus 2000. Level successfully increased to level 13. Get 40 free attribute points. HP and mana increased by 400 points. Physical attack power and magic attack increased by 4 points. After killing many monsters before, Suqi experience had already reached the peak of level 11. Now that he killed Booze, he actually increased it by 2 levels at once. If you let others know about this level, my jaw would probably drop. Without hesitation, Suqi added all the free attribute points he had just obtained to his spell attack. Magic attack power 117*150% equals 175.5. It immediately reached 235.5. The total amount of mana has reached 3600. Really nice. A portal appeared in front of Suqi. As long as he stepped into it, he would be able to leave the dungeon, and the dungeon in front of him would merge with the real Daxia. The monsters inside will harm people if they are released. I'm still a good person and will do my best to send them all to the west. Suqi made a decision. He came to the elf girl's staff in a few seconds and pulled it out. The whole body of the staff is a dazzling white gold color, as if it were made of moonlight, exuding a fascinating light. The body of the staff is carefully inlaid with several bright purple gemstones, which are perfectly dotted between the white gold and set off each other. On the top is a diamond-shaped amethyst, which contains extremely powerful fire element energy, making it look like a burning flame. You can vaguely see the girl sleeping in the crystal. Item: Amethyst Staff. Basic attributes: increase spell attack power by 100%. Purple Flame, all fire magic turns into purple flame. Remnant Soul of the Fire Elf, summons the remnant soul of the Fire Elf, the strength is related to the mana provided, up to level 50. Suzy? Are top quality equipment dropped from low-level dungeons? Let's not talk about the basic attribute bonuses, just talk about consuming mana to summon the remnant soul of the fire elf, and the maximum level is 50. Then it is a well-deserved top-quality equipment. Holding the amethyst staff, Su Qi felt that his strength had reached a new level, and his spell attack power soared to 314. He raised the amethyst staff high in his hand, and with the continuous input of mana into it, the remnant soul of the fire elf sleeping in the amethyst slowly opened its eyes. Floated out of it. She had no consciousness and her eyes were dull, like a puppet on strings. She only had the fighting instinct left, and she couldn't even teach her any skills. Take me to the sky. Su Qi ordered. The remnant soul of the elf girl had no words. She stretched out her translucent little hands to grab Su Qi, and then left the earth with her warm white lotus bare feet. As if there was no weight, Su Qi floated into the sky, moving away from the earth at an astonishing speed. Only the howling of the wind kept sweeping past his ears. Stop! Susie spoke after feeling that the height was suitable. The remaining soul of the elf girl is very obedient. Su Qi didn't say anything, only a fireball formed at the tip of the amethyst staff, and then began to grow rapidly. Fireball. Today's Su Qi is no longer the same person in the trial tower, and the speed of the fireball's growth is many times greater than before. Su Qi planned to gather his strength to the maximum and then destroy the copy with one move to ensure that all monsters were killed. Let it merge with reality and not harm ordinary people. As for gaining experience or something, it's all secondary. Flying is to prevent yourself from accidentally being killed. In Tian's mansion, Sun Jing'ai asked. What did you see in the copy? Fang Qingye was silent for a moment and then shook her head and said, It's nothing, it's just a normal copy of the fire attribute. I have to leave for a while. Sun Jing'ai nodded after a flash of thought flashed in her eyes. Go and come back quickly. Fang Qingye drove the mecha away without hesitation. The remaining classmates looked at each other in confusion, and some even hesitated whether to enter the abyss copy to take a look. Anyway, I have a life-saving jade charm. Everyone here is in the top 10 in the city no matter what, and it is unlikely that they will be missed. Especially some of the hidden professions, they are even more eager to try. Fang Qingye can persist for so long. Even if they are not as good, they can't be defeated, right? Especially Su Qi, who was able to hide longer by drilling into dog holes. Chapter 19. Kyoto. After waiting for a day, Zhang Yue also received news from Su Qi. It's not easy for me to get the news. Zhang Yue lost her smile in front of Su Qi, and her beautiful face was filled with indifference. According to the current speed of news transmission, it stands to reason that Zhang Yue should know his news as soon as possible after the trial tower ends. Know his life and death. Know how many points he scored. But the news took a full day to come. However, Zhang Yue was not in a hurry. Judging from the fact that Su Qi news was blocked, he did not die in the trial tower. Otherwise there is no need to waste time. Just tell Zhang Yue directly and let her give up. And this is the best news for her. After all, the death rate of magicians in the trial tower is frighteningly high. It would be great to survive. As long as Zhang Yue is strong enough in the future, she can naturally go to him and no one can stop her. Just hope that day is not too late. Su Qi scored 532 points in the trial tower. Zhang Yue opened her mouth wide after seeing the news clearly. She originally thought that Su Qi difficulty in surviving was the biggest surprise for her, but Zhang Yue never expected that Su Qi would give her a bigger one. What is the concept of 532 points in the trial tower? Nearly twice the world record. Zhang Yue originally thought that her points could be equal to the world record and that she was so powerful that she had no opponent. In the end, Su Qi was stronger than her. So fierce. Miss, the Tian's mansion in Qingyang province has been established, and there is a bug in the corresponding trial tower in Deking City. Su Qi's ability to get such a high score depends entirely on luck. The man in black who brought the news to Zhang Yue said. Zhang Yuwei's expression returned to indifference. Luck is also a part of strength. If you give the same thing to different people, they may not be able to catch it. The man in black didn't answer. Miss, my wife asked my subordinates to remind you that you must be extremely careful whether you are in Tian's mansion or after you leave. Because you have ranked first on the assassination list of geniuses, many desperados will come to trouble you. Zhang Yuwei also didn't answer him. Assign me some auxiliary teammates. I'm going to level up in the Abyss dungeon. The girl paused and said, remember, don't arrange for a man. If you want me to trick him to death in the dungeon, that's fine. I obey my orders. The man in black left, but she did not go directly to arrange teammates for Zhang Yuwei. Instead, she left Tian's mansion and came to a villa in a luxurious area of Kyoto. Madam, the news has been conveyed. The man in black knelt on the ground and replied respectfully. The woman in gorgeous clothes took a brief sip of the red wine in the long-stemmed glass in her hand and said, how is Yuwei's reaction? Miss has no intention of giving up. I know. The woman was very calm, as if she didn't care at all. The man in black then said, Miss said that luck is also a part of strength. The woman smiled contemptuously and said, the score of 532 is indeed far beyond my expectation, but ordinary professions will always be ordinary professions. He can rely on luck in the trial tower and get scores that far exceed the world record. Can he still rely on luck to level up in the dungeon? Can he rely on luck to reach the top? Yu Wei and Su Qi are from two different worlds. They will both understand their respective positions in the future. Only Emma Wohen and her are a good match. The other side. A young man received a report from his subordinates. His face was slightly gloomy, and his suppressed aura made other people in the room afraid to speak. He was none other than Emma Wohen. He actually has no feelings for Zhang Yuwei. After all, he has only met her a few times. At most, he is just a little coveted for Zhang Yuwei's beauty. But none of this mattered to Emma Wohen. In his eyes, Zhang Yuwei was his prey and a woman worthy of him. After discovering that he had received the news about Zhang Yuwei, Emma Wohen discovered that the prey he was targeting was not only completely uninterested in him. There was actually a man in her heart that she couldn't forget. Am I worse than a low-class person with mud-legged legs? Emma Wohen felt that his self-esteem had been slightly hit. He always came to women as soon as he called them, and left them as soon as he called them. Zhang Yuwei regarded the clay-legged man as a treasure, but regarded him as air and chose to ignore it. Okay. Since you care so much about that mud-legged guy, I'll send him on his way. Emma Wohen said to himself coldly. You two go and kill Su Qi. As ordered. The two figures hiding in the dark left the villa directly and left the capital at a shocking speed. Boss, do we really have to go all the way to deal with this guy who hasn't even reached level 10 yet? Why don't we just call the others and let them handle it? Nowadays, due to various copies coming to reality, the area of Huaxia Kingdom has long been far larger than before, but the original various roads, railways, and subway facilities still exist. After a large number of copies merged into reality, they were stretched to pieces, and there were only two ways to travel a long way. Take a plane and catch it yourself. But how can planes run as fast as they do? As a rare profession up to level 53, shadow assassins, their speed can only be described as ridiculously fast. What? You actually want me to outsource? You know nothing. Don't you know that outsourcing is harmful to people? That's how Emperor Yan grew up. It is impossible to outsource. There is no way in his life that he would outsource. Tian's Mansion, Qingyang Province, Office of the Mansion Master. Dong dong dong. A crisp knock on the door suddenly sounded, pulling the palace master out of the complicated affairs. Come in. Fang Qingyu pushed the door open and left. The master of the palace was stunned for a moment when he looked at the person who came in. Little Princess Qingyu, shouldn't you be playing in the dungeon today? Why did you come to me suddenly? Did you beat up the new classmate? Fang Qingyu looked at the palace master with contempt and said, "Every time I come to see you, why do you always feel that I am the one who caused trouble? It's like I wouldn't come to you if I didn't cause trouble." The master of the palace smiled, "Let's get down to business. There are still many things I have to deal with every day." Fang Qingyu said, "I did beat up someone today." "Palace master? Are you playing with him?" Fang Qingyu said, "But that's not the point." The master of the palace darkened his face and pretended to be serious, "Isn't this the point? Didn't you know that Tian's mansion clearly stipulates that students are not allowed to fight among themselves?" Fang Qingyu answered the question inappropriately, "I need Dad to help me block a message now." "Block the news? Block what news? Block the news that you beat someone? I didn't expect that little Princess Qingyu would one day not want her evil reputation to spread." At this moment, the palace master completely lost the majesty of the palace master, and started to joke in a weird way. Fang Qingyu twitched the corner of her mouth and said speechlessly, "I want you to block something about Su Qi." "Su Qi? Why did you block him? After testing him, did you think that he relied on his own strength to score more than 500 points in the trial tower?" The master of the palace also returned to normal, and asked with a bit of curiosity. Fang Qingyu shook her head slightly. "So what's worth blocking?" The master of the palace will lean back in his chair. As Fang Qingyu opened and closed her mouth, a voice as sweet as a silver bell sounded in the room, "Block him. It's about clearing the Abyss difficulty dungeon alone." Chapter 20. What about blocking So Qi single pass through the Abyss difficulty dungeon? Single pass? Abyss difficulty copy? The palace master's brain was shut down for a moment. He has seen a lot of single-minded people, including the sons and daughters of geniuses. He has done it before, and the palace master also believes that his daughter Fang Qingyu can do it. Beat the Abyss difficulty dungeon. Huaxia Kingdom has passed it countless times, and even the palace master himself has participated no less than 10 times, and each time he has been the main force, bearing extremely important responsibilities. But when the words single pass and Abyss difficulty copy were combined together, the palace master looked confused and said he didn't understand it at all. "Dad, your mental endurance is too weak, right? Are you shocked now?" Fang Qingyu laughed in return for his strange aura just now. The master of the palace was not angry either. He took a deep breath, stood up straight and said, "Are you telling the truth? Su Qi cleared the Abyss dungeon alone." Fang Qingyu said, "I didn't see him solo. When I was forced out of the dungeon by the final boss, he was fighting one-on-one with the boss." The master of the palace regained his composure, lay back on the chair and said, "Su Qi is indeed a talented person. The two of you can compete with the bosses of the Abyss difficulty." In his opinion, although Booz was hacked to death by Su Qi alone in the end, Fang Qingyu definitely played a vital role in it. To put it bluntly, it was actually passed by two people working together. Although this has not happened a few times in global history, it is far less impactful than the impact of a single player passing the Abyss difficulty dungeon. When Fang Qingyu saw this, she instantly understood what the palace master was thinking. She stepped forward and slapped the table and said, "Dad, you may have misunderstood what I meant. I've been chased by mobs in the dungeon. A single forbidden spell from Booz can kill me, and my effect is infinitely close to zero." Seriously? The palace master didn't quite believe it. In his opinion, even if Fang Qingyu is not as good as Su Qi, she can still account for 40% of the role, but when it comes to his daughter, it is directly reduced to zero. It's absolutely true. A bitter smile appeared on Fang Qingyu's lips. Although he didn't really want to admit it, it was indeed true. The strength that he was proud of was nothing in front of Su Qi. "I'm not even worthy of carrying his shoes. The gap between the two is like a firefly compared to a bright moon." After the palace master noticed the change in Fang Qingyu's expression, he also fell silent, understanding that her self-confidence had been greatly affected. It became clearer that everything Fang Qingyu said was true. Susie's terror exceeded everyone's expectations. He also relied on his true strength to get a high score of 532 points in the trial tower, which is completely unbelievable. The palace master was too shocked to speak at this moment. He didn't even know what to say to comfort Fang Qingyu. Because she is an unparalleled genius, the only person who can stabilize Fang Qingyu is Zhang Yue, but now there is someone who can crush her. A monster that can clear the abyss difficulty dungeon alone. Taking a deep breath, the palace master said, "Why did you ask me to block this matter? Shouldn't it be reported?" Fang Qingyu also suppressed the bitterness in her heart when she heard this. "Report the report, and the people from the Tian's mansion will snatch the person away for you in minutes. What's more, Tian Jiao is too high profile and can easily be assassinated. Didn't you just say that I am in the top 10 of the Tian Jiao assassination list, with Zhang Yue number 1? With the strength that Su Qi has shown, if the inner ghost is leaked, he may not even be on the genius assassination list, but will be directly included in the must-kill list by people from the Little Day Kingdom and the Great Beautiful Country." Fang Qingyu didn't say anything about Su Qi's expressiveness in the dungeon at this moment. If she did, the palace master would probably be shocked. After all, who dares to believe that a magician of more than 10 levels at most can cast spells within the range of forbidden spells? And it still keeps throwing away as if it doesn't consume any mana. Super long-lasting and can't be stopped. If such news is spread by an insider, Fang Qingyu is 100% sure that Little Day Country and Big Beautiful Country will kill Su Qi at all costs. The palace master thought for a moment, nodded and agreed to Fang Qingyu's proposal, and then led her to the room where the entrance to the copy was stored in an instant. "I've met the palace master." Sun Jing'ai was surprised and took the lead in saluting. She couldn't help but think about the palace master's purpose. The other students couldn't help but be shocked. The middle-aged man who came with Fang Qingyu in front of him was actually the head of Tian's mansion in Qingyang province. "I've met the palace master." Everyone saluted in unison. The master of the palace nodded and said, "No need to be formal, no need to be formal." After finishing speaking, he came directly to the passage and observed it carefully, as if he wanted to see something. However, even with the strength of the palace master, he cannot see what is happening in the dungeon passage. "Do you dare to go in and see the specific situation inside?" The palace master turned around and asked. All the students looked at each other. "That's a copy of the abyss. Your life may be in danger at any time if you go in. Even a life-saving jade charm is not a panacea." But in the end, it was 3 geniuses from hidden professions who chose to enter. One is Luo Sheiyu, the 3rd-ranked berserker from Deking City who entered the 2nd level with Zhang Shaoxing. One is the legal little lowly who was thrown out by Fang Qingyu, the spell master Dongfang Xiao Xiao. The last one is a male classmate who wants to show off more in front of the palace master. After all, Su Qi could hide in there for so long. Can't they? It's very good, but remember, if there is danger, you must exit as soon as possible. The truth is to keep the green hills and not worry about running out of firewood. The palace master warned. Understood. The 3 of them answered in unison, took a life-saving jade talisman from Sun Jing'ai's hand, and disappeared into the passage. The palace master looked at the quality of the new students in front of him. Everyone is holding their heads high, expecting to be favored by the palace master, and then their resources will be tilted to soar into the sky. However, in everyone's fantasy, the palace master was observing, and 3 streams of light flew out of the copy passage in almost no particular order. Finally, it condensed into 3 figures. It was Luo Sheiyu, Dongfang Xiao Xiao, and the male classmate with a hidden profession who had just entered a few seconds ago. Not to mention that all the students were extremely shocked at this moment. Even Sun Jing'ai, the master of the palace, and even Fang Qingyu, who had been in there for a long time, were stunned at this moment. "Is it that scary in there? I ran out within a few seconds of entering." The last time Dongfang Xiaoxiao followed Fang Qingyu into the dungeon, she calmed down and told what happened. Anyway, he was robbed by Fang Qingyu. But it was also in the abyss copy, and it stayed for nearly a minute, but now it only took a few seconds to come out. In fact, each of them looked a little embarrassed. Dongfang Xiaoxiao's hair was burned and curled, and Luo Sheiyu's clothes were still burning when they came out. The remaining male classmate with a hidden career was the worst. You can vaguely smell the aroma of barbecue on your body. Were you transported directly into the magma? Sun Jing'ai asked dumbfounded. Chapter 21. 3 people form a team, and they all have hidden professions. There is no doubt about their strength, but they advance and retreat almost instantly. Everyone also learned from Dongfang Xiaoxiao just now that in fact, as long as you hide well, you won't encounter any strange things when you first enter. However, the situation at this moment is completely different from Dongfang Xiaoxiao's description. There is only one explanation that everyone can think of. The 3 of them were teleported into the magma together. But it stands to reason that even if there is no safe zone in the copy, you will be transported to a relatively safe place. But they were in and out in seconds. Luo Sheiyu looked at Dongfang Xiaoxiao and said, "Didn't you just say that if you hide well, there is almost no danger?" Dongfang Xiaoxiao had a defensive talisman and was injured. Finally, she looked at Fang Qingyu with big eyes innocently. "Sister, what on earth have you done to cause such a big change in the environment in the dungeon?" Everyone also turned their attention to Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu was also confused. She didn't do anything. Now that Suchi hasn't come out yet, the most he can do is fight with booze. Is it possible that the 3 of them themselves have been affected? What did you see? Fang Qingyu couldn't tell the truth, so she asked instead. Dongfang Xiaoxiao said, "A sun, a very, very big purple sun hanging in the sky. The temperature in the area we entered was already so high that our clothes would spontaneously combust. My poor hair." In fact, Dongfang Xiaoxiao was very confused when she first entered. She didn't understand why the purple sun in the sky became so big. The male classmate beside him who exuded a faint smell of barbecue said nothing and just glanced at Dongfang Xiaoxiao silently. The eyes of the students around him changed when they looked at Fang Qingyu. When the other hidden professions went in, they didn't even want to stay for a second longer, but she stayed there for more than half an hour. What shocked them even more was that Suchi had not come out yet, and the copy still maintained its previous state, proving that he did not die in it. Could it be that Soki first place was won by his true strength instead of a bug? I feel that strength and luck coexist, but it would be too outrageous to stay alone in the abyss dungeon for so long, right? Everyone looked at Zhang Shaoxing with strange eyes. Although Tian's mansion prohibits internal fighting, in the future, as long as no one finds out about his envoy, he will do other things. Zhang Shaoxing saw what everyone was thinking at a glance, and he said angrily, "What do you think I'm doing? It's just the 3 of them who are unlucky. They were randomly teleported by the dungeon to a restricted area where they could not survive. The blame lies with them for foolishly forming a team. If the 3 of them were teleported separately, someone would definitely survive." After Zhang Shaoxing paused for a moment, he said with a sarcastic smile, "Is there any fool who really thinks that a dungeon is full of forbidden areas where death is inevitable?" Everyone was stunned speechless. Especially in the last paragraph, the sentence that no fool would think was true made many people blush. There has never been a dungeon in history where if people are forced to enter, they must come out. Even the air is so hot that it can kill those who break through. Fang Qingyu's expression was also a little strange. Because others didn't know the map in the dungeon, she flew in it for more than half an hour, but she was very clear about the situation inside. In the entire copy except inside the magma, there is no restricted area of life at all. And Dongfang Xiaoxiao has seen Xiang in a normal state, and she said it is very big now, absolutely really huge. This can only prove one thing: the purple sun in the sky is definitely not normal, and it is most likely boss's ultimate trick. It can be instantaneous. A flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Qingyu's mind. Huge purple sun? The sun falls? The situation at this time seems to be very similar to the bug in the trial tower corresponding to Dakan City, the only difference is the color of the falling sun. In an instant, a thought that frightened Fang Qingyu was generated in her mind, and everything gradually became clear. A bug that never existed in the trial tower. All the participants in the corresponding trial tower in Dakan City saw the big sun falling that was equivalent to a forbidden spell, but it was actually some kind of spell by Su Qi. But because no one could imagine that a newbie magician with less than level 10 could cast a forbidden spell, it was classified as a bug. There is no war breaking out in the dungeon at this moment, and the purple sun hanging in the sky is most likely not boss's ultimate move. But Su Qi ultimate move. What does he want to do? Destroy the world? Fang Qingyu thought it was unlikely, so there was only one possibility left. Su Qi was just trying to gain experience. However, he wanted to gain experience. It actually turned the entire copy into a life-restricted area. Fang Qingyu took a breath of cold air. She had witnessed Su Qi terror before, but she didn't expect that he was 1,000 or 10,000 times more terrifying than what she had witnessed. Charge up a strike. I want to kill all the monsters in the dungeon. Destroy the dungeon by yourself. At this moment, facing Zhang Shaoxing's ridicule, some people were still reluctant and said, "Teacher Sun, I want to go in and verify what Zhang Shaoxing said." Sun Jing'ai just wanted to agree. The master of the palace said, "Teacher Sun, there is no need for you to enter this dungeon. You can take the students to practice other dungeons." Sun Jing'ai didn't understand, but she could only agree and left the room with her classmates. The palace master asked, "Qingyu, do you know what's going on?" Fang Qingyu didn't hesitate. "Tell me all the guesses you just made." "What? Are there no bugs in the trial tower?" The so-called bug, the falling big sun comparable to a forbidden spell, is actually Su Qi charge type killing spell? Zia Yang in the current copy. There is a high probability that this is Su Qi new skill. The palace master felt that he was stupid, and there was a storm in his heart. He could not understand Su Qi's small and ordinary profession at all. A low-level magician of more than 10 levels at most. Why is it so violent? Qingyu, do you have any thoughts about finding a boyfriend? The palace master tried his best to calm down and suddenly asked. Fang Qingyu was stunned for a moment, a little blush appeared on her pretty face and said, "Didn't I say before that I'm not interested in men? Besides, doesn't Suzy have a girlfriend?" The master of the palace said, "Zhang Yue broke up with Su Qi the day before yesterday. This is a well-known fact. What's more, even if there is no breakup, a girlfriend is just a girlfriend. It can be said that it has been widely rumored that the disciple of the chief disciple of the Tian's mansion, the daughter of the first genius who holds the world record, has a boyfriend. It makes countless young heroes who are just getting ready to compete secretly feel sad, as if someone else has already won the championship as soon as the competition begins." However, the Zhang family clarified immediately. Zhang Yue has broken up. In this regard, although everyone regretted that they were not Zhang Yue's first boyfriend, they still cheered up. After all, Zhang Yue's beauty is as good as her talent, and she is recognized as the best among the best, not to mention the power behind her. No matter what you can catch, you will make money. Naturally, the palace master also heard about it. Fang Qingyu's cheeks turned red and she said angrily, "How can any father let his daughter go poaching?" The master of the palace did not speak again. He turned his gaze to the entrance of the copy again, and Fang Qingyu slowly calmed down. This went on for a long time. A stream of light flew out from the copy and condensed into the appearance of Su Qi. He looked at the only two people left here, a flash of doubt in his eyes, but he didn't pay much attention. At the same time, the dungeon passage behind Su Qi began to collapse rapidly, and a new land plate was about to come to the Huaxia kingdom. The area and volume of the entire blue star expanded again. The satellite monitoring department also discovered the anomaly immediately. Chapter 22. Satellite Monitoring Department. An extremely important department, responsible for monitoring the huge energy fluctuations in Daxia at all times, as well as some powerful monsters that exist in reality and cannot be solved in a short time. Alert! A space anomaly has been discovered in the western region. It is suspected that a copy space is about to arrive. The dungeon space is coming? We haven't received any news recently about a team that is about to conquer the Abyss dungeon. The minister was very confused. He looked at the clear data reports in his hand with a confused expression on his face. Logically speaking, every time a team is about to conquer the Abyss difficulty dungeon, they will be notified and asked to monitor them closely at all times. Determine the number of monsters that will come to reality, as well as their approximate location, so that people can be sent to a convenient area to carry out the finishing work. Minimize the impact of monsters on ordinary people. But now there is a copy that suddenly merges with reality. If it is not handled well, the remaining monsters in it will cause widespread damage to the city and cause a large number of casualties. As a minister, he cannot absolve himself of the blame. Have you detected how many monsters there are? What is their energy fluctuation level? In which directions did they go? The minister spoke quickly. The technician on the side said, "It has been detected. No monsters were found, but there are extremely huge energy fluctuations remaining in it." The minister was slightly startled again. No monster detected. How is that possible? Before passing the nightmare dungeon, it is said that the mobs and elite monsters must be cleared first, but how is it actually possible to clean them all? There are always some monsters that can escape a blanket search. From the very beginning of the Monitoring Bureau's establishment to the present records, there has never been a time when every monster has been eliminated. Now the technician told him. No one was detected. Monitor carefully. If I miss one and cause harm to ordinary people, I will deduct demerits from them all. Minister, we just thought that the monitoring was wrong. We checked it over and over again, but it turned out that we really didn't detect any of them. No matter how many times we try again, it will still be the same. The minister shook his head quickly and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there be a copy with a cleaner face than mine? Minister, we found that the terrain of the dungeon that arrived is a bit weird." A technician suddenly spoke. The minister smiled disdainfully and said, "What kind of copy have I not seen before? You are calling me weird. Minister, this is a satellite photo. Please take a look at it." The technician didn't waste any time and handed over a photo directly. The minister took it with a sneer. He wanted to see how weird it was. However, as soon as he took a look, the minister's expression froze. Because there is nothing in the photo, there is just a huge crater with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters, which is a crater that goes up 100 kilometers. If it weren't for the annotation on the side of the photo and the comparison of mountains smaller than ants, the minister would have almost thought that the technicians just made a random picture of a pothole to fool him. However, it is precisely with comparison that the minister can truly appreciate how big the pothole is, and understand what it means that there are hundreds of millions of anomalies on the map. Who is the most powerful person who blasted this? The minister took a breath and couldn't help but ask. Everyone was shocked, but no one responded. Can they understand the affairs of the strongest? Minister, I have just reported this matter urgently, and the people above replied that no powerful person has entered the Abyss dungeon recently. What? Not only the minister, but everyone present was stunned. The diameter of the photo in front of me is at least hundreds of kilometers. It is obviously a crater made by someone. It was not made by the strongest ones? Except for the strongest. Can some demigods do it? Everyone was in a state of reverie, thinking about the most powerful person, and even more so, the demigod, but they never dreamed that it was just a 10-level magician. In Tian's mansion, Qingyang province. The palace master looked at Su Qi with intense eyes, like a man who had been hungry for decades and saw a peerless beauty. Su Qi raised her eyebrows. I'm not interested in men. The air in the room suddenly became quiet. Su Qi looked at Fang Qingyu nonchalantly and said, "Classmate Fang, where have the other students gone? Why are you and him waiting here?" Fang Qingyu glanced at the palace master with a strange look. The master of the palace coughed dryly to resolve the embarrassment and said, "They went to train elsewhere." Su Qi nodded, "Can you give me some direction? They haven't given me the magic crystal and 10 million Huxia coins yet." The palace master was speechless. Fang Qingyu was also speechless and said, "Su Qi, he is my father, the head of Tian's mansion in Qingyang province." The palace master raised his head proudly. Tian's mansion is a place where Huaxia cultivates talents. The master of the main mansion is the most powerful person, and the masters of the branch mansions are also demigods who can suppress one party. Wherever he goes he is respected by everyone. He is a strong man who stands at the top of the human world. "Oh." Su Qi replied calmly. "So where did they go?" The palace master's expression was slightly stiff. "What does your faint "oh" mean? Shouldn't we be shocked or frightened? Shouldn't you feel flattered after hearing that the master of the palace came to see you in person? What's more, when you care about a little magic crystal and 10 million Huxia coins now. Maybe this is the personality of a genius." The palace master said helplessly, "Su Qi, the master of Tian's palace in Qingyang province, a semi-god level mechanic, are you interested in becoming my disciple?" "Demigod?" Su Qi's eyes flashed with surprise. "What is a demigod?" "It is said that he is a strong man who has reached level 100 but cannot be promoted for some reasons, but he still stands at the top of the world." After the palace master noticed it, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. However, Su Qi regained his composure in an instant. "Not interested. Demigod? Just level 100. It won't take long for him to reach it, or even surpass it by a long way, or he will have the combat power of a demigod at only a few dozen levels. What's the point of worshipping a demigod as your teacher now? What can a machinist teach a magician? As for offending people, just obey his wishes so as not to offend him. What's more, Su Qi now doesn't have the means to deal with demigods." With just one skill, Su Qi successfully reached level 15 after clearing the entire dungeon of monsters. Got a new entry. Golden entry, reappearance of the past effect, pull the other person into the past years that you have experienced, can only be pulled in once per time period. As long as Su Qi feels cruel, directly pulling the palace owner into the period when the abyss copy was destroyed just now, let him enjoy the taste of a super big fireball. The mana consumed by that fireball was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. It was 3,600 in an instant, and it had just been charged for such a long time. The mana consumed is worth hundreds of millions of units. Cough. Fang Qingyu almost choked on her saliva. What the hell? Her father took the initiative to recruit a disciple, but was rejected without hesitation? That is a powerful demigod. Even if Fang Qingyu has a demigod father, if a demigod accepts her as a disciple with sincerity, Fang Qingyu will not refuse. Who can have too many demigod backgrounds? The palace master's expression also froze slightly. He obviously didn't expect that Su Qi would refuse without hesitation in front of such a face. Chapter 23. The atmosphere in the room seemed to become a little depressing. The temperature of the air has also dropped a few points. Fang Qingyu sensed something was wrong and wanted to bring down her father. She shouldn't be angry with her junior over a trivial matter. However, before Fang Qingyu could grab the palace master, he suddenly laughed and said, "Boy, you have quite a character. Since you don't want to be my apprentice, do you have feelings for Qingyu?" She is no worse than Zhang Yue, and even more beautiful to a certain extent. Fang Qingyu? Good on you, old man. You are so evil, right? Fang Qingyu reached out to grab the palace master's hand, squeezed it tightly, and punched the palace master on the shoulder. However, one look at the damage. 0. Moreover, Fang Qingyu also felt that her hand was painful from the reaction. Is she prettier than Zhang Yue to some extent? Su Qi subconsciously glanced at Fang Qingyu, who represented talent E, and couldn't help but secretly agree. But after coming back to his senses, Su Qi said, "Master, you know that I have a girlfriend." The master of the palace said helplessly, "It's not right to make you an apprentice, nor is it right to make you a son-in-law. I heard from Qingyu that your mana value is not quite right, so just treat this as a meeting gift. I think with your abnormal mana, you can still use it even if your level is not enough." The master of the palace threw a jade pendant to Su Qi. Su Qi quickly caught it and found that it was a skill book that only has a very low probability of being revealed in the dungeon. And based on skill level, the probability of explosion will also decrease gradually. Therefore, every skill book is extremely expensive, and high-level skill books are even more expensive and can only be purchased with magic crystals. Level 3 skill book, Space Teleportation. Consume 1000 mana to teleport 1 meter away. The more mana you consume, the farther the teleportation distance will be. It cannot exceed 10 meters at most. Suzy? Space Skill Book? In the market, the third level skill book can only be described as pretty good, but if it is a space skill, it can only be described as having a price but no market. It will be snapped up as soon as it appears. Even if it is only a third level skill, the price can usually reach the price of a fifth level or even higher level skill. The only drawback is that the explosion rate is extremely low, and almost no one will sell it. So Qi breathing couldn't help but stagnate. For other mage professions, space teleportation is just a life-saving method, but in So Qi hands, it can make his strength make a qualitative leap. The source of all magic allows Su Qi to consume a tube of mana every time he teleports. Now at level 15, his total mana is 4400. Enough to teleport 4.4 meters away. But Suzy can teleport unlimited times. As for the maximum distance of space teleportation after the upper limit of mana exceeded 10,000 points in the later period, it was in front of Su Qi who had the golden entry world destroyer. That's just a decoration. Thank you, Palace Master. Su Qi bowed respectfully. The master of the palace smiled and said, "It turns out that you kid can also pick on others." Su Qi was silent. The master of the palace said, "Since you are not willing to accept me as your teacher or give Qingyu a try, I can give you two choices now. First, I have blocked your single access to the Abyss Dungeon. If you continue to stay in Tian's mansion and practice well, I will do my best to train you. 2. I will inform the superiors about you. You will be vigorously cultivated by Huaxia Kingdom, and you can go directly to the headquarters of Tian's mansion to see Zhang Yue. But the price is that the news about you may be spread by the insider, and then you will be assassinated by the beautiful country and the little Japan country at all costs." The master of the palace did not follow the agreement he had made with Fang Qingyu, but gave all the choices to Su Qi. "After all, I am neither his master nor his father-in-law, so I am not qualified to make decisions for Su Qi." Su Qi and Fang Qingyu were both stunned for a moment. One didn't expect that the palace master would want to block his news, and the other didn't expect that his father would actually give the choice to Su Qi. Mature people know this. Must be on the safe side. After all, there are only a few geniuses in the world who can truly grow up and leave their names in history. Talented people are generally young and vigorous. They generally behave irrationally. As if to confirm Fang Qingyu's conjecture, Su Qi bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord, for your kindness, but how can we, the extraordinary ones, shrink back when encountering difficulties? If you don't have the courage to move forward, how can you appreciate the scenery of reaching the top? Fang Qingyu glanced at the young man without saying a word, but secretly said in her heart that it was indeed the case. The master of the palace laughed and patted Su Qi on the shoulder. "Boy, it suits my taste," he said, and was about to leave. "Report the matter to the chief of the palace." Su Qi hurriedly shouted, "Master, actually I don't really want to go to the Kyoto palace." The master's steps froze slightly. Fang Qingyu said, "You just said it so nicely, why did you give up suddenly? Did you figure it out?" She actually wanted to laugh at Su Qi, but Fang Qingyu finally gave up and gave Su Qi an appreciative look. "Be a human being. It's best to win steadily." Su Qi ignored Fang Qingyu and said, "I want to join the Demon Slayer Guard directly and go to the outside of the Death Mountain to practice leveling." "What did you say?" The palace master was stunned. Fang Qingyu's eyes widened with disbelief on her face, and she couldn't help but cursed, "Su Qi, are you crazy? Do you know where the Death Mountains are? Do you really think that if you have a skill that can be charged for a long time and can explode with world-destroying power, you will be invincible? I advise you to be careful and practice until you reach level 100 first. The Death Mountain is a high-level abyss copy that was created after merging with reality. It has existed in the territory of Daxia for hundreds of years. But there is nothing you can do about it. There are countless powerful monsters inside, and it is said that there is a dragon corpse that even the strongest ones are helpless. Level 100 demigods are at risk of death if they enter it. It has become a restricted area of life. Only the Demon Slayer guards guard the surrounding areas and regularly clean up monsters in all areas. Just going to the periphery." Su Qi was very calm. Fang Qingyu said coldly, "Not even on the periphery." The girl took a deep breath and said, "I think you really don't know how many talented people die young every year. Some of them died from the enemy's country, and some died from their own people, but most of them died at the hands of monsters because they were too arrogant and challenged dungeons that they could not pass." Fang Qingyu looked at the palace master aside and said, "Father, you must not give him approval." The master of the palace also looked solemn. If he just went to the headquarters of Tian's mansion, he would definitely approve Su Qi, because it was so key choice. But go to Death Mountain. What is the difference between dying and dying? The powerful monsters inside will not let you charge up outside, as long as you make them feel a little threatened. They will come out without hesitation. Erase you. Su Qi smiled and said, "Baby birds will never grow up unless they fly out of the nest. Tiger cubs will never be able to become the king of beasts if they grow up under the protection of their parents. Classmate Fang Qingyu, you can indeed grow up safely under the palace master's wings and resources, but do you think you have any chance of surpassing the palace master?" Chapter 24. Do you have any chance of surpassing the palace master? Fang Qingyu was stunned. She looked at Su Qi blankly, and the boy's questions kept answering in her mind. A father who surpasses the demigod level in the same profession? Fang Qingyu had never thought about it. The most she thought about was that she could become a semi-god level mechanic like the master of the palace in the future. But Fang Qingyu never expected that her goal was to become a demigod level powerhouse, but in Su Qi's eyes, she was nothing. He opened his mouth and wanted to surpass the demigod level palace master. The master of the palace couldn't help but froze, and saw himself in a trance when he was young, high-spirited, and proud. But it changes with the years. He is never the same again. Okay. Young people have their own teenage madness. I will tell the Demon Slayer Guard your request, but whether it can be passed depends on the Demon Slayer Guard's wishes. The master of the palace took one step forward and his figure disappeared. Su Qi also chose to leave, and he was going to Sun Jing'ai to get money. Fang Qingyu was the only one left in the room, staring blankly at Su Qi leaving figure, her beautiful eyes blurred, and she didn't know what she was thinking. The other side. After several hours of training, the mana-consuming profession was depleted of mana, and under Sun Jing'ai's arrangement, he exercised his escape ability and ran sweating all over. Those warriors who didn't consume much mana were even worse. They were all beaten black and blue by Sun Jing'ai. Zhang Shaoxing is one of them. Even if Sun Jing'ai didn't use skills or explode with power far beyond theirs, she would still hang them up with one hand and beat them. Teacher Sun, do you know that the master of the palace suddenly asked us to leave there because there was something wrong with the copy? Everyone cast curious glances in unison. That's none of your business. Sun Jing'ai responded calmly. Just as she was about to leave, she happened to see Su Qi walking slowly towards this side. Teacher Sun, I won. Su Qi smiled. However, just 6 words made the exhausted Zhang Shaoxing once again stimulate his potential. He clenched his fists as if he was about to fight Su Qi. Su Qi didn't tolerate him at all. He smiled back at Zhang Shaoxing and said, "Practice more if you're good at it. Don't play if you can't afford to lose." Zhang Shaoxing was furious, got up, activated the dragon blood in his body, and rushed towards Su Qi. Sun Jing'ai raised her eyebrows, quickly stopped Zhang Shaoxing, and took out Su Qi cubic meter of magic crystal and Zhang Shaoxing's deposit card. "Thank you, teacher, for keeping it." Su Qi didn't stay for a long time after taking it. He turned around and left, disappearing from everyone's sight. "Boss, calm down, he just got lucky, it's no big deal." The younger brother on the side quickly tried to persuade him. Zhang Shaoxing took a deep breath and said, "Those who drill into dog holes, do you really think you can get my money if you win?" He called his father without any hesitation. "Dad, I lost." Su Qi was very lucky. He went into the dog hole without being discovered by the monster, and then relied on luck to hide in the abyss dungeon for several hours. "What did you say?" came the shocked, slightly frightened middle-aged voice on the other end of the phone, completely lacking the calmness of the last call. Zhang Shaoxing frowned and said, "Dad, why are you scared? Although 10 million is a lot, it is not something that cannot be lost to our company. What's more, if he got my deposit card and password, does the money really belong to him? I'm calling because I want you to ask someone to report the loss for me." Zhang Shaoxing was not prepared to fulfill the bet, so as long as he reported the loss of his deposit card, the card in Su Qi's hand would be of no use. He doesn't get a penny. As for talking about their previous bet, sorry, no contracts signed. Reporting it to the authorities will have no effect. Are you clear about what you are talking about? The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone did not answer Zhang Shaoxing's words. Instead, he raised his voice a little higher. Zhang Shaoxing frowned, "Dad, what's wrong with you today? Are you suffering from Alzheimer's disease? I just made it very clear." He was very unhappy before. I was also a little angry at the moment. As the hope of the family, he awakened his hidden profession and joined Tian's mansion as a genius. What big deal is losing 10 million from his family? There are plenty of opportunities to earn back in the future. What's more, 10 million is just a loss. As long as you report the loss of your deposit card, what's the difference between not losing it and not losing it? The middle-aged man said angrily, "You made it very clear. I'm telling you right now. Kneel down and apologize to Su Qi. I'll give you another 20 million as compensation." At this moment, the middle-aged man is crazy and crazy. A few minutes ago, he had just received news from his official friend, and a copy suddenly merged with reality. What makes people confused is that the area of the dungeon is very small, that is, it looks like a low-level dungeon, but there is a sinkhole in it that can be created by at least a strong demigod. There is no more dungeon that can be entered than level 20, but there is a sinkhole that only a demigod can create, and all the monsters in it are killed. The official directly spent a lot of money to search across the country for the strong person or the team that caused such damage. At that time, the middle-aged man just took it for granted. But he never expected it. If you eat melon, you will most likely eat it yourself. A few minutes ago, the copy merged with reality. A few minutes later, my son called and said that Suchi came out of the abyss copy, and it happened to be a low-level copy. At this moment, although the middle-aged man did not have sufficient evidence to prove that Suchi was the one who passed through the low-level abyss copy and caused such a big hole. But the middle-aged man was still shocked into a cold sweat, and his intuition kept telling him that his guess was probably true. Suchi is the one who passed the low-level abyss copy. He is the person the authorities are looking for. Use special methods to create people in low-level dungeons who must be at least demigods to cause destructive power. Did they offend such a proud son? Zhang Shaoxing? Not to mention that he was confused at this moment. Even the classmates who were sitting on the ground and resting around him were stunned when they heard the voice coming from the phone. What's going on? Not only does he have to fulfill the bet, he also has to give out another 20 million Huxia coins as an apology, and he also has to make his son kneel down to apologize? Dad! Are you crazy? Zhang Shaoxing roared, it's impossible for me to kneel down and apologize to Suchi, and it's impossible for you to beat me to death. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and then became furious. You evil beast! You evil beast! Do you know what you are doing? Do you want to push the whole family into the abyss? Zhang Shaoxing hung up the phone without hesitation, raised his hand and threw the phone heavily to the ground. And accompanied by a bang sound. Fragmented in all directions. Suchi, I'll fight with you. Zhang Shaoxing wanted to fight Suchi, but was held down by Sun Jing'ai. At this moment, Fang Qingyu also walked out of the room. Teacher Sun, do you know where Suchi went? Sun Jing'ai pointed at the direction Suchi left. Thank you. Fang Qingyu nodded lightly, turned around and left. Dongfang Xiao said quickly, Sister, what happened to Suchi? Zhang Shaoxing's father actually asked him to kneel down and apologize to Suchi, and he was even willing to pay 20 million as an apology. A flash of surprise flashed in Fang Qingyu's eyes. She didn't expect that even if the palace master didn't report it, someone had already guessed about Suchi through clues. She has nothing to hide about this either. Fang Qingyu said, Suchi single passed the abyss dungeon. Maybe Zhang Shaoxing's father learned something about it through some channel, so he chose to cut his flesh to make amends. Chapter 25. What the hell? Suchi cleared the abyss dungeon alone? Everyone's eyes were as big as bells, and they looked at each other, as if to confirm with each other whether they were hallucinating or not. As a result, both of them saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Zhang Shaoxing stood there blankly, as if petrified, turning into a lifelike statue, completely motionless. The most shocked among them were Dongfang Xiao, who had been in there before, and the other two geniuses with hidden professions. They all stared at each other in shock. How could anyone pass through the abyss dungeon where it was so hot that people couldn't survive? And it's the most outrageous single pass. After Fang Qingyu finished speaking, he left without any hesitation and chased in the direction Suchi left. Sister, wait for me. I just trained for running for dozens of kilometers, and my legs are weak now. Dongfang Xiao quickly got up and chased after her. Such a peerless genius. Still so handsome. How can I not go up and make some friends? Fang Qingyu had no choice but to use his skill mechanical recast to make a wheelchair for Dongfang Xiao. The rest of the people were scattered in the wind. Suchi actually cleared the abyss dungeon alone. Doesn't that mean that getting a score of over 500 in the trial tower is not due to a bug, but entirely based on one's own strength? At this moment, Zhang Shaoxing looked in the direction where Suchi left, and felt his body hollowed out. His legs couldn't help but go soft, and he fell directly to his knees on the ground. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a magician like him pass through the abyss dungeon alone? Zhang Shaoxing punched the floor in front of him. Even if he didn't activate the dragon blood state, at this moment he would create dense cracks on the floor and then shatter it directly. However, even though Zhang Shaoxing broke the floor with one punch, he still looked extremely powerless. The arrogance he had when facing Su Qi was gone in his eyes, and there was only despair. A deep despair. A feeling of powerless despair. Why am I still not as good as you even though I have already awakened my hidden profession? Zhang Shaoxing roared to the sky. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself, hoping that everything was just a nightmare, and then suddenly woke up after the slap. But with a crisp sound of pop. Nothing has changed. Everyone present looked at him with a hint of regret in their eyes. It's a pity, but I don't mean to pity Zhang Shaoxing. After all, what he did would make most normal people sick. But they did not take advantage of this opportunity to get close to Su Qi. This made everyone sad. It feels like I missed out on 10 billion. Missed an opportunity to really take off. An online meeting. The Lord of Tian's mansion in Qingyang province sat in front of the computer, watching many important figures enter the venue, and then recounted the most likely course of events today. A clear electronic voice came out. Xiao Feng, didn't you say before that there was a bug in the trial tower corresponding to Deking City, and so Qi high score was just luck? I want a reasonable explanation. The chief master of Tian's mansion tapped lightly on the armrest, and the crisp sound reached his ears, and an invisible sense of oppression emerged in the room. Fang Qingyu's father coughed and said, "Palace master, you can't blame me for this, can you? Didn't you think it was just a bug before?" Many powerful people standing at the top of Daxia remained silent. They had never even dreamed that someone could get an outrageous score of over 500 points in the trial tower. It is precisely because everyone has entered the trial tower that they know how difficult it is to get 300 points, and they know even more clearly that getting more than 500 points is impossible. Ahem. The chief palace master coughed dryly and said, "Explanation is a cover-up. You must take the main responsibility for this matter. You actually gave the decision-making power to Su Qi, who was so young. Does he know what is good and bad?" The leader of the Demon Slayer Guard said, "What? He chose to join our Demon Slayer Guard, which is bad. Without us guarding the Death Mountains, how can you still enjoy peace?" The master of the palace did not give in at all. The Demon Slayer Guards are indeed very good, but the mortality rate here is too high, which is not suitable for training Su Qi. I still say the same thing, give up on him. The leader of the Demon Slayer Guards also sneered. The people in the Tian's mansion are just little sheep in the sheep pen. Will your Tian's mansion eventually let the students come to my Demon Slayer Guard to gain experience? It's better to get it right in one step. There is no such thing as a one-step approach to cultivation. It has to be done step by step. The master of the palace replied with a neither joy nor sorrow. What are you talking about, Master General? You have accepted Zhang Yue as your disciple this year. It's so key turn to be mine. At this moment, Commander He, the head of the headquarters, almost started to tear each other's faces in order to snatch people. The palace master said, "General Palace Master, I feel that So Qi wishes should be followed." "Shut up, You don't have the right to speak here. Your responsibility has not yet been settled by me." The commander smiled and said, "Xiao Feng, if this old woman gives you trouble, bring your daughter to join me as commander, and I will arrange a deputy commander position for you." "Well, you old guy, you started poaching in front of the master of this palace. Don't you want them?" The two of them tore apart mercilessly. Another person said weakly, "I feel that since Zhang Yue and Su Qi, the daughters of my Zhang family, are adults, they should complete their marriage first." Haha. Is the Zhang family still qualified to speak? Didn't you already let Yue break up? I happen to have a precious daughter who is very suitable. You're old, you'd better get off the line quickly and don't make us laugh. Is the Zhang family also worthy of serving dinner? The ancestral land of the Zhang family is in the courtyard. The old man with white hair and beard was sitting in front of the computer, shaking with anger, and smashed the wall next to him with a slap. "You are bullying me too much." The Zhang family members on the side were so frightened that they ran over quickly. "Ancestor, why did you get into such a big fire?" The old man snorted coldly and said, "I'm not a good head of your family. I married a good wife, but I didn't know how to wait a little longer, and actually let the duck fly away." "Ancestor, what are you talking about?" The Zhang family members were confused. The old man was too lazy to say anything more. "Go down, you can handle your mess yourself, I don't care." He had no intention of causing trouble with Zhang Yue's mother. It can only be said that no one could have imagined that a magician could actually score more than 500 points in the trial tower, and no one could have imagined that he could clear the abyss dungeon alone. There was even one left in the end. Ridiculously big sinkhole. The old man sat back and listened quietly to the quarrel between the master of the palace and the commander, until it finally developed into a fight like a child. Then he was discouraged by everyone. Restart the verbal argument. No one gives in to anyone. However, as time passed, so key news was also passed on. The first person to receive the news was naturally Zhang Yue's suitor, Mo Wuhan, the young master of the Mo family in the capital. Passing the abyss dungeon alone? 500 points in the trial tower is not a bug, but so key true strength. Mo Wuhan was dumbfounded. He had just sent people to assassinate him, but a big one came to him? If this matter is caught by the Mo family's sworn enemy, the Mo family will lose a layer of skin if they want to protect him. Mo Wuhan did fall in love with Zhang Yue, but he only treated Su Qi as a nobody and didn't care about his opinion at all. He would kill Su Qi out of jealousy and so on. If Mo Wuhan had known a long time ago that Su Qi was so fierce, he would have only made friends with her, and would not have offended the most talented person because of a woman. Mo Wuhan said quickly, "Here comes someone. Go and call out the two people who assassinated Su Qi." The butler on the side said, "Master, in order to prevent the assassination from being discovered after the assassination fails, they will not carry any communication equipment. And at their current speed, it's almost time to reach Qingyang province." Chapter 26. Near Tian's mansion in Qingyang province. At this moment, Su Qi had no idea what was going on. He just came outside the most upscale restaurant in Qingyang province. This is a restaurant opened by an extraordinary chef. It is said that every dish in it is not only delicious, but also increases one's experience value. Even panel properties and so on. Therefore the price is extremely high. Now that Su Qi has made a lot of money, of course he has to enjoy it, not for experience points or attributes, but just to satisfy his appetite. Try the extraordinary food made by extraordinary people and see how it is different from the food made by ordinary people. When Su Qi entered the classical palace-like building, she was not looked down upon because of her plain clothes. He went directly to the private room on the top floor. It cost millions in one go. This money is really spent like running water. Su Qi sighed secretly. The beautiful waiter's eyes seemed to be shining when she looked at Su Qi, as if she wanted to eat him, and she leaned towards him intentionally or unintentionally during the ordering process. At this moment, Su Qi was quietly eating delicious food upstairs. Fang Qingyu led Dongfang Xiao Xiao to catch up, but did not see Su Qi figure, so she had no choice but to give up. After they left, a middle-aged man took Zhang Shaoxing and, after asking around, came to the bottom of the restaurant. Still not kneeling down, the middle-aged man shouted angrily. Zhang Shaoxing gritted his teeth and said, "Su Qi hasn't come out yet. Kneel him out." The middle-aged man said without any hesitation. Zhang Shaoxing hesitated, then gritted his teeth and knelt down. An unknown number of people immediately surrounded him. "Isn't that this year's newcomer to Tian's mansion, Zhang Shaoxing, who has a hidden profession? Why is he kneeling here?" The person around him seems to be his father, the chairman of the group. Why is he now like a subordinate who made mistakes? People around were talking a lot. As a talented person who can join Tian's mansion, he is also considered a man of influence in the entire Qingyang province. I don't know how many powerful people are trying to win over these geniuses. Their news is naturally known to many motivated people. Someone who happens to live near Tian's mansion. Either rich or noble, they are all very motivated. Therefore, the identities of Zhang Shaoxing and his son were revealed immediately, which shocked them. With the status and strength of Zhang Shaoxing and his son, they are pretty good in the entire Qingyang province. Why are they kneeling here waiting for someone today? Zhang Shaoxing's face turned red, but driven by the desire to survive, he had to kneel on the ground. Although Tian's mansion prohibits internal fighting. But if so key talent grows up in the future, and he casually puts a little shoe on the Zhang family, everything in Zhang Shaoxing will be wiped out. In a daze, a cold voice sounded in Zhang Shaoxing's ears, "Boy, do you want revenge? Do you want to have absolute power and kill Su Qi?" Zhang Shaoxing couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He subconsciously raised his head and looked around, but the people around him didn't seem to hear anything. Still pointing at him there. Even the middle-aged man who had already reached level 40 was still looking inside anxiously, waiting quietly for Su Qi to appear. Zhang Shaoxing lowered his head again in shame and anger. "Stop looking, I'm in your shadow." The cold voice came into Zhang Shaoxing's ears again. Zhang Shaoxing was shocked. In the shadow? He subconsciously glanced at his own shadow from the corner of his eye, but he didn't notice anything at all. It seemed as if the other party was lying to him. "Don't look at it. If you could see the problem, I would have died 800 times. There was a little pride in the cold voice. Although Shadow Assassin is only a rare profession, in terms of hidden abilities, it is at the top of all professions. Among them, the 6th level skill is Shadow Shuttle. It is even called a skill that cannot be solved in the early stage. As long as there are shadows and shadow assassins hide in the shadows, most professions will be unable to do anything to them. However, the shadow assassin can attack from the surrounding shadows at any time, including the opponent's shadow. The only downside is, if there is a distance between the shadows, it will take a lot of mana to shuttle, and the same is true for moving among the shadows. Even maintaining shadow lurk costs mana. But with the help of such magical skills, if used properly, the shadow assassin may not be able to kill higher level mage crisps with hidden professions, such as a mechanic. Of course, the premise is that the mechanic does not have armor fit. Zhang Shaoxing asked in a low voice, "How can you help me?" The cold voice said, "Get close to Su Qi and let your shadow fall on him. I will come out of Su Qi body and kill him with one blow. You won't be suspicious at all, and you won't cause too much trouble." The assassin did not choose to lurk in the shadow of the people eating melons. After all, it was still unknown whether the shadow could get close to Su Qi. As level 53 shadow assassins, shadow travel is still too taxing for them, and moving in the shadows is very difficult. Just go back and forth a few times and you'll have to drain them dry. Okay. Zhang Shaoxing agreed without any hesitation. The assassins were very satisfied. In fact, they did not expect that their luck could be so good. Not long after arriving outside Tian's mansion in Qingyang province, Su Qi was worrying about how to sneak in, but Su Qi came out on his own. Then they met Zhang Shaoxing, who had a grudge against Su Qi, and was able to help them achieve an easy assassination and escape. It can only be said to be perfect. This wave is stable. Time passed by minute by minute. Su Qi ate with satisfaction and felt that she had never eaten such delicious food. As for the slight improvement in experience, physical attack power, defense power, and speed, Suzy didn't care. Anyway, it's just a luxury. Treat yourself well. How long has Zhang Shaoxing been kneeling down there? Su Qi asked while wiping his mouth with a tissue after paying. Sir, it will take about half an hour. The beautiful waiter replied very respectfully. Su Qi nodded. Can you play Wang Zhe? He turned on his mobile phone, planning to play a small game for a while before going down, so that Zhang Shaoxing could kneel for a longer time. Anyway, dragon blood warriors are physically strong. Okay. The beautiful waiter's eyes were shining, and she wished she could stay in the same room with Su Qi. But Su Qi couldn't help but frown after turning on his phone, because there were a lot of missed calls and a lot of text messages on his phone. As an orphan without a father or mother, Su Qi's cell phone was always turned on and intercepted. After all, most people didn't have his phone number, and few people came to see him. But why are there so many calls and text messages today? Susie clicked on one of the text messages. Boy! What are you doing? I, the commander of the Demon Slayer Guards, have sent someone to pick you up. Why don't you answer my call? Su Qi, I, the head of the Tian's mansion, am on my way to pick you up. Quickly report your position to me. Do you still want to see your little girlfriend? Brother Su, I, Mo Wohen, of the Mo family, have just received news that 2 level 53 shadow assassins are going to assassinate you. Hurry up and seek protection from the master of Tian's mansion. Su Qi was speechless. How dare a liar dare to use the name of the Demon Slayer commander and the head of the Tian's mansion to defraud? Don't want to live anymore? Report it to the palace master when you get back. What else is there about the Mo family? Who is Mo Wohen? Haven't heard of it at all. Why do you still call him brothers? You actually said that there are assassins. Your information is so accurate. You even know the occupation, level, and number of assassins clearly? Su Qi blocked them all with a backhand. Chapter 27. The number you dialed is currently active. Please call again later. Inside the demon-killing guard, the middle-aged man heard the ringing sound on his cell phone and threw it to the ground. What a good boy! How dare you blackmail this commander? The members of the Demon Slayer Guard on the side looked at each other in shock and were secretly frightened. They couldn't imagine who dared to block his leader. One of the top experts in Daxia. Kyoto. Mo Wohen's face had darkened. He had called Su Qi properly but didn't answer his phone calls or text messages, and now he had blocked him. Whatever, I've already warned him. Even if Su Qi dies in an accident, there's no way he can be traced to me. Some people from other big families also had dark faces. This guy is really shameless. I, a great demigod, betrothed my daughter to him. It doesn't matter if he doesn't want it, but he actually blocked me. Because of the announcement of Su Qi news, undercurrents surged across the entire Huaxia kingdom, and even powerful foreign officials convened an emergency meeting because of him. Tian's mansion, Qingyang province. The palace master's office. At this moment, Fang Qingyu's father was no longer sitting in the chair, but standing aside, making a call on his mobile phone. But the words "the number you dialed is currently on a call, please call again later" kept coming from the other end of the phone. But even though he couldn't get through, the palace master still kept calling, and as the number of dials increased, the sweat on his forehead also increased. Susie, you little brat, why don't you answer the phone? I will help you report it truthfully, but please don't harm me. On the office chair that originally belonged to the master of the palace, sitting there was a beautiful woman about 20 years old. Her eyebrows are like crescent moons, her eyes are like stars, and her skin is as delicate as mutton fat jade, exuding a little bit of crystal luster. Xiao Feng, look at the good students you have taught. They even dare to block my phone calls and not reply to my text messages. The woman smiled, her little mouth turned red, the corners of her pink mouth slightly raised, with a hint of a faint smile. She looked quietly at the palace master who was busy beside him. Master, this was not taught by my subordinates. Su Qi should not answer calls without notes. Fang Qingyu's father explained quickly. Lord of the palace. To be precise, it should be the head of the Tian's mansion, and the teacher Zhang Yue just worshipped is the woman in front of him, Ji Fengguyu. In fact, after arriving in Qingyang province, Ji Fengguyu immediately determined where Su Qi was, and even knew that 2 assassins intended to assassinate him. However, Ji Fengguyu is the dignified head of the Tian's mansion. Coming in person is already a big honor, so how could he go to see Su Qi in person? But Su Qi blackmailed her. Ji Fengguyu still wrote it down silently. At this moment, facing the palace master's answer, the woman smiled and said nothing. She was so beautiful that she seemed to be able to make people forget to breathe. The master of the palace didn't show any intention of appreciating it, and started dialing even more sweatily. The atmosphere in the room became increasingly depressing. Dong dong dong. A crisp knock on the door broke the original atmosphere here. The palace master glanced at Ji Fengguyu, and the woman's expression returned to calm. Enter. A pleasant voice came out. The people outside the room were obviously stunned for a moment, but finally opened the office door and walked in. King Yu? Dongfang Xiao Xiao? What are you doing here? The palace master recognized the 2 of them at a glance. Dongfang Xiaoxiao's spell master profession is very strong. When he first read the information, the palace master remembered her at a glance. Fang Qingyu said, "Dad, this is an old friend of mine." The palace master said. He did not explain Ji Fengguyu's identity. After all, every move of the head of the palace attracted much attention, and there were even fewer people who knew that she came to Qingyang province in person. The 2 women nodded lightly and didn't ask any more questions. The master of the palace said, "King Yu, why did you bring your classmates to me?" Fang Qingyu looked at Dongfang Xiao Xiao. Dongfang Xiao Xiao also looked at Fang Qingyu. Their eyes met, and the 2 women hesitated for a while. Fang Qingyu said, "Dad, I think Su Qi is right. Baby birds will never grow up unless they fly out of their nests. Tiger cubs will never be able to become the king of beasts if they grow up under the protection of their parents. I came here today to ask for your help and approval. I want to leave the wings of your protection and go to the outside world to experience." Within Qingyang province, Fang Qingyu can almost be said to be a princess, and no one dares to disobey her or harm her. Naturally, it is impossible for the master of the palace to let his daughter suffer. Ji Fengguyu nodded secretly as she listened. The master of the palace said, "Okay, this old friend of mine is from the capital. When she leaves later, you can follow her to the Tian's palace in the capital." Fang Qingyu didn't think much about it. She shook her head and refused, "Dad, going to the headquarters is too boring. We want to get rid of the demon guard experience like Su Qi." "Palace master? Ji Fengguyu?" As soon as these words came out, the depressive atmosphere that had just disappeared in the room resurfaced again. The palace master immediately felt like he was sweating profusely, and a chill went straight to Tianling Gai. "My baby girl won't kill him. But he died because of his precious daughter. Xiao Feng. You didn't teach Su Qi. You should have taught Xiao Qingyu, right?" Ji Fengguyu asked coldly. The master of the palace quickly turned around and said, "Master of the palace, please listen to my cunning explanation. These words were not taught by Su Qi and have absolutely nothing to do with my subordinates." "Lord of the palace?" Fang Qingyu and Dongfang Xiao Xiao were stunned for a moment at the same time, and instantly understood that the woman in front of them must be the head of the Tian's mansion. And here for Suzy. Without joining the Tian's mansion, the head of the mansion could actually come over in person. This is probably the only person in the entire Huaxia kingdom. It's just what Fang Qingyu said just now. The 2 girls couldn't help but shudder. "I've met the master of the palace." Fang Qingyu and Dongfang Xiao Xiao saluted quickly. Ji Fengguyu smiled, "No courtesy." She was not so petty when she was angry with a junior, but since the debt could not be blamed on the junior, it could only be blamed on the old guy. The other side. While Su Qi was playing the game, he was distracted by two things, improving his proficiency in space teleportation. Downstairs, Zhang Shaoxing was kneeling quietly. At this moment, he was holding his hands tightly, his nails almost digging into the flesh, and he almost bit his teeth. "BD Suzy! Why don't you get down?" Zhang Shaoxing cursed secretly in his heart, while his father kept walking back and forth with a sad face. According to the time, Su Qi should have finished eating long ago, but he still didn't come out, as if he wanted Zhang Shaoxing to continue kneeling. "I have no intention of forgiving him at all. You are so strong, why don't you just go in and kill him?" Zhang Shaoxing asked in a low voice. The assassin said, "Do you really think there are no strong people in such a big restaurant?" Zhang Shaoxing was speechless for a moment and could only kneel quietly. However, they did not know that a man wearing blood-stained armor had already arrived at a high altitude not far away, and could clearly hear the words of Zhang Shaoxing and the assassin. "Who dares to assassinate my demon-killing guard? You are seeking death." The man was about to take action and kill Zhang Shaoxing and the assassin together, but he felt a force blessing him. "Master of the General Palace." The man's face looked a little ugly. He really didn't expect that the commander had to guard the Death Mountain and could not leave at will, but the head of the palace who wanted to sit in Kyoto had no martial ethics. "Come in person. Don't worry, this palace master is going to make this kid suffer a lot today." Ji Fengyu watched everything quietly. "How dare you block her directly?" Since the founding of Tian's mansion, this was the first time that tens of thousands of meals were eaten, and it was still so big. She had to let Su Qi eat a big meal today. Isn't it easy for two level 53 shadow assassins to defeat a level 15 mage? Chapter 28. 2.5 hours later. Su Qi's space teleportation was immediately perfected, and he did not continue to be idle. He began to master the second level skills obtained at level 15. Light and Shadow Clone. It costs 2000 mana to build a clone. The clone only has the first, second, and third level skills of the main body. The cost of releasing the skills is borne by the main body. For ordinary magicians, Light and Shadow Clone is a useless skill. It is still good before level 30. It can double the attack in a short time. The disadvantage is that mana is consumed very quickly. But it will become dispensable after 30. But for Su Qi, it is no problem at all. His first, second, and third level skills, or any skills, are supported by the golden entries. It can only be described as outrageous. Another 2.5 hours later. The sky was already dark, and even Zhang Shaoxing, a dragon-blooded warrior, was kneeling so hard that his legs were numb, he completely lost consciousness, and his stomach began to growl. The surrounding melon-eating people also went from being curious at first, to being speechless later, and finally left after feeling bored, and new people came around. However, overall the number of onlookers is slowly declining. "Su Qi, I want you to be cut into pieces." Zhang Shaoxing cursed in a low voice. The assassin consoled him, "Wait slowly, don't rush, my strength will improve to a certain extent in the evening." Zhang Shaoxing suppressed the anger in his heart and knelt quietly. The deputy commander of the demon-killing guards, Ji Fengyu, and the master of the palace were also speechless. They did not expect that they had to wait for a long time for Su Qi. As for what Su Qi was doing, they didn't care. Anyway, they all wanted to watch him get beaten up. While making them vent their anger, it also made Su Qi understand what it meant to have someone outside the world. After dinner, Su Qi finally walked out of the room leisurely and walked away under the resentful eyes of the beautiful waiter. "When you say you play games, do you really just play games? You can't just play mobile games when playing games." Su Qi walked downstairs, and Zhang Shaoxing seemed to have seen the dawn of hope, and also saw the scene of the handsome young man's head falling to the ground. Zhang Shaoxing almost couldn't help laughing. "Gg. Young Master Su, it was indeed my son who did something wrong before. This 20 million card will be used as an apology." You have a lot of money, please let our Zhang family go. The fat middle-aged man smiled broadly and hurriedly bent down to greet him humbly, and handed over a deposit card. The eyes of the melon eaters who were still watching around him were all wide-eyed. They can live near Tian's mansion. Although they are not short of money, almost no one can do it if they spend 20 million yuan at a time. However, a person with such abundant financial resources was smiling apologetically, nodding and bowing, not daring to reveal any true thoughts. What kind of aristocratic family does Mr. Su in front of me belong to? Speculations continued. Su Qi said nothing and just walked slowly towards the direction of Tian's mansion. The assassin also released the detection skill. Detection, although it is only a third-level skill, most professions use skill books to learn it. After using it, you can detect the professions, attributes, skills, and levels of people whose levels are lower than yours. It will not work on those whose levels are higher than yours. Level 1-5. Occupation, Magician. Health value, 2200. Mana value, 2200. Magic attack power, 183. Physical attack power, 104. Agility, 95. Defense, 95. Skills, Fireball, Freezing, Ice Explosion, Light and Shadow Clone, Space Teleportation. Level 15. The two assassins in the dark couldn't help but be shocked. They never dreamed that someone could reach such a high level in a few days. But two level 53s are playing level 15. The advantage is mine. After that, the health value and mana value are very ordinary, nothing outstanding, just an ordinary magician panel. But when the two assassins saw the magic attack power, physical attack power, agility, and defense power, they couldn't help but take a breath. Are you sure this is a panel that only a level 15 magician should have? You can understand that spell attack power is high, and all free attribute points are added to spell attack power, but what kind of physical attack power, agility, and defense power are what a magician should have? No level 15 assassin can be that high. But the last skill made the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. The higher the attribute value, the higher it is. It's not a big deal. With the absolute level gap, everything is just a cloud. Ji Fengguo and the deputy commander of the Demon Slayer Guard, who were secretly observing, were also secretly shocked. They had never expected that a magician's attributes could be so high. Unexpectedly, Su Qi was already level 15. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a man who has a single access to the Abyss copy. His vision returned to Su Qi, who was walking as if taking a walk after dinner, ignoring the middle-aged man and what he just said. You evil beast, why don't you kowtow to Mr. Su and admit your mistake? A flash of panic flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he raised his leg and kicked Zhang Shaoxing who was kneeling on the ground. Zhang Shaoxing gritted his teeth and kowtowed, "Young Master Su, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Suzy glanced at him. "You can get out." He was in no mood to pay attention to these people. If Zhang Shaoxing hadn't insisted on getting in his face, Su Qi would have been in no mood to pay attention to them. Zhang Shaoxing was stunned for a moment. He could tell that Su Qi was careless and that he didn't take him seriously from beginning to end. An unknown feeling of humiliation emerged in Zhang Shaoxing's heart. The middle-aged man nodded and bowed, "Thank you, Mr. Su. Please take this apology first." Su Qi also accepted it without hesitation. Zhang Shaoxing stood up on the ground and said with tears of gratitude, "Thank you, Master Su." "Thank you, Master Su." The middle-aged man said, "Master Su asked you to get out, why don't you get out?" Zhang Shaoxing walked towards Su Qi as if he didn't hear him. Just less than a second. Zhang Shaoxing's shadow fell on the young man. Su Qi immediately felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart and used space teleportation without hesitation. The crowd eating melons around them didn't react at all. A figure suddenly emerged from Zhang Shaoxing's shadow and swung his sword towards Su Qi. In the end it came to nothing. The assassin focused his gaze and looked in the direction of Su Qi, and found that he had used space teleportation dozens of times in less than a second. The limit is 4.4 meters each time. In an instant, he had already run hundreds of meters away. Assassin? 1 meter away has 1000 mana points, and 100 meters away has 100,000 mana points. Didn't we agree that his basic mana points are only 2000? You call this level 15? Is this the amount of mana you should have at level 15? The assassin who took action and the assassin in the dark were stunned for a moment, and pursued him without hesitation. Running hundreds of meters in 1 second is easy for a level 53 shadow assassin, and they can even run much faster. But at this moment, Su Qi was like a loach. The two assassins tried their best, but they couldn't touch him. All small-scale attack methods, without being able to confine the space, would not be able to touch Su Qi at all. Su Qi was fighting with the two assassins. The onlookers came to their senses at this moment, but they still didn't understand what was going on. The middle-aged man's face was ashen. Although he didn't know whether Zhang Shaoxing was involved in the assassination, when the assassination came out, they would all take the blame regardless of whether he was involved or not. Master Su, let me help you. Chapter 29. I'll help you. Zhang Shaoxing's father shouted angrily, burst out at an astonishing speed, and rushed into the battlefield. Even though he knew that the two assassins were much stronger than him, Zhang Shaoxing's father still went forward. As a warrior, speed was not his strong point. Su Qi continued to perform space teleportation all the way while the two assassins kept chasing him. Zhang Shaoxing's father chased them for a while, but then he could no longer see them. Is he so strong? The middle-aged man felt a complex mix of emotions, including shock, worry, and fear. Zhang Shaoxing was also shocked by Su Qi's strength. But there was more excitement in his eyes, as if he was about to see Su Qi's head fall to the ground. After all, he can't even fight back now. I could only run away in fear all the way. Zhang Shaoxing caught up with him and said, "Dad, why do you care whether Su Qi lives or dies? I have no involvement in this matter." Who would have thought that there could be someone hiding in the shadows? He looked calm, as if he really knew nothing. However, he looked up in the direction where Su Qi and the other two disappeared, his eyes full of expectation, expecting to hear the news of Su Qi's death. The other side. The two assassins continued their pursuit, waving their swords non-stop, and bursts of extremely lethal sword light flashed in the darkness. But no matter how high the damage is, it is equal to 0 if it is dodged. Su Qi, are you still a man? If you have the guts, stand still and confront us head-on. You're hiding here and there like a woman. If you're a real man, have a fair fight. The two assassins spoke sarcastically and in a high-sounding manner, as if they were not the ones who had just carried out the sneak attack. However, although their tone was full of sarcasm, they were already panicking in their hearts. According to the original plan, they would kill Su Qi with one blow and then escape immediately. Even if the strong men from Tian's mansion came, they would have a chance to run away. But if they don't kill Su Qi with one strike, it will most likely alert the people in Tian's mansion. Then, let alone a successful assassination, they won't even have a chance to escape. However, as if the taunting worked, Su Qi suddenly stopped the continuous space teleportation and looked back at them. The two assassins were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help but be overjoyed. A young person is a young person. He just made a few sarcastic remarks, but just to vent his anger, he actually stopped and confronted them head-on. It's really ridiculous. Ji Fengguo and the deputy commander, who were observing secretly, couldn't help but frown slightly, and were ready to take action at the critical moment. At the same time, the two of them couldn't help but shake their heads secretly. Su Qi is still too young. When you cannot defeat the person you are against, no matter what excessive things you do or what humiliating words you say, you should only have one thought in mind. Run! As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Only by surviving can you take revenge. If you die, there will be nothing. If someone sacrifices themselves to cover you, their sacrifice is meaningless. The two assassins attacked suddenly without any hesitation. Shadow shuttle. They seemed to have turned into liquid and disappeared into the night. When they reappeared, they were already behind Suchi. Die! The two men swung their swords and slashed down. Two sword lights left a huge cross on the ground, but they still missed. Didn't we agree to have a real man's duel? The two of them looked at Suchi, who was already 100 meters away in an instant, and his face under the black mask was slightly pale. I felt like a clown being made fun of. Suchi said nothing, but activated light and shadow clone. In an instant, there was another self beside him, and then the second turned into 4, the 4 turned into 8, and the 8 turned into 16. Almost in the blink of an eye, 16 Suchi surrounded the two assassins, as if they were switching sides. This doesn't mean that light and shadow clone can create a maximum of 16 clones, but that Suchi now can only divide his mind into 16 at most. The two assassins were shocked. They had no idea which Suchi was the real one. If the 16 of them fled in all directions, their mission would be a complete failure. As for the 16 Suchi counterattacked them. Joke. Just 16 level 15 magicians want to fight against 2 level 53 shadow assassins? Do you really think that a huge level gap of 38 can be made up by just a dozen people? However, the escape they had expected did not happen. Instead, they saw one of Soki's magnificent staffs, and countless purple fireballs poured down from all directions towards the two assassins. Huge firepower coverage, even if each fireball can only cause a little damage, but being hit by dense fireballs will still cause tens of thousands of damage. Not to mention that the defense of the shadow assassin is not high, and it is impossible for it to only cause a little damage when hit by a fireball. Grass. The two assassins cursed subconsciously and quickly used shadow shuttle again, blending themselves into the shadows to avoid the attack. In an instant, he came behind Suchi, who was holding a staff. Boom! 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 Countless fireballs blasted the earth apart. Just as the two assassins were about to take action, a vast white mist enveloped hundreds of meters in radius, and a biting chill poured into their bodies. Freezing technique. Or it should be called 16 times freezing technique. He used each of the 16 Suchi hundreds of times in an instant, and the chill they gathered together made even a level 53 shadow assassin freeze. Faint ice crystals appeared on the body surface, their body movements became stiff, and even the blood in their bodies showed signs of coagulation. How is that possible? Ice explosion. Suchi was also ruthless and didn't talk much, so he just launched a silky small combo. Boom! The huge explosion enveloped hundreds of meters in radius, but the explosion seemed to avoid Soki's body, and his figure flashed one after another. Turning around, he had already escaped from the envelope. However, before he had a chance to take a breath, two figures emerged from his shadow again and slashed at Soki's neck with their swords. The sword flashed. As if time reincarnates, the sword light cuts through the air and falls on the ground, leaving a cross-sword mark. There was no difference from before. 16 Suchi surrounded the two assassins. But this time they were smarter and did not give Suchi a chance to activate ice sealing technique. Instead, they directly used shadow shuttle and lurked into his shadow. Aren't your skills too rogue? Didn't you just ask me to stop and have a fair duel? You guys are not happy after I really stop. What do you mean by hiding from my shadow? Suchi mocked in a similar manner. He just ran away because he didn't want to accidentally hurt the people eating melons. But it doesn't mean that I am really afraid of them. The two shadow assassins were silent. Shadow travel, is it still dark? Is there shadow travel still a rogue? Who knows who is the rogue? A level 15 ordinary professional magician suppressed 2 level 53 rare professional shadow assassins and beat them until they were unable to fight back. Who is the rogue? Ji Fengguo, the deputy commander, and the master of the palace who were secretly observing were dumbfounded, and even felt like they were hallucinating. They all knew before that there was a big problem with Soki Mana, and they even knew that he had an extremely outrageous power charging skill. Just give it enough time. You can level a low-level copy with one move. A true level 100 demigod attack. But now after seeing Soki actual combat, they all felt that the information about him was still too one-sided. Fighting against level 53 people at level 15 would have been something they would never have dreamed of. As outrageous as it is. But now the facts are before their eyes. Master of the General Palace, this son's strength is extraordinary. Even if he goes through the formal campaign, he is far beyond the standard line for joining the Demon Slayer Guard. He must join our Demon Slayer Guard. The deputy commander's eyes were fiery. Ji Fengguo said nothing, just punched the deputy commander and knocked him down into the cement floor. How dare you rob my master's good disciple? Let the old guy come. Deputy commander. The palace master hesitated for a moment and said, Palace master, should we help Suchi solve the problem now? If the 2 assassins don't come out now, Suchi can't do anything about them. Ji Fengguo shook her head slightly. No need, I haven't had enough fun yet. After saying that, she waved her hand and arrested the deputy commander. My master remembers that you are a demigod-level puppet master. Now it is up to you to control those 2 assassins. I want to see Soki full strength. Chapter 30. I want to know Soki full strength. Ji Fengguo looked at Suchi in the distance, her beautiful eyes full of fire. If only he could truly grow up. Daxia will truly reach the top of the world. At that time, if any big beautiful country or small country dares to dance like it is now, it will be trampled to death. The deputy commander was beaten so dizzy that he rubbed his head and refused mercilessly, I won't do it unless the master of the palace allows Suchi to follow his wishes. Join the demon slayers. Ji Fengguo didn't even move her eyelids. If you don't want to see Soki full strength, I can take him back and slowly test him. The deputy commander was speechless. He just finished beating him and asked him to do something. Do you want to be so domineering? The key is not to do it. Ji Fengguo was curious about Soki true strength, and the deputy commander and palace master were naturally also very curious. Everyone wants to know how fierce Suchi can be. Far away. Suchi was speechless looking at the shadows on the ground, judging from the fact that they could rely on Shadow Shuttle to avoid the ice blast. Common means of attack. There is nothing they can do if they are completely in the shadow state. The only way Suchi can do now is to use the skills to hurt them across the level of reality. It is estimated that there are only 2 left. Fireball technique and frost ice crystal. A fireball that continuously charges up can directly erupt the power of the forbidden curse, and a continuously charged cold energy can also erupt the power of the forbidden curse. There is a chance to break the distance between reality and the shadow world, and hurt or even kill the people hiding in Soki's shadow. But at such a close distance, using the forbidden spell level fireball technique and frost ice crystal, the aftermath would 100% kill him. Just when Suchi was worried, the 2 assassins hiding in the shadows suddenly felt that they had lost control of their bodies. Puppet Master. The 2 of them were desperate, and 3 words came to their minds. At the same time, there was an unprecedented sense of power all over their bodies. Due to the continuous use of Shadow Shuttle, the mana that was almost exhausted was replenished between breaths. Is it an ally? The 2's shock and despair turned into excitement. In an instant, a figure suddenly appeared in the shadow of a street lamp. It was one of the 2 assassins. Soki's face was expressionless. While guarding against his own shadow, there were 16 of them in total, and countless fireballs flew out like raindrops with his hand. It was completely different from the last time. The assassin did not directly use Shadow Shuttle to enter a state where he could not be selected. Every dodge was just right, and he shuttled through the fireball in an incredible way without suffering any damage. Freezing technique. Suchi was not careless. One move was ineffective, and he immediately repeated his old tricks, releasing a wide range of attacks that made it impossible to hide at this moment. Ha! The assassin sneered and suddenly threw the sword in his hand. Shadow Assassin's talent skills. Put all one's eggs in one basket. The whole body's strength and mana are gathered together to launch a desperate blow, which is extremely powerful. After using it, the assassin will directly lose his combat effectiveness. However, now there is a puppet master secretly controlling and transmitting mana. Even if he uses desperate throw, he still has the power to fight again. The long sword cuts through the air, and the sword energy is like a rainbow. Even with Soki 16 times ice sealing technique, a straight hole was still torn open by the long sword, preventing the cold air from covering the assassin's position. At the same time, the long sword was like a stream of light, rushing straight into Soki's chest. The speed was so fast and the pressure was so strong that it seemed that even the space around him was blocked by the sword energy. Unable to use space teleportation to dodge, Suchi was slightly startled. He didn't expect the assassin to suddenly become so fierce, but he didn't panic at all. The light and shadow clones that were originally located around him disappeared one after another. In just an instant, hundreds of him appeared in front of Suchi. It's too late to say it, but it's soon. Even though Suchi has cultivated all his skills to full proficiency, he still only used light and shadow clone more than 100 times. It turned into a long sword and began to penetrate the body. One wears 73. The long sword finally stopped in the body of the 74th Suchi. Under the strong defense of his body, he could not move forward at all. Suchi couldn't control hundreds of clones at the same time, but it was still easy to use them as shields. Light and shadow clone can still be played like this. The two assassins and the three people observing were also stunned. However, the deputy commander also became a little more interested and ruthlessly controlled the two assassins to attack Suchi. Shadow 1000 kills. Shadow Assassin's 8th level skill. As the most powerful puppet master in the world, the deputy commander controls countless professions and controls various skills of various professions. Now that the shadow assassin is controlled, it can only be used like an arm and a finger. However, at level 53, even with the deputy commander providing mana, still unable to unleash the true power of the 8th level skill. In an instant, countless phantoms appeared around Suchi, and thousands of sword lights were displayed at various tricky angles. Block all Soki escape routes, and at the same time block the space around him, cutting off the possibility of him using space teleportation to dodge. Another shadow assassin was not idle either. He appeared not far away and once again used desperate throw to throw out the sword in his hand. It turned into a meteor-like point of light, happened to pass through the illusory light and shadow of another assassin, and went straight to Soki's chest, forming a perfect coordination. Such a coordinated attack by the two of them could not be resisted by Suchi even if he used hundreds of clones to resist it at once. Unless he has hundreds of clones up, down, left, right, and in all directions, as long as there is a missing place, the 8th level Shadow 1000 killings will come as promised. However, Suchi did not move or even take action, but his figures appeared again around him. Completely different from the light and shadow clone, these figures looked almost exactly like him, but did not have the amethyst staff in their hands. They are all translucent. It seems to be just an illusory projection. Golden entry, reappearance of the past. Effect, pull the opponent into the past years that you have experienced, can only be pulled in once per time. Among Soki 4 current golden entries, the only one can take the initiative to attack, while the other 3 tend to be passive skills. At the same time, the environment with a radius of hundreds of miles is covered with layers of illusory scenes, as if thousands of scenes are superimposed. Make the surrounding space become illusory. Gives people a sense of unreality. Freezing technique. It is completely different from Soki's previous 16 times of ice sealing technique. This time he pulled out all the time periods for the ice sealing technique in the Abyss dungeon. It is equivalent to how many times Suchi has used ice sealing technique to clean the ground in the Abyss dungeon, and how many times Suchi has used the ice sealing technique to clean the ground at this moment. The world with a radius of several hundred meters was frozen. Even if Suchi was not as powerful as he is now, when the numbers pile up, the cold air in the space continues to accumulate. Whether it was the desperate throw coming straight towards Suchi, or the thousands of phantoms and dense sword lights that appeared around him, it turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. Did you hide in the shadow again? Suchi smiled and used space teleportation to fly high into the sky. Suzy can't fly. But every time space teleportation occurs, his height will rise by 4.4 meters, and then fall a little further. But after a steady stream of space teleportation, he came directly to an altitude of several thousand meters, where the air was cold and the oxygen was thin. But Suchi didn't care. Only the remnant soul of a fire elf emerged, holding his hand and keeping Suchi high in the sky. At the same time, because Suchi was flying high in the sky and his shadow was on the ground, even if controlled by the deputy commander, the two assassins could not attack through shadow shuttle. Just now, Suchi didn't use the remnant soul of the fire elf. It was entirely because she only had fighting instincts, so she directly attacked with large-scale forbidden spells at every turn. Not suitable for use in cities. The three people observing in secret looked at the remnant soul of the fire elf and couldn't help but be secretly shocked, wondering how many trump cards Suchi had left. At the same time, they were also puzzled and couldn't understand what he wanted to do. Because he was so tall, the assassins couldn't hit him, and it was difficult for him to hit the assassins. However, they were not given a chance to think too much. Another Suchi appeared next to Suchi. Just like the previous situation, it was all illusory Suchi, but this time the illusory scene enveloped a radius of 10,000 meters. Everyone only saw the illusory Suchi standing on the top of the mountain, holding the staff high in his hand, and above it was a sun. The huge forbidden curse sun. At the same time, the whole Qingyang province. Everything seems to be bright. Chapter 31. In Qingyang province. Countless ordinary people are puzzled by this and have no idea what is going on. Why does it turn dark and light up again soon after? Those who are far away are fine. I saw the rising sun rising on the horizon, and the moon on the other side that had just risen. Those who were close suddenly saw a sun hanging high in the sky. The bright moon that had just risen and the emerging stars all lost their light in front of it. What is that? The sun has just set, and why does it suddenly appear in the sky again? But this sun is so strange, how can it be so big? Dongfang Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed. From a long distance, the sun is smaller than the ordinary sun, but when the distance is closer, the forbidden sun above Soki's head is much larger than the real sun. Fang Qingyu raised her eyes, was stunned for a moment, and then said with a hint of realization, someone should be looking for trouble for Suchi. But the troublemaker will have no chance to change his ways. He will soon turn to ashes under the sun. Dongfang Xiao? Is that Suzy's attack? Even though he had scored an outrageous score of more than 500 points in the trial tower before, and then passed the Abyss dungeon alone. Logically speaking, it is only a dozen levels at most. How could it be possible to issue an attack that was like a forbidden curse? Dongfang Xiao looked confused and couldn't help but pat her body and face gently, suspecting that she was dreaming. Or there may be both visual and auditory hallucinations. The other side. Zhang Shaoxing and his son, who were waiting for help from Tian's mansion and the final result of Soki's assassination, also raised their heads at this moment. Did the strong men of Tian's mansion take action? The middle-aged man murmured to himself, showing some worry in his heart. However, after Zhang Shaoxing stared blankly for a while at the big sun hanging high in the sky, his legs softened and he sat down on the ground. The big sun falls. The scene in front of Zhang Shaoxing was all too familiar. He had seen almost the same scene in the trial tower twice, and it could even be said that there was only a difference in distance. At that time, Zhang Shaoxing thought it was a bug in the trial tower, and he reported it later. Now he sees the sun appearing in reality with his own eyes. Zhang Shaoxing understood. There are no bugs in the trial tower. It won't happen now, and it won't happen in the future. There are only Suqi in the trial tower, and some are just Suqi who is extremely defiant and can cast forbidden spells as soon as he awakens his profession. At this moment, all the proud people from Dakan City were in a state of shock and numbness when they saw the bug appearing in reality. At the same time, thinking back to Suqi's single pass through the Abyss dungeon, he immediately understood that there were never bugs in the trial tower. It's just that they don't have the knowledge. The entire Qingyang province is ignorant. I feel that it is impossible for a person below level 10, who has just awakened a supernatural profession, to create such horrific destruction. You can only blame everything on bugs. Zhang Shaoxing sat on the ground, staring blankly at the big sun in the sky, watching it slowly fall to the earth. What kind of monster did I mess with? Zhang Shaoxing murmured to himself. He was extremely scared in his heart, but he was more unwilling and angry. The great sun falls. Under the extreme high temperature baking, even before it actually landed, the surrounding plants had already begun to burn. To those who are close, it looks like the end of the world. As for accidental injuries and large-scale destruction, Suqi knew that it would not happen, because even the previous battle did not attract the attention of the palace master. Such a big situation. Of course there will be strong people to wipe the butt. The assassins hiding in the shadows below were already paralyzed. Even when the big sun set and the shadows disappeared, they all appeared. He looked like his jaw dropped in shock. Young Master Mo Wohen. Do you want to come and see for yourself what tasks have been assigned to them? Is this really just a level 15 magician? Junk detection skill. The information is wrong, what a huge mistake. The two assassins stared at the sky quietly, wanting to run but their bodies were still in a puppet state, unable to move at all. Even such a large coverage area. Even if they could run, they couldn't run away. At this moment, Ji Fengguo, the deputy commander, and the master of the palace who were secretly watching were all stunned by Suqi's trump card. Are forbidden spells powerful? In the eyes of ordinary extraordinary people, it is a big move that can change the situation of the battle, but in the eyes of mid-level experts, it is a nightmare-like terrifying skill. Even high-level experts can't avoid forbidden spells. But among the three weakest people present, they were all demigods. Who can't catch ordinary forbidden spells with bare hands? But the person who cast the forbidden curse was just a level 15 ant-like existence, and he cast it in seconds without any preparation. Bai Li Ke stepped on his horse and opened the door for Li Ke. It's even more outrageous than it is home. It is difficult for a level 100 half-step magic god to release the forbidden curse in seconds, but Suqi not only did it, but the power also reached the power of a normal forbidden curse. It's completely different from when the deputy commander controls the level 53 shadow assassin. Even if he forcibly provides mana, he can't really exert the power of the 8th level skill. The deputy commander and the palace master looked at each other in shock. Xiao Feng, such a big forbidden curse, do you want to watch it explode in the city? Ji Fengguo suddenly asked. Take action? There was no way she could take action. He came all the way to accept Suqi as his disciple, and his phone number was blocked, so he wanted him to suffer a little but didn't. Anyway, it is impossible for Ji Fengguo to take the initiative to see Suqi. Even if Palace Master Fang pressures her, he must come to see her. The Palace Master was stunned for a moment, and then took action immediately. Everyone saw the sun setting, and everyone nearby thought that the end was coming, but a huge mechanical hand suddenly appeared. He grabbed the big day in his hand. The sun burst out with billowing heat, and the surrounding space was constantly distorting, as if it was about to shatter. However, the huge manipulator remained as stable as a mountain, with no sign of melting. Hold the big sun firmly in your hands like an egg, and as time goes by, the sun is getting smaller at an alarming speed. It's as if the energy is being extracted by a mechanical hand. I've met the palace master. Su Qi bowed slightly. You and King Yu are good friends, there is no need to see me outside. The palace master smiled cheerfully, looking extremely amiable. Su Qi smiled and didn't refute. Although he only knew Fang Qingye for a day, the palace master said that he was a good friend, so there was no harm in it anyway. The fire elf took Su Qi to the ground, and then merged into the amethyst staff. After solving the trouble, the master of the palace flew down directly and caught the two assassins. Su Qi, there are two, an important person who wants to see you. Follow me back to Tian's mansion. As he said this, he thought about taking Su Qi away. Su Qi shook his head repeatedly. Master, I still have some important things to deal with. I'll talk about meeting the big shot later. With that said, he didn't care what the palace master thought. He directly used space teleportation and rushed towards Zhang Shaoxing. Just now he refused to go away when he asked him to go away, and he still insisted on walking towards Su Qi, deliberately casting his shadow on him. It doesn't matter if this matter is related to Zhang Shaoxing. Su Qi was the first to not believe it. Even if Zhang Shaoxing cannot hire such a high-level assassin, he must know that the assassin is in his shadow. He was equivalent to directly participating in the assassination. Almost killed Su Qi. The first time he was attacked by an assassin, if Su Qi had not reacted quickly, no matter how many cards he had, it would have been useless. Zhang Shaoxing really almost caused Su Qi to capsize in the gutter. The master of the palace was silent. He didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only use the corner of his eyes to look in the direction of Ji Fengguo. Why don't you go see the head of Tian's mansion? If it were anyone else, they would not be punished. But he. It's Suzy. Chapter 32. The master of the palace looked back in the direction of Ji Fengguo and found that she didn't give any sign, then silently followed Su Qi. Rushed towards the city center. As the three people who witnessed the whole process, they naturally knew what Su Qi wanted to do, and they all supported him in doing it. Team up with assassins to assassinate him. Why not kill him and keep him alive? When we came to the city center, because of the abnormal situation just now, there were more people on the road. After all, it was obviously the strong men of Tian's mansion who took action just now and suppressed everything easily, so they were not afraid of any further troubles. Zhang Shaoxing did not run away at this moment. He stood on the spot, having stabilized his emotions and regained his composure, looking at Su Qi from a distance. Eyes facing each other. Su Qi. Hundreds of space teleportation came to Zhang Shaoxing. Zhang Shaoxing, have you figured out how to die? Death? How to die? I haven't decided yet. Zhang Shaoxing smiled, but when he faced Su Qi head-on, his legs could not help but tremble slightly, which betrayed his inner emotions. But Zhang Shaoxing still worked hard to remain calm. The middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward and said, Master Su, my child is spoiled, mentally immature, and ignorant. You, sir, have a lot of trouble. Please spare Shaoxing one more time. Why don't you kneel down? The middle-aged man roared at Zhang Shaoxing. Zhang Shaoxing smiled with disdain. Dad, you want me to kneel down? When facing a strong man, you only know to ask me to kneel down to survive, but I won't kneel down today. Su Qi. UBCH, if you can, kill me in public today. If you don't kill me, you are a coward. Zhang Shaoxing laughed crazily. He wants to take advantage of the rules of Tian's mansion. Students are prohibited from killing each other, and violators will be killed without mercy. Zhang Shaoxing just wanted to trade with Su Qi today, and wanted to see if the rules of Tian's mansion were a joke. Maybe he can make the rules of Tian's mansion a joke. Su Qi frowned. He saw Zhang Shaoxing's plan at a glance. If he kills Zhang Shaoxing now openly and in full public view, he will be slapping Tian's mansion in the face. Especially with the master of Tian's mansion standing beside him. According to the rules, everything in front of us can only be left to the Tian's mansion to make a decision. When there is enough evidence to prove that Zhang Shaoxing participated in the assassination, the death penalty will be carried out by Tian's mansion. These are the rules set by the head of the Tian's mansion himself. No one can violate it. Not even the master of the palace. It is said that when the rules were first established, there were unparalleled geniuses and even the demigod master of the palace who violated the rules. When the news reached the ears of the master of the palace, no matter the unparalleled genius or the demigod palace master, they all ended up with their bodies separated. Crack! The middle-aged man slapped Zhang Shaoxing to the ground, and streams of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Master Su, let him do it once, and I will give the entire company to you. The middle-aged man knelt down, tears filling his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. Su Qi sighed and said, "You are a good father, and I will not anger you, but I will not let anyone who wants to kill me go." Zhang Shaoxing laughed disdainfully, "Su Qi, what you say is better than what you sing. I want to kill you? Where's the evidence? Don't talk nonsense without evidence. If you have the ability now, kill me in front of the people around you and the master of Tian's mansion." Zhang Shaoxing laughed crazily and contemptuously. It seemed that he was laughing at Su Qi's incompetence. Even though he knew that he had harmed him, he still hesitated to take action directly. The palace master stepped forward and held Su Qi's shoulders to prevent him from acting impulsively. Although he witnessed the whole process and heard the exchange between Zhang Shaoxing and the assassin, the affairs of Tian's mansion must go through the process. The master of the palace can appear in court to testify for Su Qi. But Zhang Shaoxing must not be killed on the spot. Otherwise, even if Ji Fengguo saw the whole process and pronounced Su Qi innocent, the fairness of the entire Tian's mansion would be greatly impacted. After all, there are many chess pieces from other countries in Daxia. If you spread rumors, you will lose your legs if you refute them. Zhang Shaoxing stood up straight, held his head high, and smiled contemptuously. There was only provocation and life-threatening madness in his eyes. The middle-aged man beside him was kneeling and crying. "Su Qi, you coward, kill me if you can." Zhang Shaoxing felt unprecedentedly happy, and he laughed wildly, wantonly, and mockingly. "Leave the fear of death behind." Zhang Shaoxing found that he could do whatever he wanted. The master of the palace was ready to take Su Qi away directly. Suddenly, a burst of crisp applause reached everyone's ears. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" Ji Fengguo clapped her hands while walking out of the void with incomparable grace. She glanced at Su Qi flatly, and finally her eyes fell on Zhang Shaoxing. "Give you a chance to commit suicide." Ji Fengguo is indifferent, like a high-altitude god, overlooking all living beings in the world, without any emotion. Everyone was attracted by her appearance and couldn't help but cast surprised glances. In fact, Ji Fengguo was not ready to stand up, but she didn't expect that someone was more arrogant than her and wanted to bully her. Zhang Shaoxing was stunned for a moment, turned back to look at the stunning beauty who came from nowhere, sneered, and a flash of madness flashed in his eyes. "Who are you?" He put his hands in his pockets, as if he didn't know what an opponent was. He held his head high and looked arrogantly at the crowd. There was jealousy in his tone, but more of it was crazy and provocative. "Su Qi love life is really quite good. First it was Zhang Yue, then Fang Qingyu, and now a dog has stepped forward to help him. Zhang Shaoxing is no longer afraid of death. He just wants Su Qi to kill him in public, and then see whether Tian's mansion will punish him or disgrace Tian's mansion." However, as soon as he said such provocative words. Su Qi was a little stunned, because he didn't recognize the woman who suddenly appeared at all, and he didn't even have the slightest impression of her. If I had ever met such a beauty! It was impossible for Su Qi to be completely unimpressed. The palace master on the side and the secretly deputy commander were all dumbfounded and stood there in a daze, as if their brains had shut down for a moment. They have seen brave men. But I have never seen such a brave person. Even Ji Fengyu herself was not directly angry, but could not help but be stunned for a moment, as if she had not yet reacted. It seems that someone doesn't want my kindness. Ji Fengyu was not angry. Instead, she showed a beautiful smile. The bright eyes curved into crescent moons, and the smile was like the twinkling stars in the night sky, dazzling and mesmerizing. But Zhang Shaoxing, who looked at Ji Fengyu, felt his hands and feet were cold, as if he had fallen into hell, and he no longer had the arrogance and domineering before. All that was left in his heart was the instinctive fear of life. An unprecedented fear. It is millions of times more terrifying than death. Who are you? I am a student of Tian's mansion. If you dare to kill me, no matter who you are, Tian's mansion will cut you into pieces. Zhang Shaoxing roared and feared. Tian's mansion will tear me into pieces. Ji Fengyu smiled disdainfully. In Tian's mansion, my words are the rules, so you can go and die. The woman's voice was very sweet, like the crisp sound of a silver bell blown by the breeze, but to Zhang Shaoxing's ears it was like the sound of death. Are her words the rules in Tian's mansion? Could it be that she is? Zhang Shaoxing was stunned for a moment. He felt that his body was melting, but his consciousness was extremely clear. Extreme fear and pain filled his mind. Zhang Shaoxing felt that only death was the solution. But at this moment, he didn't have any strength at all. He could only clearly feel the endless pain, but he couldn't die for a while. Ji Fengyu ignored the half-dead Zhang Shaoxing lying on the ground. She stepped forward and came to Su Qi's side, and then put her hands on him like a brother. The Zhang Shaoxing matter has been resolved. Should we talk now about you blocking my phone number? Chapter 33. Let's talk about blocking phone calls? Su Qi couldn't help but be stunned, and immediately remembered that she just thought it was a scam, and then blocked a lot of phone calls. What kind of head of the Tian's General Palace? Commander of the Demon Slayer Guards. Mo Wuhan from the Mo family. Ancestor of the Zhang family. Wait. Wouldn't he accidentally offend all the top experts in the entire Huaxia kingdom? The words spoken by the woman next to him secretly just now. It is not difficult to deduce her true identity. The head of Tian's mansion. Su Qi was suddenly sweating profusely. At the same time, he felt that the scenery around him became blurry, and when everything stabilized, Su Qi found that he had arrived at the palace master's office. Have you figured out how to solve it? Ji Fengyu sat on the chair, crossed her legs, and exposed her beautiful white legs, showing no trace of the elegant image of an ancient beauty. Suzy smiled awkwardly. Everything is decided by the head of the palace. Su Qi bowed slightly, calmed down the shock of learning the other party's identity, and spoke in a neither humble nor overbearing tone. Ji Fengyu said, "What did you call me?" Su Qi didn't know why. Master of the General Palace. As soon as these words came out, Ji Fengyu came to Su Qi at some point, grabbed his face, and pressed him on the table. Even though Ji Fengyu was far less tall than Su Qi, her aura at this moment completely suppressed him. You should call me master. Su Qi was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood that the woman in front of her must have heard from Fang Qingyu's father that she wanted to accept him as a disciple but was ruthlessly rejected. So she wanted to forcefully let Su Qi recognize her as her master. Instead of giving him the opportunity to choose whether to become a disciple or not. You're exposed. Su Qi said expressionlessly. Ji Fengyu was stunned for a moment. When she lowered her head and saw that nothing was visible, she was a little annoyed. Is it so difficult for your kid to become a disciple? Ji Fengyu let go of her hand, wanting to beat Su Qi, but she was reluctant to do so. If such a genius was beaten to death by her, Ji Feng danced so hard that she felt heartbroken. She could only sigh helplessly, walk back slowly and sit down, once again crossing her legs in an indistinct manner. Su Qi said, "What's the use of becoming your teacher?" Ji Fengyu replied calmly, "There are resources to support you, there are backstage protection, and there are famous teachers to teach you how to use spells." Su Qi smiled and said, "You mean if I don't take you as my teacher, I won't have the resources to invest? I won't have the backing?" Ji Fengyu was stunned for a moment. "If you don't take her as your teacher, you won't have the resources to invest? There is no backstage? How is that possible? With so key talent, the entire Huaxia Kingdom's resources will be tilted towards him, and the entire Huaxia Kingdom is his backing. Even if Su Qi doesn't worship her as his teacher, if his life is in danger, Ji Fengyu cannot sit idly by. Looking at it this way, it seems that it does not matter whether he is a disciple or not. Isn't there a famous teacher who can give you guidance?" Ji Fengyu felt unwilling. She paused and explained, "You may not think you are very strong now, but the battle with the two assassins just now seemed to me to be full of loopholes. With my guidance, you can make one spell work as 3 spells. It's just as simple as beating 2 of them." Su Qi smiled. He was not surprised that he had encountered danger just now, but the master of the palace who saw everything did not take action. "I wonder if the master of the general palace has heard a word?" Su Qi asked with a smile. Ji Fengyu raised her eyebrows, "What are you talking about? If you are poor, you can use tactics to intersect, if you are rich, you can use firepower to cover it." Ji Fengyu smiled contemptuously and said, "Of course I have heard it, it is just a saying from the technological era of the past, and it has no effect now. The strongest ones are the key to victory or defeat." Su Qi shook his head, "The master of the palace doesn't understand. What I mean is that your mana is too little. You need to use it carefully so that 1 point of mana can play a 3-point role. But I have a lot of mana. What tactics do I need? What techniques? One of your spells is worth 3 of mine, but I can release thousands of them in an instant. What master's teachings do I need?" Ji Fengyu. The most powerful person who is above level 100 is actually despised by a level 15 ant, saying that she has low mana? But what Suzy said makes sense. If they were at the same level, based on So Ki's previous performance, Ji Fengyu felt that she had no chance of winning. Even if she met him, she would be bombarded to death by his various skills. Su Qi thought to himself, "What's more, you, the most powerful ones, are you really on the same path? I have become your teacher and have truly become yours, but will someone who has a grudge against you want to kill me? How dare they?" Ji Fengyu slammed the table, breaking the desk in front of her into pieces and flying towards the table. Su Qi smiled slightly. As a time traveler, he never believed that in a large force composed of many people, everyone was on the same path. Struggle for power and gain, and form cliques for personal gain. It is nothing new in any dynasty. Human beings have 7 emotions and 6 desires, as well as grudges and resentments. Becoming a disciple of Ji Fengyu will indeed give you a huge background behind you, but it will also inherit Ji Fengyu's grievances. People who have a grudge against her will also regard Su Qi as their mortal enemy. Now he doesn't dare to get involved in the fights between big shots. This is the real reason why Su Qi really doesn't want to become a disciple. To be more precise, it should be the real reason why he doesn't want to take sides. Su Qi said, "Master of the palace, if you want me to grow up with peace of mind, you'd better not let me take sides, just form a good relationship with me and end it here." Ji Fengyu's eyes kept flickering. She wanted to accept Su Qi as her disciple. Besides fancying his talent and cultivating an unparalleled talent for Daxia, why else? Ji Fengyu dared to pat her chest and say it was not for other reasons. But there is not just one type of person among the strongest. Some, like Ji Fengyu, simply want to increase Daxia's power, while others want to win over Su Qi and increase their power and voice when he grows up. Not to mention that Ji Fengyu also has some sworn enemies. If Su Qi completely sides with her, the other party doesn't care about the genius or the future of Daxia. They will only see Su Qi grow up. Your own end has come. Then kill Su Qi at all costs. Only those who do not take sides, or in other words only take sides with Daxia, are good geniuses, and they all feel that they have the possibility to win over them. However, once the exact person stands in line, then his nemesis doesn't care about miscellaneous things. Because they can only see that their end is approaching step by step, and it will come at the moment Su Qi grows up. Ji Fengyu also realized that she had lost her composure. She took a deep breath to calm down, then reached out and patted Su Qi on the shoulder. I didn't expect that you are young and can see things far-sighted. But have you ever thought that just because of your relationship with Yue, my mortal enemy would tacitly agree that you would follow me? People outside thought that Zhang Yue had broken up with Su Qi, but as her master, Ji Fengyu knew it very well. Su Qi frowned slightly. He had chosen to get rid of the demon guards and not go to Tian's headquarters to see Zhang Yue. This was what he was worried about. Ji Fengyu has two more geniuses at once, and they are not ordinary geniuses. Her mortal enemy will definitely jump over the wall in a hurry. We will not wait for them to grow up and destroy themselves. A deathly silence fell in the room. After a long time like this, a burst of music broke the silence, and Ji Fengyu's cell phone suddenly rang. What's the matter? Master. Something happened to Miss Yue. Chapter 34. Something happened to Zhang Yue. The office was very quiet. Ji Fengyu didn't try to avoid anyone on the phone, and 6 big words rang directly in So Qi's mind. Ji Fengyu also looked cold. Didn't she form a team to enter the Abyss Dungeon? What could happen with the strength of their team? The person on the other end of the phone trembled and said, "Go back to the palace, master. I don't know who revealed the news about Miss Yue entering the Abyss Dungeon and your departure from Kyoto." The most powerful man from the Kingdom of Little Japan used an artifact to forcefully open the channel between the copy and reality, and sent an assassination squad in. As a result, the entire dungeon changed. Miss Yue was trapped inside and was being chased. Only one of her teammates was seriously injured and escaped. Ji Fengyu couldn't suppress her emotions after hearing this, and inadvertently crushed the phone into a piece of scrap metal with a little force. Xia Riguo is so bold that it dares to attack my apprentice. Ji Fengyu opened a crack in the space in front of her with a wave of her hand. At the other end of the passage is a continent, which is completely different from the small country in So Qi's impression. Apparently, after breaking through the Abyss Dungeon many times, their territorial area has been greatly increased. However, before Ji Fengyu could pass through the space passage and descend into the sky of Little Riku, a short figure blocked the other end of the passage. The master of the palace ignored the agreement signed in the trial tower and tried to cross the border by force. What happened? The short figure said with a smile on his face. Asking knowingly. Ji Fengyu didn't talk nonsense at all. She was extremely domineering. Before the person arrived, an attack had already crossed the space and hit the short man on the other side of the space passage. In an instant, the space around the short man and the space around him shattered like glass, turning into a dark void. The short man burst out of the dark hole, with strands of bright red blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect Ji Fengyu to take action without hesitation. I didn't expect her strength to improve again. Ji Fengyu took one step forward and tried to force her way through, breaking out into a battle that belonged to the strongest. However, Ji Fengyu had just buried her feet into the space passage, and spaces were connected to this passage. Palace Master, calm down, now is not the time to start a war. The top priority is to find a way to rescue Zhang Yue, instead of just being here and wasting time. We must take the overall situation into consideration. If we start a war, if the crisis discovered in the trial tower comes, the entire human civilization will be destroyed. Voices came into his ears one after another. Among them were the most powerful people from the Little Sun Kingdom, as well as the most powerful people from the Huaxia Kingdom and the Great Beautiful Country. But without exception, all to ask Ji Fengguo to stop. Even the space passage has become extremely chaotic due to the mixing of multiple huge forces, and it is completely impossible to pass through by force. Obviously, if Ji Fengguo doesn't compromise, for the sake of the so-called overall situation, they can only take action. But instead of attacking the people of Zairi Kingdom, he took action against Ji Fengguo to prevent the war situation from further expanding. Ji Fengguo had no choice but to suppress the anger in her heart. In an instant, the space passage healed as before, as if nothing had happened. Only Ji Fengguo's clenched fist seemed to be silently telling something. "Master, what is the agreement signed in the trial tower?" Su Qi also suppressed the anger in his heart and asked. Ji Fengguo took a deep breath. "What do you think is the reason that can unite the number 1 and number 2 in the world? A bigger crisis?" Su Qi didn't hesitate. Ji Fengguo nodded and said, "When the extraordinary power first arrived, nuclear weapons were no longer an equal weapon for all living beings hanging above the heads of those in power, so careerists launched a war. Most countries in the world have disappeared in the long river of history. At that time, everyone felt that only the emergence of an overwhelming strong man could end disputes and unify the world. However, what brought about the current era of peace was not the strong man who ended all disputes, but the discovery of a greater crisis, a threat that could destroy mankind. The threat is on the trial tower?" Su Qi asked. Ji Fengguo nodded. "The answer is obvious, but I don't have time to tell you those things now, and those things are beyond your control now. Now you just have to make a choice. Take the risk to save Yue. Adventure?" Ji Fengguo had seen So Qi's strength before, but at this moment, the word adventure came out of her mouth. It's enough to see the danger involved. Ji Fengguo didn't say any nonsense and directly told all the information she knew, including possible dangers. The abyss dungeon that Zhang Yue entered is restricted to those below level 10, and a maximum of 5 people can enter in a team. However, the strongest ones can break the forced restrictions and send strong ones whose level is much higher than the upper limit of the dungeon to enter. The most powerful person in the Little Rib Kingdom used this method to lock the space coordinates of the copy and then forcibly opened the space channel, destroying the rules of the copy. However, the cost of this move is that the copy will mutate. The more people are forcibly sent in, the higher the level, and the difficulty of the dungeon will increase exponentially, so it is almost impossible to rescue them by force. If the most powerful person breaks into it personally, it can only be said that everyone inside, including the most powerful person himself, will die without a burial place. The dangers Suzy will face. 1. I don't know how many people Zairi Kingdom has sent and what their rank is. 2. Is Zhang Yue dead? How difficult is the Abyss Dungeon now? Will it be in vain after entering? Su Qi frowned and listened. If the most powerful people can send people into the dungeon at will, wouldn't it be possible to use this method to replace geniuses from other countries with ordinary extraordinary people at will? Ji Fengguo gritted her teeth and said, "It's my fault. If I were in charge of Kyoto, no one would be able to break open the dungeon space in that area and force people in." Su Qi fell silent. He had a suspicion. It felt like it was a coincidence, as if it was arranged. It happened that the master of the General Palace left Kyoto for him, and it happened that Zhang Yue also chose to enter the Abyss Dungeon at this moment. It just so happened that things on his side had just ended. News of Zhang Yue's accident came immediately. It was as if Ji Fengguo was forcing him to take sides, using Zhang Yue's life to force Su Qi to take action, and then letting everyone know that the relationship between them was not over. Finally forced to get on a boat. Send me into the dungeon. Su Qi was unhappy with the feeling of being pushed away, but recalled Zhang Yuwei's gentleness. Recalling that even though she became an ordinary person and even though her family forced her to break up, Zhang Yuwei still gave him a hug when they parted. Su Qi couldn't ignore it. Ji Fengguo said, "Please, I will compensate you and Yuwei after this incident." She stopped talking nonsense and directly used all her strength to lock the copy space, forcibly tearing apart the barriers of the small world and opening up the connection between the two worlds. In the dim room on the other side, the young man lowered his head slightly and held a delicate pen in his hand. I saw his wrist moving, the pen tip touching the white paper, and lines of beautiful words appeared in front of my eyes. As the words fell one after another, the story on the white paper was coming to an end, and the young man also wrote the final ending on the paper. Su Qi agreed to enter the dungeon, but because too many people entered by force and the level was too high, the dungeon became extremely scary. So, they are all dead. Bang! As the last word fell, the pen with extraordinary power in the young man's hand suddenly exploded, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. The power of the dungeon is really magical. Obviously I am the strongest and it is just a low-level dungeon, but if I want to influence the development inside, I have to pay a heavy price. Hidden professional destiny writer, whose core ability is to influence one's own or others' destiny to a certain extent by writing stories. The development of things. Make everything reasonable and unreasonable. For example, Ji Fengguo chose to leave the capital. For example, due to various reasons, Su Qi delayed Ji Fengguo for a long time, giving Ziriguo enough time to take action. Taking a deep breath, the young man got up and tidied the room as before with a wave of his hand. At the same time, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, then found a chair and sat down quietly. As if waiting for something. Everything was as he expected. There was a noise outside the room. "Master of the palace, my parents are in retreat, no one is allowed to disturb them. Those who block him will die." Ji Fengguo's sweet voice reached his ears from afar. But the young man showed no fear. Boom! The door to the room was kicked in. "Have you figured out how to die?" Chapter 35. Forest of the Thousand-Eyed Evil God. Bu's Eye of the Evil God. Restrictions: only those under 10 years old can enter. Difficulty: Abyss. Special: due to the forced entry of a large number of people over level 10, the difficulty of the dungeon will be greatly increased, and the life-saving Jade Charm cannot be escaped. Main line: kill the enhanced boss, kill everyone in the remaining camps, and make the final number of survivors no more than 5. Current number of camps: 3. Daxia 1347. Big Beautiful Country 24. Faction: Huaxia Kingdom. Su Qi looked at the information that appeared in front of her, and couldn't help but feel doubts in her heart. Since the life-preserving Jade Talisman cannot be escaped, how did the person who ran out to deliver the message escape from it? Then Su Qi noticed that unlike the normal dungeon that entered the abyss, the mutated dungeon actually had a main mission. But after looking down, Su Qi's expression turned cold. There are so many people coming to join in the fun. Su Qi was not surprised that Little Japan and Great Beauty were involved in this matter, but the number of people from Daxia was actually as high as 13, which was very intriguing. After all, there are only 5 people in the dungeon normally, including Zhang Yuwei herself, but at this moment, besides So Kichu, there are a full 12 people. Far exceeding the normal limit for the number of people entering. Moreover, Ji Fengguo had already sent Su Qi here, so she could not add any more to the problem and send others in to increase the difficulty of the copy. Then the only possibility is that it was sent in by someone else. Su Qi didn't dare to draw a conclusion as to what the purpose was, but most likely it wasn't to save Zhang Yuwei. After all, if someone else had the ability to break into the dungeon and still pass the level, Ji Fengguo didn't need to let Su Qi take the risk. You have to kill the enhanced boosts in the dungeon, you have to kill people from other camps, and finally you have to be wary of people from your own camp. It's really not a dungeon that can be fought by humans. Su Qi sneered and said to himself. If Zhang Yue hadn't been in the dungeon, he would have had to let the fire spirit take him into the sky and give the dungeon a world-destroying shot. Now Suzy has only one priority. Find Zhang Yue. The young man retracted his thoughts and looked around. Different from the last dungeon he entered, everything here is normal, the sun is normal, the mountains are normal, and the surrounding areas are all normal trees and flowers. The overall environment is very similar to the first floor of the trial tower. As far as the eye can see, there is a sea of green. Su Qi used space teleportation to continuously shuttle through the forest, and in the blink of an eye there were hundreds of flickering teleportations. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Su Qi has used hundreds of thousands of space teleportation, all of which have been upgraded to Space Divine Cut, and still hasn't met anyone. Space God Cut. For every 10,000 mana consumed by accumulating power, you can travel a distance of 1 meter, leaving a space crack in the passing area, cutting the material within the range, up to 10 meters. A space crack is essentially a violent tearing of space, just like a knife cutting across the paper, and the matter where the space is torn will naturally be torn apart as well. The amount of mana consumed to tear apart space is also extremely huge. Space Divine Cut starts at 10,000. But fortunately, the accumulation can be completed by accumulating power. Su Qi subconsciously tried it. After accumulating power for a while, his figure arrived 10 meters away in an instant, leaving an extremely slender space crack wherever he passed, like a long sword. All the trees on the way were penetrated. There was no resistance at all. It consumes 100,000 mana points at once. Most people can't stand it. Su Qi tried it and immediately started looking for someone. It has to be said that after the mutation occurred, not only did the monsters in the dungeon become stronger, but the map also became larger, after looking for it for so long. Literally not a single person was seen. The only thing that makes people feel sick is that the experience does not increase. Su Qi looked at the dungeon missions while searching, and found that the number of people in the Huaxia camp, the Little Day Kingdom, and the Great Beauty Kingdom had dropped slightly. I don't know if they died in the hands of the monsters in the copy, or if they met each other and started fighting and someone died. Yue, please don't let anything happen to you. Su Qi murmured to himself in his heart, constantly comforting himself. Suddenly he saw a warning sign in the forest. Warning, no fire is allowed. Su Qi frowned slightly, and without any hesitation, he summoned the remnant soul of the fire elf in the amethyst staff. Go further away and give us a fire. If you don't let me, I have to give it a try. Following Su Qi's order, the remnant soul of the fire elf quickly flew far away and reached the sky 10,000 meters away. She is not an idle person either. With the blessing of Su Qi mana, the level of the remnant soul of the fire elf is as high as 50, and there is no shortage of mana at all. So Su Qi asked her to set a fire, and the remnant soul of the fire elf would cast a forbidden spell upon it. Meteor and fire shower. A huge flame formation enveloped the sky and the earth, and the white clouds with a radius of several kilometers turned into red, just like the red glow in the evening. Densely packed flaming meteorites kept falling. Compared with the remnant soul of the fire elf when the dungeon was boosted, meteor fire rain covered a very small area and was far less powerful than her with the blessing of the world's power. But the power that exploded at this moment was extremely terrifying. Every time a flame meteorite hits the ground, it can create a crater with a diameter of tens of meters, burning everything around it to ashes. With such a move meteor and fire rain coming down, not a single blade of grass will grow in a radius of several thousand meters. However, at this moment, Su Qi seemed to feel that there were countless eyes on him. To be precise, it was not a seeming, but a fact. Because all the surrounding trees have opened their eyes. The trunks of towering ancient trees are densely covered with ice, and their branches sway wildly in the wind, like giants baring their teeth and claws. Countless vines rose up into the sky, seeming to kill the red figure in the sky and pull her into the ground for burial. Boom! 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 Violent explosions one after another swept across the world. Countless vines were smashed to pieces by the flame meteorite, ignited, and turned into ashes, but there were still countless thick vines succumbing to each other. The remnant soul of the fire elf had no expression on her face as intense purple flames burned around her, eventually turning into a mini-sun that enveloped her whole body. Forbidden curse. Purple sun burns the sky. Boom! Like a nuclear bomb falling to the ground, the purple sun hit the earth, and the raging purple flames directly burned the flowers, plants, and trees within a kilometer radius. Only a piece of scorched earth was left. Number of evil-eyed demons killed, experience plus 10. Number of evil-eyed demons killed, experience plus 10. Many kill prompts are displayed, but the experience gained is pitiful, only equivalent to level 0 mobs. Suchi recalled the remnant soul of the fire elf with a solemn expression. If the scene just now were played by another person, even if he was level 30 or 40, he would end up with his mana exhausted and turned into tree nutrients. It looks like the warning is true. Suchi continued on his way with a solemn expression. After more than half an hour, he encountered a warning sign again. Warning: kill everyone you meet. At the same time, as if by coincidence, a figure suddenly walked out of the mountain forest in the distance, and a pair of iconic, extremely eye-catching white legs. The person coming is not someone else. It's Zhang Yue. Chapter 36. Within the copy, Suchi felt a chill rush straight to his forehead, and even with his otherworldly body, he couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Next to it is a warning to kill everyone you meet. On one side is so key goal for this trip. Zhang Yue. Suchi, why did you come in? At this moment, Zhang Yue looked a little embarrassed. The clothes on her body were slightly damaged as if they had been through a battle, and her waist-length black hair was also slightly messy. But she still couldn't hide the girl's beauty. Now that Zhang Yue saw Suchi, her exquisite face showed a little surprise and joy, but more of it was doubts and worries. Seeing the person you like in a desperate situation is both surprising and joyful, but at the same time, you are subconsciously worried that the two of you will die together in the dungeon. At the same time, he also wondered why Suchi appeared here. Next to Zhang Yue, there was another girl who was about the same age as her. She looked very sweet, but she was even more embarrassed, with many tears in her clothes. After seeing Suchi, he immediately covered the broken area. Don't come here. Suchi stopped it quickly. Zhang Yue was stunned for a moment. She subconsciously observed the specific situation around her and immediately noticed the warning sign beside her. Warning: kill everyone you meet. The sweet girl also noticed the warning sign. Zhang Yue's expression condensed slightly, and the complex emotions in her eyes suddenly turned into vigilance, and she slowly retreated back. At the same time, a dragon pattern appeared between Zhang Yue's eyebrows, and a 3-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon came out of thin air and surrounded the girl. Let out a shocking dragon roar at Suchi. Hold head high. The air trembled under the dragon's roar, and everything seemed to surrender under the dragon's power. The invisible sense of oppression was frightening. True dragon cub. He will become the strongest when he matures. There are only a handful of real dragons in the entire Huaxia kingdom. At the same time, Zhang Yue's body also showed slight changes. There was a faint golden glow in her eyes, and illusory dragon scales covered her white and tender skin, adding a strange sense of beauty to her. The Dragon Master can not only control the real dragon, assist the real dragon in its evolution, and help the real dragon improve its combat power, but he can also improve himself through dragon blood. Zhang Yue's appearance at this moment is that of a dragon. It is very similar to Zhang Shaoxing, a dragon blood warrior. After activating the dragon blood state, but Zhang Yuwei's dragon transformation is stronger. At the same time, a staff that looked like it was forged from white jade also appeared out of thin air, held by delicate little hands that were only glowing with health. The sweet girl also took out a writing brush and a bamboo slip that looked like it was made of sapphire, and spread it out on her left arm, ready to write something at any time. Su Qi looked at the two people quietly, not knowing what to do at this moment. Kill according to the warning sign? If you kill the wrong Su Qi, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Although based on the degree of coincidence just guessed, the Zhang Yuwei and the sweet girl I met at this moment are most likely fakes made by replicas. But even if there was a 1 in a billion chance of it being true, Su Qi wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Zhang Yuwei and the sweet girl on the opposite side also put on a fighting stance, but they seemed to have the same intention as Su Qi and had no intention of taking action. And he was constantly observing Su Qi. Follow me, but you can't come within 10 meters of me. Su Qi stared at Zhang Yuwei with black eyes, his face expressionless. You're a fake and you asked me to follow you? How could Su Qi appear in the dungeon? Zhang Yuwei was struggling and hesitating. A flash of thought flashed in Su Qi's eyes. Zhang Yuwei entered the Abyss dungeon before his strength became widely known, because she had no idea about Su Qi's strength. Within Zhang Yuwei's understanding, 99.99% of the time, Su Qi should not appear in the dungeon. After all, he is just an ordinary magician. It should not and cannot be involved in the rescue. Is she real? Suzy muttered to himself. However, he didn't plan to think too much about whether the Zhang Yuwei in front of him was real or fake. He had to conquer her first. I'll give you two another chance. Follow me honestly and don't have any other ideas. Su Qi issued an ultimatum. Zhang Yuwei followed suit and said, I will give you one last chance to tie up your hands and feet, otherwise I won't mind beating you down first and then tying you up. The sweet girl's writing brush has already fallen on the jade bamboo slip. Su Qi didn't waste any time. The amethyst staff appeared in his hand out of thin air, and the mana in his body was running wildly, traveling through the meridians and limbs. Freezing technique. A large amount of cold air surged out from Su Qi's body and drifted in the direction of Zhang Yuwei. All the flowers, plants, and trees along the way turned into exquisite ice sculptures. A little trick. As Zhang Yuwei waved the white jade staff in her hand, a ray of light fell on the five-clawed golden dragon. Dragon Scale Enhancement. Enhancement of spell resistance. Physical attack power enhancement. Enhancement of spell attack power. In an instant, various enhanced buffs were applied to the five-clawed golden dragon, causing its momentum to skyrocket. The dragon's power that shrouded the world also made Su Qi feel the slightest pressure. At the same time, the sweet girl couldn't help but look tense, her wrist kept shaking, and two lines of cursive writing quickly appeared on the green jade bamboo slip. Don't use ice attribute skills today. Ye Zhenlong goes into battle today. In an instant, the power of Su Qi's ice sealing technique was greatly reduced, and the five-clawed golden dragon's momentum rose to a higher level again. Hold head high. The five-clawed golden dragon roared, and as the air shook, the strong wind blew up the flowers and plants on the ground, as well as broken branches, and the soil on the ground rushed towards Su Qi. However, everything turned into ice sculptures after entering the range of the ice fog, and then exploded with a bang. But under the strong wind, even Su Qi's ice mist could not cover Zhang Yuwei's direction. Tian Lei Yin. Zhang Yuwei said. The five-clawed golden dragon understood. Men today tend to have slippery feet. Boom. A huge sound shocked people's hearts, and in the cloudless sky, a stream of tears fell out of thin air, filling the whole world with pure white light. Space teleportation. The moment Zhang Yuwei gave the order and before the sweet girl wrote new words, Su Qi had already arrived in front of them. Thunder struck the ground. But it didn't cause much damage. If it hits someone, it probably means that people lose the power to resist. Facing the magician who was fighting in close combat, the five-clawed golden dragon was not afraid at all. It flicked its tail magnificently and charged directly towards him with a sound of breaking through the air. But its move failed. Su Qi teleported behind Zhang Yue and wanted to grab her by the scruff of her neck. The rule about slippery feet is completely ineffective for him who walks on different legs. Men should avoid violence today. Su Qi immediately felt that his body's strength was greatly reduced. Zhang Yue also performed a spinning side kick, hitting his palm directly. Bang! Hands and legs touching. As the saying goes, an arm cannot twist a thigh, but in the face of absolute strength, even if Su Qi's strength was greatly reduced and the solace of her feet slipped, she still easily grabbed Zhang Yue's ankle. With a pull back, she lost her balance, and the other hand suddenly moved forward and grabbed Zhang Yue's fair neck, and pushed her to the ground. The three of them fought for less than 10 seconds. Although there was not much difference in level and there was a very strong assistant present, Zhang Yue ended in a complete defeat. If I was lying, you would be dead by now. After Su Qi said calmly, he immediately let go of his hand and teleported to 10 meters away. If Zhang Yue and the girl want to take action now, they are 100% fake. Of course Su Qi can no longer be merciful. Chapter 37. In a dark room. At this moment, or should be said to be in ruins, the young man was completely abused by Ji Fengguo unilaterally, without any ability to fight back. The Destiny Rider is not good at frontal combat, and is only suitable for hiding behind the scenes. Not to mention that he has just finished writing the development of events in the dungeon, and he himself has been hit hard. But the young man obviously didn't have any fear, because it was impossible for him to die. As if to confirm his innermost thoughts, when Ji Fengguo was about to kill the young man, several figures came forcibly and stopped her. Master, you are already angry, why do you need to kill me? Ji Fengguo, you have no evidence to prove that he influenced your choice, so killing him is a bit excessive. You did have your moments before, but now we are all in the same boat and should put aside our prejudices. If you don't have evidence to prove that he did it, then don't make trouble. There are a lot of big troubles in the Death Mountains. You have the guts to do something to your own people, but don't you have the guts to go to the Death Mountains? Among them were peacemakers, people from Ji Fengguo's group, and people from the young man's group, but no matter who they were, they didn't want the young man to die. After all, the strongest person is too valuable, especially the young man who is a Destiny Rider, and is an extremely powerful assistant. If a melee between nations breaks out again in the future, young men's ability to influence the strongest will play a vital role in the national war. Ji Fengguo sneered and said, you all know his state. If he hadn't written something he shouldn't have written, how could he have failed so quickly? Isn't this enough to prove that he interfered with my choice and even interfered with the development of the copy? Just after forcibly sending Su Qi into the dungeon, Ji Fengguo immediately noticed something was wrong. Because Zhang Yue had only been her apprentice for a few days, the two of them didn't have much affection, and judging from Ji Fengguo's understanding of herself, best choice at this moment. You must abandon Zhang Yue. It's not about letting Su Qi take risks in the dungeon. After all, although Zhang Yue's talent is very high and she will almost certainly become the strongest in the future, compared with Su Qi, she is still a little behind. In such a situation, no matter how rational you are, you cannot save a small piece of gold by using a larger piece of gold and risking a high probability of losing everything. When you are not sure, saving someone at all costs will only happen in stories. As a person in power, Ji Fengguo should do only two things. First, weigh the pros and cons, and then make a choice. You should also stop losses in time when doing things, instead of increasing investment after the investment fails and recovering the previous loss at a greater cost. What Ji Fengguo did just now was like losing 10,000 yuan, and then directly taking out 1 million yuan, risking a high probability of losing everything, just to win back a small 10,000 yuan. So after thinking about it, Ji Fengguo came to the door without mercy. She also believed that everyone present could guess what the situation was. Master, this is just your speculation and cannot be used as evidence. If you can find the paper on which he wrote the story, or the video and other complete evidence, we will also seek justice for your disciple and Suchi. Ji Fengguo sneered, haha. A bunch of sanctimonious things. She was not surprised by this. After all, most of the strong men who stood at the top of the Huxia kingdom had lived for many years, and each other could be regarded as old friends. However, Ji Fengguo has no intention of breaking up, and even her allies cannot make her break up. Ji Fengguo said, since you all said he didn't, now I need him to contribute to the country and rescue the genius of Daxia with his ability as the writer of destiny. As for the damage caused by forcibly interfering with the copy, as well as the damage I just caused to you, Tian's mansion will compensate you afterwards. Since they like to use righteousness, Ji Fengguo happens to be able to do it too. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they kept thinking in their hearts. Brother Li, Suchi, and Zhang Yue are all the talents of our country. We sincerely ask you to help us. This is a business matter. Only Brother Xing Yuan can interfere with the copy. Please don't refuse. Ji Fengguo's allies started to put pressure on Li Xing Yuan. They were also very angry that Suchi and Zhang Yue were being plotted against. Ji Fengguo was with them, and these two could be considered half of their own. But in order not to affect the overall situation, they not only had to suppress the anger in their hearts, but also had to calm down Ji Fengguo. However, Li Xing Yuan smiled slightly and said, Master of the Palace, I am very sorry. Because I tried to write about the destruction of the Zairi kingdom, I was struck back by fate and suffered heavy injuries and chose to retreat for self-cultivation. You rushed in just now and beat me violently for no reason, causing me more injuries. Now I'm afraid there's nothing you can do to help me. Playing with righteousness? A reckless guy like Ji Fengguo is still a little too young. After arranging the ending of Suchi and Zhang Yue, Li Xing Yuan had already thought of his words, and was even rushed over by Ji Fengguo and beat him up. They are all scripts that he has already arranged. Let yourself firmly occupy the moral high ground. Ji Fengguo couldn't help but clenched her fists again. Li Xing Yuan was not timid at all. His eyes were full of playfulness, and his tone was full of joking. If the master of the palace kneels down to beg me, I will not be able to risk my life and forcibly interfere with a copy. The most powerful people in Daxia are fighting among themselves. Zairiguo has already held a celebration banquet at this moment. Ha 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 ha. I heard before that Suchi, who can single pass through the abyss dungeon, was born in Daxia. I felt like the sky was falling. I didn't expect that just as I couldn't sleep, someone sent me a pillow. With the lives of dozens of ordinary extraordinary beings, to kill two talented people of Daxia at once, it really makes me laugh while I sleep. After getting the news, the beautiful countries all thought of uniting with us to attack the Huaxia kingdom. They planned to break up and force them to hand over Suchi, but they didn't expect that they actually started fighting among themselves first. It's a pity that there is no evidence to prove who is contacting us. Otherwise, if the news is released now, they should be able to fight more happily. The senior officials of the Little Rii kingdom toasted and drank together, releasing the tremendous pressure they felt after learning about So-Ki talent. No way! So-Ki talent is really terrifying. One person can clear the abyss dungeon alone and slaughter all the monsters in it alone. At only 10 levels, he can burst out with demigod level power and level the entire abyss dungeon with one move. Even through special methods, it is enough to prove So-Ki terror. At that time, both the senior officials of the Little Japan country and the senior officials of the Big Beautiful country felt that it was false news. How could there be such an outrageous genius in the world? Everyone is questioning the authenticity of the news. But after many insiders confirmed that the news was true, everyone was confused, whether they were high-level, holy-level experts, demigods or the most powerful ones. All were numb with shock. Everyone is on pins and needles, feeling that a magic sword is hanging above their heads and will fall when Suchi grows up. After all, with the strength Suchi is showing now, as long as he grows up, killing everyone present will be like slaughtering chickens and ducks. As a result, the ultimate big boss who was at the most powerful level hit it off immediately and launched an attack on Novice Village without hesitation. We must kill Suchi at all costs. At this moment, he entered the dungeon where he was bound to die, and everyone could not help but take a long breath, and finally let go of their hearts that were in their throats. To get rid of Suchi, to slay the henchman, to destroy the supreme power in the future of Daxia, cheers. Chapter 38. Within the copy, Suchi and Zhang Yue looked at each other from a distance. The sweet girl quickly came to the girl's side with a writing brush and jade bamboo slips. Sister Yue, are you okay? The five-clawed golden dragon also returned to the girl at this moment. It looked very unconvinced and glared at Suchi with its dazzling golden eyes like stars. It seems that he wants to really use all his strength to fight with him. Zhang Yue said, Mengli, don't do anything. He has no ill intentions towards me, otherwise I would have died just now. The girl stood up and dusted herself off. The five-clawed golden dragon let out a deep roar, and its golden eyes showed a little bit of loss and self-blame. As if to say it's all my fault. Zhang Yue reached out and touched the dragon's horn and said, don't blame yourself. It wasn't your fault just now. It was me who didn't let you use your full strength. The five-clawed golden dragon surrounded Zhang Yue's body, flew several times happily, and then turned into a flash of golden light, blending into the dragon pattern between the girl's eyebrows. Disappeared. Zhang Yue looked at Suchi and tilted her head and smiled. Suchi, we haven't seen each other for a few days, but you have become so strong. It seems that you were able to score more than 500 points in the trial tower solely by virtue of your own strength. I wonder if the old antiques in my family have regretted it. Zhang Yue sighed with an expression, and when the corner of her mouth raised a beautiful arc, her eyes also revealed a look of teasing and expectation. The sweet girl was stunned for a moment. Is he Suzy? The rumors say he's not a useless magician. Suchi got more than 500 points by relying on luck and trial tower bugs. He could actually beat you with my help. Zhang Yue turned around and affirmed. My man is very fierce, isn't he? But I want to correct you. Magicians are not a useless profession. He just proved it by pressing us to the ground and rubbing us. Secondly, with my man's strength, I can get a measly 500 points in the trial tower. Does it still require luck? It obviously all depends on hard power. The sweet girl's cheeks turned red, she put away her brush and jade bamboo slips, and covered the damaged areas of her clothes with her hands. Zhang Yue put away her seriousness, she smiled and walked towards Suchi and said, we meet in desperate situations, my Prince Charming, don't you give me a hug. The girl opened her arms as if she were parting. However, what greeted her was just an ice crystal falling in front of her, freezing Zhang Yue's way forward. Yue, I'm not sure whether you are true yet, please be honest with me. Suchi refused mercilessly. Zhang Yue pursed her lips, looking a little angry, but in the end she could only sigh helplessly. It's up to you. I'll listen to you in everything. Who said you are the man I like? Zhang Yue spread her hands, still as free and easy as before. Suchi began to question the two women. Through some questioning, Suchi learned that Zhang Yue's level had reached level 13. The five-clawed golden dragon just now was her contracted true dragon, and she named it Zhang Mengli. The sweet girl next to her is named Fang Sui. She is a hidden professional destiny writer, and her level has reached level 11, exceeding the original level limit of the dungeon. At the same time, Suchi also separated the two women and conducted careful questioning to compare the authenticity of their words. Want to prove if they are the real ones. Zhang Yue and Fang Sui were very cooperative with Suchi. They answered whatever he asked and followed all arrangements. After the two women separated, they each talked about their experiences. After entering the dungeon, the 5 of them, led by Zhang Yue, could only be described as indiscriminate killing. At first they were restrained and only killed lone monsters to level up, but when they all reached level 10, they started a massacre and start searching for the location of the copy booze. However, they searched for it for a long time, looking through almost the entire copy, but could not find the boost mentioned in the information introduction. The evil eye. Instead, they waited until the strongest ones forcibly broke through the world wall, sending a large number of strong ones far exceeding 10 inches. While causing changes in the copy, they also hunted down the 5 of them. Those people were randomly transported to various places by the power of the dungeon, and then began to search for them. With the assistance of 4 people, Zhang Yue jumped over the level and forcibly killed a lone person. But it alarmed an elite monster in the copy. It was originally impossible to be the opponent of Zhang Yue and his party, but after experiencing the mutation in the copy, the elite monster became terrifyingly powerful. Zhang Yue and the other 5 were beaten and fled in all directions. If it weren't for Fang Suyi's consumption of all mana at the last moment and the cost of being backlashed, everyone could successfully escape from the monster. They are all probably dead now. In this regard, Su Qi also carefully checked Fang Suyi's body and found that although she looked fine on the outside, she was completely exhausted of energy and blood. Even with the help of various elixirs, he can't recover for a while. After that, she hid into bed along the way. After meeting Su Qi, Zhang Yue couldn't help but bring Fang Suyi out. Su Qi nodded slightly, and there was almost no difference between the 2 women's words. Zhang Yue could also tell what happened between the 2 of them. But nothing is enough to prove that they are themselves. With the power of a copy, it can only be said that it is not difficult to create a dummy with exactly the same memory and power. Do you know which direction Mu Yunsu fled to? Su Qi asked again. Zhang Yue raised her eyebrows and said with a hint of jealousy in her tone, I guess you have never met her. How do you know her name? Su Qi interrupted mercilessly, if you want to tell me, just answer honestly. Now I'm not sure whether you are true or not. Zhang Yue bit her red lips gently. Mu Yunsu is dead. After we killed the enemy, she was the one who was attracted by the elite monster and attacked her. We were too late to rescue her. Su Qi was stunned for a moment, and quickly used space teleportation. After hundreds of flashes, he came to Fang Suyi, who was thousands of meters away. Do you know Mu Yunsu? Su Qi asked quickly. The girl who had just changed into So Qi previous clothes was startled and crouched down quickly. Didn't you say you had finished asking? Suzy turned around and stood up. Answer my question first. Fang Suyi blushed and said, she is already dead. She was killed by the sudden attack of elite monsters. None of us could save her. Su Qi froze on the spot. He remained motionless, as if he had turned into a wooden sculpture. Fang Suyi looked back and saw that Su Qi had no intention of peeking, so she quickly put her clothes in order. Why don't you move? Fang Suyi reached out and poked her waist. Su Qi came back to her senses and her expression became extremely solemn. Because the person who ran out of the dungeon to report the news to Ji Fengguo was none other than Mu Yunsu. A dead man. I left the dungeon that I couldn't leave before clearing the level. The dead who left alive? Nothing. Su Qi shook his head, feeling a chill on his back. He didn't tell the news because he still couldn't be sure whether the 2 people in front of him were true or false. Chapter 39. No matter who the dead person is who left alive, my current mission is to leave the dungeon with the real Zhang Yue. Su Qi murmured to himself. Asking later has no effect. Su Qi, you are so strong, can you lead us to find the remaining 2 teammates? Fang Suyi asked. The copy is so big, how can we find it? Su Qi frowned. Fang Suyi directly introduced her abilities. I can write that within 3 hours, I will meet both of them. The ability of the Destiny Writer can only be described as omnipotent. But the restrictions are also extremely huge. It's like writing about meeting two other people in 1 second. Such an almost impossible thing, you have to pay a huge price if you want to write it down. But give fate 3 hours to make arrangements. The pressure of fate on the writer will be much less. Basically, you can withstand it by spending mana. Can you write that we will definitely be able to produce a copy? Su Qi asked. Fang Sui twitched the corner of her mouth. If you want to kill me, you might as well just do it. Su Qi said, I want you to try it. I will take you out of the difficulty level of the dungeon. Fang Sui was stunned for a moment, then immediately took out a writing brush and jade bamboo slips and started trying. However, the moment the brush came into contact with the green jade bamboo slip, Fang Sui had just activated her skill Destiny Writing, but she hadn't even started writing any words yet. A complete fatal situation. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and dense cracks appeared on the green jade bamboo slip, as if it might break at any time. Su Qi was silent. Fang Sui wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, looked at him with despair in her eyes and said, We can't get out, we will all die inside. Zhang Yue quickly stepped forward and fed Fang Sui a pill. Pills are different from talismans. Although they are also products of other extraordinary professions, most of the pills will not lose their power after entering the dungeon. Certainly. Except for abnormal elixirs. Su Qi said, if I write again, Su Qi will definitely be able to get out. Ah! You can play me to death. Do you know what I have in my hand? It can help me resist the backlash of fate, but just now it almost broke into pieces without even writing a single word. Fang Sui was furious at this moment. She dragged her injured body to stand up, holding a writing brush and the green jade bamboo slips that were about to be broken, and she was going to fight Su Qi. Zhang Yue quickly grabbed her and said, You will definitely die if you stay in there. Listen to his words, your bamboo slips can still help you resist the backlash of fate. Fang Sui gritted her teeth, it's unlucky for me to meet you too. It's just pity that I'm as beautiful as a flower, but I'm about to die without even having a boyfriend. Zhang Yue twitched the corner of her mouth. Su Qi comforted him softly, Don't worry, I can't kill you. My true strength is beyond your imagination. Fang Sui curled her lips disdainfully. Where is this? Abyss copy. And there is also an extremely enhanced copy of the Abyss. Not to mention these newcomers who were only at level 10, even those who were forcibly sent in and started at level 30 or 40. It's impossible for one to escape. Fang Sui knew that after using the skill just now, she had the idea that they would go out, and she immediately suffered a strong backlash. Want to get out alive? It's even harder than becoming the strongest. Taking a deep breath, Fang Sui's little hand, which had turned a little pale due to heavy blood loss, held a brush and started writing on the almost broken green jade bamboo slips. Su Qi will definitely leave the dungeon. Fang Sui finished the 8 characters in one go, without any pause or obstruction in the middle, and she didn't even feel the slightest backlash. Fang Sui? What's going on? Didn't I use the skill just now? No, it's obviously used. How could it be possible that he didn't bear the slightest bit of fate's backlash? Even the mana consumption is not large. Does he really have the strength to kill him? Does it need to be so scary and outrageous? Fang Sui's little mouth opened wide and round, as if she could fit an egg into it, and she stared at Su Qi dumbfounded. Zhang Yue was also stunned for a moment, wondering if Fang Sui was afraid of death, and then she pretended to write without using her skills. Su Qi was not surprised. There are many people who can threaten him in the dungeon, but if it is confirmed that Zhang Yue is dead, Su Qi will naturally not want to listen to the explanations of the people in the dungeon. He will let everyone know then. What does it mean to live together in heaven and earth? If a strong person interferes with the condensation of fireball technique, Su Qi will also use reappearance of the past to level the purple sun of the previous instance. Su Yi, you. Zhang Yue didn't know whether to question her or not. After all, who can not be afraid of death? Even if Su Qi is by her side, she is afraid, and she is unwilling to do so. She doesn't want to die together in the enemy's plan when her life has just begun. Fang Suyi naturally guessed what Zhang Yue was thinking, but she had no idea of explaining it at the moment. Instead, she quickly wrote another line of words on the jade bamboo slip. Su Qi will definitely be able to take me away. It was exactly the same as before, done in one go, without the slightest obstacle or fate's backlash, as if Su Qi could definitely do it if he wanted to. Fang Suyi was stunned. Zhang Yue was also stunned. Even Su Qi was surprised. Before the three of them left, they couldn't even write a single word. Now Su Qi can easily write about leaving, and even leaving with Fang Suyi can easily write out. So what's the problem? Su Qi and Fang Suyi looked at Zhang Yue together. Zhang Yue looked around and didn't understand why at all. Fang Qingyu took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and used the destiny writing skill, and then let the brush come into contact with the green jade bamboo slips. Trying to write Su Qi will definitely be able to take Zhang Yue out of the dungeon. Bang! It was exactly the same as the first situation, without even writing a word. The writing brush in Fang Suyi's hand exploded on the spot along with the jade bamboo slips. She spat out another mouthful of bright red blood and fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut off. Her face was as pale as paper and without any blood. Yue, there is a big problem with you. Fang Suyi spoke weakly, as if she would be silent the next moment. Su Qi was silent. Zhang Yue also fell silent. The world became dead silent, and even the sound of the distant breeze blowing through the leaves could be clearly heard in their ears. Zhang Yue bent down to help Fang Suyi up, reached out and fed her a pill, then took off the space ring in her hand, and walked slowly towards Su Qi with a pair of long, straight white legs. Su Qi, if you can leave with Su Yi, just leave. Don't worry about me. I just hope you survive. You can treat this space ring as a wedding ring, and all the resources and a large amount of magic crystals in it can be regarded as my dowry. Zhang Yue was not unwilling, let alone facing a certain death situation. Instead, she had a smile on her beautiful face, and only a little reluctance showed in her beautiful eyes. But the more emotion in his eyes was still happiness. Fortunately, Su Qi had enough strength to escape from the dungeon. Fortunately, he didn't have to follow her and be buried here together. The love of living together and dying together is very romantic. But Zhang Yue doesn't want it. She just needs Suzy to survive. Take your own share. Chapter 40. Su Qi looked at Zhang Yue, who was approaching slowly, and couldn't help but frown, thinking crazily about various possibilities. Why can Fang Suyi be taken out? Why can't Zhang Yue be taken out? Logically speaking, given Su Qi's true strength, if he hadn't been worried about accidentally injuring Zhang Yue, he would have already started pushing the dungeon. After thinking about it, Su Qi only thought of one possibility: the Zhang Yue in front of her was fake. The real Zhang Yue does not know where she is now. Perhaps he had already died in the mutated copy. Even Fang Suyi on the side is fake, because when she wrote her destiny just now, she did not use her name, but used I as a pronoun. Su Qi took a deep breath. He ignored Zhang Yue's words, and did not dare to look into her smiling and crying eyes. Suzy worried that she couldn't stay sane either. Fang Suyi, I need you to write another sentence for me. Fang Suyi gritted her teeth and said, kill me. Without the green jade bamboo slips and the writing brush to protect each other, with the current condition of the copy, she would die if she wrote even a little bit of what she shouldn't have written. Do you really want me to kill you? Su Qi took out the amethyst staff without any courtesy, and a group of ice crystals condensed on the top of the staff. The biting cold air appeared out of thin air and continuously converged towards the ice crystals, causing Fang Suyi's scalp to feel numb. Are you serious? I want you to be obedient. As long as you don't die this time, I'll keep you alive. So Qi tone and eyes were cold. Fang Sui turned to Zhang Yue for help. The ice crystal on the top of So Qi's staff flew out and stopped half an inch before Fang Sui's eyebrows. The biting cold seemed to freeze her soul. I right. Fang Sui also planned to fight. Since I just wrote that Su Qi can take him away, then it is absolutely right to follow him and listen to his words. Although the things written by the destiny writer may not necessarily come true, they will also push the destiny in that direction. What do you want me to write? Fang Sui took out a spare pen and white jade bamboo slips from the space ring, both of which had the ability to resist the backlash of fate. It's just not as strong as before. Write that I can take people away within a 5-meter radius. Su Qi said out of thin air. Fang Sui started writing without hesitation. Su Qi can take people who are currently within a 5-meter radius of him to leave the instance. Fang Sui felt a little bit of fate's backlash, but not much. It just caused some cracks to appear on the white jade bamboo slips. This. Fang Sui looked at the line of text she had written, and was stunned for a while. Then she looked at Su Qi and Zhang Yue. The distance between them was not to mention 5 meters, but they were now close to each other. After confirming the result, in an instant, Su Qi used space teleportation and left Zhang Yue's arms, with a solemn expression on his face. Fang Sui also quickly ran behind Su Qi. It is impossible to leave with Zhang Yue. But Su Qi was able to leave with Zhang Yue in front of her. There is no doubt that she is a dummy. You have been exposed, why don't you show your true colors? So Qi's staff pointed directly at Zhang Yue, and the previous ice crystal had also reached her forehead. But Zhang Yue was stunned on the spot at this moment, showing no signs of resistance, and did not show her true colors because her identity was revealed. This ghost copy. Su Qi wanted to attack directly, but was a little reluctant to do so. He just let Zhang Yue hug her because he was actually guessing that she was fake and wanted to sneak attack her when her identity was revealed. But at this moment, Zhang Yue not only doesn't have it, and acted confused. It seems that he doesn't even know that he is the fake Zhang Yue. Taking a deep breath, Su Qi was not ready to take action. He also didn't understand the rules. He didn't know whether Zhang Yue in front of him could be killed. Right now so that I can take Fang Sui away. Fang Sui was stunned for a moment, and then started writing without hesitation. However, just like the previous situation, the white jade bamboo slips exploded into countless pieces on the spot and flew around. Fang Sui also spat out a mouthful of blood. Lying on the ground dying. I'm a dummy. Fang Sui was stunned. The adrenaline in her body surged wildly. She hurriedly crawled on the ground, trying to escape. After all, So Qi's decision not to kill Zhang Yue does not mean that he will not kill her. However, an ice crystal stopped between Fang Sui's eyebrows. Don't run away. I have nothing to do with Fang Sui. I will never break my promise to take you away, no matter whether you are really Fang Sui or not. Su Qi spoke calmly. Fang Sui was stunned for a moment, breathed a long sigh of relief, and reluctantly took out a pill from the space ring and drank it. So Qi's face looked solemn at this moment, and he couldn't understand the rules of the copy at all. It's not even sure whether the difficulty level detected by Fang Sui using the Fate Writer's ability is true. After all, Fang Sui is just a fake, and the fact that she did not hesitate to detect that she was a fake is enough to prove this. We will encounter warning signs soon. Su Qi helped Fang Sui up. You don't want to use me as a tool, do you? Fang Sui was weak, but after meeting So Qi's disinterested eyes, she just had no choice but to compromise. Fortunately, this is not difficult. After writing Fang Sui, she did not suffer the backlash of fate. She only felt that her body was hollowed out, her legs were so weak that she could not stand at all, and she could only collapse in So Qi's arms. Take one step and look at it. Su Qi carried the half-dead Fang Sui on his back, and held the lost Zhang Yue with his other hand. Start using space teleportation non-stop to get on the road. I'm a fake, why don't you kill me? Su Qi said expressionlessly, if you know you are lying, just be honest and obedient. As long as you behave well, I may not be able to take you with me when I leave. Then are you still my man? Zhang Yuwei's big eyes were full of expectation and anxiety. Su Qi didn't hesitate at all. No, you are not her. Zhang Yuwei bit her lower lip lightly and said nothing. Now with the blessing of the script written by destiny, it didn't take long for Su Qi to encounter another warning sign. Warning, do not walk with others. Su Qi looked at Fang Suyi and Zhang Yuwei. Zhang Yuwei still lowered her head in despair. Fang Suyi smiled awkwardly and said, Su Qi, we two are not human beings, right? After confirming that she was not a real person, she quickly walked out. Now she has only one primary goal. Stay alive. I asked you to write another warning sign. Su Qi said expressionlessly. Warning sign? He just wanted to violate it. I don't want you to be squeezed like this, right? Fang Suyi was speechless. She felt that she was being squeezed so badly that she had to work with a severely injured body without wages. And so it went for a while. Suzy encountered a warning sign again. Warning, if you meet a talking tree, please believe everything it says. The warning sign stood under a huge tree. A unique tree with a kind face and kind eyes, if only Grandpa Tree existed in comics. Young man, do you have any questions? I'll tell you everything I know, and I'll tell you everything. As long as you feed me the two imposters next to you. The old tree opened his eyes and opened his mouth to ask. Chapter 41. In the ruins of Daxia. With the words kneel down and beg me, the world fell into deathly silence for a while, and the most powerful people present all turned their attention to Ji Fengguo. Worried that she would just flip the table. Master, you need to calm down. The overall situation is more important. Li Xingyuan is deliberately trying to make you angry. He just wants to see you angry. Don't let him succeed. He's forcing you to lift the table. Don't be impulsive. Ji Fengguo is very strong, and can be said to be among the best among the strongest in the entire Huaxia kingdom. But flipping the table will cause public outrage. Even if Ji Fengguo is the number one person in Daxia, it is useless as long as he is not the number one by a cliff. Without absolute strength to crush you, once you choose to overturn the table, you will destroy everyone's interests. The rest of the people will only join forces to suppress Ji Fengguo. Even her current teammates are no exception. After all, if you don't want to live anymore, they still want to live and continue to enjoy the highest position in the world, so they cannot overturn the table with you. The so-called allies are nothing more than a community of interests. When your own interests are seriously harmed, your allies will naturally become a joke. Even your brothers and sisters who have a good relationship may betray you because of this. True allies who live and die together and advance and retreat together only exist in fantasy. After all, it is difficult for even brothers or husbands and wives to do this, let alone allies formed by interests. Taking a deep breath, Ji Fengguo glanced at the people around her with cold eyes. I won't flip the table, and I won't kill Li Xingyuan. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard this, especially Ji Fengguo's teammates. What they were most worried about was that she would act irrationally out of anger. Li Xingyuan's eyes flashed with disappointment. He really wanted to see Ji Fengguo desperately want to kill him, choose to overturn the table, and finally be beaten by them in anger. On the surface, Li Xingyuan smiled and said, let's go back to the previous question. If the master of the palace kneels down and begs me, I will help. If you don't beg, then please take it back. Ji Fengguo ignored Li Xingyuan, she just looked at the young man's eyes with her cold and piercing eyes. But I have to pull out his tongue. This is the minimum requirement and the biggest concession. If you still dare to stop me, I don't mind overturning the table. Even if I must die, I will let you all go. Pay a heavy price. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, especially when they looked at Ji Fengyu's dull eyes, but there was a hint of madness in them. It made everyone present feel terrified. They are not afraid of Ji Fengyu flipping the table, but when she gives away that does not harm her own interests, no one can force her to flip the table. Ji Fengyu didn't hesitate at all. She raised her hand and grabbed Li Xingyuan. As she said just now, she didn't kill him. Li Xingyuan, who had just been injured one after another, was grabbed by the neck and lifted up from the air without any ability to fight back in Ji Fengyu's hands. Bang! The tongue in Li Xingyuan's mouth exploded, and a large mouthful of red blood spurted out and fell to the ground. Leave your life to Su Qi when he grows up. Ji Fengyu disappeared among the ruins in an instant. Li Xingyuan fell to the ground with a bang, vomiting blood from his mouth. An injury of this degree is just a skin injury to the most powerful person, and it can be cured by any method, but the humiliation brought to Li Xingyuan is unprecedented. Ji Fengwu. I will definitely find a way to kill you. And Su Qi came to take his life? It's just a dream. Li Xingyuan looked at the place where Ji Fengyu disappeared, his eyes full of bloodshot eyes, ferocious and terrifying. Small days in Daxia. The powerful men were drinking and eating meat while admiring the beauties in the hall wearing thin underwear, singing and dancing. Just like the princes and nobles of ancient times. The short emperor is sitting on the high platform. On the right is the same short man who was defeated by Ji Fengyu before. On the left hand sits a much taller man, who is also the most powerful man and is the prime minister of the Little Day Kingdom. National Master, I have made you suffer today. If Ji Fengyu had come in before, even if she was persuaded in the end, we would have suffered huge losses. I offer you this glass. The emperor smiled and picked up the wine glass that the beauty had filled, and pointed it at the short man next to his right hand. The short national master quickly picked up the wine glass and said, How can I suffer anything? It's just a move against Ji Fengyu. But I have to say that woman's strength is getting more and more terrifying. The emperor said, that woman dared to hurt the imperial master. From now on, I will definitely cut her into pieces. The short national master smiled. Thank you, Emperor, for your kindness. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. The emperor also raised his head and drank a glass of wine and said, It's not interesting to watch beauties dancing every day. I'm a little tired of watching them. Today I will show you other entertainment programs. What show? Everyone couldn't help but become curious and cast their eyes over. After the emperor smiled, he took out a mirror out of thin air and threw it out, turning it into a translucent projection in the main hall. The projection is divided into many channels. Each one is a scene. Some of them are fighting monsters in order to survive, while others are quietly lurking, searching for something in the world. Others met unexpectedly and formed a team. The picture is very messy, but for many experts at level 90 and above, there is no difficulty in viewing it. At first, many people were stunned for a moment, not understanding what the emperor was showing them, but after a while everyone understood. Is this a scene in the dungeon? The emperor nodded slightly. They are the copies that I forcibly interfered with before, and they are the heroes of my little country. Normally, people outside can't see what's going on inside the copy. But the emperor has a very special item that can project the people connected to it and everything that happens around him. And since there will be no interference with the copy, the power of the copy will not block it. As for the so-called heroes, of course they are the ones who risked their lives and were sent in. What about the entertainment program? Someone asked. The emperor smiled. Of course it's to see how the heroes of my little country hunt the geniuses of Daxia. We also have a little gambling to enjoy ourselves. As the emperor spoke, he waved his hand again, and the hero messages he sent in appeared in the void. We bet on who can kill more Huasha Jiao, who can kill Ji Fengyu's disciple Zhang Yue, who can cut off So Qi head, and who will die first between Su Qi and Zhang Yue? Everyone couldn't help but become interested. As for heroes, what heroes? The emperor just paid lip service to it. A small bet will make you happy. I'll beat the one named Su Qi to die first, with 10 cubic meters of magic crystal. Then I'll kill Zhang Yue first, and that's 10 cubic meters. Many powerful people didn't put Su Qi in their eyes at all. After all, the boosts in this copy are not just decorations. If Su Qi dares to charge up his world-destroying move, Booz dares to kill directly. Suddenly, someone excitedly said, "Emperor, why are there special programs? Those beauties are really taking advantage of the people inside." Chapter 42. Then beauties really give them an advantage. There were exclamations in the hall, and everyone subconsciously focused their attention on the projection. The projection showed a forest, and they forcibly sent a dead man in, chasing 2 young women. "Flower girl, why are you running so fast? You're going to die in the dungeon anyway, why don't you let Taejun and I have a good time?" The 2 are not others. It was Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi who were supposed to be with Su Qi. At this moment, they were sitting on the back of the 5-clawed golden dragon, flying through the sky. They fly incredibly fast. But the people chasing below were not slow at all and kept following closely. Once the 5-clawed golden dragon's power was exhausted, it fell down. They are no match for the man below. Some people in the hall felt bored, while others were excited. She is Zhang Yue, right? Why did she die not long after the market opened? Su Qi didn't even show her face. Watching the pride of Daxia being humiliated, I feel more comfortable than daily enjoyment. I wonder if the arrogant master of the palace will be furious when he finds out. It seems that this boy is the one who kills the most people. He kills 1/3 at a time. Under influence. The 5-clawed golden dragon flew slower and slower. If it hadn't been for being too high up, the short figure on the ground would have already taken action against them. For a young dragon, it can be said to be unbelievable that it can carry 2 people soaring into the clouds for such a long time. "Sister Yue, what should I do? What do you want me to write?" Fang Suyi asked quickly. Zhang Yue also fell silent at this moment. "What to write? Everything I can write has been written before. The people below were killed when they encountered elite monsters, but he directly killed the elite monsters with almost no effort. At the very least, they are all rare professions that are level 60 and above. He wrote that his feet would be slippery today and it would be inappropriate to chase him. He wanted to use this to consume his energy, but in the end, his energy was not exhausted. Chased all the way, even with the assistance of Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi, the 5-clawed golden dragon's physical strength and mana were almost exhausted. "Why don't you fight with him and write about meeting Booz?" Fang Suyi asked tentatively. They searched for the dungeon of Booz for a long time but didn't find it before someone forced their way in. Fang Suyi also activated the Destiny Writer ability, and easily wrote the final boost of the dungeon within half an hour. But even if someone forced their way into the dungeon later, she never met the dungeon boss. Now is the moment of life and death. Fang Suyi wanted to give it another try. "Right." Zhang Yue also gritted her teeth. "If you want to die, then die together." Fang Suyi didn't hesitate and started writing directly on the jade bamboo slips. "Meet the current copy Booz within 1 minute." Within the copy. On one side, Fang Suyi and Zhang Yue were being hunted, and they planned to fight the murderer to the death, using the power of fate to call out the final boss of the copy. Fang Suyi and Zhang Yue on the other side couldn't help but turn pale after hearing Dash's words. "Su Qi, don't listen to him. This guy's warning sign is that he is selling his stuff and boasting about himself." Fang Suyi spoke quickly. Zhang Yue, who was silent all the way, was the complete opposite. "Su Qi, if I can help you, just feed me to it." The giant tree's eyes moved, and there was a bit of greed in his eyes. This girl really understands the righteousness. "If one of you can escape alive, it is better than all of them dead, right?" Then it turned its attention to Su Qi. A person can change the answer to a question, but I will not answer until she is handed over to me. Su Qi said nothing, but silently moved the amethyst staff, pointing the ice crystal that had been gathering cold air at the big tree in front of him. I hope you'll think about it before answering. After gathering for a period of time, although the power of frost ice crystal is far from reaching the level of forbidden spells, it can still be said to be terrifying. If the two shadow assassins Su Qi met before, as long as they did not hide in the shadows, they would be killed instantly. The giant tree was stunned for a moment, and then its thick trunk began to bend backwards, and it couldn't help but smile up to the sky. Boy, do you want to laugh me to death? How dare you, a 15th level minion, threaten me? Why don't you use a probe to check my level first? I won't intercept, I guarantee you can see it. Su Qi said expressionlessly, I don't know the detection skill, and now you only have 10 seconds to think about it. 19. Fang Sui on the side quickly took Su Qi's hand. Dad, you are my real dad, don't take action even if you disagree. I just checked, his level is as high as 63, we can't compete with him. Su Qi ignored Fang Sui. His countdown continued. 7, 6. Everyone in Fang Sui was numb. The man in front of me really doesn't think that he can beat Zhang Yue, who doesn't use all his strength, and can kill a strange tree that doesn't attack them. That's level 63. The combined levels of the three of them are not as high as it is. Jushu said in a cold voice, since you are so stubborn, you can give me a try. According to the rules, if you dare to attack me, I will kill you. The giant tree stopped pretending and put into a fighting posture. The ground trembled slightly as it pulled out two tree roots that resembled human legs from the ground. The two thickest branches on the trunk are bent down, and a group of green leaves is placed on the top of the branches, like two fists. This. Fang Sui looked at the giant tree man in front of her, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Zhang Yue stood in front of Su Qi, summoned a 5-clawed golden dragon, and let out a powerful and domineering dragon roar. However, when the 5-clawed golden dragon saw the behemoth in front of him, he immediately shrank behind Zhang Yue and let out a series of aggrieved whispers. As if to say, no, buddy, I'm just a little milk dragon, can I beat it? What kind of ridiculous joke are you kidding? It is indeed normal for a real dragon to jump through levels. Even when the level is low, it is not a problem to jump to more than 10 levels to challenge. But how many levels have you crossed by riding a horse? Level 30? Or level 40? You have to send it to the real dragon cubs. Su Qi looked at the giant tree quietly, not showing the slightest emotion due to its changes, but just opening and closing her lips to pronounce the last number. 1. The crystal clear ice crystal flew out from the amethyst staff, turned into a perfect arc, and pointed directly at the giant tree. Little trick! The giant tree punched like a real person, and the air roared directly, and the terrifying power stirred the air within 100 meters radius. But the moment it came into contact with the tiny ice crystal, which was less than 10 centimeters long, it was enveloped in endless cold air, and the temperature within a kilometer radius dropped several degrees in an instant. The giant tree felt that it had lost the sense of its arm, and saw a layer of ice crystals emerging continuously, heading towards the trunk. Without any hesitation, it directly cut off the frozen hand with its other hand, and moved 100 meters away in an instant. At the same time, the branches in the air completely turned into ice sculptures, but the cold energy contained in the ice crystals still failed to fully explode. The moment it landed, the power of the ice crystals was completely activated, freezing the direction Su Qi pointed in his hand 10,000 meters away. Chapter 43. In the main hall of Zairi Kingdom. Everyone looked at the genius of Daxia struggling desperately and the 5-clawed golden dragon in the sky, and the corners of their mouths could not help but curl up slightly. Killing Zhang Yue and the 5-clawed golden dragon is equivalent to killing the two most powerful men of Daxia at once. Not to mention that there is an invincible Suchi who is waiting for everyone to hunt him down. We're going to record a video later and send it to the Palace Master of Daxia. I think it's very good. Anyway, they have too many powerful people. If they like to fight among themselves, let them all be more fierce. Are you going too far? Going too far? How can we go too far? We only offend a small number of people. How can we go too far if we don't offend them all? Some of them want Zhang Yue and Su Qi to die, and even Ji Fengguo to die. How could they start a war with us regardless of the overall situation? Ha 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 ha. Everyone was laughing and talking. But suddenly a piece of snow appeared on the horizon in the projection, and spread towards the center of the projection at an alarming speed. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. What is that? The warriors of the Empire were killed when I was little. In the projection, an inexplicable cold air just blew across the sky and the earth, and everything in sight was frozen, transformed into crystal clear ice sculptures. At the same time, it also included the short figures who were frantically chasing Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi on the ground. That is a rare profession that reaches level 60. It's not a very strong force in Zairi Junior High School, but it can definitely be called a backbone, if Soki record wasn't too dazzling. The Emperor was reluctant to send him into the dungeon to die. But one of the 5 most powerful people among all people died so mysteriously. The mutated copy is truly terrifying. With the death of the little man, they also all lost the projection here. Currently in the copy, the 5-clawed golden dragon and Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi on its back couldn't help but shudder, and they didn't know that they were frozen by the sudden temperature change. I was still scared out by the ice sculptures on the ground. Have we really met Booz? Fang Suyi asked tentatively. Before the dungeon changed, she didn't meet him after writing it. After the dungeon changed, she met him easily. Probably, except for Booz, no one in the dungeon can unleash such terrifying power. Zhang Yue also nodded lightly, holding her hands tightly. But the 5-clawed golden dragon, after being silent for a while, let out a clear dragon roar. You said you felt the breath of other real dragons over there? Zhang Yue asked. The 5-clawed golden dragon nodded slightly. Zhang Yue looked at the second offensive that did not appear and fell into deep thought. Fang Suyi said, Sister Yue, what are you thinking? Let boss let us go. If we don't run away, why are we standing there? You don't think Boo's evil eye is a dragon, do you? Zhang Yue's eyes flickered. She did wonder if Boo's might be a dragon. If so, with her Dragon Master's dragon affinity talent, there is a high probability that nothing will happen in the dungeon. It further proves why boss did not attack the people of Zairiguo again after taking action to deal with them. Now being awakened by Fang Suyi, Zhang Yue no longer hesitated and immediately wanted the 5-clawed golden dragon to take them to a secluded place to rest. But the next moment, a burst of cold air suddenly rose in the distance, and then condensed into 4 large characters carved in ice in mid-air. Yue, come here. As soon as Zhang Yue took a look, the ice sculpture fell down. Fang Suyi and Zhang Yue looked at each other in shock. After hesitating for a while, they decided to rush towards the source of the ice world. With the current physical strength of the 5-clawed golden dragon, it is impossible to escape by running. The view is zoomed in. Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi stared blankly at the ice world formed by the shattering of small ice crystals. Level 15 dropped to level 63 in one move? That was something they never dreamed of. Now I find that what is happening in front of Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi is even more outrageous than in their dreams. The giant tree that was about to crush Su Qi to death also became more mature. It took root into the earth and returned to its former amiable appearance. It's like nothing happened. Su Qi did not rush to ask the big tree questions, but looked to the horizon. Another small and exquisite ice crystal slowly appeared on the amethyst staff. Frost ice crystal. Endless coldness appeared and immediately merged into the ice crystals, continuously accumulating energy. Not long after, the five-clawed golden dragon rushed over with Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi. When they looked at Su Qi, they were happy at first. But after looking at Zhang Yue, Fang Suyi and the five-clawed golden dragon beside him, his face turned pale in an instant. Yue, both of them are fake. Come down first. I have something to ask you. Su Qi called. Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi were silent. They are fake, what about you? Zhang Yue said solemnly. Su Qi said, the blow just now was caused by me. It would be easy for me to kill you, so there is no need to talk nonsense. After Zhang Yue was silent for a moment, the five-clawed golden dragon couldn't hold on anymore and flew down with the two of them. Su Qi didn't waste any time and asked Fang Suyi to start the test as before. Su Qi can take us away. So Kinange takes Zhang Yue away. So Kinange takes Fang Suyi away. Fang Suyi understood So Qi thoughts in an instant. The big tree on the side said, no need to test, both of them are fake. Fang Suyi and Zhang Yue were stunned. Are they fakes too? Su Qi ignored Dashu's words and said in a deep voice, Fang Suyi, just do it if you are asked. Fang Suyi didn't hesitate and started measuring directly. As for the final result, it is exactly the same as what the big tree said. The first sentence uses us as a proxy and can be written easily. The second and third sentences, after mentioning specific names, end with Fang Suyi being bitten by fate twice and the green jade bamboo slips exploding. Am I, really a fake? Fang Suyi found it difficult to accept, and Zhang Yue beside her also found it difficult to accept at this moment. There is no information in my memory that I am a fake, but it turns out that I am a real fake. Su Qi looked at the big tree with indifferent eyes, and at the same time turned the direction of the amethyst staff, and the ice crystals in midair were pointed at it again. I want to know why. It's still only 10. 10. Dashu. Can I say that I don't know either? You don't know, and you don't have to live anymore. 7. 6. I'll die if I tell you. Dashu looked panicked. You will die soon if you don't tell me. 3. 2. The moment the last word was about to be uttered, bloody eyes suddenly opened on the trunk of the big tree. The original eyes and mouth were closed. At the same time, in So Qi perception, the aura of the big tree suddenly surged, and even a divine power that did not belong to mortals emerged between heaven and earth. Copy Booze. Eyes of the Evil God. Chapter 44. Bloody eyes opened on the big tree, just like the scene before when Su Qi asked the remnant soul of the fire elf to release flames in the dungeon. But those are just ordinary ancient trees. And without giving Su Qi any room for negotiation, countless vines frantically attacked the remnant soul of the fire elf. At this moment, the mighty divine power enveloped the heaven and earth, and the world seemed to be subdued by it, and everything in the world fell into a deathly silence. Su Qi withstood the pressure, but felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, and his speed was greatly affected. The two Fang Suyi, Zhang Yue, and the two five-clawed golden dragons next to them didn't seem to feel anything. They all stared nervously and warily at the mutated tree in front of them. Eye of the Evil God, Leave 69. Skills, Abyss Gaze, Evil Eye Parasitism, Death Ray, Eye of Fear, Evil Eye Illusion, Copying Eye. At the same time, all the surrounding ancient trees opened their dense blood-red eyes on the thick trunks, staring at Su Qi and the five of them. The branches were shaking wildly, and they were baring their teeth and claws at the five of them from a distance, but they did not directly attack like the remnant soul of the fire elf ignited before. So Qi's expression was solemn, and he felt every trace of threat from the blood-colored eyes that suddenly grew out of the big tree. If you only have a little bit of the strength you just showed, I will give you a chance to choose, surrender or die. A low voice came from the giant tree, and a pair of blood-colored eyes stared at Su Qi. Even though he knew the strength he had just shown, he still didn't show any importance in his tone. Some are just contempt. Even if the two Fang Suyi didn't feel the pressure, their bodies were still trembling slightly with fear. Su Qi froze 10,000 meters with one move. Is it just a little bit of strength in the mouth of the big dungeon boss? Does it have to be that scary? Also, they hadn't seen the copy for a long time before, and they couldn't even use the Destiny Writer's ability to see it. Why did they suddenly meet it? Or even more accurately. Finally, Booz came to the door. The two Zhongyue expressions were extremely solemn, while the two five-clawed golden dragons looked at her pitifully. It seems like you really want it. Can I not go up? It wants to go back and have a good rest. Su Qi was not afraid at all and said, if you only have the strength to block the attack just now, I will give you a choice, commit suicide or be crushed to death by me. Fang Suyi colon. It's really like the tip of a needle. One is more arrogant than the other. Su Qi, do you want to be so fierce? The five-clawed golden dragon couldn't help but froze when he heard it. Su Qi move just now had already stunned it, and now it was even more powerful. They didn't worry about whether it was true or false, and came to Su Qi's side with admiration in their golden eyes, becoming his guardians. Arrogant. The giant tree snorted coldly. Neither party said anything, and a strong sense of crisis emerged in Su Qi's heart. He grabbed two Fang Suyi and two Zhongyue with one hand. Two five-clawed golden dragons subconsciously grabbed Su Qi's shoulders, and he released hundreds of space teleportation in an instant. Dazzling light burst out from the blood-colored eyes on the giant tree, hitting the location where Su Qi and the five people were just now, and covering a radius of tens of meters. Death Ray. There were no violent explosions, just an area shrouded in blood. All plants quickly withered, and even the ground seemed to have lost its vitality. It became dry and cracked in the blink of an eye. Another blink of an eye turned into countless dust. As the breeze blows, countless sand and dust are blown up. The ice crystals on Su Qi's amethyst staff burst out. Although this one has not been charged for as long as before, it is still extremely powerful. Do you really think this trick will work on me? The eye of the evil god smiled disdainfully, and the many bloody eyes on the huge tree trunk began to gather, and finally turned into one. Located above the eyebrow of the giant tree's original face. Pupil of copy. A reflection appeared in the blood-colored eyes, and everything in the world was reflected in it. An identical ice crystal burst out from the blood-colored eyes. Collision with Susie's ice crystal. Bang! The two ice crystals shattered together, and huge amounts of cold air erupted together, eroding towards each other, but neither could do anything to the other. In the end, it was only possible to create a semicircular ice wall with a diameter of 1,000 meters out of thin air, using the point where the ice crystal touched as the center of the circle. Ice explosion. Boom! Su Qi used space teleportation to quickly move away, and the energy contained in the ice wall, and even the energy contained in his move that had been frozen for 10,000 meters, exploded together. The violent explosion covered an area of 10,000 meters, and the terrifying energy fluctuations formed an invisible impact between heaven and earth. The whole world seemed to be shaking slightly. Su Qi had no idea of waiting for the energy to calm down before taking action. He directly summoned the remnant soul of the fire spirit and took him, Zhang Yue and Fang Qingyu to fly high into the sky. Let Zhang Yue take back the five-clawed golden dragon. A Suzy in his previous position. However, this Su Qi is not an entity like the fake Zhang Yue and others, but a translucent illusory body. Moreover, the illusory scenery covering a radius of 10,000 meters also overlapped with reality at this moment, which was a bit dazzling. Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi only saw the illusory Su Qi standing in the mountains, holding the staff high in his hand, and above it was a sun. The terrifying temperature caused the air to twist and boil, and the huge energy fluctuations seemed to make the space unbearable, causing it to tremble slightly. Reappearance of the past. Su Qi still didn't believe that the other party could copy any skills. So what if it can be copied? As long as the collision distance is close enough, the aftermath of the explosion alone can kill it. Forbidden curse. The two Zhongyue and Fang Qingyu couldn't help but cover their mouths and looked at each other with disbelief in each other's eyes. But the next moment, a panicked cry rang out from the explosion that had mostly subsided. "Little brother, have mercy! It has run away. Please put away your magical powers. I will tell you everything." Su Qi couldn't help but frown. The illusory scene around him collapsed. He indeed no longer felt the threat. After the power fluctuations on the ground completely calmed down, a huge pothole appeared where there was ice before. The whole ground seemed to have been plowed. Only the surrounding area of the huge tree was intact, and the eyes on its trunk had reopened. All those bloody eyes disappeared. Obviously, the eye of the evil god easily blocked ice explosion, but after seeing Su Qiyu's reappearance of the past, a forbidden spell-level fireball emerged. Eye of the evil god chose to run away without hesitation. It's easier to fight the stupid booze. Su Qi sighed secretly, glanced at the remnant soul of the fire elf next to him, and asked him to take him and others down. At the same time, Su Qi used frost ice crystal again and began to accumulate power to deal with emergencies at any time. "Tell me everything you know." Su Qi pointed the ice crystal at the giant tree with an expressionless expression. "What do you want to know?" "The giant tree has kind eyes and clear eyes like a college student. Where are their true bodies? How did the four of them appear?" The giant tree was silent for a moment and said, "You really want to know?" Su Qi said nothing, only the ice crystal got closer to the giant tree. The giant tree quickly said, "Their bodies are already dead and have become sacrifices to the evil god. The four of them are just the unexpected products of being sacrificed to the evil god." Chapter 45. Have they become sacrifices to the evil god? Are they the product of accidents? Su Qi's spirit was shaken, and Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi on the side were also stunned, as if they had turned into stone statues. The giant tree watched quietly, with no intention of sneak attack. Fang Suyi was the first to come to his senses. "What nonsense are you talking about? We encountered no obstacles at all along the way, how could we die?" Su Qi and Zhang Yue also came to their senses. The giant tree said, "Are you sure you are really not dead?" "Certainly." Fang Suyi answered without hesitation. Jushu said, "You just think you are not dead. Think again, have you ever encountered the eye of the evil god before?" "Of course I didn't meet." Fang Suyi didn't say the last word "see," and the memory gate of her and Zhang Yue seemed to be opened. Brand new memories come to mind. They did kill randomly in the dungeon at first, but it wasn't like they didn't meet boss afterwards. After Fang Suyi used the ability of Destiny Writer to find booze, it didn't take long for the strongest person to forcefully open the dungeon channel. The whole world has changed. Then they met booze. The sun in the sky blinked. After that, the memory stopped immediately, and it became that they did not meet booze and were chased by someone who forced their way in. Mu Yunsu died in a sneak attack by an elite monster. After the remaining dead people escaped in two groups, they met Su Qi. "No. It's impossible. I can't be dead." The memories of Fang Suyi and Zhang Yue collided, and streams of bloody aura emerged from their bodies, and their bodies began to gradually alienate. Transformation in the direction of monster. Blood flowed out from all over his body, and he turned into a bloody man in an instant. His eyes turned pure black, and his face was full of pain. "Little brother, kill them quickly and give them relief." There was a trace of pity in the eyes of the giant tree. Su Qi remained silent and just released 10 levels of ice freezing technique to freeze the limbs of Fang Suyi and Zhang Yue, keeping them unable to move or take action. "Su Qi, kill me, I'm in so much pain, give me relief." Two Zhang Yue who turned into bloody men shouted. "Su Qi, help me. For the sake of seeing us get to know each other, please give me a happy life." The voices of the two Fang Suyi were full of prayers. Su Qi ignored it, just looked at the giant tree coldly and said, "You know the detection skill, right?" "Yes." There was a flash of doubt in Jushu's eyes, but he answered truthfully. Teach me. Su Chi thought, and the ice crystal came to the eyebrow of the giant tree, and it seemed that it would hit it in the next moment. The giant tree also felt the biting cold, and had no doubt about the power contained in it. The moment it touched it, it could freeze itself into an ice sculpture from the inside out. Jushu didn't waste any time and taught him the third-level skill, exploration, neatly. After using it, you can detect the occupation, attributes, skills, and levels of people whose level is lower than your own. Normally, skills can only be obtained through upgrading and skill books. In fact, they can also be obtained through teaching. However, it is much more difficult to learn than a skill book, and only after reaching full proficiency, that is, after mastering the skill, can it be completely taught to others. As a level 63 elite monster, the giant tree's detection skill is naturally at full proficiency. More than an hour later, Su Chi learned the detection skill. Although this is a third-level skill, it has no other functions, so it is relatively simple to learn. Of course, this is also because Su Chi is very talented. Blood Remnant Zhang Yue, Leave 13. Skills, Contract Summoning, Attribute Enhancement. Blood Remnant Fang Sui, Leave 11. Skills, Destiny Writing, Exploration. Have you given up now? The giant tree sighed helplessly. Su Chi stared at the four people in front of him who were wailing and begging him to let them go, and he still said nothing. He keeps using Explore. Improving proficiency in exploration. 1 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 20 o'clock. Finally, after 2.5 hours, Su Chi detection skill proficiency was fully reached, but he still continued. Hundreds or thousands of probes are used per second. Finally, after Su Chi had used it countless times, the detection skill turned into Eye of Truth. Eye of Truth, by continuously gathering mana into the eyes, you can see a more real world. Su Chi cast the Eye of Truth without any hesitation, and continuously gathered mana into the abyss-like eyes. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000. Everything in front of Su Chi's eyes became blurred, like time in the eyes of a myopic patient, and everything became unreal. The giant tree sighed and said, "Little brother, you have used exploration countless times, and your proficiency has reached the highest level. You should give up now. I know it's hard to lose the ones you love, but you can't stay stuck in the past. You have to go out and avenge them." Su Chi glanced at the giant tree, and without any hesitation, he hovered at its brow, accumulating energy for several hours, and then directly hit it with the ice crystal that was comparable to a forbidden spell. In an instant, before the giant tree could react, the terrifying coldness contained in the ice crystals burst out directly. However, due to Su Chi's deliberate control, the cold did not cause the horrific scene of thousands of meters of ice as before. But it was precisely because of the concentration of the cold that its power became extremely terrifying, and it only lasted for a moment. The giant tree completely turned into an ice sculpture. Why? At the last moment when it was completely frozen by Su Chi, it asked with unwillingness in its eyes. Su Chi sneered, "Do you want to continue pretending?" He did not launch ice explosion, but came behind the giant tree in an instant. Under the blessing of Destroyer, a huge space crack emerged out of thin air. Pierce the huge tree trunk. Space God cut. Suddenly, the giant tree turned into a strong blood light, and it passed through the ice layer and gathered towards the sun in the sky. At the same time, the ice on the bodies of Fang Sui and Zhang Yue, who were previously hunted by the people of Xiao Rizi country, suddenly exploded. Ice explosion. In the violent explosion, their bodies turned into blood mist and floated towards the sun in the sky. Let the sun's rays be dyed blood red. Under the illumination of the blood red light, the colors of all the flowers, plants, and trees between heaven and earth changed, becoming eerie and terrifying, as if they were carved from solidified blood. But what was even more terrifying was that the sun in the sky was becoming redder and redder, and the light it shone was becoming redder and redder. Finally it turned into a blood-red eye. Looking down upon the world with indifference. Looking down at Su Qi on the ground. Chapter 46. A country of small days. Inside the hall, everyone came back to their senses from Su Qi freezing thousands of meters and killing them instantly. What a pity, there is no special program. What was that just now? I remember that the person who was forcibly sent in was at most level 64. How come a monster that could kill him instantly appeared? It should be a dungeon boss, but the stronger it is, the better. No one can kill it anyway. Everyone started chatting with each other. The emperor glanced at the numerous projections and found nothing interesting. He felt bored and raised his head to take a sip of wine. This gamble is still a long way to go, take your time. The party continues. As a group of extraordinary people standing at the top of the world, they can go without food, but eating cannot keep them full. The emperor entertained everyone with the world's top delicacies, which were not only extremely delicious but also had the function of improving properties. Therefore, everyone enjoyed the meal very much. This went on for a long time. Finally, there's something interesting to watch. Will the special program be broadcast normally this time? Zhang Yue was able to hold on until she met the dungeon boss because she could fly. How could these two level 11 girls run away? Could it be possible that the dungeon boss will come to rescue them? Everyone laughed, and it was not beyond their expectations that without Zhang Yue's real dragon flying with them, they faced the huge level gap. Zhang Yue's two remaining auxiliary teammates were restrained by an invisible force in just 2 breaths after they met the people from Xiaorizi country. Standing there unable to move at all. You beast! If you have the guts, let us go. If you want to kill me, I'll do it to my heart's content. The short man laughed loudly and said, let you go? Give you a quick death? Wouldn't that be a waste of your pretty faces? The taste of the Huxia national flower girl should be very good. I have not tasted the taste of the daughter of the heavenly pride. The short man licked his lips, looked at the ground with lustful eyes, and walked towards the two bound beauties. Many high-ranking officials of the Xiaorizi kingdom in the hall also watched with interest. However, the next moment, the sun hanging high in the sky in all the projections suddenly emitted bursts of red light. It was as if time had been stolen from the heaven and earth, and in the blink of an eye it was evening, with the sunset dyeing the entire world red. But what it brought was not beautiful scenery, but all the flowers, plants, and trees around it changed strangely, as if they were made of blood. At the same time, the red sun in the sky also turned into an eye, a blood-red demon pupil, filling the originally peaceful world with a strange aura. The short man stopped and looked up at the sky. A strong feeling of fear surged into his heart. He felt his hands and feet were cold, and all the desire he had just felt disappeared. What is that? Someone in the hall couldn't help but ask questions. At this moment, they had no intention of watching the special program anymore, and all of them focused their attention on the sun in the projection. Is that the remains of a god? There was a hint of uncertainty in the emperor's tone. The prime minister at the side also confirmed, it is indeed the remains of a god, but how could the remains of a god appear in a low-level copy? Will the impact of forcing people in be so outrageous? The national teacher couldn't help but exclaim. The ministers below were shocked. Although they knew that the assassins who were forced in would probably not be able to get out, the fact that a strong man over level 60 was killed in seconds by the 10,000-meter ice just proved this point. But no one expected it to be so outrageous. The remains of a god. It literally means part of the corpse of a god, and this is indeed the case. The giant bloody eyes that suddenly appeared in the copy are exactly the eyes of a fallen god. What is the realm of gods? Level 100 strong men are called demigods, and they are also the upper limit for mortal levels. Once they reach this level, they will not be able to gain experience by killing monsters, nor can they break through the level limit. If you want to become the most powerful person, there is only one way to transform your life level and sublimate your life essence. After this, we can be said to be two species from mortals. The vast majority of demigods in the world are unable to withstand a move from the most powerful, and such strength is only enough to embark on the road to becoming a god. It is called the most powerful one simply because it is the highest level of blue star today. A more accurate name should be false god. The level of life has reached the threshold of the gods, far beyond the level of mortals, but has not truly become a god. The gods are naturally the most powerful ones who have successfully completed the transformation. However, no one has reached blue star today, and the day when someone reaches it will be the day when blue star completes its reunification. If a level 100 demigod wants to quickly complete the transformation of his life level, there is only one fastest and shortest way. Devour the remains of the gods with the help of the most powerful. Even after the most powerful person swallows the remains of a god, he can take a big step forward on the road to becoming a god. Therefore, the broken body of a god is a great opportunity that makes all the most powerful people excited. Even the emperor has never received a broken body of a god. But such a great opportunity! At this moment, he appeared in a low-level copy. But this is not important. What is important is that even if it is just a broken body of a god, it can regain its wisdom in the years. At the very least, it is equivalent to a level 100 demigod. Even reaching the level of false gods. I sent some people who were at most level 64, but the boost was directly raised to level 100. Is this the obliteration of the dungeon rules level? There is no way to survive at all. You can pop the champagne, no one will come out alive. Everyone murmured to themselves. The emperor also recovered from the shock and sighed secretly as he looked at the remains of the gods in the projection. If he can obtain and devour it, his strength will surely reach a higher level and he will become one of the top false gods of Blue Star. Just a low-level copy. Which powerful person dares to enter it? Among the copies, Su Qi stood quietly, his dull black eyes looking at the huge bloody eyes in the sky, and the eye of truth spied out its information. Eye of the evil god, leave false god. Special, after the evil god was dismembered, part of his body regained his intelligence over the long years. Skills, abyss gaze, evil eye parasitism, death ray. Even Fang Suyi and Zhang Yue, whose bodies were undergoing changes and experiencing tremendous pain, had a flash of fear in their eyes. In other words, in the entire dungeon, everyone except Su Qi had unspeakable fear in their hearts, and everyone's bodies were trembling slightly. And, you still have one chance to choose. The blood-colored eyes stared at Su Qi, with an indifference that contained no emotion at all, and the voices of men and women could not be heard, emanating from the sky and resounding throughout the copy. To everyone's ears. Accompanied by it, the mighty divine power slanted down from the high sky and fell on all things in the world. The timid ones are scared to death, while the bold ones are like carrying a sacred mountain on their backs, falling to their knees under the pressure of terror. Only Su Qi stands proudly and draws his sword to the sky. Chapter 47. Su Qi once had the experience of fighting against the divine power. Even if the terrifying divine power at this moment was several times greater than before, he was not afraid at all, as if it had never existed. Take the words of the evil god Ai as farts. After all, if it could come down now and kill Su Qi, it wouldn't tell him so much nonsense, let alone test it so many times. That's right. Not long after Su Qi entered the dungeon, the eye of the evil god had noticed him and tested him many times. Su Qian didn't know it at first, but after obtaining the eye of truth, he immediately understood everything. Because Su Qi not only saw the panel of the sun in the sky, but also saw that the world was actually disguised by the environment. He also saw Zhang Yue, Fang Suyi, and the panels of the giant tree. The panels of the two women that Su Qi saw during his previous inspection were directly the panels of monsters, showing that the four of them were after images of blood. But after obtaining the eye of truth, the appearance of the four women in Su Qi's eyes changed. Name, Zhang Yue. Age 18. Occupation, Dragon Master. Level 13. Skills, Contract Summoning, Attribute Strengthening. Special, Evil Eye Parasitism. Name, Feng Sui. Age 18. Occupation, Destiny Writer. Level 11. Skills, Destiny Writing, Detection. Special, Evil Eye Parasitism. Later, they met Zhang Yue and Feng Sui, who were rescued by the freezing technique and just killed by Su Qi, and their information was all lost. Evil Eye Fantasy, Zhang Yue. Evil Eye Illusion, Feng Sui. Before, Jushu had been asking Su Qi to take action to free the four of them. In fact, he wanted him to kill the real Zhang Yue. Tell Suzy everything again. It will cause flaws in his state of mind, so that he can easily plant the evil eye and complete evil eye parasitism. As for the previous warning sign, in fact, they are all created by the evil eye. The first piece no fires allowed is to test Soki character and see if he will try to break the rules. If you try to violate it, while complying with the rules, you can also test Soki true strength. Later, they happened to meet the real Zhang Yue and Feng Sui. The coincidental warning sign was naturally arranged by the eye of the evil god. He wanted Su Qi to kill Zhang Yue with his own hands. But he was too wary. The evil god's eye parasitized with the evil eye, secretly influencing Feng Sui, allowing her to write destiny several times to completely confirm their false identities. But Su Qi still wasn't fooled. Don't kill them. Afterwards, the eye of the evil god arranged two more fake ones with exactly the same purpose, but Su Qi was too stable and still did not take action. What is most incomprehensible to the eye of the evil god is, how come I just gave Su Qi a third-level detection, and he was able to see through all the mysteries at a glance after practicing it many times? But these are not important to the eye of the evil god. Now that Su Qi cannot be allowed to kill Zhang Yue, he cannot be allowed to complete the evil eye parasitism after a flaw appears in his state of mind. We can only use force over there. Stubborn. The cold voice of the eye of evil resounded throughout the world. Just as Su Qi expected, he couldn't really take action, but everyone in the dungeon except Su Qi had changed. Suzy is the first to see changes in people. Naturally, they were Zhang Yue and Feng Sui who were closest to him. As the words of the eye of the evil god fell, their skin stopped overflowing with blood, and they also stopped wailing. The blood coagulates into scab on the body surface. A blood-red eye tore through the skin between the eyebrows and grew out. The eyes that originally belonged to Zhang Yue and Feng Sui were also tightly closed. It's exactly the same situation as the giant tree before. Evil eye parasitism. Complete parasitism with absolute power, or complete parasitism when a huge crack appears in his state of mind. After successful parasitism, it is undetectable, can modify short-term memory, and can secretly guide the host's behavior. When fully stimulated, it will take over the host's body. Note, after forcibly taking over the body, the host will definitely be able to detect the parasite, and it cannot be erased through short-term memory modification. Su Qi watched quietly. When he obtained the Eye of Truth and saw Zhang Yue and Feng Sui being hit by the evil eye parasitism, he had already anticipated everything in front of him. Die! Zhang Yue and Feng Sui shouted coldly at the same time, and a ray shot out from the bloody eyes of the two women. Death Ray! Su Qi teleported to avoid it, and at the same time waved the amethyst staff in his hand, and a large ice mist enveloped a kilometer radius. But with Su Qi thought, the area covered by ice fog quickly closed in, gathering towards Zhang Yue and Feng Sui. Let the ice crystals on the surface of their bodies become thicker and thicker. The two women were unable to move at all. 1,000 times freezing technique. Even though he was blessed by the power of the eye of the evil god at this moment, in front of the ice sealing technique released thousands of times in an instant, he had no power to resist. The two women instantly transformed into two lifelike ice sculptures. Su Qi easily solved the immediate trouble. The main hall of Zairi Kingdom has already exploded. Because in the projection in front of everyone closed their eyes tightly after saying stubborn. At the same time, a bloody vertical pupil also appeared between the eyebrows. They all rushed in the same direction. Coupled with this scene and the blood-red world, a strange sense of oppression emerged in everyone's heart, making many people tremble. When were they all wiped out? Are they all controlled by the bloody eyes in the sky? What are they going to do? Everyone couldn't help but be frightened. If this boss came to the Little Rib country, they wouldn't be able to deal with it immediately. How terrifying would it be? Perhaps one day, everyone in the world closed their eyes together, but a blood-red vertical pupil opened between their eyebrows. Everyone was shocked, confused. If they could see the game situation of the dungeon at this moment, they would find that the population of the camp had changed significantly. Current number of camps, 3. Daxia 1. 0. Big Beautiful Country 0. Within the copy, Su Qi smiled contemptuously and felt that under the special arrangement of the Eye of the Evil God, all the participants were gathered within a certain range. He grabbed an ice sculpture with one hand. Activate space teleport and fly towards the sky. If you only have this means, you'd better commit suicide as soon as possible. Su Qi flied to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, almost shoulder to shoulder with the sun in the sky. The numerous figures coming from below were unable to touch Su Qi at all, and when he was about to fall, the remnant soul of the fire elf appeared. The translucent remnant soul of the elf grabbed Su Qi's shoulders, suspended him in the sky, and took over the ice sculpture turned by Fang Sui. Arrogant. The Eye of the Evil God snorted coldly, and an even more dazzling bloody light enveloped the world. Zhang Yue and Fang Sui almost broke free from the ice. The people on the ground also gained more powerful power under the blood-colored light, and blood-colored eyes emerged from under the skin. Then they flew straight up. Under the observation of Eye of Truth, it was found that each of their levels had reached the minimum level of 60. And with the Eye of the Evil God providing them with mana, flying does not affect their combat power at all. Such a level 60 legion of dozens of people attacked. Not to mention a 15-year-old ant magician, even a hidden profession of more than 70 levels will be beaten to death by them. At the same time, the indifferent voice of the evil god's eye reached Su Qi's ears, "Ant, do you really think that I can't do anything at all?" Chapter 48. Little Japan. Everyone looked at everyone in the projection, all rushing in one direction, and Su Qi, who was surrounded in the center, was a little confused. However, after they came to their senses, most of them looked excited again. He was the cause of all this? He was also the one who forced the dungeon boss to come out? He is really a master of his craft. For a person who has been strengthened by booze so many times, and the remains of a god in the sky, I want to see how Su Qi can run away. Many people present seemed to have seen Su Qi being crushed to death and what happened to him with his head missing. Although it was clear that it was almost impossible for Su Qi to escape from the dungeon, everyone would still feel uneasy without seeing his body with their own eyes. However, when they saw Su Qi using space teleportation to fly high into the sky, everyone immediately felt a strong sense of uneasiness. After all, Su Qi has a skill that can destroy a small world by accumulating power. No one they sent in could fly. Moreover, everyone could see the remnant body of the spirit in the sky at a glance. He could not take action casually, or even be unable to take action. If Su Qi could successfully charge up his power and release that devastating skill, wouldn't he really have a chance to kill him? Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Even the Emperor, Prime Minister, and National Advisor of the Little Rift Kingdom were no exception. They subconsciously clenched their fists when looking at the scene in the projection. If Su Qi cannot be killed this time, if you want to kill him later, you will have to pay a heavy price. But fortunately, Buza's words, "Do you really think I can't do anything?" made everyone feel at ease. If the broken body of the god takes action, Su Qi will definitely die. How arrogant, how dare you fly into the sky? Within the copy, Suzy smiled. So what if the evil eye can take action? He admitted that the eye of the evil god was really powerful, and its level was directly at the level of the false god, surpassing the upper limit of level 100, and completing the transformation of life levels. But so what? Is there any need to talk nonsense if you can kill Suchi? I have to see what you are capable of. Suchi glanced at the eye of the evil god, and his eyes fell on the many people flying up below. Light and shadow clone. Suki figure transformed into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and countless purple fireballs condensed around them. Fireball, the most basic skill, but with the blessing of the Golden Entry World Destroyer, each fireball consumes 4,400 mana. It far exceeds the original 20 points of mana consumption, and at the same time expands its size by a full 220 times, and its power has naturally achieved a qualitative leap. Moreover, it is also assisted by the purple flame passive skill of the amethyst staff, which greatly increases the power of the fireball technique. Countless fireballs fell down like meteors. For a moment, the fireball technique was used by Suchi, which felt like the forbidden spell meteor and fire rain. However, even if each fireball technique is the ultimate enhanced version, a single fireball is not enough to pose a threat to everyone below. But when the fireballs fell densely like raindrops and the sounds of explosions were heard, everything changed. As soon as everyone flew up 1 meter, dozens or hundreds of purple fireballs knocked them down 3 meters. Boom! 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 Dense explosions resounded throughout the world, and a sea of purple fire seemed to appear under Suki's feet. Many people with vertical pupils between their eyebrows rose into the sky. Wanting to break through the sea of fire, Suchi immediately gathered fire to attack. They were hit by tens of thousands of purple flame fireballs and were defeated in an instant. Kill the evil-eyed puppet Zhou Xingyu, gain experience value plus 1000. Kill the evil-eyed puppet Li Xian, experience plus 1000. Kill the evil-eyed puppet Yamamoto Bear, experience value plus 1000. As time passed, under the constant suppression of firepower, some evil-eyed puppets finally died. However, although their level was high, the experience given to Suchi was based on the low-level dungeon. Of course, Suchi could kill them so easily not only because of his own strength, but also because of the people controlled by the eye of the evil god. He only received an increase in the power of the eye of the evil god. It simply cannot fully unleash its true power. For example, Suki's use of light and shadow clone is divided into 8 functions, but the eye of the evil god controls everyone, but it is directly divided into dozens of functions. And they have no idea about the skills of each profession. It is even more impossible to form a complete cooperation. Just rushing blindly. Finally, the eye of the evil god could no longer sit still, and a roar resounded throughout the dungeon, as if the earth was shaking. Around the big sun in the sky, illusory chains of rules appeared out of thin air, with one end piercing the void and the other end wrapped around the blood-colored eyes. The countless chains of rules are like dense spider webs, intertwined and intertwined, forming an indestructible cage. Each of them shines with mysterious and dazzling light, containing infinite power of law, imprisoning the eye of the evil god here forever. Now that the rules chain suddenly appears, it is obvious that the eye of the evil god is trying to forcefully break through the seal and truly descend on the copy. However, as terrifying energy bursts out in the sky, the power of rules collides, the surrounding space continues to collapse, and the chains of endless rules become tighter and tighter. The eye of the evil god finally opened a gap. Die. After forcibly tearing open a gap, although the eye of the evil god cannot escape from the chain of law, it can actually burst out with a ray of power. A ray of power belonging to the false god. Abyss staring. The evil eye looked at Suchi. Suchi felt that everything in the surrounding world had disappeared, and the sky in front of him seemed to have turned into an endless abyss. Time, space, light. Everything ceases to exist in the abyss, leaving only darkness, endless darkness, and boundless darkness that swallows everything. There is a vague aura of fate accompanying it. Everything will eventually dissipate, be annihilated, and die. Su Qi was like a blind man, unable to see anything. It was not a feeling of seeing black, he seemed to see nothingness. I really can't see, hear, or make any sound. I can't even taste, touch, or smell. Even so, Qi consciousness seemed to be about to return to nothingness, forever silent in the abyss, and even a desire arose in his own heart. I want to sleep forever. Su Qi knew that he had been tricked, and without any hesitation, he directly used the golden entry past reappearance. In a daze, a purple flame broke through the darkness of the abyss and became the light of everything between heaven and earth. Su Qi's illusory figure was illuminated by purple flames. He regained his five senses and everything about himself. How could you break my abyss gaze? A confused and shocked voice came from the darkness. This move can be said to be his ultimate trick. If it is at its peak state, the evil god's eye can kill an ordinary powerful person with just one move. Now even if it is bound by regular chains and most of its power has been reduced, it is still impossible for a level 15 ant to resolve it. However, the facts are before our eyes. Not only that. At this moment, an illusory Su Qi stood in the darkness, and a huge boundless purple sun appeared out of thin air, suspended above his head. The whole abyss is illuminated. Chapter 49. The illusory Su Qi stood in the void, with the purple sun hanging above his head, and the illusory remnant soul of the fire elf grasping his shoulders. The shadows of thousands of miles of heaven and earth fill the entire abyss. Past reappearance can pull the other party into a period of time that one has experienced, but each period of time can only be pulled into once. The forbidden curse fireball that Su Qi cast before was just the great fireball technique that he spent a lot of time casting when he was in the trial tower. Today's scene. This is the world-destroying blow in the real copy. The fireball that destroyed the world fell, and all the monsters in the world were wiped out, as if they had never existed. The huge purple flame fireball fell into the abyss, and the terrifying energy completely fluctuated and exploded, as if the heaven and earth were shattered and time and space collapsed. Everything disappears. In the small country. Seeing how Su Qi single-handedly suppressed many strong men, they were shocked to the point of numbness. They could not imagine how strong he would be when he truly grew up. Fortunately, the evil god's eye forcefully impacted the seal, tore a gap in it, and took action against Su Qi. In the eyes of everyone, 8 Su Qi lost their souls at that moment. 7 of them dissipated on their own, leaving only one body that was caught by the remnant soul of the fire elf and suspended in the sky. The emperor couldn't help but sit up straight because of this. He knew clearly that it was the broken body of a god who had taken action, using the power of a false god to attack a level 15 ant. Then everyone saw that without Su Qi absolute firepower suppression, those who were parasitized by the evil eye were all killed crazily. Cheers, this wave is stable. Here, I'll open the bottle of champagne again. You crow-mouthed people, please don't say a word to them. Crow's mouth? What do you mean? He can still survive in this situation. I'll eat him on the spot. As many of the words fell, everyone had already reached Su Qi's side. As long as they acted together at this moment, he would definitely die without a burial place. Ah! The sudden screams resounded throughout the world. In the huge red pupils hanging high in the sky, a large amount of blood overflowed, and drops of divine blood scattered like raindrops. Like meteorites, they smashed huge holes into the earth. All the people parasitized by the evil eye also held their heads and screamed at the same time, falling straight to the ground. You lose. Su Qi opened his eyes again. Countless huge fireballs fell like raindrops. When chasing the severely injured people, shadows appeared around Su Qi again. There is a huge fireball above each shadow. That's all that's left of him during the trial, all the past that he used to cast the forbidden curse sun. The pearls of rice also emit brilliance. The eye of the evil god roared angrily. He had been severely injured by forcefully attacking the seal before, and had just been injured by Soki world-destroying blow. Now he was facing him and cast several forbidden spells at once. Even if their combined power is not as powerful as the previous world-destroying blow, it is still enough to pose a threat to the eye of the evil god. The endless chain of rules appeared again. Almost all of them were about to be squeezed into the eye of the evil god, but it was still shrinking continuously. Pupil of copy. The huge blood-colored eyes reflected the entire scene, including several shadows beside Suchi. Several forbidden spell fireballs shot out together with Suchi. For a moment, if you look at it from a distance, there seem to be more than a dozen suns appearing in the sky, and the temperature of the entire world is rising crazily. Then they collide with each other. Boom! The energy that destroyed the world exploded in the sky, and the entire world was enveloped by the violent power. The surrounding clouds collapsed under the impact, and the invisible wind roared past like the waves of the angry sea, sweeping across the sky thousands of miles away. The bloody earth also trembled violently under the impact of the aftermath, and countless huge cracks appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, creating a doomsday scene. Suchi, who had been prepared, grabbed Zhang Yue's ice sculpture with one hand and Fang Suyi's ice sculpture with the other, and took back the remnant soul of the fire elf. He escaped thousands of meters away in an instant. Kill the blood tree, experience plus 10. Kill the demon blood ancient tree, experience plus 1000. Kill the evil eye puppet Zhang Xiyu, experience plus 1000. Suchi and the two women were fleeing madly, but his experience points kept increasing and he was promoted twice at once. Straight to level 17. Level successfully increased to level 17. Obtain 40 free attribute points. Health and mana increased by 400 points. Physical attack power and spell attack power increased by 4 points. Suchi subconsciously added all his free attribute points to spell attack power, which directly soared to 454 points. 227*200% equals 454. At the same time, Soki mana limit reached 5,200 points, and the displacement of each section of space teleportation was also increased from the original 4.4 meters to 5.2 meters. Although the distance increased by one space teleportation is less than 1 meter, 100 times is 80 meters, and 1000 times is a full 800 meters. For Suchi, who could release hundreds or thousands of times per second, this was definitely a huge improvement. The senior officials of Xiao Rizi country were stunned. Are you sure Suchi is just a level 15 ant? What is the point of casting several forbidden spells in an instant? It would be fine if the evil god's eye copied Soki forbidden spell, they could understand that, after all, it was still a pseudo-god level. But Soki's situation made everyone look at each other in confusion. Even the strongest ones find it difficult to cast forbidden spells instantly. But it was so easy for Suchi that it was completely beyond everyone's comprehension, just like a primitive man looking at modern civilization. In the copy. Finally, after Suchi ran tens of thousands of meters, or dozens of kilometers, the aftermath of the explosion in the distance finally subsided. All the strange phenomena between heaven and earth returned to calm after the energy explosion ended, but the devastated mountains and rivers silently proved what had just happened. Suchi looked back and saw that he had grown legs and could run. But the eye of the evil god did not have long legs and was sealed by the god chain of rules, so it could not escape at all. It could only withstand the impact of the collision of more than a dozen forbidden spells sun. At this moment in Soki's sight, divine blood continuously dripped from the evil god's eye. He stared at Suchi, and the dense chains of divine rules wrapped around him, locking him tighter and tighter. "And, you can't kill me. You'll never leave here. And when the time comes and the copy comes into reality, that will be the day I am unsealed, and it will also be the day you die." The eye of the evil god just felt extremely aggrieved. If it weren't for the blockade of the rule divine chain that suppressed almost all of his power, no matter how evil Su Qi was, it would be as easy for me to crush him as to crush an ant. Upon hearing this, the senior officials of Xiao Rizi country couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The experience in the dungeon is limited. Even if Su Qi kills all the monsters in it, according to the experience points of the low-level dungeon, he will never be able to grow to the level of killing the Eye of the Evil God. When the copy comes into reality, even though Daxia has many powerful people, the Eye of the Evil God can still kill Su Qi in the first place, and there is no chance that he will survive. The current situation is just a dead end. Or in other words, the copy after the mutation had no intention of letting anyone out alive. Su Qi gave him a cold look in return. Do you really think I can't kill you? Chapter 50. Do you really think I can't kill you? Su Qi's plain and indifferent voice made the evil god's eye stunned, and at the same time, it also made all the senior officials of Little Day Kingdom stunned. A low-level mage of more than 10 levels wants to kill a false god? What kind of international joke are you kidding? Normally, even if a legendary mage casts a forbidden spell, other than a low-level mage, it would be difficult to damage even a hair of the false god. Su Qi was able to hurt the Eye of the Evil God twice. In addition to the terrifying world-destroying purple sun, the more serious injuries were caused by him breaking through the seal. If it was only hit by the world-destroying purple sun and those forbidden curse suns, the Eye of the Evil God would be slightly damaged at most, and there would be no risk of death. As for the magician's other moves, let alone hurting the evil god's eye, they are considered powerful if they can cause him pain. Want to kill the Eye of the Evil God? Unless Su Qi can keep releasing the world-destroying purple sun. Otherwise, with the false god's own recovery power, an ordinary forbidden spell would not cause much damage, and he would recover immediately. It is commonly known that injuries are not recovered as quickly as boosts. Ha 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 ha. Ants are really arrogant. With your meager strength, how can you kill me? The damage you did to me just now is not as great as the damage caused by me forcing the seal. If I don't really want to kill you, why would you want to cause harm to me? Fight if you want. When my seal is released, I will definitely pay you back 1,000 times. As the earth-shattering ridicule spread, the bloody eyes hanging high in the sky closed and turned into a red sun. It's like the setting sun in the evening, dyeing everything in the world with a blood-red color. If he were not located in the middle of the world, he might really regard it as an ordinary sun. At this moment, the world fell into a dead silence. The Eye of the Evil God obviously did not want to continue to entangle with Su Qi. He just wanted to continue waiting. Wait for the seal to be lifted. Waiting for Susie's death. As for what he was going to do, the evil god's eye didn't want to worry about it, but he was worried that he couldn't help it, so he forced himself to attack Su Qi. Therefore, the Eye of the Evil God chose to ignore it. He can fight however he wants. Su Qi just smiled, and he was happy to see the evil eye ignoring him. The power of fireball technique increases with the increase in mana consumption, requires a lot of time, and has no upper limit at all. But the disadvantage is that it is too powerful. If the Eye of the Evil God feels threatened, it will definitely interrupt him forcefully. Although such a seal would damage the evil god's eye, it would not be a serious matter. So Su Qi did not hesitate. Space Divine Cut was directly displayed. For every 10,000 mana consumed, you can travel through space for a distance of 1 meter, leaving a space crack along the way, cutting the material within the range, up to 10 meters. And can accumulate mana through charging. A high-cost magical skill. As long as one can afford the mana, a transcendent of more than 10 levels can have the power to tear apart space cracks. And tear everything apart with space cracks. There is no possibility for mid to low-level extraordinary beings to dodge. However, it is also a skill with a low upper limit, because it can only tear apart a space crack of 10 meters at most, and it can easily kill a mid-level transcendent. He ran more than 10 meters in 1 second. However, Everything is nothing in front of the two golden terms source of all laws and destroyer of worlds. The source of all laws solves the consumption of mana. World destroyer consumes mana to increase the skill range, reducing the distance up to 10 meters to nonsense. The most important thing is that the charge of Space Divine Cut is completely different from the charge of Big Fireball technique. Big Fireball technique must always provide mana. Ordinary magicians have exhausted all the mana and can only release it, and the power of the charge is still very powerful. But Space Divine Cut not only does not have the power to charge, but ordinary magicians can consume light mana and then recharge it after recovery. Therefore, for Suchi, when he is not using skills, he throws mana into the pool of Space God Cut and stores it all the time. In other words, in fact, after unlocking Space Divine Cut and trying it once, Suchi has been accumulating power. Now it has been completed. Little Japan. The senior executives looked at what was happening in the projection through the few people left in the copy, and couldn't help but laugh. He doesn't think that he can kill a false god by accumulating power and emitting the power of a forbidden curse, right? He issued a forbidden spell to cause damage, and when he charged up the next one, the false god probably recovered by relying on his own recovery power. It's a pity that we all lost this bet. I didn't expect that the person who killed the most talented people in Daxia was the copy boss. What's such a pity? What should really be a pity is that Suchi ran far away. We can't see the despair on his face, and can only hear his harsh words. Ha 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 ha, the genius of Daxia is so brave. He will continue to speak harshly even when he is about to die. There is an old saying in Daxia, a dead duck has a tough mouth, and that's what he's talking about. Everyone's laughter stopped abruptly, because they didn't know what happened. A spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky in the projection. A crack that tore the entire sky apart. Such a scene is as if Pangu opened the world with a single stroke, and the entire world was divided into two, with violent space turbulence gushing out from the cracks. Countless space fragments, like indestructible flying knives, wreak havoc between the heaven and earth with the turbulent flow of space. The moment all matter in the world comes into contact with it, it turns into powder under the cutting of countless space fragments, and disappears in an instant. At this moment, not to mention the ordinary ministers of Zairi Kingdom, even the most powerful emperor, national advisor, and prime minister were all dumbfounded and almost had their eyes popped out. Tear open a rift in space. Any powerful person can do it. Space cracks hundreds of kilometers long can be torn open with a wave of the hand, and they can even use this to open space passages to other places. But like the scene in the projection. How long is the space rift? Tens of thousands of meters? Hundreds of thousands of meters? Or thousands of kilometers? The most powerful people could not tell how long the space crack was just through projection, but the three of them only knew. I can't do it myself. There is even no powerful person in the world who can tear open that huge space crack that seems to be able to swallow the entire world. It is estimated that only the legendary true god can do it. But now, such a huge space crack suddenly appears in the projection, appearing in the copy without warning. Like a supreme fairy sword capable of killing gods, it penetrated the blood sun high in the sky, causing the divine blood to fall like raindrops. It left countless holes in the ground. All signs are on the surface. The space divine sword displayed by Suchi. The Excalibur that penetrates false gods with one move. Chapter 51. This. The Prime Minister opened his mouth, but was so shocked that he spoke. His eyes were staring at the blood sun in the projection, which was pierced by the space divine sword. He was sure. If you carry it head on, there is absolutely no chance of stopping it. The Emperor, who was sitting on the main seat, looked at the cracks in the projected space. He sat calmly on the chair, but his hands on the armrests were trembling. Suchi can perform such a terrifying move at more than 10 levels, even if it is through special methods, but if he reaches a higher level. If you become a legendary mage, or even a demigod or a false god, wouldn't killing them be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables? The Imperial Master on the side was also numb at the moment. As the person who prevented Ji Fengyu from coming to Little Day Kingdom, he was probably already hated by Su Qi. If he grows up in the future, he was the first one to kill someone. And judging from the current signs, it is impossible for the copy of Booz to stop Su Qi from leaving. He will fight his way out of a certain death situation with great strength. The ministers of the Little Japan Kingdom were all sweating profusely. They had long lost their previous leisurely elegance and were all staring blankly at the projection. A crack that bisects the sky. Listening to the wailing of the false god. The ministers felt that their legs were weak and they had no strength at all. They had just eaten and drank enough, but now they felt as if they were about to suffer from hypoglycemia. The wailing in the dungeon continues, the divine blood is continuously falling, and Space Divine Cut forcefully tears open the divine body of the Eye of the Evil God. Endless space turbulence erupts from the space cracks and carries countless space debris. To the Eye of the Evil God, it's like being stabbed through the chest with a sword, followed by countless tiny flying needles piercing the flesh and blood, constantly cutting the flesh and blood in your body. Su Qi watched quietly. The mana consumed by this move Space Divine Cut must be counted in units of tens or hundreds of billions, and even the most powerful cannot afford it. What are you blocking? Even though Space Divine Cut is not an advanced skill, with the blessing of unlimited mana, it can be called a forbidden spell compared to a forbidden spell. Even world-destroying Purple Sun is far inferior. After all, the time and level of energy storage are all there. And do you really think you can kill me in one go? Just wait for me, when I recover, I will cut you into pieces. The Eye of the Evil God kept screaming, mobilizing all the divine power in the body to resist the space turbulence pouring into the body, and to resolve the space fragments that were constantly cutting into the body. However, even though the Evil God's eye has been severely injured and is in agony, and it takes all one's strength to resist, it still has many cruel words. Eyes of the Evil God is gambling. Bet Su Qi can't release the second one in a short time. As long as he can't let it go. Once the Eye of the Evil God dissolves the remaining space turbulence and space debris in the body, relying on the resilience of the god's remaining body, it won't take long for him to be alive and kicking. However, what he received in response was a sneer. If you can't kill him at once, then try again. Su Qi slightly adjusted the angle with space teleportation, and an illusory Su Qi appeared beside him out of thin air. Along with it, there is a phantom of heaven and earth that is very different from the world in front of you, but much more intact, overlapping with the world here. Reappearance of the past. The illusory Su Qi traveled an unknown number of meters in an instant, and the space where he passed was shattered, like an invisible space sword. The divine body that penetrates directly through the eyes of the evil god. Penetrate the red blood sun hanging high in the sky. At this time, if you look up from below, you will see a huge cross dividing the entire sky into 4 pieces. The sun in the sky. It is the center of the huge fork. After 2 consecutive world-destroying space divine cut shots, the eye of the evil god stopped screaming, and a large amount of divine blood dripped from the space cracks. It was cut into foam by countless space fragments. The light of the entire blood sun was fading, and he turned into eyes again. The blood-colored plants in the entire world were also withering rapidly at this moment. Su Qi, do you really think you win if you kill me? The evil god looked at Su Qi with only hatred in his eyes. Su Qi said nothing. But suddenly, a loud bang sound spread throughout the world, and the eye of the evil god exploded directly, and the blood of the gods spilled like rain, covering the entire copy. Every drop of divine blood contained the power to crush a saint-level warrior to death. If Su Qi were to come into contact with it now, he would be shattered to pieces. However, for Su Qi, who controlled space teleportation, avoiding the dense blood rain was not a problem at all. At the same time, with the explosion of the eye of the evil god, the center point of the fork that divided the sky into 4 parts, the space collapsed inch by inch. Because so key space divine cut is too powerful, the spatial structure of the entire sky is now as fragile as paper. A space vortex appeared out of nowhere, and under the support of the fragile space structure, it continued to expand in all directions, as if it was going to swallow up the entire copy. At the last moment of life, the eye of the evil god chose to self-destruct. Even the seal of the divine chain of rules around his body blocked most of the power generated by the self-destruction of the evil god's eye. But a false god self-destructed. Its power is far beyond people's imagination. The emperor, prime minister, and imperial teacher of Xiao Rizi kingdom were all stunned. They were desperate when they saw Su Qi release 2 space divine swords in succession. But now, seeing the sudden explosion of the eye of the evil god, the 3 strongest men of the Little Day country felt as if they were dying and sitting up in shock. They admitted that Su Qi was indeed very strong. Very strong. Ridiculously strong. But the body should be at least level 10 strong, right? Faced with the self-destruction of the false god, the self-destruction of the strongest man, and the sudden self-destruction of the remains of the gods, plus the surrounding space was completely torn apart by Su Qi and was not stable. What does he use to block it? Kill the eye of the evil god, experience plus 50,000. Level successfully increased to level 20. Obtain 140 free attribute points. Health and mana increased by 1,400 points. Physical attack power and spell attack power increased by 14 points. Note, your level has reached the upper limit for low-level magicians. If you want to continue to improve, please complete the promotion to mid-level magician. Upgrading to level 3 will increase so many attribute points. It's entirely because we have reached the dividing line between low level and middle level. So key mana value directly reached 8,000. However, he was in no mood to spit it out at the moment. Killing a false god only gave him such a small amount of experience, and he was in no mood to care about reaching the level cap. He now had only one thought in his mind. Run! Su Qi grabbed Zhang Yuwei's ice sculpture with one hand and Fang Suyi's ice sculpture with the other, while desperately using space teleportation. Add all attribute points to spell attack power. 381*200% equals 762. At the same time, Su Qi also opened the 3rd level skill selection. And the gold entry at level 20. Chapter 52. Please select your 3rd level skill. Blizzard. Consume 5,000 mana to create a blizzard covering a kilometer radius. All enemies in it will continue to be damaged by ice and snow. Pyroblast. Consumes 3,000 mana to cause burning flames to explode with powerful power, causing fire damage to enemies in a wide range. Abyss of Quicksand. Consume 3,000 mana to turn the 100 meters of land in the designated area into quicksand, swallowing the enemies on it. Zhengjin Sword Rain. It consumes 8,000 mana to cause heavy rain to fall over an area of 1,000 meters. Each raindrop contains the energy of Zhengjin, just like a falling sword. Spring comes out of dead wood. It consumes 2,000 mana to make one person's injury better and remove pain. The treatment effect depends on the level of the person being treated and the severity of the injury. Su Qi didn't even look at it, but directly looked at the new golden entry that appeared after reaching level 20. Golden entry, Lord of Time and Space. Effect: you can control the time in an area by consuming mana. In the time control area, the stronger the creatures and the higher the level of the items, the more mana you need to consume. Su Qi was stunned for a moment. Lord of Time and Space? Control time? That is the real realm of time. Even the strongest people in the entire Blue Star can't match it, let alone reverse time, but Su Qi only needs to consume mana. Ward Fa. But what is the use of this thing? It's impossible to always reverse the time between yourself, Zhang Yuwei, and Fang Suyi, and survive the self-destruction of the eye of the evil god, right? Su Qi took a look at dead tree blooms in spring to see its effects in treating injuries and removing pain, and he chose it directly without hesitation. Removing pain and time regression. Invincible golden body. The disadvantage is that you can't move at all during this period. After all, you've been retracing time in this area. Nature itself is always fixed in that moment. As for time standing still, then all attacks will stay in the static area, and the mana consumed to stop this area will only increase. If the mana output in an instant exceeds the upper limit of Soki total mana amount of 8,000, he will be completely unable to stabilize. At this moment, a terrifying space vortex hangs high in the sky, as if someone has poked a hole in the sky, and everything in the world has lost its gravity. Mountains and rivers are disintegrating into countless fragments, rivers are flowing backwards, and everything is slowly floating towards the sky, about to enter the boundless dark space vortex. Along with this, the space vortex became larger and larger, shrouding the sky. Its gravity almost covered the entire copy, and became larger and larger as time went by. The entire copy is slowly disintegrating, being swallowed by the black hole in the sky. The last dead soldier sent in by the Emperor of Little Japan was running away like crazy, but under the huge gravity of the space vortex, the ground beneath his feet suddenly flew up. Take him with you. The dead man struggled hard, struggled desperately, but after he flew up, all his struggles were in vain. Even if the ground beneath his feet is shattered, even dead soldiers cannot fall back down. He could only watch quietly, watching the black hole in the sky getting closer and closer to him, watching death approaching step by step. But there is nothing I can do. He could only explode all his power at the last moment of his life in an attempt to smash the crack in space, but in the end he disappeared into the endless darkness with it. Turn into the most basic particles and dissipate in the sky and the earth. Also disappearing with the dead man was the last projection in the hall. The world-destroying space vortex, Suchi must die, right? That was the self-destruction of a false god. The entire copy will be swallowed by the space vortex and cease to exist. Where can Suchi hide? I don't believe he can resist the space vortex. He can survive this time. I promise to eat. You act like a crow and talk little. Believe it or not, I will slap you to death. The ministers withdrew their gazes and started talking about it. The emperor, prime minister, and imperial advisors all breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed their worries. Nowadays, the Sakai is indeed very strong and has the means to kill the most powerful false gods, but compared to them, it is still a bit lacking. After all, you can't hide from the evil eye. When they, the strongest, encountered danger and triggered their danger perception, they could only run faster than rabbits. None of the three of them believed that Suchi could use the space divine sword infinitely, otherwise he wouldn't have waited so long to use his special move after seeing through the true form of the eye of the evil god. But Soki potential is enough to make any of the most powerful people in the world tremble and frighten those who are above them. Use all agents to investigate in Daxia. No matter what, you must confirm that Suchi is dead. The emperor took a breath and gave the order. Even though everything in the copy came into view, the emperor was still uneasy. He had to be sure that Suchi was dead to feel at ease. Countless people were moved upon hearing the news. The powerful people from the beautiful country also got the news of Soki's death as soon as possible, as well as the general process of the dungeon. Later, the powerful people in Daxia also learned about it through agents. All the most powerful people looked at each other in shock and couldn't believe their ears. They know that Suchi is very strong. Knowing that his talent is ridiculously high. But I never thought it could reach such a high level. It's a pity that God is jealous of talents. If Suchi can truly grow up, the unification of Blue Star will be just around the corner. I don't think so. Soki's talent was exposed too early, which is nothing more than a disaster. As long as he is around, our country, Daxia, will be the public enemy of the world. I also agree with Li Xingyuan's point of view. According to the information I received, after learning about Soki's talent, the beautiful country is already preparing to unleash the second ultimate move of the strongest, even if mankind will be destroyed as a result. Their internal point of view is only one sentence. If the beautiful country may not exist in the future, there is no need for human beings to exist. Ji Fengyu silently exited the conference room. Suzy is dead? It was himself who pushed him to his end. Even though there was the fate writer Li Xingyuan secretly guiding him, it was still Ji Fengyu who forced him into the death copy. I will avenge you. Ji Fengyu made up her mind. Since the pseudo-god's current cultivation level cannot overturn the table, let alone the strength to overturn the table, then let's try our best to take another step forward. Ji Fengyu is preparing to enter the Abyss Dungeon. The strongest level Abyss copy. Go after the miracle of becoming a god, and then kill Li Xingyuan, and kill everyone who dares to stop Ji Fengyu from avenging Su Qi. Cut them all down. Suzy died because of her. She does not seek revenge for Su Qi. Her name is not Ji Fengyu. Ji Fengyu pushed open the door of the office of the head of Tian's mansion in Qingyang province, and three figures came into view first. The head of Tian's mansion in Qingyang province, his daughter Fang Qingyu, and the legal little Lolita on the side, Dongfang Xiao. Master, is Su Qi back? Fang Qingyu couldn't help but stepped forward and asked with worry in her beautiful eyes. Dongfang Xiao couldn't help but look up at Ji Fengyu, her eyes full of worry and expectation. I hope Su Qi comes out alive. Although Dongfang Xiao had almost no contact with Su Qi, she admired his strength and felt that such a talented person should not stop here. He should and deserves to go further. At the same time, lead Daxia to a higher place. Ji Fengyu sighed, he is already dead. Chapter 53. Is he already dead? Fang Qingyu and Dongfang Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Just 5 words seemed to explode in their minds. Sad? Yes, but not much, more regret and disbelief filled their hearts. They regretted the death of the peerless genius, and they did not believe that the genius with the power to destroy the world would die in a small mutated copy. Palace Master Fang sighed with regret. Ji Fengyu said, if a tree is beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy it. It's my fault this time. I didn't expect that someone would attack him directly regardless of his face. Ji Fengyu and Li Xingyuan have a deadly feud. But she didn't expect that the other party would be so decisive. Seeing the peerless genius, she felt that Su Qi would side with Ji Fengyu. No attempt at coaxing at all. Choose to take action without hesitation. After saying this, Ji Fengyu's figure disappeared, and she no longer wanted to accept Fang Qingyu as her disciple. She can come to the headquarters whenever she wants. Don't want to come. I want to continue hiding under my father's protection. Ji Fengyu didn't force it either. Inside the capital villa, the lady fainted immediately after hearing the news. The nanny on the side quickly performed emergency rescue and slowly woke her up. What did you say? You said Yue and Su Qi are both dead. The noble lady just opened her eyes and immediately questioned the servant who brought the news. The servant knelt down on one knee, reporting to Madam, this matter was said by the ancestor himself, and there is absolutely no lie. The lady almost fainted again. When she heard from elsewhere that Su Qi was extremely talented and that she was called a prodigal woman, the lady was shocked at first. Then it immediately slowed down again. After all, although she forced Zhang Yue to break up with Su Qi, she didn't go too far. While letting her daughter be clever, she also left a way out for herself. Even if Su Qi learns the truth and doesn't want to see her, there is no risk to the lady. After all, Zhang Yue is still her daughter. So the ridicule of prodigal women from the outside world. The lady just smiled. As a result, he suddenly told her now. Su Qi and Zhang Yue are both dead? Within the copy, the space vortex has become so large that it is beyond imagination. The heaven and earth have been swallowed up by it, leaving only a pitch-black vortex. However, if someone comes in, they will find 3 figures struggling to hold on, and all the chaotic space turbulence and space debris will cut their bodies. They will all recover in an instant. This mana consumption is really terrifying. Fortunately, the analgesic effect of dead tree blooming lasts for a long time, otherwise even if you are not killed, you will die of pain. Su Qi muttered to himself. At this moment, Zhang Yue and Fang Qingye were clinging to his body, and their cheeks were dyed red. Lord of Time and Space controls time within a certain range. The smaller the area, the smaller the consumption. Holding each other tightly consumes the least. But Zhang Yue was shy at the same time. There is only one thought in my heart. My man is so fierce. Even if it's like this, he can still survive with her. Fang Suyi was also shocked to the point of numbness. When she was thawed by time backward and saw the space vortex in the sky, she felt nothing but despair in her heart. But Su Qi only said I want to live and hugged him tightly. What Fang Suyi was thinking was that she wanted to take advantage of her even though she was about to die, but just take advantage of her. To be able to die with such a man in my arms. It can be considered a kind of romance if you can barely do it. Fang Suyi really didn't expect it. You can really survive by holding Suzy in your arms. Even if he is cut into thousands of pieces by space fragments, he will not feel any pain at all and will be restored to the same state in the next moment. Sister Yue, can you make brother Su Qi responsible for me? Fang Suyi said pitifully. Zhang Yue almost died speechless and chose silence. As time passes. Fortunately, the power of the false god's self-destruction is not unlimited. Under the influence of the rules of space, the shattered space began to gradually recover. Congratulations on passing the forest of the thousand-eyed evil god. As the first team to pass the mutation copy, the rewards will be greatly increased, and each survivor will receive an eye of the evil god, demigod. The space vortex completely calmed down, everything in the world was ground into powder, and the three of them seemed to have arrived in space. There is no gravity. There is even less light. Fortunately, time backtracking can ensure the survival of the three of them. However, after hearing the reward, Su Qi, Zhang Yue, and Fang Suyi almost couldn't hold back. An evil eye almost killed them all, and even thinking about the evil eye parasitizing and controlling them made Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi feel numb. As a result, each person is now given an eye of evil god. But fortunately, the reward is just a reward. This evil eye is just a remnant of the god. Just like the previous one, it gave birth to its own spiritual intelligence. However, the disadvantage is that the level is not as high as before. It is only a semi-god level and has not reached the pseudo-god level. But even so, it is equivalent to giving each of the three of them a ticket to the strongest. As long as you reach level 100, you can refine the eye of the evil god. You can directly become a false god and the most powerful one. At the same time, the three of them can also borrow the power of the evil god's eye. It's so comfortable to lie down this time. Fang Suyi secretly sighed. The only regret was that she didn't dare to compete with Zhang Yue for a man. Suzy looked at an item in space. Amethyst staff. The space ring was destroyed countless times just now. Even with the blessing of time recall, most of the items inside were lost. Naturally, this includes the amethyst staff. But Su Qi never expected that it would not be destroyed. There was no hesitation. Su Qi activated Eye of Truth. Stand of the Fire Elf Princess, Remnant. I have been accompanying the Fire Elf Princess, and her level has been continuously improved. Finally, when the Fire Elf Princess became a god, she transformed into an artifact. Remnant Soul of the Fire Elf Princess, God. After experiencing a world-destroying war, the remaining incomplete soul, even with the careful nourishment of the incomplete artifact, is still like a candle in the wind. Suzy? He knew that the amethyst staff was of high grade. But I never thought it would be that high. Tian's mansion, Qingyang province, in the office of the mansion master. Fang Qingye's acquaintance with Su Qi flashed through her mind, and the scene where she ventured into the abyss dungeon because of Zhang Shaoxing's handsomeness flashed through her mind. Flash forward to the scene when Su Qi said that the strong should never move forward, and asked her if she thought she had a chance to surpass her father. Fang Qingyu sighed with regret. Su Qi, if you had listened to me and worshipped my father as your teacher, how could you have done so many things? We may have another marriage in the future. On the surface, Fang Qingyu was unwilling to do anything about her father wanting to betroth herself to Su Qi. But deep down I don't feel disgusted. After all, Su Qi is not only talented as a monster, but also good-looking, and his character is not as disgusting as Zhang Shaoxing's. Otherwise, Fang Qingyu would not give face to her father and would just turn around and leave. Palace Master Fang had already seen this. However, just as Fang Qingyu finished speaking, Su Qi suddenly appeared in front of her with Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi. That's where Ji Fengguo forcibly sent Su Qi into the dungeon. Chapter 54. Su Qi, Zhang Yue, and Fang Suyi appeared out of thin air in the Palace Master's office. Fang Qingyu froze in place looking at the three people standing next to each other. Like a beautiful statue motionless. Fang Qingyu? This is fake corpse. After Fang Qingyu was stunned for a moment, she immediately came back to her senses. A flash of astonishment flashed in her beautiful eyes. Su Qi, are you still alive? Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi's pretty faces, which were already flushed, turned even redder now. They quickly released their hands and got off Su Qi's body. Su Qi glanced at Fang Qingyu, and there was a hint of playfulness in her tone. What's wrong? I am alive to make you unhappy. Fang Qingyu was stunned for a moment and wanted to reply to Su Qi, but for a moment she didn't know how to speak. Say yes. Fang Qingyu couldn't say. The answer is no. I feel like I have a crush on him again. In the end, the beautiful girl could only blush with anger, and glared at Su Qi with a pair of beautiful eyes. She wanted to bite him but felt it was too ambiguous. Su Qi said indifferently, Qingyu, where are the master and your father? They shouldn't be waiting for my good news. Why are you the only one in the office? Fang Qingyu came back to her senses, folded her hands across her chest, and said with an arrogant cold hum, according to reliable information, you have all died in the dungeon. The master of the palace and my father naturally left. What? Su Qi was dumbfounded for a moment. Where did you get the reliable information? Fang Qingyu curled her lips. How do I know? That is a meeting that only the strongest can participate in. Even my father is not qualified to attend. Su Qi shook his head. I don't know 10,000. Please take us to your father. I need his help with something. Su Qi still felt uneasy. After clearing the dungeon, he rewarded them with the Eye of the Evil God, and planned to let the top experts carefully inspect it. Especially the dead person who left the dungeon alive before, Zhang Yue's teammate Mu Yunsu, who came to inform Ji Fengguo. There is most likely a big problem with you. Even the backhand behind the escape copy of Eye of the Evil God. It's just that he probably never dreamed that he would be beaten to death in the dungeon, leaving the dungeon's backhand with no chance to work. Of course it's possible that it's already working now. Even the Eye of the Evil God has not really died. He has left the copy through Mu Yunsu and descended into reality. Therefore, you must check carefully to see if there is any possibility of being controlled by the Evil Eye. The Evil Eye parasitism situation must not occur again. Fang Qingyu felt that she was disliked, but she was not in the mood to argue with Su Qi, and instead warned her. Su Qi, you three stay here. You must not leave, let alone let anyone know that you are still alive. Do you understand? Su Qi smiled. Now that you know, am I going to kill people and silence them? Fang Qingyu bit her lips. Su Qi, be serious, I'm not in the mood to joke with you now, this matter is related to the survival of the Huaxia kingdom. Fang Qingyu also heard it from her father. Originally, the great and beautiful country had prepared to launch a war of the strongest to force the Huaxia country to hand over Su Qi, otherwise it would not hesitate to fight until the blue star collapsed. However, after Su Qi was set up and Ji Fengyu was forcibly sent into the mutated copy, the strongest men in the beautiful country resisted the urge to break up. Select and wait for the result. Now if the news spreads that Su Qi is still alive, all the powerful men in the beautiful country will definitely suppress the army. Eradicate the growth at all costs. Su Qi will definitely be able to destroy them. By then, even if all the strongest men in Daxia unite as a united front and choose to fight to the death, both sides will suffer in the end. It can even lead to the destruction of mankind. Hide the news that Suzy is still alive is the best choice. There is no one. Fang Qingyu also briefly told the three of them everything she knew. Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi were stunned with shock. Because Su Qi, a magician in his teens or 20s, could actually trigger the second war of the strongest? The beautiful country will kill Su Qi at all costs, even if it risks the death of many powerful people or even the destruction of mankind. Is it that outrageous? Within a few seconds, Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi were relieved again. As witnesses of Su Qi's true strength, no one knew better than them how powerful Su Qi was. It can only be described as fierce and lawless. If you put yourself in someone else's shoes, if Su Qi were his enemy, whether it was Zhang Yue or Fang Suyi, they would kill him at all costs. Otherwise they will have trouble sleeping and eating. Su Qi couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Sure enough, I'm still too weak. Su Qi's current strength can kill the sealed false god, which also means that he has the ability to kill the strongest. But having the ability does not mean being able to do it. The eye of the evil god is in a sealed state, completely unable to dodge. If Su Qi fails to hit the two space divine cuts when facing the most powerful person, he will be just a scoundrel who knows the invincible golden body. As for being too weak, this is what Su Qi believes. If he is powerful enough, do we still need to see what the beautiful country thinks? I just slap them in the face and teach them how to behave. But now I am not strong enough and I can only do it with my tail between my legs. Zhang Yue, Fang Suyi, and Fang Qingyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths slightly. They looked at Su Qi who was sighing and didn't know what to say. Are you too weak? Do you want to hear what you are saying is human? 5 people can pass the mutation dungeon, and 1 person can kill a strong person of level 50 or 60 by himself, just like chopping melons and vegetables. In the end, he even powerfully killed the eye of the evil god, which reached the level of a strong person. Even when the false god self-destructed, he not only left himself intact, but also brought the 2 of them out safely. If Su Qi is weak, wouldn't they, who are the most talented people with hidden professions, be just trash among trash? The 3 women expressed that they could not understand Su Qi's thoughts at all. Fang Qingyu chose to turn on the phone silently and dialed her father's number. Little Princess Qingyu, what's wrong? Are you still sad about Su Qi? Palace Master Fang's gentle laughter came from the mobile phone. As a level 100 demigod, he had long been used to separation between life and death, and he felt more regretful about Su Qi's death. Fang Qingyu felt that her cheeks suddenly became hot, especially after she felt 3 other eyes falling on her. Dad, don't talk nonsense. Palace Master Fang smiled and said, I wanted to help you with the match before, but you didn't agree. If you had agreed before, then I would make the decision to prevent Su Qi from being exposed. How could there be so many things? Zhang Yue listened silently. Fang Suyi looked at the other 3 people with strange expressions. Fang Qingyu was very angry. She took a deep breath to calm down and said, Dad, I came to talk to you about business. You are talking nonsense. I will ignore you for a month. What's the matter? Palace Master Fang also noticed the seriousness in his daughter's tone. Fang Qingyu gritted her teeth and said, I have a pretender here. I can't beat him. I need you to come over and help me beat him up. Fang Qingyu did not choose to speak directly. It would be a serious matter if the communication was leaked. Although the possibility is small, it does not rule out this possibility, so caution must be used. It's definitely not that Fang Qingyu really wants to beat Su Qi. Chapter 55. Pretending to be crazy? Beat him up? Fang Suyi nodded secretly, expressing her strong agreement. Even Zhang Yue couldn't help but nod subconsciously. But when she met Su Qi's eyes, she immediately lowered her head, feeling as guilty as she wanted. Su Qi most likely wouldn't hit Fang Qingyu and Fang Suyi, after all, he wasn't very familiar with them, but there was no one left to play with Zhang Yue. It's just a matter of convenience. Palace Master Fang was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he heard that his daughter actually made such a request to him. But since it was my daughter's request, the master of the Fang Palace as a daughter's slave, how could you not agree? Small days in Daxia. The banquet was over, and the emperor, the prime minister, and the imperial advisor were staying in the main hall, quietly waiting for the agent's answers. Not long after, a figure walked in. His Majesty the Emperor, the news you want has been spread by the agents. The Emperor, the Prime Minister, and the Imperial Advisor all looked shocked. Say. The Emperor said calmly. The visitor said, Su Qi is dead. Even if the three emperors already knew the result, they couldn't help but be stunned, and then they laughed in unison. It feels like the sword of judgment hanging above my head has finally disappeared, and the sacred mountain weighing in my heart has finally disappeared. Is the news reliable? The emperor couldn't help but ask. The visitor vowed, absolutely reliable. The news came from the highest level internal meeting of the Huaxia Kingdom. Only the strongest people of the Huaxia Kingdom are eligible to participate. It is absolutely true and reliable. Ha 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 ha. The three emperors laughed heartily. After a long time, the emperor calmed down his emotions, waved his hand to the people below and said, Go down. The visitor disappeared and left the palace. However, if the three emperors were to know, the news mentioned in the supreme meeting of Daxia came from the Kingdom of Little Japan and the Kingdom of Great Beauty. How would they feel? Daxia, the top secret information of the Little Day country and the Great Beautiful country must be kept confidential. Little Japan and Great Beauty, internal meetings that only the strongest in Daxia can participate in. The news is absolutely reliable. Tian's Mansion, Qingyang Province, in the office of the Mansion Master. Palace Master Fang tore apart the space between the two places and rushed over. Qingyu, where is the person you want to beat? Before the people arrive, the sound comes first. Palace Master Fang would like to take a closer look to see who dared to pretend to be bad in front of his daughter and provoked Fang Qingyu to call him directly. However, when Palace Master Fang stepped into the office, he froze in place as Su Qi and the four of them came into view. His brain seemed to be shut down, and his eyes stared blankly at Su Qi, as if someone had cast a restraining spell on him. Dad, this is this guy, give him a good beating for me. Fang Qingyu's cheeks were still blushing, she gritted her teeth and said. Palace Master Fang didn't seem to hear him. He stepped forward and patted Su Qi on the shoulder, greeting him warmly, What the hell, you stinky boy didn't die. Daughter slave? Who is the daughter slave? Why didn't someone on the other side see it? Suzy smiled. It's just a fluke. Palace Master Fang shook his head and said, How can you call this a fluke? Palace Master thought you were dead, but I didn't expect that your boy could not only come back alive, but also bring two people with him. Fang Qingyu puffed up her face with anger. Su Qi said, Palace Master, please help me contact the General Palace Master. I need her help with something. What's the matter? Just tell me what's the matter. I don't dare to call her now. Palace Master Fang shook his head and refused. Why? Su Qi was puzzled. Palace Master Fang sighed, according to what Palace Master told me, other powerful people were involved in your incident this time, and she was plotted against her. If I call her now, it is very likely that other powerful people will know the content. It would not be appropriate to contact her in the past, and it would easily make people suspicious. Plot? Who? Suqi's face darkened. Since Palace Master Fang had said it, he was definitely not the strongest person in Zairi Kingdom that he knew. Palace Master Fang shook his head, that is not something I can participate in. Palace Master just mentioned it to me accidentally. Suqi was silent for a moment, then please ask the Palace Master to help the three of us check whether there is any problem with the rewards given through the mutation copy. Suqi used the Eye of Truth to see the rewarded Eye of the Evil God and saw no problems. But that doesn't mean there aren't problems. Especially when facing Mu Yunsu, who is very likely to be seized by the Eye of the Evil God. Give me a look. If it doesn't work, I will find an opportunity to contact Palace Master secretly. Palace Master Fang couldn't help but become curious. The copy proactively gives rewards for completing the level. It's an extremely rare thing. After all, even if you pass the Abyss difficulty dungeon, there are no rewards to get. If you want something, you can only search for it in the dungeon. Suqi didn't talk nonsense. The skin between his eyebrows cracked a gap, then moved to both sides, and finally a vertical pupil appeared. Blood-red vertical pupils. In an instant, a strong sense of crisis and uneasiness arose in the heart of Palace Master Fang, who was facing the blood-red vertical pupils. That vertical pupil seemed to threaten his life. Fang Qingyu didn't feel anything. She nodded and commented, "There is a vertical pupil between the eyebrows. He is quite handsome." The other four people were in no mood to pay attention. Palace Master Fang was looking at it attentively and carefully, trying to figure out what it was and the hidden problems in it. Suqi, Zhang Yue, and Fang Suyi were quietly waiting for the final answer, waiting for Palace Master Fang to give the result. The room was quiet for a long time. Palace Master Fang took a breath of cold air, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This is the remains of a god. Suqi wondered, what is the broken body of the spirit? What is its function? As an entry-level transcendent who had just practiced for a few days, he knew nothing about the top knowledge, and the school did not teach information about the remains of gods. Zhang Yue, Fang Suyi, and Fang Qingyu had never heard of it, and they all stared at Palace Master Fang curiously. Palace Master Fang took a deep breath to calm down and said, "The broken body of a god is the treasure that 100-level demigods dream of. Because as long as you refine the remaining body of the god, your own life level will transform and you will become the most powerful." Ah! Zhang Yue, Fang Suyi, and Fang Qingyu couldn't help but open their mouths. Can he make a 100-level demigod become the strongest in one instant? You must know that demigods at level 100 cannot gain experience. Most of the hidden professions with talents in the world are stuck here. It is impossible to go further. But now Suqi has directly obtained the treasure that even 100-level demigods dream of. A priceless treasure that is enough to make any demigod become greedy for murder and extravagance. Even Palace Master Fang was no exception at this moment. He looked at the bloody vertical pupils between Suqi's eyebrows, and a flash of greed flashed in his eyes. As long as he kills Suqi and the others, steal the eye of the evil god, Palace Master Fang will be successfully promoted to the strongest. Chapter 56. That's becoming the strongest. Become a truly top person on Blue Star. Palace Master Fang couldn't help but breathe a little faster. The atmosphere in the office became a little strange. Not to mention Suqi himself, even Fang Qingyu noticed something strange about Palace Master Fang. At the same time, it was just a short moment. Everyone present figured out the reason. "Dad, don't do anything stupid." Fang Qingyu leaned closer to Suqi and glanced at him, as if Palace Master Fang would take her as a hostage if he really dared to take action. Suqi was speechless. Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi looked vigilant and moved towards Fang Qingyu in a tacit understanding, as if they would take her as a hostage if there was any sign of taking action. Palace Master Fang rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said, "Don't worry, I've been stuck at level 100 demigod for so long. It's normal for me to be greedy when I see the remains of a god." Everyone couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths slightly. They didn't expect Palace Master Fang to admit it so openly, but this also relaxed the atmosphere in the office a lot. Su Qi didn't care either. "Does the Palace Master see the problem?" Palace Master Fang shook his head, "I didn't see it." Su Qi was silent for a while and then expressed her worries. Palace Master Fang and the three girls Zhang Yue, Fang Sui, and Fang Qingyu were all shocked. They didn't expect Mu Yunsa to run out first. There is absolutely a problem. It is very likely that there is no dead dungeon boosting the eye of the evil god, and there is even a possibility that they can control the eye of the evil god as a dungeon reward. We must let the Palace Master come to see it at this time. Palace Master Fang was not sure, after all, this matter involved the remains of the gods. And the broken body of the god who regained consciousness and the false god. Palace Master Fang looked at Fang Qingyu, "Qingyu, I can't make this call. You call the Palace Master and tell her that you are going to the headquarters of Tian's mansion and ask her to come pick you up." Fang Qingyu did not hesitate and dialed Ji Fengyu's personal phone number as requested by Palace Master Fang. "Who? I am not free now. If you have any time, hurry up." Ji Fengyu sounded very impatient. Although she had no relationship with Su Qi and Zhang Yue, Ji Fengyu was extremely angry after experiencing that kind of thing. She just wants to be ready now. "Go and break into the abyss copy that belongs to the strongest." Fang Qingyu said, "Master of the palace, I am Qingyu. I have just decided to join the Tian's palace. Could you please come back and pick me up?" Ji Fengyu frowned. "Who is she?" "The majestic head of the Tian's mansion. The most powerful person in Daxia. Now someone actually uses her as a horse? It's okay to ask her to send someone to pick him up, but you dare to ask her to pick him up personally? Who do you think you are? Is there anyone in the world who dares to ask her to pick her up in person? Ask your father if he dares?" Suddenly, Ji Fengyu's previous good impression of Fang Qingyu disappeared, and her eyes became dull and indifferent. "I don't have time. If you want to come, you can come by yourself, or ask your father to send you here and hang up." Ji Fengyu replied indifferently and immediately prepared to hang up the phone. But suddenly, a dry cough came from it. "Ahem." Ji Fengyu's hand paused as she was about to hang up the phone, and she was stunned for a moment. "That's Susie's voice?" Ji Fengyu's heart was filled with turmoil. Didn't the Huxia agents confirm from the top secret information from Little Japan and Great Beauty that Su Qi had died in the copy? How could he still be alive? Ji Fengyu hung up the phone without hesitation. Beep, beep. Fang Qingyu listened to the sound coming from the phone and couldn't help but look at Palace Master Fang innocently. "Should I call again?" Zhang Yue and Fang Sui also felt headaches. "I didn't expect that the hint method wouldn't work. But if it is said clearly, other powerful people are likely to know about the call, and if so key news is leaked again, the consequences are disastrous." However, just as Fang Qingyu finished speaking, an extremely small space crack appeared out of thin air in the office. The translucent Ji Fengyu walked out of it. She didn't come with the real body, and in order not to cause too much space fluctuation, she chose to only open a gap. After all, every move of the most powerful person is closely watched by the powerful people of other levels. If others know that Ji Fengyu has returned to Qingyang province, it's hard not to have some ideas. "Su Qi? Are you really alive?" Ji Fengyu's beautiful face showed a hint of disbelief. Although it was confirmed on the phone that Su Qi might still be alive, when she saw it with her own eyes, Ji Fengyu couldn't believe it in addition to being unbelievable. After all, Palace Master Fang only knows the news that Su Qi is dead, but does not know the top secret information of the Little Day Kingdom and the great beautiful country. As the most powerful person, How can Ji Fengguo not know it? In the dungeon, he killed all the powerful men from other countries, and even relied on his own opinions to kill the eye of the evil god at the level of a false god. He had no choice but to self-destruct. Die together with Su Qi. Ji Fengguo even watched the video of the battle between the eye of the evil god and Su Qi in Xiali, and his final choice to self-destruct. But now that the eye of the evil god is dead, Su Qi has come back from the dungeon, taking Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi with him. Su Qi smiled slightly, "Master, I need to trouble you to check the remains of the spirit." Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi also stood up. "Master, help me check it by the way. Master of the palace, please help me." While the two women were talking, a gap opened in the white and tender skin between their eyebrows, just like Su Qi did before, and then a blood-colored vertical pupil grew out of it. "Palace Master Fang? Fang Qingyu?" Not to mention that their father and daughter were confused at this moment, even Ji Fengguo herself could hardly hold back her expression at this moment. A priceless treasure that is coveted by level 100 demigods. Even the most powerful pseudo-gods are eager to obtain the remains of gods. Su Qi and three people hold one hand and one hand. "I'm doing wholesale here." Palace Master Fang couldn't help but turn his head to look at Fang Qingyu. There was no longer the usual doting in his eyes, but only a feeling of hatred that iron could not become steel. "All are adults. Let you play with your boyfriend without brushing off. You don't cherish the opportunity to rise to the top of the world." Fang Qingyu stared back not to be outdone. Ji Fengguo didn't care what her father and daughter thought. She didn't know how to speak at this moment and felt that the CPU in her brain was almost burned out. She can only say that it is indeed a low-level copy of the sealed false god, and the reward given is truly extraordinary. Extremely outrageous. As long as the remaining body of the god is refined, it can even directly improve Ji Fengguo's strength, allowing her to take a big step forward on the road to true god. Su Qi briefly expressed her concerns. Ji Fengguo frowned and said nothing. Su Qi and the other three were not in a hurry and waited quietly. After a while, Ji Fengguo said with a slightly solemn expression, "Mu Yunsu has run away, and the person who assisted in taking care of her has an evil eye hidden in his body. There is no doubt about it. It's definitely an evil eye parasite. Mu Yunsu, the dead person who left alive, is no longer the person she once was, but is the container for the evil god's eye to leave the copy. Even the eye of the evil god was disguised through special methods in order to deceive the rules of the copy. After all, he possesses part of the memory of the thousand-eyed evil god." At the same time, Su Qi also suddenly realized. No wonder killing the eye of the evil god gives so little experience. Su Qi was still thinking before that the low-level mutation copy was too heavy on experience, or that the final death of the eye of the evil god was not done by him personally. He died by self-destruction. Therefore, the experience given is not much. Now it seems there is only one real reason. The eye of the evil god is not completely dead. He had already prepared a backup plan at the beginning of the dungeon's mutation. Even the eye of the evil god could be killed so easily, leaving him completely helpless against the seal. It's because of his separation power as a backup. Chapter 57. After confirming his guess, Su Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a slightly dangerous light. He can only say that he is indeed a false god. The centipede insect is dead but not stiff. The evil god's eye in the copy was dead, but in the end, he used a special method to directly get rid of the seal and come to reality. Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi had serious expressions on their faces. They had witnessed the horror of the evil god's eye with their own eyes. Silently, everyone in the dungeon except Su Qi was controlled, and no one noticed the abnormality. They were all doing what they wanted to do. If you give the eye of the evil god enough time to develop, he may have the power to destroy mankind. Become a bigger threat than the Death Mountain. Su Qi took a deep breath and said, "What the palace master means is that the eye of the evil god that was awarded to the three of us in the copy is very likely to be controlled by Mu Yunsu. Ji Fengguo shook her head, I'm not sure, but after all, they come from the same source, and they are all the remains of a god. It is not impossible to control and drive a weak body that has not been born with spiritual intelligence. But everything is just my personal speculation. No one has encountered your situation in reality. The remains of the gods, even if they are lucky enough to meet them, all belong to different gods. How can they be like Su Qi and the other three? When they met, there were 4 identical broken bodies, and one of them also opened his spiritual intelligence and reached the level of a false god. Su Qi was silent for a moment, then looked at Fang Qingyu's father, Master Fang, I'm selling this thing to you, what price can you offer? Palace Master Fang? At this moment, not only was he dumbfounded, his brain had not turned around, but Ji Fengguo who was beside him was also stunned. A priceless treasure that can help people advance to the top, but it was sold directly because of the possibility of hidden dangers? Do you want to be so outrageous when you step on a horse? Palace Master Fang was silent for a moment. Can I sell you my baby girl? Fang Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then turned red-faced and furious, stepping on Master Fang's feet. If you keep talking nonsense, I will really ignore you. Palace Master Fang smiled and said, I'm just kidding. Actually, I really don't have an item of equal value. Taking other things seems like I'm not sincere enough. The remains of a god, a truly priceless treasure, can directly create a most powerful person. How could Palace Master Fang, a demigod, have an item of equal value? If you spend all your money, you can buy it. Palace Master Fang had already bought it. The gap between a 100-level demigod and the most powerful person is not a small level, but a qualitative change. For example, the deputy commander of the Demon Slayer Guard has the same level 100 demigod hidden profession as Palace Master Fang, but Zhang Yue can't even make a move in front of him. Even if the puppet master is not good at frontal combat, it is enough to truly illustrate the gap between a 100-level demigod and the most powerful person. Fang Qingyu let out a light hum. Su Qi said, there is no need for Palace Master Fang to take it out now. He can just pay it back slowly when he becomes the most powerful person in the future. Palace Master Fang was silent. He knew he would owe Su Qi a huge favor. But the opportunity to become the most powerful person is right in front of you. Can a 100-level demigod refuse it? Suzy smiled. He knew that the answer was already determined, and everyone present knew that the answer was already determined. Su Qi also believed that Palace Master Fang was by no means a treacherous person, since he dared to face up to his greed and suppress it. Just inform Ji Fengguo without hesitation and she will know. After a while, Palace Master Fang took a deep breath and said, Brother Su Qi, if necessary in the future, Mr. Fang will die without mercy. Su Qi just smiled back and raised his hand directly between his eyebrows. His blood-colored eyes were immediately repulsed and he was forcefully caught. Su Qi used the skill Dead Tree to rejuvenate thousands of times in an instant, and the wound between his eyebrows disappeared in an instant. Give. Palace Master Fang took it with cautious hands. Fang Qingyu curled her lips. Palace Master Fang glanced at her and said, hurry up and say hello to your uncle Su Qi. Fang Qingyu? All she wanted to do now was curse. Why didn't you realize that your father was such a bch before? Su Qi smiled awkwardly, Brother Fang, Qingyu is also my friend. From now on, we can discuss things on our own terms. Palace Master Fang didn't say a word, just sat down on the spot and began to refine the evil god's eye, intending to directly attack the pseudo-god level. Mu Yunsu may forcibly control the unconscious evil god's eye, but it is absolutely impossible to control the refined evil god's eye. Ji Fengguo nodded slightly, Su Qi, you are very good. Refining the remains of the gods to become the strongest is a shortcut, but it should never be the path you take. Su Qi looked at Ji Fengguo. Ji Fengguo then said, becoming a god is essentially assimilating oneself with the authority of a rule, making oneself the rule itself. If you choose to refine the remains of a god and become a false god, the path you take will be someone else's path, not the path that is most suitable for you. Actually, even if you don't give the eye of the evil god to Xiao Fang, I will still recommend that you refine it for him. Su Qi was stunned for a moment and then bowed slightly. Thank you, Palace Master, for your guidance. Zhang Yuwei's eyes flickered as she looked at it, then she bowed and said, Master, I don't want this evil god's eye anymore either. Ji Fengyu's eyes showed a hint of approval. Yuwei, although your talent is far inferior to Su Qi, my teacher is also very optimistic about you. She raised her hand and took away the evil god's eye from Zhang Yuwei's eyebrows, and Su Qi quickly followed up with the treatment. Ji Fengyu's body was rummaged through in her space storage, and finally an item was delivered from the small space. It was a slender long sword. It floats quietly in mid-air. The sword body is slender and elegant, with smooth and natural lines, and gradually narrows from the hilt to the tip. It seems to be an extremely exquisite handicraft. Even if no one is driving it, it still exudes a heart-stopping aura that makes people afraid to approach it at all. Yuwei, this sword is called Golden Scale. It is a crippled artifact that my master accidentally obtained. Once you have it, your combat power will be greatly improved. I give it to you today. As a dragon master, Zhang Yuwei can also use the power of some real dragons to transform into a dragon, but most of her combat power lies in the real dragon itself. If you have a dragon scale sword, your own combat power will be greatly improved. After being approached by Su Qi while avoiding the five-clawed golden dragon, he would not have been defeated so miserably. Su Qi used Eye of Truth. Dragon Scale Sword, Remnant. Forged from a true dragon as a whole, it contains the power to destroy heaven and earth, but the sealed dragon soul of the tragic death is extremely terrifying. If it is unsealed, it will definitely kill the owner. Killing God, indestructible, sword attacks can ignore all defenses below the true God. Dragon Soul, release the sealed dragon soul in it. The dragon soul is broken due to the sword body. It is currently a false god and will be a true god at its peak. Su Qi took a breath. Compared to the staff he obtained, the golden scale sword was much more complete. For the most powerful, they can take out broken artifacts. Su Qi was not surprised, but what shocked him the most was why there were so many broken artifacts and broken bodies of gods in the copy. Thank you, Master. Zhang Yuwei also took it. At this moment, Su Qi asked, Master, I just heard from Brother Fang that there are other powerful people plotting against you and me. I want to know. Who is this person? Su Qi looked indifferent and had already put the most powerful man he had never met before on his must-kill list. Chapter 58. Who is this person? As Su Qi murderous questions came out of his mouth, everyone except Palace Master Fang, who had already entered a state of cultivation, all turned their attention to him. Is this the trouble of going directly to the strongest person? Fang Suyi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. She had seen Su Qi's strength with her own eyes and could only describe it as terrifying to the extreme, even though the one he killed was just a sealed false god. But it is already possible to kill the strongest. Fang Qingyu persuaded with a solemn expression, Su Qi, don't be impatient. The matter of revenge against the most powerful person must be considered in the long term. Zhang Yuwei looked at Su Qi quietly. She supports her man unconditionally, and she also believes that Su Qi must be very confident before doing something. Zhang Yuwei also gritted her teeth with hatred for the powerful person who plotted against Su Qi and Ji Fengyu, because this situation was obviously designed using her as bait. To put it bluntly, Zhang Yuwei almost died in the dungeon and never saw Su Qi again. If it weren't for her man being so fierce and lawless, they all have to die together without a burial place. Ji Fengyu pondered for a moment and told everything she knew. Su Qi murmured to himself, Li Xingyuan, the writer of Destiny, deliberately leaked information about Yuwei and colluded with the Emperor of Zairi Kingdom. Then use the ability of the Destiny Writer to allow the Palace Master to leave the capital, giving the strongest man of the Little Sun Kingdom the opportunity to break through the dungeon boundary wall and force people to enter. Su Qi and Zhang Yue couldn't help but cast their eyes on Fang Sui. Li Xingyuan, the most powerful person he had never met before, was the Writer of Destiny, and Fang Sui in front of him was also the Writer of Destiny. Fang Qingyu didn't know, but she subconsciously moved her eyes, and finally fell on Fang Sui with some doubts. The beautiful girl's body was trembling slightly, and even her slender legs were so weak that she could not stand firmly. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just the awakened hidden profession and have nothing to do with him." Suzy smiled. "Don't be nervous, just making sure." Ji Fengyu also said, "I sent someone to check Suyi's identity, and there is no problem. Otherwise, I would not have let her enter the dungeon with Yue." Fang Suyi couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qi nodded slightly, "Master, as far as I know, Destiny Writer is only suitable for supporting, and does not have strong attack power." Ji Fengyu nodded affirmatively. Su Qi asked again, "The Palace Master should know the specific location of Li Xingyuan, right?" Ji Fengyu frowned subconsciously and said, "What do you want to do?" "Kill him." Su Qi replied without hesitation. "They almost killed Zhang Yue, why don't they kill her and keep her for the new year?" Fang Qingyu and Fang Sui were stunned for a moment, not expecting Su Qi to answer so concisely. "Kill him." Just 3 words. The two women can only feel the infinite domineering power. Killing the most powerful person is as easy as slaughtering chickens and ducks. As soon as these words came out, let alone Fang Qingyu, who had never witnessed so key strength, even Fang Sui, who had experienced it, found it incredible. Kill the strongest. Fang Sui knew that Su Qi had the strength to do it. Even though the eye of the evil god was sealed, it was actually killed in the dungeon. But the reality is different from the copy in 2 important ways. First, Li Xingyuan's hands and feet were not sealed by the divine chain of rules. Secondly, in reality, Daxia has more than one powerful person. If a battle breaks out between the strongest, other strongest will definitely arrive in an instant, and there is no possibility of killing Li Xingyuan. If he is stronger than Li Xingyuan and has the ability to kill him, he can kill him. Ji Fengyu has already hacked Li Xingyuan to death. Su Qi, are you really going to do this? The news that you are still alive cannot be exposed. Fang Qingyu said with worry. If Su Qi is still alive, the beautiful country will directly start a war between the strongest, which is not just talk. Ji Fengyu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and said, "A man is capable of bending and stretching. I have seen the video of you killing the eye of the evil god in the mutation copy. I also admit that you are very strong now. If you are caught by surprise, you can kill Li Xingyuan with just 2 moves of Space Divine Sword. But if the news that you are alive is exposed, the only thing that awaits is death. Rather than doing this, it is better to grow up in a wretched manner for a while." Su Qi shook his head. "Master, I didn't say I wanted to do it myself." Ji Fengyu said in confusion, "You want me to take action? I am now the focus of Li Xingyuan's strongest teammate. If I could kill him, I would have done it long ago." Su Qi shook his head slightly. Just stretched out his hand towards Zhang Yue. "Give me the golden scale sword." Zhang Yue didn't hesitate at all and handed the golden scale sword to Su Qi's hand. Su Qi immediately felt a powerful force condensing and erupting within the sword body, as if he wanted to control the golden scale sword to chop him to death. However, another energy completely sealed the influence inside the sword body, making it completely impossible to kill the master. However, Su Qi could feel a switch. As long as he turned it on, the dragon soul in the golden scale sword could completely control the divine sword. Complete the lord killing. Ji Fengyu, Fang Sui, and Fang Qingyu showed some doubts in their expressions, and they had no idea why she wanted to take away Zhang Yue's divine sword. Although that thing has the power to kill the strongest, it still needs someone to control it, and what's the use of a magician holding a sword? Ji Fengguo warned, don't release the dragon soul inside, that thing will directly kill the owner. I have tried many ways to make it surrender. Ji Fengguo gave the golden scale sword to Zhang Yue, not only as an equivalent in exchange for the evil god's eye, but she also wanted to see the dragon master's affinity with dragons. Can the dragon soul and the golden scale sword be made to surrender? Ji Fengguo had received preliminary verification before. When the golden scale sword was in Zhang Yue's hand, although it had been trying to attack the seal, the idea of killing the master was not strong. Now it's in Soqi's hands. The golden scale sword seemed to want to cut him into pieces. There was obviously no motivation, but the sword revealed murderous intent, which directly caused the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Fang Qingyu and Fang Suyi couldn't help but sneeze. Su Qi didn't say a word, just activated the golden entry lord of time and space, and used it to cast time backtracking. Time backtracking, the larger the range of influence, the higher the life or item level affected, and the greater the amount of mana consumed. Now Su Qi controlled the area very small, only covering the golden scale sword in his hand, but he still felt the extremely terrifying energy consumption. It took a full 2 seconds to return the golden scale sword to its state 1 second ago, which seemed to be of no use at all. Zhang Yue, Fang Qingyu, and Fang Suyi said they couldn't understand it at all. They didn't know what Su Qi was doing, let alone what happened just now. Ji Fengguo subconsciously opened her mouth. Going back in time. There was a bit of disbelief in her eyes and tone. Su Qi did not answer, but said coldly, submit to me, and when I am strong enough in the future, I will reverse the years and help you restore your body. Chapter 59. Back in time? Zhang Yue, Fang Suyi, and Fang Qingyu couldn't help being shocked. Among them, Zhang Yue and Fang Suyi immediately remembered that when they blew themselves up in the face of the eye of the evil god, their bodies kept breaking and then immediately returned to their original state. Before, the two girls thought that it was Soqi's super powerful healing technique, but now it seems that it is not treatment at all. It is a time back that only exists in legends. There has never been a magical skill that the most powerful person can control. Ji Fengguo also felt a storm in her heart. Su Qi is a half-step mid-level magician. It doesn't matter if he has a trump card that can kill the strongest. In the end, he also has the legendary magical skill time backward. Do you want it to be so outrageous? Ji Fengguo couldn't suppress her emotions at all. She felt that her years of hard training were a joke in front of Soqi's talent. At the same time, Ji Fengguo couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, Su Qi is her own person. Fortunately, when Su Qi didn't want to take sides, Li Xingyuan forcibly pushed him to him. Otherwise, it is estimated that countless powerful people will come to snatch Su Qi, and countless powerful people at home and abroad will have the idea of destroying him if they don't get it. Su Qi ignored the thoughts of Ji Fengguo and the others. He quietly felt the power of the dragon soul in the golden scale sword and felt that it stopped impacting the seal. He felt the killing intent from the golden scale sword dissipate. Feel the temperature in the office returning to normal. Master, please release the dragon soul inside. Su Qi handed the golden scale sword to the illusory Ji Fengguo. He didn't dare to break the seal here personally. To be on the safe side, Su Qi asked Ji Fengguo to untie it. Anyway, even if the dragon soul is pretending to surrender, there is nothing that can be done to Ji Fengguo, and it may even provoke other powerful people to take action to suppress it. You are really good at summoning people. Ji Fengguo shook her head a little helplessly. She had always been the one to command others, but now it was the first time that she was being used as a tool. The tiny space cracked when the golden scale sword flew in. After a while, the elusive Ji Fengguo looked a little strange and jealous and said, it agrees to surrender, but there is one condition. At this moment, Ji Fengguo was really numb. She was numb. At the same time, an emotion that has not appeared in countless years also emerged in my heart, jealousy. It had been so long since I had obtained the golden scale sword, and I had tried every means to make the dragon soul in it surrender, but Su Chi said lightly. Dragon soul thought for a while and then chose to surrender. And there is only one condition. You must know that even if the current artifact is in an incomplete state, the dragon soul still has the fighting power of the strongest. At his peak, he was comparable to a true god. No one has entered Blue Star today. However, the once magnificent Shenlong simply and decisively chose to surrender. What kind of person is so irritating? How proud are you of being a true dragon? Where is the dignity of your great generation of gods? Ji Fengguo was so jealous that her teeth were itching. If you can make such a being surrender, you may be able to directly obtain the secret of becoming a god, not to mention that his own strength is extraordinary. Let alone one condition, even 10 conditions, as long as they are not too excessive, Ji Fengguo will agree without hesitation. Su Chi looked calm and said indifferently as if he had expected it, it is not qualified to negotiate terms. Ji Fengguo, Fang Qingyu, and Fang Suyi were all stunned for a moment. Tang Tang's surrender to the gods was just a condition, but you answered that you are not qualified to negotiate. Although Fang Qingyu and Fang Suyi did not know that the dragon soul in the golden scale sword was once a god that had never appeared in Blue Star. But they were able to analyze through dialogue that the dragon soul sealed in the golden scale sword was at least a powerful person. The most powerful true dragon? Not qualified to negotiate with Su Chi? Ji Fengguo couldn't help but twitch her lips. He said you went too far in bullying the dragon. Su Chi said, he can ask for whatever he wants, but I should reward him after he has made a contribution, rather than negotiating terms with the master. Only equal parties have always been qualified to negotiate terms. Where does a servant get the right to negotiate terms with his master? If this sets a precedent, if Su Chi wants Dragon Soul to do something later, he will definitely come back to negotiate terms. Ji Fengguo was silent for a while, as if waiting for the Dragon Soul next to her real body to respond. The office also fell into silence. After a long time like this, Ji Fengguo said, he wants to help him avenge you when you grow up in the future. Su Chi nodded, I understand. I will not treat anyone who follows me sincerely. He neither agreed nor refused, but seemed to both agree and veto. Ji Fengguo touched her forehead with her hand, and then moved her gaze to the side. The illusory white dragon on the golden scale sword was only half a meter long. Golden scale sword, white dragon soul. In fact, the golden scale sword is not the scale of the white dragon, but the scale of the unicorn. The purpose is to seal the dragon soul contained in it. As for why it is not obliterated, it can only be said that the golden scale sword without the dragon soul is not a real artifact. At this moment, the seal of the golden scale sword was broken, all the golden scales on the sword disappeared, and the whole body turned into crystal clear white jade. It should be called that now. White Dragon Sword. Ji Fengguo conveyed so key words. Bei Long gritted his teeth, but could only nod in agreement. He wants me to kill that thing named Li Xingyuan? Give me a place. A clear female voice came from Bai Long's mouth. Ji Fengguo smiled and said, Sister Bei Long, there is no need to worry about this in advance. Can you tell me how to become a god? Bai Long glanced at her, you are not qualified to talk to me. Now you just need to give me Li Xingyuan's position. I will tell you how to do it when I am happy. Ji Fengguo? Why does this scene feel so familiar? It made her want to compete with the dragon soul in front of her. But after struggling for a while, Ji Fengguo suppressed the anger in her heart and gave Bei Long a mobile phone and a location. This is a photo of Li Xingyuan. He is probably at this location. If he is not found, I have nothing to do but you can find it slowly. Bei Long took his mobile phone and tore apart the space. In an instant, he disappeared next to Ji Fengguo. Killing a false god who is not strong in frontal combat is just a piece of cake for Beilong, who was once a god. The difficulty now is to find him. And do not alert other powerful people. Although Beilong did not take those false gods seriously, with his current strength, he could only protect himself in the face of many false gods. Ji Fengguo looked at the position where the white dragon sword disappeared, and wiped away all traces with a wave of her hand, making it impossible for any powerful person to notice the traces and fluctuations of the space being torn apart. She couldn't help but sigh in her eyes. She was so angry that she wanted to kill Li Xingyuan but didn't dare. Now she needs so key people to help her. It really came true. Ji Fengguo knew that when Su Qi grew up, he would definitely kill Li Xingyuan, so she left such a sentence when she left. But she never expected it. This day will come so quickly. Li Xingyuan, you can go die. Ji Fengguo murmured to herself, feeling that most of the breath she was holding in her heart dissipated, and she even looked at Su Qi with a more cordial look. Chapter 60. Qingyang Province, Tian's Prefecture. In the Lord's office. Fang Qingyu and Fang Siyi stared at Su Qi blankly, not knowing how to express their feelings. Just a few words and you made a powerful person surrender? You made the proud dragon clan surrender? Su Qi is even more like a dragon tamer than the dragon tamer himself. A dragon tamer only has an affinity for dragons, which makes it easier for him to gain recognition from a real dragon and determine whether he can successfully form a contract with it. It all depends on the dragon's mood. See if it likes you. And it can only be a young true dragon. After all, a dragon tamer can indeed speed up the growth of a real dragon, but a real dragon that has grown still does not need the help of a dragon tamer. Even if the contract is successful in the end, the relationship between the dragon master and the real dragon is equal, not master and servant. However, in front of Su Qi, the adult real dragon was so submissive and did not give the other party any face at all. Zhang Yuwei's man is too fierce. She is so lucky. Fang Qingyu and Fang Siyi secretly sighed in their hearts, and when they looked at Zhang Yuwei, they couldn't help but feel a little envious and jealous. Ji Fengguo said, Su Qi, he has followed your instructions and is on his way to kill Li Xingyuan. What are you going to do next? The other three women turned their eyes to Su Qi. A cold light flashed in Su Qi's dark eyes and he said, first break the level cap of 20 and become a mid-level magician, and then wait until you are strong enough. I will go to the little country myself. In this mutation instance, apart from Li Xingyuan, Xiaozizi country contributed the most. How could Su Qi let them go? As Su Qi words fell. Far away in Xiaozi's country, the short emperor, who was celebrating with the prime minister and the imperial teacher after confirming that Su Qi was dead, couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Ah! The emperor sneezed and couldn't help shrinking his neck and said, what's going on? With my cultivation, I have long been immune to cold and heat, so why am I sneezing because of the cold? The prime minister's face became slightly serious as he said, the strongest will not show abnormalities for no reason. Perhaps your majesty has a premonition of something bad happening. Bad things? What bad things could happen? Su Qi has just been confirmed dead, can he still open the coffin lid? The emperor rubbed his nose and smiled contemptuously. The national teacher at the side also smiled and said, Prime Minister, you should stop being suspicious and scaring yourself. Only the strongest people in Daxia can participate in the highest meeting. How can there be false news? The emperor couldn't help but laugh along. Climb the Tower of God. It is not located in any corner of the world, but every strong person who reaches level 20, 40, 60, 80, and 100 must come here. Only by passing the trials in the Tower of Ascension. Only then can you increase your level cap. In today's Blue Star, in addition to levels 0 to 100, there are also several levels divided under the division of the Tower of Ascension. Level 0 to 20 extraordinary people are low level, level 21 to 40 are middle level, level 41 to 60 are high level, level 61 to 80 are holy level, and level 81 to 90 are holy level. Level 100 is legendary. When a level 100 legendary warrior passes the trial of the Tower of God, he will become a demigod, and his strength will reach the upper limit of what a normal genius can achieve. It is also the upper limit for mortals. If you still want to move forward and become the strongest pseudo-god, you can either refine the remaining body of the god or move forward on your own. At this moment, after Su Qi decided to be promoted to a mid-level magician, he was teleported to the outside of the Tower of Ascension by a force. The tower stands majestically between heaven and earth, like the center of the world. There are countless exquisite patterns and mysterious runes carved on the tower, and the patterns and runes are intertwined and arranged in a staggered manner. Looking from afar, it towers into the clouds, like a magic spear that can pierce the sky. There weren't many people outside the Tower of Ascension, but there are quite a few. Almost every day, a large number of extraordinary people who have reached the upper limit of their level choose to come to the special space before their eyes under the guidance of mysterious forces. However, most of them are low-level transcendents at level 20, mid-level transcendents at level 40, high-level transcendents at level 60, and saint-level powerhouses at level 80. The number is extremely rare, but it still happens almost every day. As for the legendary strongmen of level 100 coming here to challenge the demigod, it is very rare, but there are 4 legendary strongmen of level 100 who have been stationed here for a long time. No way. You can fight each other outside the Tower of Ascension. At the beginning, there were many cases of strong countries squatting here to wipe out the weak from other countries. Over time, all countries felt that this was not a solution. Therefore, each of them led a 100-level legend not to strive for the demigod, but to stay here for a long time, and then take over after a while. Su Qi kept looking around. He has the legendary item Ever-Changing Mask given by Ji Fengguo, which can not only help Su Qi change his appearance and figure, but also block the detection skill. So I'm not worried about being recognized. Outside the Tower of Ascension, a small city has already been built under the leadership of 400-level legends. In front of Su Qi was the city gate. He could clearly see people coming and going inside, like a small market. Many extraordinary people are setting up stalls. There are even high-end, classy shops. Why are you setting up a stall here instead of going to the trial tower to advance? Su Qi couldn't help but feel curious. The skinny man smiled bitterly. Can everyone get through the Tower of God? Those who can't get through but are lucky enough to save their lives, won't they have to stay here forever? Of course, there are some arrogant people who dare to come to the Tower of God without reaching full skill proficiency. Now they can only stay and slowly improve their proficiency. Some people stay here on their own initiative, hoping to make enough money before leaving. Thank you. After learning the reason, Su Qi nodded slightly and prepared to leave. The skinny man suddenly grabbed his hand. Sir, I see you are quite young, and you should have just reached level 20. Are you interested in buying a map to the first floor of the Tower of God? The skinny man patted Su Qi on the shoulder and said, Let me tell you, the Tower of Ascension is different from the Trial Tower. The area inside the Trial Tower is very large, like another world. The area inside the Tower of Ascension is not very large, at least the first floor is not very large, and it is like a game that resets itself, with the map changing once a week. This is the map for this week's intermediate dungeon. With my map, you will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Even if you can't pass it, at least you can survive with my method. The magic crystal is priced at only 1 cubic meter. Isn't that a good deal? The skinny man smiled, but his eyes were full of greed. Su Qi shook his head decisively and refused. 1 cubic meter of magic crystal to buy a map? Regardless of whether it is worth it, it is useless to him anyway. If Su Qi cannot pass the promotion trial, no one in the world will be able to pass the Tower of God. Turns out you're a poor guy. What a waste of words. What bad luck. The skinny man looked at Suqi's refusal and spat on the ground. Suqi raised his eyebrows slightly, but ignored it. Suddenly, a sound was heard from the side. "I bought the map." The skinny man immediately smiled and said, "Excuse me, what is your name, master?" "Mo family, Mo Wohen." Chapter 61. Mo family. Mo Wohen. The man's short 5-word answer attracted Suqi's attention, and she couldn't help but turn around and cast her eyes on him. He was a young man. He should be about the same age as Suqi. His appearance was neither very handsome nor ugly. However, Suqi didn't care about the young man's appearance. He was just curious as to why Mo Wohen knew about it. There are assassins coming to kill him, and the assassins' specific levels, occupations, and numbers are all clear. After Mo Wohen paid for a cubic meter of magic crystal, he also met Suqi's eyes. "You can join the trial of climbing the Tower of God in a team. Are you interested in being my little brother? Follow me to ensure you advance safely." "No need." Suqi smiled and turned around to leave. Mo Wohen couldn't help but frown. "You must form a team to enter the Tower of God, otherwise there is no possibility of passing." If he couldn't bring people in, he wouldn't be in the mood to pay attention to the mud-legged guy who couldn't even afford a map. As a result, he put down his posture and initiated a team invitation, but the other party was actually shameless. "Master Mo, don't be angry. He's just a poor guy. I happen to know some people who are top-notch players who can accompany the young master to form a team," the thin man said with a smile. Mo Wohen glanced at the thin man coldly. "Do you really think I don't know anything about the Tower of Gods?" He didn't talk nonsense and walked towards the small town. Today's Ascension City seems to have a stable order, but it is actually the result of 400-level legendary powerhouses maintaining it. There was another type of person left here by the skinny man just now, but he didn't say anything about it. "Pig killer. Specializes in trapping and killing innocent boys and girls. They pretended to form a team with you, and then after entering the Tower of God together, they trapped you inside and took away all your belongings. Since ancient times, money has attracted people's hearts. This way of obtaining cultivation resources is much faster than in the outside world, and no one knows what happens in the Tower of God. Naturally, he will not be punished. Therefore, some people stay here for a long time and only choose to leave after getting enough money." The skinny man looked at Mo Wohen's leaving figure and did not continue to set up a stall. Instead, he walked into a small alley and took out a walkie-talkie. "I found 2 fat pigs, but they were very alert." "Be alert? It's not like we haven't killed those who are alert. Then again, how fat are they?" A person who can easily take out a cubic meter of magic crystal is a member of the Mo family in the capital. A person who has high-level items on his body is completely invisible to me. His life experience must not be simple. Other side. Suqi walked quietly towards the Tower of God, with Mo Wohen chasing him behind. When forming a team, naturally you cannot form a team casually, otherwise problems will easily arise, but you can team up with someone who has rejected you. At least the other party is absolutely fine. Not a pig killer. However, neither of them knew that they had been targeted by the pig killer and had been labeled a fat pig. After chasing for a while, Mo Wohen said coldly, "Boy, if you don't stop, you won't give me the Mo family's face. It will be better for you when I get out." Suqi stopped and turned around and said, "Mo family? Mo family is very powerful." Mo Wohen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other party had never even heard of the Mo family in the capital. He immediately became more sure of the identity of Suqi Najizi. Mo Wohen held his head high and said, "The Mo family in the capital has 3 demigod ancestors in charge, and there are countless saint-level and legendary powerhouses. If you sincerely become my younger brother, after leaving the Tower of God with me, you can be considered as embracing my Mo family, and your future will be bright." He spoke calmly, but when he looked at Suqi, his eyes showed a little contempt and expectation. Contempt is looking down upon So-ki identity. If it weren't for the fact that there was no younger brother to choose from, Emma Wohen wouldn't even bother to look at the mud-legged man in front of him. Expect. Emma Wohen wanted to see So-chi kneel down and worship him immediately after knowing the strength of the Mo family, and sincerely become his dog. However, So-ki's face did not show any change in expression, and Emma Wohen only saw him nodding calmly. 3 demigods? So powerful. After So-chi replied casually, he couldn't help but ask, since the Mo family in the capital is so powerful, you must also be a top student in the Tian's mansion, right? The reason why he stopped chatting with Emma Wohen was actually to find out why he knew the assassin's information so well. Although So-chi suspected that the assassin was sent by Emma Wohen to kill him, there was no evidence to prove it. Emma Wohen frowned, unhappy because he didn't see So-chi showing the expression he wanted to see, and at the same time he didn't realize it at all. He had already stepped half of his foot into the coffin board. However, when Emma Wohen heard So-ki about his strength and that he was a top student in the Tian's mansion, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. But the contempt and disdain in Emma Wohen's eyes was even more serious. You idiot has some sharp eyesight. I am indeed a top student in the Tian's mansion. Boy, I will give you one more chance to hug the Mo family. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. So-chi smiled and nodded and said, I heard that the head of the Tian's mansion gave birth to a beautiful and talented girl this year, and she was even accepted as a direct disciple by the head of the manor. Emma Wohen smiled happily, it is indeed true, but the news about you is out of date. Zhang Yue is now dead. Died with her dog man. Emma Wohen felt a little bit regretful about the deaths of Zhang Yue and So-chi. After all, it was a pity that Zhang Yue was such a big beauty and died so easily. But Emma Wohen was more grateful. So-chi couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Emma Wohen was laughing at the deaths of Zhang Yue and So-chi. After all, the matter of him sending assassins can be said to be a sword of judgment hanging above his head, which may fall at any time. It is impossible for the most powerful person not to be able to detect clues. Therefore, even if Emma Wohen finally sent a text message to So-chi, the reason why he couldn't kill him in the end was because of So-chi. The feeling that life is not under one's control can be said to be extremely uncomfortable. So after learning that So-chi and Zhang Yue both died in the mutated copy, Emma Wohen invited friends to celebrate with champagne overnight. At that time, Emma Wohen felt that he was destined to be destined. Even if you offend that kind of genius, you can remain intact. Emma Wohen immediately chose to work hard, and with the help of his current lucky buff, he passed the test of climbing the Tower of God in one fell swoop and became a mid-level transcendent. In fact, Emma Wohen had already reached level 20. It was just that he was worried about his own death, so he kept improving his skill proficiency. Some time ago, Emma Wohen's skills were all at full proficiency, but he still chose to settle down. But the current lucky buff gave him courage. So-chi also laughed after hearing this. Because he also got the answer. Chapter 62. Are these 2 young men what you call fat pigs? In a restaurant on the street, a short man with a mustache looked down at So-chi and Emma Wohen through the window, and asked the thin man kneeling on one knee beside him. Back to boss, this is absolutely true. Emma Wohen from the Mo family took out a cubic meter of magic crystal to buy a map without blinking an eye. The person whose name I don't know has a high-level treasure that can shield him from detection, and his expression didn't change at all when Emma Wohen took out the magic crystal. The short man with a mustache nodded slightly. I know, they are indeed 2 fat pigs. The short man had heard of the Mo family in the capital and knew that it was an extremely powerful family, with a strong demigod directly in charge. He is so rich that he has countless magic crystals on his body, and he definitely has valuable items. Such a master, they would not dare to have any idea about hiding their professional talents outside, but where is this place? If you kill, you will kill. As for Susie, The short man also used probe to check it just now, but he still couldn't see through it at all. Except for one level, all occupations and skills were full of question marks. Normally, high levels can directly see through low levels, while low levels cannot see through high levels. But Suchi only sees through grades, and stars are not normal. Outside the Tower of God, only 5 levels of people can appear: level 20, level 40, level 60, level 80, and level 100. The short man himself has reached level 60. The only people he can't see through are level 80 and level 100. But how can a person who doesn't look big have such a high level? That leaves only one possibility. There is a treasure on him. At least holy level, even legendary. 17. Go ask the brothers to invite the 2 of them over for a drink. The short man raised his head and drank a glass of wine, looking at the 2 people on the street, slightly excited. It's been a while since he met a fat pig. Especially the fat pigs of Daxia. As a person from Zairi Kingdom, I am more interested in killing the genius of Huaxia Kingdom than the people who harm me. The skinny man asked, what if they don't agree? The consequences of fighting in the city will be serious. The short man didn't even look back and said, let the second brother invite them in person. He is a rare profession at level 40, a singer. He is enough to bring people back. Hands-on is prohibited in the city. There are significant restrictions on pig killers. But the second child doesn't need to attack people, because the singer's main abilities are charm and illusion. Even if their DK is a man and looks just average, as long as they use the ability of the singer. Using illusions to change one's own appearance, and then using charm to seduce, most people would be tricked into turning their mouths. Both men and women. The skinny man took the order and left. The short man continued to stand by the window, overlooking the 2 people below and listening to their conversation. Seeing the second brother walking out from under the restaurant and walking slowly towards the 2 of them, the corners of the short man's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed as if the 2 of them were being trampled under his feet. Explode a lot of magic crystals and treasures. He even interrogated some important information about Daxia. However, before the second child approached the 2 of them, the short man heard Emma Wohen say died with her dog man through the noise. Emma Wohen suddenly froze on the spot, as if he had transformed from a living person into a stone statue without any sign of life. The movements of the body stopped completely. Lord of time and space-time pause. The short man frowned, a look of doubt and confusion flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't understand what was going on. You were clearly having a good conversation with Suchi before, why did you suddenly stop moving at all? Then the short man saw that Suchi did not continue to communicate with Emma Wohen. He turned around and walked towards the Tower of Gods. But Emma Wohen continued to stay where he was, still maintaining his previous movements, motionless. The short man subconsciously used probing. Emma Wohen. Status dead. Short man? He looked a little dumbfounded, what the hell? A hidden professional genius who was level 20, chatted with Suchi for a while, and suddenly died inexplicably? Even a short man at level 60. No one could tell when Suchi committed the murder. Hidden professions all have the power to leapfrog challenges, but in the hands of the young man who just left, they have no power to resist at all. Is it that outrageous? It happened that at this time, the short man's second brother, a man with a rare professional singing ability, came to Emma Wohen. At this moment, under the cover of illusion, he has turned into a charming mature woman, a beauty with fair skin and long legs. He took Emma Wohen's hand as soon as he came up and looked extremely skillful. I don't know how many men and women he confused with this move. Keep them in the Tower of God forever. Brother, are you a teammate? He greeted cordially, and used illusion magic to form a big fake in front of him, rubbing Emma Wohen's arm crazily. If you continue to use charm to seduce her like this, as long as you are a man who cannot see through the illusion, it is impossible for him to remain unresponsive. However, Wohen remained unmoved and kept his original movements. There was nothing unusual except that his body temperature was a bit cold. Singer was surprised in her heart. She didn't expect that the young master in front of her would be so determined. But the singer couldn't help but sneer secretly. As long as you don't push him away, you still have a chance. Singer was just about to use illusion magic to show off her appearance, but suddenly the voice of their boss rang in her ears. He is already dead. Come back quickly and don't get into trouble. Singer was slightly stunned, and his brain didn't react for a moment. He didn't feel how Wohen died at all. However, what responded to her was a strong sense of crisis. Ice explosion. Boom. Along with a loud noise, a violent explosion burst out from Wohen's body, and the singer flew out like a kite with a broken string. Lost his voice instantly. Fortunately, although the power of the explosion was great, the area it covered was not large. People around were shocked by the sudden explosion, but they were not injured. The short man in the restaurant saw what happened, but he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He recognized ice explosion technique and had seen magicians perform it before, but this was the first time for the short man to see such a powerful ice explosion technique. After all, it's just a second-level skill. But now, a rare profession of level 40 has been dropped instantly. There is only one possibility in this situation. The magician who casts ice explosion is far stronger than level 40. Just as the short man was looking at me seriously, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind him. You only have one chance to speak. Tell me your purpose. Chapter 63. Tell them the purpose. The short man was stunned for a moment. Even with his strength of level 60, he was almost frightened by the voice that suddenly appeared behind him. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he slowly turned around. It was discovered that Suchi, who had just silently eliminated Wohen and was walking towards the Tower of Ascension to the Gods, had already entered the room at some point, and sat on the main seat that belonged to him. In an instant, sweat broke out on the short man's forehead uncontrollably, and cold sweat soaked his entire body in just a breath. Is this really level 20? Isn't this an old monster that has rejuvenated? The short man had no intention of taking any action, because not only did he not understand how Suchi dealt with Wohen, he also had no idea how he got into the room. The short man knelt on the ground. Brother, you can't kill me. If you kill someone in the city, you will be killed. Suchi said nothing. His figure disappeared from the seat. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the short man and disappeared in the room in an instant. The short man felt Suchi's departure, and just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he discovered a long and narrow space crack in front of him. It was like a long spear, piercing the short man's chest. A large amount of bright red blood gushed out of the wound, but was swallowed up by the space crack. Space God cut. The short man's mind went blank. So he seemed to have seen this skill somewhere. As a special personnel of Xiaozizi country, his job is to find ways to trap and kill the geniuses of Huaxia country. Therefore, people from Xiaozi country often came to bring him news about Huaxia country. Someone happened to come today, and while chatting with him, he told him a piece of news about a dead person. He was a genius unprecedented in history, and when he was only at level 10, he provoked the strongest to set up a trap for him. If he grew up, he would definitely unify the Blue Star. At that time, the short man didn't believe it at all, and the other party just casually mentioned Suchi's occupation and skills. Magician. It has the ability to accumulate energy to create a fireball that can destroy the world, and the ice freeze technique and ice explosion technique that can freeze an area of 10,000 meters. And the ability to teleport infinitely and tier space. At that time, the short man felt that it was outrageous. But after countless confirmations, the other party still said that he was telling the truth. But the short man still didn't quite believe it. But now he believed it, and he was about to die. The short man's eyes were filled with despair and shock. That unrivaled genius of Daxia is not dead. In another room, the skinny man was drinking happily. Several people on the side were complimenting him. 17, you have done a great deed by finding 2 fat pigs. The boss will definitely give you a lot of reward. You must think hard about it with your brothers later. Did you call me 17? From now on, you should call me Brother 17. Ha ha ha. That's right, Brother 17. I was inconsiderate just now. I will drink 3 cups as punishment. Everyone in the room drank and celebrated. However, the god of death has arrived silently. Now that you've had enough to drink, it's time to get on the road with peace of mind. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and their eyes were focused on Suchi, who suddenly appeared. Who are you, kid? Why are you so arrogant? Do you really think that since killing is prohibited in the city, we won't dare to touch you? Brothers, kill him. As long as it doesn't make any noise, no one will know. Everyone took out weapons from their space rings, but the skinny man was frightened when he saw Suchi suddenly appear. What's happening? Why did he come here suddenly? Without giving everyone time to think, they only saw Suchi raise his hand and a crystal clear ice crystal pop out. Frost crystal. In an instant, the ice crystals shattered, and infinite coldness filled the entire room, turning it into a world of ice and snow. Except for Suchi, everyone was turned into a lifelike ice sculpture, with an expression of disbelief on their face. Without any words, Suchi came silently and left silently, leaving only a world of ice and snow in the room. Not long. The team to maintain city security arrived. They are composed of personnel from 4 major countries. The Blood Hand Society? Are they all dead? Who did it? How dare they do it? Everyone tried to find clues, and even invited a level 100 legendary expert to come out, but in the end, nothing was found. The city was in turmoil, but Suchi, the protagonist of the incident, had already entered the Tower of Ascension alone. The first floor of the Tower of God is exactly the same as what the skinny man described, and it is not very large. You can see the end of the sky at a glance. Intermediate trial. Kill all monsters present. Limited time, 1 hour. Reward, level up by 1 level, attributes doubled. Is this the advancement? The attribute value from level 20 to level 21 can be doubled. Suchi muttered to himself, looking at the monster in the distance. Through the eye of truth, I found that they were all above level 20, and the farthest boss was as high as level 30. Suchi didn't have the idea of solving them one by one. He took out the amethyst staff and summoned the remaining soul of the fire elf princess, which took him flying high into the sky. Fireball. The past that I had accumulated before was all used up when I fought the eye of the evil god. Now that I have the chance, I naturally have to accumulate it again. Not to mention that Ji Fengguo had reminded him that there was a passing time ranking list outside the Tower of God, and asked him to slow down and not go too fast. Suchi naturally didn't want to be high profile. A huge fireball appeared in the sky, and as time passed, it grew bigger and bigger, as dazzling as the sun in the sky. The monsters below were restless. They wanted madly to attack Suchi in the sky, but they were powerless. Finally, at 59 minutes, the huge purple sun set as expected. Boom! With a loud bang, the world seemed to be pierced through, and all the monsters turned into ashes under the purple flames. Disappeared. As if it never existed. Congratulations on passing the intermediate trial. Reward, level up by 1 level, attributes doubled. Name, Bai Yuan. Age, 18. Level, 21. Life, 8000. Mana, 8000 * 200% equals 16,000. Magic attack power, 762 * 200% equals 1524. Physical attack power, 396. Agility, 369 120% equals 442.8. Defense, 386 150% equals 579. Su Qi looked at the perfect panel of his hexagonal warrior and expressed his satisfaction, but a special information panel appeared in front of him. As the first person to pass the intermediate trial alone, please leave your name. Su Qi took a look at it without thinking much, and left a line of words on the spur of the moment. The Emperor is a dog. At the same time, as the information panel in front of Su Qi disappeared, an event that shocked the world suddenly occurred. There is one more list in the world. Tower of God Single Pass Ranking. There is one and only one name on it. First place, the Emperor is a dog. It took 59 minutes and 35 seconds.